Nanny, the Warring States period. Ah, I urgently need to relieve myself. In the midst of slumber, Bai Ze suddenly felt a painful pressure in his lower abdomen. He rolled out of bed and hastily sought a nearby tree to relieve himself. Swish! Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, narrowly grazing his thigh before embedding itself in the tree before him. What the hell is happening? Bai Ze, who was still somewhat groggy, was instantly awakened by this startling turn of events. Ignoring the discomfort in his abdomen, he tucked himself away and rushed to investigate the source of the disturbance. What is this? A shuriken? Staring at the quivering shuriken, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wasn't I sleeping at home? Where did this shuriken come from? He raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, and then he exclaimed in shock. What the hell is this place? His single bed, adorned with swimwear, was indeed present, but why on earth was it situated in a forest? Is this a dream? Bai Ze murmured to himself as he stood up, preparing to discern the nature of his surroundings. Kill. Eliminate those Uchiha scoundrels. Everyone, charge. This is the most critical moment for our Uchiha clan. We cannot allow the Senju to prevail. Kill. All those beneath Chunin, advance. Just as Bai Ze rose to his feet, a series of furious roars erupted nearby, followed by the clashing of metal, indicating a fierce confrontation between two groups. A fight? Senju? Uchiha? Good grief, am I really in a different world? Bai Ze suddenly snapped to attention. As a seasoned fan of online literature, the names of these clans immediately sprang to his mind. It can't be. Am I truly in the world of Naruto? Observing the flames and sparks igniting from the clashes of metal in the distance, Bai Ze grew increasingly convinced of his speculation. However, his expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted something foul, even worse than an unpleasant meal. For what he had just overheard, it appeared that the Senju and Uchiha were at war. Yet, as founding families of Konoha, shouldn't they coexist peacefully? How could things escalate to such a degree? Unless, Bai Ze instantly recalled the historical context that could explain the scene before him. The Warring States period. Only during this tumultuous era would these two clans engage in such large-scale battles. Realizing this, Bai Ze felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, this is serious. He had unwittingly landed on the battlefield of these two formidable clans, and he was clad in nothing but Uchiha Pikachu pajamas. This was a recipe for disaster. As a fan of Naruto, who was unaware that the most brutal time in the ninja world was the Warring States period, during that time, ninjas were bound by no rules, and forbidden techniques were rampant. What could his Uchiha Pikachu outfit possibly protect him from? Time to make a hasty retreat. Bai Ze's first instinct was to flee. Wait, suddenly, it dawned on him, and he withdrew the foot he had already stepped forward with. If this is a true crossover, then there must be a system involved, so that a mischievous grin appeared on Bai Ze's face. Come forth, my system. With a loud exclamation, Bai struck a remarkably handsome pose, poised to embrace the awakening of his system. Caw-caw, a crow flew by, but nothing transpired. Traversing without a system, Bai furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be. So, am I merely dreaming? Gazing at his incongruous attire amidst the surrounding environment, Bai erupted into laughter. I knew it. How could I possibly traverse to such a perilous place? It truly is a dream. Since it was a dream, Bai felt unconcerned. Let's explore the circumstances of these two families. After all, it was just a dream, and he wouldn't perish, so it was the perfect opportunity to witness how ninjas battled during the Warring States period. An immersive, real-time experience that even a VR venue could not provide. Could one truly call themselves a fan of Naruto without witnessing this? With a satisfied smile gracing his face, Bai made his way toward the battlefield. Look, there's a Uchiha over there. Suddenly, a member of the Senju clan, spotting the Uchiha Pikachu emblem on Bai's attire, exclaimed loudly. Although he did not recognize the bright yellow, chubby electric rodent, he was well aware of the blood-red eyes. Wasn't that the Sharingan? Get someone to eliminate this Uchiha. Understood. Instantly, a figure flew forth from the Senju ranks, charging at Bai. Protect our clansmen. Clearly, the Uchiha side had also noticed Bai, and one individual leaped toward him as well. Swish! However, the Senju clansman had long been on guard, and he swiftly turned, plunging a blade into the chest of the approaching foe. Quick, escape. The Uchiha clansman, also a valiant warrior, realizing his fate was sealed, recklessly thrust his blade into the chest of the Senju, then turned to Bai Ze, shouting as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Swish. Blood sprayed, splattering Bai Ze's face. Warm and pungent. Feeling the warm and acrid blood upon his face, Bai Ze was rendered utterly speechless. Not a dream. Wiping his face in a panic, Bai Ze turned and fled. What the prodigies? He had truly traversed. The scent of death loomed over Bai Ze, propelling him forward like a high-octane engine, urging him to run with fervor. He had no idea how long he ran, until the sounds of exploding tags ceased, at which point he finally came to a halt. I actually traversed. After a lengthy pause, Bai Ze grasped that this was no dream. He had genuinely crossed over. I need to relieve myself. With the pressure of impending death lifted, the urge to urinate surged within him. Whoosh. Oh, what a relief! As he opened the floodgates, the exhilarating sensation made Bai Ze shudder with delight. Ding-dong. Host's designated territory detected. System activation. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Bai Ze's mind. Upon hearing the sudden sound, Bai Ze was rendered speechless. What? The system activated? The sound of flowing water echoed continuously. Yet Bai Ze stood petrified in place. While the awakening of the system could be perceived as a fortuitous event, what was the meaning of delineating a territory? I am merely releasing water here. Is the system belittling me by marking territory? Moreover, did this system awaken a tad too late? Had it not been for that person from the Uchiha clan rushing in, I might have met my demise right then and there. What a predicament. The system activated, establishing an invincible domain measuring 10 meters by 10 meters, and now a task was being issued. However, the system paid no heed to Bai Ze's complaints, continuing to announce the task independently. Main quest: select gifted ninjas as disciples to alter the world of Hokage. The task is permanently valid, with no limit on the number of disciples. Reward: random spells or items, enhancement or expansion of the Invincible Domain. Unlimited. After stating this, the system fell silent once more. Listening to the system's words, Bai Ze was engulfed in silence. After a long pause, he finally realized that his golden finger had indeed arrived, indicating that he had truly crossed over. Good heavens! Just as he began to accept this reality, Bai Ze suddenly recalled something and shouted in his mind. System, what is the meaning of this situation? Please clarify. Ding dong. Does the host have any doubts? The system reappeared. What does this main quest entail? What does it mean to accept disciples? And what is this invincible domain? Please elucidate. Bai Ze felt a sense of despair. He was merely a powerless and lethargic individual, and yet the system expected him to recruit disciples in this world of Hokage. It seemed as though they wished for his premature demise. Accept disciples? What could he possibly teach others? Refining chakra? Don't make me laugh. He couldn't even do that himself. Furthermore, during this warring states period, which ninja wouldn't know how to refine chakra? They may not possess an abundance of forbidden techniques, but they certainly wouldn't be lacking to such an extent. Could this system be toying with him? Given its history of tardiness, Bai Ze felt a twinge of unease. Had it not been for his stroke of luck, he might have been eliminated by that Senju ninja. Now, after the system finally chose to appear, it merely exchanged a few words before vanishing again. He hadn't even comprehended the situation. The system detected the host's delineated territory, establishing a 10-meter by 10-meter invincible domain centered around this location. Within this domain, the host is invincible, capable of effortlessly suppressing even a 6-pads-level powerhouse. Based on this domain, the host must select gifted ninjas in the ninja world to accept as disciples and impart various abilities to them, thereby altering the current state of the ninja realm. Each time the host accepts a disciple or when a disciple makes progress in strength, the host will receive certain rewards, and the domain will undergo evolution or upgrade, the extent of which will depend on specific circumstances. As the domain level increases, various abilities will be unlocked. Current domain level 1. Does the host have any further inquiries? The system's cold voice rang out. Are you still cursing me? Bai Ze suddenly exclaimed after a long silence. The system, internally lamenting the futility of engaging in such discourse, fell into silence. The system vanished, while Bai Ze pondered the words it had just uttered. Taking on disciples? How ludicrous. It is utterly impossible for me to accept disciples in this lifetime. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The member of the Senju clan who had charged at him, though his precise strength was indiscernible, could surely overpower him without difficulty. Yet, even such an individual was merely a common lackey. One could only imagine the ferocity of the ninjas in this era. Thus, the notion of accepting disciples was a distant dream, best postponed until he had grown stronger. As the old saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Fortuitously, he now possessed an invincible domain measuring 10 by 10 meters. It would be a waste not to utilize it. Bai Ze had already formulated his plans. It was not that he was cowardly, rather, the previous scene had been too perilous. The confrontation between the Senju and Uchiha clans had been intense, and he had recklessly approached. Such irrationality had led to his being splattered with blood. After reflecting on these matters, Bai Ze began to survey his surroundings. Despite the system's shortcomings, its efficiency was commendable. As soon as he thought it, the Invincible Domain was established. Bai Ze could distinctly sense a connection with the environment around him. Remarkably, he pointed towards a distant towering tree, and it promptly toppled. Ah, splendid. Now this feels right. Bai Ze chuckled, bestowing a 5-star rating upon his domain. To his surprise, there was even a river nearby, a delightful discovery. With a slight motion of his finger, a large fish appeared instantly. Fire up the grill. After a frantic dash earlier, Bai Ze now felt a pang of hunger, making it the perfect opportunity for a midnight snack. He concentrated, and a campfire materialized before him, roasting the fish to perfection. With deft movements, he prepared the fish, adding oil and spices. Before long, a fragrant grilled fish lay before him. Ah, indeed, barbecuing and night running are a perfect match. As he savored his late-night feast, Bai Ze contemplated his future. Although he now possessed a domain, surviving in this chaotic world ultimately depended on his own strength. The foremost priority was to ascertain the exact period he was in. Merely knowing it was the Warring States period was far too vague. After all, the Warring States era spanned several decades. Even if he could not pinpoint the exact year, he needed at least a frame of reference. Next on the agenda was the matter of upgrading his domain. However, the system had previously indicated that the only path to upgrade was through accepting disciples. Yet, as a feeble individual lacking any means to defend himself, how could he dare to step outside of his invincible domain to accept disciples? Alas, he would take it one step at a time. With a profound sigh, Bai Ze felt a sense of helplessness engulfing him. However, he found solace in the fact that, despite his reluctance to venture beyond this invincible domain, his daily life remained unaffected. Whatever he desired was but a mere gesture away. "Bed, come forth," he commanded. And the trees within his realm, as if stirred by an unseen wind, swiftly assembled into a wooden bed beside him. Sated and weary, Bai surrendered to slumber, dismissing thoughts of the Uchiha clan's relentless pursuits. Let them clash as they will, their battles hold no concern for me. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a fierce confrontation unfolded. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, the two most formidable families of the Warring States period, harbored a deep-seated enmity, each yearning to obliterate the other at any opportunity. In this chaotic era, no family that had survived could be deemed benevolent, least of all these two. Thus, whenever a chance arose, they would seize it to create mischief for one another. Today, the Senju had discovered a Uchiha outpost and stealthily approached, intent on catching their adversaries off guard. Yet the Uchiha were not easily taken by surprise. They quickly sensed the Senju's movements. As soon as the two factions clashed, the intensity of their skirmish escalated. The Uchiha, initially on the defensive, soon found themselves overwhelmed. Witnessing their kin fall one after another, the Uchiha leader grew frantic. "All Jainin, advance. Annihilate these wretches." The Uchiha warriors, driven by desperation, rallied together, determined to eradicate their foes. The Senju, equally resolute, responded with fervor. With the Jainin engaging in battle, the tide swiftly shifted. Previously, the combatants exchanged low-grade ninjutsu and explosive tags, but now the Jainin unleashed an array of A-rank techniques, including forbidden jutsu, forcing the Uchiha into retreat. Although the Uchiha fought valiantly, they ultimately succumbed to the prepared Senju forces and soon found themselves in disarray. "Retreat. We must withdraw." The Uchiha leader, recognizing their untenable position, issued the command without hesitation. As they fought while retreating, the Uchiha suffered heavy losses before finally escaping the battlefield. The Senju, witnessing their adversaries flee, chose not to pursue, opting instead for a brief respite before their own withdrawal. Although they had gained the upper hand, the Uchiha were no easy adversary, and achieving such a victory was commendable. Thus, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence, now strewn with the remnants of a fierce conflict. Hours later, a painful cry pierced the stillness. followed by a trembling figure emerging from the heap of corpses. Is everyone dead? A purple-haired girl stood amidst the fallen, her bewildered gaze surveying the grim surroundings. Moments ago, she had engaged in combat with a member of the Senju clan, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, she was inadvertently struck by a detonating tag that had flown in from the side, plunging her into unconsciousness. To her astonishment, when she awoke, the battle had already concluded. However, she was well accustomed to the brutality of such scenes, and, upon grasping the current situation, prepared to depart. Alas! A sharp pain suddenly coursed through her back as she took a step. To her dismay, she discovered that her back had been gashed, the wound extending to her waist. A gruesome sight indeed. How ironic that I might meet my end in such a manner. She chuckled bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Resigned to her fate, as she contemplated lying down to await death, suddenly, her attention was drawn to two corpses not far from the battlefield. How did those two end up so far away? She wondered, struggling to her feet and stumbling toward them. Among the bodies lay one she recognized as the Uchiha who had rushed out to protect Haku's. He appeared to have been safeguarding someone. As she gazed upon the two lifeless forms, a realization dawned upon her, prompting her to turn toward the dark forest nearby. Could it be that some clan members retreated from here? She murmured, following the footprints left by Haku's. Ding dong. A random mission has been activated. Recruit Uchiha clan members as disciples. In her dream, just as Haku's and Ino were about to take their relationship to the next level, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Damn it. Of all times, it had to be now. The dream shattered, and Haku's frustration ignited. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he looked up to see a blood-smeared face looming before him. Ah, a ghost, he exclaimed, nearly losing his wits. The Uchiha girl, somehow having found her way here, lay unconscious just outside the domain, despite her frail form. She leaned against the invisible barrier of the domain, refusing to collapse. What Haku saw was her face, freshly emerged from a pile of corpses, covered in blood. The two trails of tears she had shed earlier made her visage appear as if a blood-red mask bore two stark white streaks, a sight both horrifying and unsettling. Explaining Haku's startled reaction. A random mission has been activated. Recruit Uchiha clan members as disciples. Still shaken, Haku's heard the system's voice resounding in his mind once more. Not happening. I nearly had a heart attack thanks to you, he retorted, resolute in his decision to disregard the system. He rolled over and drifted back to sleep. A random mission has been activated. Recruit Uchiha clan members as disciples. Please follow the instructions. A random mission has been activated. Recruit Uchiha clan members as disciples. Please follow the instructions. The system's voice incessantly reverberated in Haku's mind. Seriously? A forced tutorial for newcomers. Bai Ze was truly at his wit's end. He had initially intended to bide his time, at least to ascertain the current situation, but he never anticipated that the system would present such a twist. Should he comply with the system's suggestion and take her in? Gazing at the girl before him, Bai Ze murmured to himself. Although the world outside was perilous, this girl appeared to be merely in her teens. She should pose no significant threat, right? Moreover, she was gravely injured, and he assessed that she would not endanger him. In any case, he still possessed his invincible domain. It was capable of easily subduing 6 PAS-level powerhouses, which would suffice to handle this girl. Very well, let her in. With this thought, Bai Ze nodded in agreement. Thud. No sooner had Bai Ze spoken than the air wall of the domain dissipated, causing the girl to lose her support and collapse onto the ground. Hiss. It was only then that Bai Ze noticed the ghastly wound on her back. Deep enough to reveal bone. Goodness, he thought. I hope she can hold on. The sight of such a severe injury sent a chill through him, and he couldn't help but wonder if she would survive. If she were to perish, his task would be rendered impossible, while the host remains within the invincible domain. Healing spells can be utilized to mend the wounds of others. Just as Bai Ze was fretting over the Uchiha girl's injuries, the system's voice echoed once more. Is this the initiation guide? Bai Ze scoffed. Not only did it automatically provide a candidate for a disciple, but it also included all subsequent guidance. How extraordinarily convenient. Without hesitation, Bai Ze extended his hand, and the air around him stirred as if stirred by an unseen wind, a pure energy immediately coalescing around him. This was the energy of the celestial arts. Under Bai Ze's command, the celestial energy rapidly gathered and gradually infused into the girl's wound. As the celestial energy entered her body, the wound on her back began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate, soon appearing completely unblemished, with not a trace of injury remaining. Ding dong, the system announced, detecting that the host has completed the first step of the initiation guide. rewarding the technique Breath of Fire. Bai Ze murmured, sensing a wealth of information is suddenly flooding his mind. Quite a pleasant surprise, he mused. A disciple delivered to his doorstep, accompanied by a technique. How well matched. Quickly escape. Just as Bai Ze was engrossed in perusing the Breath of Fire technique in his mind, the girl beside him suddenly gasped and sat up, evidently still reeling from the recent battle. Who are you? She exclaimed upon noticing Bai Ze standing before her. An enemy. This was the first thought that sprang to her mind. However, she soon spotted the Uchiha Pikachu on Bai Ze's person. Ah, a fellow clansman. Upon seeing the familiar Sharingan, the girl's tension immediately dissipated. You are the surviving clansman, aren't you? She murmured, her gaze fixed on Bai Ze. How wonderful. Without waiting for Bai Ze to respond, she began to speak again. But which branch do you belong to? I don't think I've seen you before. During the battle, you were present as well, weren't you? The members of the Senju clan are truly despicable, launching a surprise attack on us at such a time. If it weren't for... Enough. Noticing the girl's tendency to chatter, Haku swiftly interjected. It seems you have misunderstood the situation. Haku stated calmly. I am not a member of your Uchiha clan. What? The girl was taken aback by Haku's words. With no further ado, she reached for her waist, and a kunai appeared in her hand. During the Warring States period, families fought their own battles, and one could trust no one outside their clan. This was a truth understood by all. Her earlier lapse in vigilance was solely due to the sight of Haku's vividly red Sharingan. However, now that Haku's claimed he was not one of the Uchiha, she had to be extra cautious. How do you treat your savior this way? Looking at the girl holding the kunai before him, Haku's remained unfazed, smiling at her. Savior? The girl questioned, suddenly recalling something and reaching towards her waist. How is it possible? Realizing her back was completely smooth, she gasped in astonishment. Did this person save me? How could it be? There is not even a scar left behind. Such medical skill could not possibly belong to someone from my clan. Who exactly is he? The girl stared incredulously at Haku's, her mind racing with countless thoughts. So, you saved me? She asked, fixating her gaze on Haku's. If not, then what? Haku's replied coolly. Why? The girl couldn't help but feel puzzled. If this man were not a member of the Uchiha, why would he save her? In this chaotic world, it seemed implausible for someone to be so benevolent as to rescue a stranger from another clan. Simply refraining from killing her would already be a great kindness. Yet, why did he possess the Sharingan, a mark of the Uchiha clan? A normal person would not display the insignia of another clan so openly. This was clearly courting death. Gazing at Haku's, the girl felt lost. Why? Haku's inwardly sighed. I wish to know why as well. However, since the system had spoken, and he was in urgent need of disciples to enhance his strength, how could he let such an opportunity slip away? After all, this desolate area saw few passers-by. It would not be easy to find students again. Become my disciple. Just as the girl was still in confusion, Haku spoke. Huh. Suddenly hearing Haku's words, the girl was utterly astonished, staring at him in disbelief. A complete stranger she had just met was proposing to take her as a disciple. What kind of reasoning was this? In an instant, she found herself at a loss for how to respond to Haku's. Why? The girl asked once more. Why? Haku's murmured, then sighed deeply. Perhaps it is destiny that has brought you here. This is my sanctuary, and your presence signifies a connection between us. I am merely here to rescue my future disciple. Me? A future disciple? The Uchiha girl appeared bewildered. But I am a member of the Uchiha clan, she exclaimed. The individual before her claimed to not belong to the Uchiha, yet bore the Sharingan of their clan, and now sought to take her as a disciple. She was utterly perplexed by this person's true nature. The Uchiha clan? Bai Ze chuckled softly. Is that truly what concerns you? Haha. In my sanctuary, there has never been any distinction of clans. Whether Senju or Uchiha, to me, they're all gifted children. I merely wish to see you refrain from engaging in futile conflicts. Bai Ze spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the Uchiha girl was instantly taken aback. Who are you? She gasped in astonishment. Earlier, when she noticed her back wound had healed completely, she sensed that this person was no ordinary individual. Now, hearing such a disregard for clan differences, a figure from legend flashed through her mind. It was said that it was that esteemed individual who founded the ninja sect, gathering numerous disciples, leading to the emergence of later ninjas. The ethos of the ninja sect was precisely to transcend clan affiliations, devoted solely to the dissemination of knowledge. Could he be that esteemed individual? With this thought, she began to scrutinize Bai Ze closely. His strength was unfathomable. Coupled with a philosophy entirely distinct from the contemporary era, Such a person appeared increasingly suspicious. Observing the astonished expression on the girl's face, Bai Ze was well aware of her thoughts. However, regrettably, the truth was not as she imagined. I am your master. Yet Bai Ze chose not to elaborate further, simply stating this with a hint of indifference. The Uchiha girl, recognizing Bai Ze's reluctance to delve deeper, wisely refrained from pressing further. So, do you wish to become my disciple? Bai Ze inquired with a warm smile. I do, the girl declared, kneeling upon the ground and bowing her head in reverence. The presence of one seemingly akin to the sage of six paths seeking her as a disciple was a choice any sensible person would readily embrace. Aha, rise now. My school does not adhere to such formalities. Bai Ze chuckled, waving his hand casually. An invisible force gently lifted the girl. Experiencing this irresistible power, her astonishment deepened. Although she was not a top-tier expert, she was by no means weak, having gained some renown within the Uchiha clan. The fact that she could not withstand even a gentle support from her master spoke volumes of his terrifying prowess. Thank you, master. Suppressing her astonishment, the girl hastily expressed her gratitude. Indeed, you are truly a splendid child. Observing the courteous demeanor of the girl, Bai Ze smiled and asked, What is your name? Although she had already become his disciple, Bai Ze was still unaware of her name. Uchiha Chiri, the girl respectfully announced. What did you say? Upon hearing her words, Bai Ze, who had been perfectly composed, suddenly became agitated. My name is Uchiha Chiri. I am from the Uchiha clan. The revelation sent a wave of excitement through Bai Ze's heart. Uchiha Chiri, a name that, despite its scarce mention in the original narrative, was indelibly etched in his memory. This was due to the fact that the bearer of this name had once single-handedly resolved the Uchiha clan's most significant crisis. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan faced a dire threat when they suffered devastating losses at the hands of allied families, bringing them to the brink of extinction. At this critical juncture, a member of the clan sacrificed one of their eyes to invoke the Izanagi technique, rewriting the unfavorable reality and ultimately vanquishing the coalition of families. The reputation of the Uchiha clan resonated throughout the shinobi world from that moment forth. However, at this time, some within the clan began to harbor ulterior motives. Everyone aspired to be the one who would lead the Uchiha to glory. Consequently, the clan's prodigies exploited the Izanagi, a power capable of altering reality, to manipulate their fellow clansmen. The Uchiha clan plunged into internal strife, leading to a decline in talent. In this critical moment of existential peril, a woman emerged, developing a technique specifically designed to counteract Izanagi, thus halting the infighting and rescuing the Uchiha from the brink of annihilation. That woman was none other than Uchiha Chiri. Initially, Bai Ze felt somewhat bewildered about the timing of these events. However, upon hearing the name Uchiha Chiri, clarity emerged. It was evident that this was still the early Warring States period, a time when the various families were vying for territory. Uchiha Chiri. No wonder. Since this young girl was Uchiha Chiri, it seemed that the previous skirmish between the Senju and Uchiha clans was indeed a struggle for control over this region. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed a random task, rewarding the technique 5 Thunder Rites. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully taken on a disciple for the first time, rewarding the technique Transcendent Enlightenment. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully taken on a disciple for the first time, resulting in an expansion of their domain. Just as Bai Ze was pondering these matters, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed a random task, rewarding the technique 5 Thunder Rites. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully taken on a disciple for the first time, rewarding the technique Transcendent Enlightenment. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully taken on a disciple for the first time, resulting in an expansion of their domain. With Uchiha Chiri's successful apprenticeship, a series of system notifications resonated within Bai Ze's consciousness. Oh, more rewards? He murmured to himself, intrigued by the system's voice. This time, the system not only granted him a new technique but also elevated the level of his domain. Truly splendid. It appeared that his earlier thoughts were indeed correct. Only by accepting disciples could he elevate his domain. Master. Upon hearing Bai Ze murmur her name, Uchiha Chiri fell into deep contemplation, momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly realized that the surrounding environment seemed to have undergone a dramatic transformation. What is happening? After a brief moment of sensing the changes, Uchiha Chiri was utterly astonished. In her perception, the chakra density here had astonishingly increased several times over. She could feel the chakra within her body gradually augmenting without any intentional effort on her part. Oh, You have noticed it already? Bai Ze, having returned to awareness, smiled at Uchiha Chiri. Is this your doing? Uchiha Chiri asked uncertainly, gazing at Bai Ze. Indeed, Bai Ze affirmed with a nod. Your strength is rather insufficient. To facilitate your swift growth, I have slightly enhanced the chakra concentration in this area. Impressive, isn't it? Bai Ze chuckled. What? Uchiha Chiri was left in a state of disbelief upon hearing Bai Ze's words. Enhancing the chakra concentration in the air. Is such a feat truly within a person's capability? At that moment, Uchiha Chiri felt as though she had struck gold. Indeed, her master is that extraordinary being, effortlessly manipulating even such remarkable phenomena. How astonishing, truly astonishing. Aside from this thought, Uchiha Chiri could scarcely find words to articulate her current feelings. Well then, it is getting late. You sustained quite serious injuries earlier. Although I have tended to your wounds, it would be wise for you to rest and recuperate, Bai Ze stated, gesturing as another bed materialized before them. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Chiri was nearly numbed by amazement. First, the miraculous enhancement of the surrounding chakra density. And now the spontaneous creation of a bed. She was at a loss for what her master could not accomplish. However, observing that Bai Ze had settled down, she refrained from further inquiries, seated herself on the bed, and began to meditate. Recognizing the substantial increase in chakra concentration around her, Uchiha Chiri understood that she must exert herself diligently to keep pace with her master's efforts. With this thought in mind, she fervently began to absorb the chakra from the surrounding air. Yet, as she sat down, Uchiha Chiri quickly realized just how formidable her master's abilities truly were. Normally, it took her an entire day to fully restore her chakra. But now, as soon as she settled into meditation, it felt as though a deluge of chakra surged toward her. Within mere breaths, she sensed the chakra beginning to coalesce within her. Is this the extent of my master's power? Uchiha Chiri mused internally, increasing her chakra gathering speed. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Chiri fervently absorbed chakra, Bai Ze remained occupied, mentally organizing the rewards recently bestowed by the system. The term Dihua Guanding, as its name suggests, refers to a technique employed during the transmission of ninjutsu, encompassing the practitioner's understanding of the art, which can be directly imparted into the recipient's mind without any loss or deviation. One could assert that with the advent of this technique, Bai Ze would find the process of teaching disciples to be exceedingly effortless. A mere gesture would suffice, enabling the automatic transfer of ninjutsu at a speed surpassing USB 3.0 by an immeasurable factor. The subsequent technique, the Five Thunder Rites, appears to be tailor-made for Uchiha Chiri. It is well known that the Uchiha clan's chakra inherently possesses both fire and lightning attributes. Previously, the system had rewarded a technique of fire breathing, and now it presents the Five Thunder Rites, offering a complete set without any discount. This clearly indicates an intent to cultivate Uchiha Chiri robustly. Indeed, this means that Shiri's ninjutsu now has a solid foundation. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. After organizing these two techniques, Bai Ze turned his attention to his own domain, for this was his greatest asset. Following the acceptance of Uchiha Chiri as his disciple, his Invincible Domain received an upgrade, significantly expanding in size. What was once a mere 10 by 10 meters has now astonishingly transformed into 100 by 100 meters. A tenfold increase. How delightful, Bai Ze murmured. Previously, his sphere of influence barely grazed the riverbank. Now it encompassed all visible areas around the river. Is there a cliff above? Although Bai Ze could not see in the darkness, his domain perception indicated that the river flowed down from the cliff above and passed right in front of him. Ah, is someone there? As he sensed upstream along the river, Bai Ze suddenly discovered several uninvited guests had intruded into his domain. Judging by the family crest on their collars, they were indeed from the Senju clan. Had they followed Shiri's trail? Bai Ze chuckled. Quick, pursue them. The traces of blood are still fresh. They cannot have gone far. The captain truly is cunning, deliberately leaving a few survivors to expose their clan's location. Of course, these Uchiha fellows might possess slightly superior combat strength, but when it comes to intellect, we must rely on the Senju clan. I wonder if this individual can withstand the injuries. I hope he doesn't succumb before we catch him. Indeed, they lack our formidable vitality. As they spoke, the Senju members had already traced the footprints and arrived, just in time to spot Uchiha Chiri practicing nearby. Found her. She is right here. One of the Senju clan members shouted, pointing at Uchiha Chiri. What? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Senju clan, Uchiha Chiri was taken aback. She could not comprehend why, despite the battle having concluded, members of the Senju clan would still be present. Another individual was with her. The others also noticed Uchiha Shiri and Bai Ze converging towards them. Are they also from the Uchiha clan? How audacious of them to remain here. They truly seem unafraid of death. Indeed, these two ruffians appear to regard us with utter disdain, shamelessly healing their wounds so near the battlefield. Perhaps they are unaware that we might launch a counterattack. Charge forth and eliminate these two wretches. Leave not a single one alive. The members of the Senju clan shouted in unison as they rushed forward. Damn it. So this was their insidious scheme. Hearing the words of the Senju clan, Uchiha Chiri finally comprehended that these scoundrels had followed her here. No wonder she had survived such grievous injuries. It was all part of their meticulous plan, designed to ensure her return to the clan's territory, thereby exposing the Uchiha encampment. Master, we must flee. With formidable foes ahead, a wave of panic surged within Uchiha Chiri, and she turned to shout at Hakus. Yet, upon turning, she discovered that Hakus had already risen to a sitting position. Master, let us escape swiftly. It was my carelessness that allowed these villains to ensnare us. Uchiha Chiri lamented. She felt a surge of remorse for endangering her master due to her momentary negligence. Had it not been for her presence, her master, with his prowess, likely would not have been discovered by these fiends. What should we do now? We must flee, master. Uchiha Chiri urged, glancing back at the approaching Senju. However, Haku seemed oblivious to her pleas, still smiling at the direction of the Senju clan. Closer, just a bit closer. Haku silently mused as he observed the advancing Senju. Although his invincible domain had expanded tenfold, he had yet to personally test its limits and thus could not guarantee he could slay these foes from 100 meters away. However, he had personally experimented within a 10-meter range, where he had absolute control. Whoever he pointed to would perish without ambiguity. Thus, as the Senju rushed toward him, Haku's did not flinch, his gaze fixed intently on the ground beneath their feet. The moment they encroached upon his 10-meter boundary, he would strike to kill. Yet, the approaching Senju, noticing Haku's dazed demeanor, felt an unsettling air and collectively halted. This fellow seems rather abnormal. Indeed. He shows no reaction as we charge at him. This is quite unusual. Could it be that he has set a trap here? One of them suddenly suggested. It is quite possible. Another pondered, stroking his chin. To remain so composed in such a scenario, this individual must either be deranged or have laid a trap. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. Thus, these few truly paused, observing Haku's and his companion from a distance. Witnessing their reaction, Uchiha Chiri nearly began to believe that Haku's had indeed set a trap, and her heart settled considerably. Darn it. Listening to their analysis, Hakus felt he might erupt in fury. I stand before you, awaiting your strike, yet you lack the courage to act. Is this how you pursue your enemies? Where is the illustrious valor of the Senju clan? Come, confront me directly. Is this the extent of your bravery? You hesitate even when faced with two foes. Observing the inaction of these individuals, Bai Ze grew weary of waiting passively and rose to taunt them directly. To think you dare to claim equality with the Uchiha, how utterly absurd. What did you say? The members of the Senju were incensed by Bai Ze's provocation, glaring fiercely in his direction. I sense the atmosphere here, aside from the dense chakra. There is nothing unusual. Suddenly, one of the Senju opened his eyes and spoke. Damn it, I've been deceived by this fellow. Upon hearing the perception ninja's words, the others quickly grasped the situation. Do you think we are powerless against you just because you pose like this? We have perception ninjas among us. The Senju sneered at Bai Ze. Yet, you do possess a modicum of courage, maintaining your composure in such circumstances. Alas, your audacity ends here. How dare you insult the Senju clan? You shall meet your doom. With that, the Senju raised his arm in a rallying cry, charging forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Realizing that Bai Ze was merely putting on a show to intimidate them, the Senju cast aside their hesitations, rushing forward while hurling shurikens and explosive tags. Die. Master. Witnessing the advancing foes, Uchiha Chiri felt a genuine sense of panic. Following his master's words, he discovered that there were indeed no traps. What should I do now? Among the assailants are 3J Nin, and the rest are at least CH Nin. Though I am AJ Nin myself, can I truly hold off two enemies while leaving the rest to my master? In his moment of confusion, Uchiha Chiri turned to Bai Ze, only to find him smiling. Chiri, these are the ones who wounded you, aren't they? Bai Ze remarked nonchalantly. Yes, Chiri nodded, uncertain of Bai Ze's intentions. Then, watch closely as I seek your vengeance. Bai Ze smiled gently, refocusing on the oncoming assailants. 10, 9, 8, 7. Are you counting how long you have left to live? The lead Senju laughed sinisterly, swiftly closing the distance to Bai Ze. No need to count. I can tell you with certainty, it's right now. With that, he raised his long blade, striking ruthlessly toward Bai Ze's neck. Uchiha Chiri stood by, able to see the malevolent expression on the Senju's face. At last, they have all entered. Just then, Bai spoke up. Observing the smile illuminating Bai Ze's face, the lead Senju sensed impending doom and instinctively attempted to retreat. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he astonishingly realized that the air around him seemed to have suddenly solidified, trapping him in place and rendering him immobile. What? He gazed at the long knife. Mere inches away from Bai Ze's neck, his heart pounding with shock. What has transpired? Why can I not move? Was it not said that there were no traps here? Why am I rendered immobile? Behind him, the others, including the thousand-handed ones, gasped in unison, clearly ensnared in the same predicament as he was. What have you done? He struggled to rotate his eyes towards Hakuzu and exclaimed, Are you the perceptive ninja? Bai Ze, however, paid him no mind and slowly approached the sensing ninja, offering a faint smile. What exactly have you done? Gazing at the pristine Bai Ze before him, the perceptive ninja's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He clearly did not detect any signs of traps in this vicinity. Why would such a thing occur? Could it be a barrier? That shouldn't be the case. Here. There is evidently no trace of any barrier, aside from a slightly heightened chakra density. Suddenly, the sensing ninja seemed to have had an epiphany. His eyes quivering violently. It was only at that moment that he realized the chakra concentration in this place was astonishingly high. Even the territory of the Senju clan, fortified by numerous barriers, did not possess even half of this chakra density. He had completely overlooked this detail. Oh, have you finally come to your senses? Bai Ze chuckled softly. Alas, it is too late. Due to your negligence, all of you shall perish. As he spoke, Bai Ze gently tapped on his shoulder. An astonishing event unfolded before our eyes, as the perceptive ninja gradually crumbled like a statue, flesh and blood transforming into grains of sand that scattered across the ground. What? Before their eyes lay a terrifying scene, leaving the members of Qianshu utterly dumbfounded. They had scarcely comprehended what Bai Ze had done when their companion met such an untimely demise. In such a bizarre manner. What have you done? A member of the Thousand Hands clan glared at Bai Ze and shouted, It is nothing, merely a minor lesson imparted. Bai Ze spoke softly, You scoundrel. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. The leader, Senju, roared in fury, his heart bleeding with anguish. They had clearly investigated the situation here. Why then did such an event transpire? Do not fret, your turn shall come soon. Bai Ze chuckled softly. And there you are? Bai Ze's gaze swept across the faces of the Senju clan members one by one. How dare these insignificant beings act with such audacity on my territory? They truly do not regard me at all. In light of this, I shall not hold back. With that, Bai Ze pointed decisively, and with a resounding bang. With a resounding explosion, yet another member of the Thousand Hands clan falls. Damn it, I shall ensure your demise. As he witnessed his companions perish one by one, the leader could no longer contain the fury raging within him. He fervently channeled his chakra in a desperate attempt to break free from the restraints imposed by Byakko. Yet, he still underestimated Byakko's mastery over this domain. Before one's eyes, the chakra within this member of the Senju clan surged uncontrollably, surpassing the limits of his physical form. Erupting from the crown of his head in a torrent, transforming into a crimson rainbow that soared into the heavens. Alas, the sheer force of his bodily explosion rendered him lifeless, leaving him to collapse feebly to the ground. How foolish. Observing the self-detonation of the Senju, Bai Ze chuckled derisively. To think one could break free from confinement through sheer brute force. Who would survive if not you? I caution you, we have been dispatched on a mission, and our presence is duly recorded within the clan. Should we fail to return within the stipulated time, the clan will undoubtedly come searching. At that point, no matter how formidable you may be, you shall not withstand the might of the Senju clan. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to release us, allowing us to pretend this incident never occurred, absolving you of any responsibility. The remaining Senju members, witnessing their captain's failure, were instantly gripped by fear and began to threaten Bai Ze. Is that so? Bai Ze's eyes narrowed as he regarded the speaker among the Senju. That is contingent upon your survival until that moment. What of the Senju clan? Bai Ze replied coldly. Those who dare to bully my disciples must prepare to pay the price. With that, he pointed decisively, causing another to explode. As for you, Bai Ze glanced at the remaining few, losing interest in further conflict. Governance, these individuals are entrusted to you, Bai Ze stated casually, turning to recline upon the bed and observe the proceedings. After dispatching several with his formidable prowess, the remaining Senju posed no significant threat. He felt assured in leaving them to governance's care. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chiri stood in a state of shock, mirroring the astonishment of the Senju. She had endeavored to imagine her master's strength, yet he had surpassed her wildest expectations. 3 jonin and a dozen shunin. And they had not even brushed against his garments before succumbing to defeat. This only deepened her admiration for Bai Ze. Master, just how powerful are you? As her mind raced with speculation, Uchiha Chiri unsheathed her blade, swiftly eliminating the remaining Senju. It's time to rest. The hour grows late. Observing governance as he dealt with the remnants, Bai Ze casually disposed of their corpses into a nearby stream, as one might swat away a few bothersome flies. Yes, master. Uchiha Chiri responded respectfully, lying down on the grass beside Bai Ze. However, after witnessing Bai Ze's prowess, she found sleep elusive. Curiosity gnawed at her. How had that assailant, poised to strike her master, been suddenly immobilized? Could it be the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique? She pondered inwardly. It was said that this technique could ensnare foes in place, rendering them unable to move. Yet, did the shadow imitation not require sunlight to function? How then could her master wield it under the cloak of night? Gazing into the impenetrable darkness, Uchiha Chiri was left utterly perplexed. She could never have imagined that Bai Ze's ability to confine these individuals did not rely on any ninjutsu, but rather on his direct manipulation of the rules of this realm, a technique far superior to the shadow mimicry technique, existing on an entirely different level. However, the more she struggled to comprehend Bai Ze's methods, the more resolute her admiration for him became. 2 elite jonin from the Senju clan and several chunin were utterly incapable of lifting a finger in Bai Ze's presence. Such an occurrence would surely be met with disbelief if spoken of. She resolved to diligently train, eager for her master to impart the secrets of ninjutsu to her at the earliest opportunity. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Uchiha Chiri drifted into a deep slumber. That night offered a tranquility that she had never experienced before. She did not have to worry about when the rival clan might launch a surprise attack. All she needed was the assurance of her master's presence. The following day, while Uchiha Chiri was still lost in dreams, she was abruptly awakened by a thunderous noise nearby. As she opened her eyes, she was nearly rendered speechless by the sight before her. Bai Ze stood in a clearing not far away, vigorously waving his arms. With each motion, the surrounding trees seemingly moved with intention, aligning themselves to form a massive flat surface. Illusion? Uchiha Chiri murmured in disbelief. Yet, the orderly flow of chakra within her clearly indicated that this was all real. Master. Good morning. Ignoring her astonishment, Uchiha Chiri hurried to Bai Ze's side to greet him. I even woke up later than you. How terribly lazy of me. Was it the comfort of last night that made me so complacent? I must not allow this to happen again. She chastised herself internally. Good morning, little Chiri. Bai Ze replied with a smile, nodding at her before resuming his task of manipulating the trees. Master, what are you doing? Uchiha Chiri inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as the outline of a structure began to take shape. Constructing a dojo. Bai Ze assumed she was asking what he was up to. Since you have become my disciple, we ought to have a proper residence. The previous patch of grass was far too inadequate, while it sufficed for one person. It certainly would not do now that you are here. Moreover, considering how easily those Senju fellows discovered us last night, it is even more imperative. What if one day I fail to activate the barrier of my domain? Wouldn't the enemy be able to approach me with ease? How frightening. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Bai Ze rose early to begin the construction of the dojo. Although the Invincible Domain was immensely powerful, the task of building a dojo required his personal involvement. After all, even the domain could not conjure a house out of thin air. Perhaps, once the domain reaches a certain level of enhancement, this feature might become available, but for now, it had only been upgraded once. And what it might become in the future was known only to the system. Bai Ze contemplated the future, his hands busily engaged in tasks. And soon the dojo began to take shape. Once I finish constructing this dojo, I shall impart my techniques to you, Bai Ze remarked with a smile. Oh, I see. Uchiha Chiri stared at the wondrous scene before him, nodding dazedly, but suddenly sensed something amiss, and sharply lifted his gaze to Bai Ze. Did you just say you would teach me ninjutsu? Indeed. Bai Ze nodded affirmatively. Since you have become my disciple, you must not be like those inferior beings. You wield a blade, do you not? He observed the long sword at Uchiha Chiri's waist, continuing. I happen to possess a suitable sword technique that I shall impart to you. Sword technique? Uchiha Chiri looked at Bai Ze in astonishment. You also possess sword techniques? It was no wonder Uchiha Chiri was perplexed. From their first meeting, Bai Ze had scarcely moved, effortlessly dispatching a few members of the Senju clan. leading to the misconception that his prowess lay solely in ninjutsu. Now, upon hearing that Bai Ze also practiced sword techniques, Uchiha Chiri felt a surge of astonishment within. If his master's ninjutsu were already formidable, how powerful could the foundational taijutsu of a ninja be? With that thought, Uchiha Chiri could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the sword technique Bai Ze had mentioned. Before long, Bai Ze had completed the dojo. Casually discarding excess timber to the side. Come forth. He pushed open the door to the dojo and seated himself on a mat. Yes, following closely behind. Uchiha Chiri entered the dojo. Now that you have become my disciple, you may discard those previous ninjutsu techniques. Although the Uchiha clan's traditional sword techniques are commendable, they are ultimately too restrictive to fully harness a ninja's inherent strength. Bai Ze stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, Uchiha Chiri murmured to himself as he absorbed Bai Ze's words. The technique I will teach you is called the breath of fire. Without further ado, Bai Ze extended a finger and pressed it against Uchiha Chiri's forehead. Conventional sword techniques rely solely on one's strength and speed to exert power. When faced with an opponent possessing superior physical prowess, your sword techniques become ineffective. However, the breath of fire is different. It harmonizes chakra with sword techniques, maximizing the latent power within you, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary swordsmanship. Now, immerse yourself in its essence. As he spoke, Bai Ze transmitted the breath of fire into Uchiha Chiri's consciousness. Uchiha Chiri was taken aback, feeling the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind. His master had simply touched his forehead and transferred this entire sword technique to him. What sorcery was this? It was utterly astounding. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would scarcely believe it to be real. Absorb it fully. The breath of fire is not as simplistic as you might presume. While I have imparted the complete cultivation method to you, the extent of your understanding depends entirely on your own effort. Sensing the turmoil within Uchiha Chiri, Hakazai offered a word of caution. The breath of fire, a distinctive ability derived from Demon Slayer, does not actually exist in its world. The closest parallel is the sun breathing, the progenitor and foundation of all breathing techniques, practiced by the protagonist Tanjiro Kamado. However, sun breathing demands an arduous training regimen and certain bloodline prerequisites, rendering it exceedingly difficult to master. To better suit Uchiha Chiri, the system made modifications, resulting in the current form of breath of fire. Although this improved version may not rival sun breathing in power, it is undoubtedly the most fitting for Uchiha Chiri. Should she fully comprehend it, its might would surely command attention. I wonder how far you can go, Hakazai mused, observing Uchiha Chiri lost in contemplation. As her first disciple, Hakazai harbored great expectations for her. Moreover, Chiri's fate was intricately linked to his own, and he naturally wished for her to grow ever stronger, for in her strength lay his own potential for growth. Once assured of Uchiha Chiri's well-being, Hakazai exited the dojo. The formidable power of breath of fire meant that Chiri would not grasp it entirely in a short span. Thus, he had time to contemplate his future. Initially, he had planned to bide his time, but Chiri's sudden emergence had considerably advanced his timeline, necessitating a fresh strategy. What should I do? Hakazai pondered. The task set forth by the system was to alter the ninja world, yet as a seasoned fan of Naruto, he understood that this was no simple endeavor. The trajectory of the ninja world has been established since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, and even the arrival of a child of destiny would struggle to instigate change. The animosities between individuals, the pursuit of personal gain, and the thirst for power are not matters that can be altered by merely one or two individuals. Not even Madara and Hashirama, nor Naruto and Sasuke, could achieve this. Though Naruto and Sasuke appeared to unite the ninja world, this alliance was inherently fragile. When confronted with fundamental conflicts of interest, war would inevitably resurface, and their efforts alone could not prevent it. Thus, to alter the dynamics of the ninja world, substantial external intervention is essential, addressing the issues at their roots. And he was that external force. Upon his arrival last night, Hakazai had felt nothing amiss. However, while imparting the breath of fire to Chiri earlier, he distinctly sensed a formidable force resisting him, impeding his ability to pass on this technique. What could it be? Hakazai wondered. He could clearly discern that this force was not resisting his transmission of the technique to Chiri, but rather opposing the breath of fire itself, as if seeking to expel this ability, which did not belong to the world of Naruto. Alas, within the realm of invincibility, he was the strongest entity, and that force could not defy his will. Is it the power of the Six Paths? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ze quickly grasped the essence of the matter. The Six Paths, which heralded the dawn of ninja history, had, after death, transformed into the very rules governing the ninja world, sustaining the power structure of this realm. The breath of fire, an ability that evidently does not belong to the ninja world, is precisely what it seeks to exclude. How intriguing, Bai Ze chuckled. I was just about to seek you out, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. Bai Ze had always understood that the transformation of the ninja realm began with the Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths initiated the ninja legacy, creating chakra, an extraordinary force, and it has persisted ever since. Ordinary individuals, once mundane, suddenly acquired formidable powers, giving rise to ambition. Driven by this ambition, people engaged in conflicts and harbored hatred in pursuit of greater strength and greater gains. As power continued to be passed down, so too did the animosity, ensnaring the ninja world in a vicious cycle, rendering it a realm cursed in the eyes of many. To resolve this predicament entirely, the most effective approach would be to eradicate such power, allowing humanity to revert to its previous state of ordinariness. Though ordinary individuals may still harbor hatred, devoid of the impetus and legacy of power, their grievances would swiftly dissipate, averting the current cycle of relentless strife. However, this power has been entrenched in the ninja world for millennia, woven into the very marrow of every individual, making complete eradication an impossibility. The situation appeared to have reached a deadlock. Yet, Bai Ze suddenly burst into laughter. So this is the true task the system has set forth? Ha! It seemed as though the situation had escalated beyond remedy. However, Bai Ze perceived something different when he imparted the breath of fire to Yuri. Although the power of the Six Paths mounted strong resistance, it ultimately could not contend with his invincible domain, resulting in its eventual defeat. Thus, to address the issues bequeathed by the Six Paths, all that was required was to expand his invincible domain across the entire ninja world. Wouldn't that resolve the matter? Therefore, Bai Ze concluded that the system's task, seemingly aimed at altering the ninja world's situation, was in fact to extend his invincible domain over the entire realm, allowing his will to supplant that of the Six Paths. Truly, I am remarkable. With this realization, Bai Ze erupted into hearty laughter. Now, my task is to locate the old silver coin, Kagaya's will, known as Black Zetsu. Well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, Bai Ze understood that the transformation of the ninja world was not solely attributable to the power left by the Six Paths. Black Zetsu was also a significant factor. As the embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, Black Zetsu had tirelessly sought her liberation. Naturally, Black Zetsu harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Hakamata and Haku, who sealed Kagaya on the moon. To safeguard the seal, Hakamata had retreated to the inaccessible moon, thus directing Black Zetsu's attention towards Haku, who would later become the Sage of Six Paths. However, Kurizetsu, as the embodiment of Kagaya's will, possesses no inherent power and cannot cultivate strength. Thus, he lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. Eventually, he discerned his chance through the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura, and cunningly instigated discord between them, leading to their eventual rift. The brothers, inheritors of the Six Paths' power, became pivotal figures in sealing Kagaya. Indra, determined to prove his father wrong for not bestowing upon him the legacy of the shinobi, engaged in a cycle of reincarnation, seeking to validate himself through strength. Conversely, Ashura, intent on safeguarding the shinobi way established by their father, followed his brother's lead, reincarnating to thwart him. Unbeknownst to them, their actions played directly into Kurizetsu's hands. Their incessant battles plunged the shinobi world into chaos, and with Kurizetsu's covert manipulations, the situation steadily aligned with his predetermined objectives. Even in Naruto's era, Kurizetsu remained the ultimate puppeteer behind the scenes. Therefore, to disrupt this status quo, Kurizetsu became the most critical element. Let us see how this unfolds. Bai Ze chuckled, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. In a certain part of the shinobi world, a shadow observed a young boy practicing fire release techniques. I sensed the presence of Indra. The shadow mused. With the reincarnation of Indra now revealed, Ashura must have also been reborn. If I can find Ashura's reincarnate, I shall be one step closer to rescuing my mother. A sly grin spread across the shadow's face. Suddenly, sensing an ominous presence, he whipped around, only to find nothing amiss. Was that merely an illusion? The shadow pondered. It cannot be. No one in the shinobi world should be able to detect my existence. Something felt off. He furrowed his brow, acutely aware that something was amiss. For millennia, even while sowing discord between Indra and Ashura, he had remained undetected by the likes of Kagaya. Yet today, an intense aura of danger enveloped him, signaling that something significant was unfolding in the shinobi world. I must exercise greater caution in my endeavors. I cannot afford to err at this critical juncture, Kurizetsu declared, disappearing into the depths of the forest. 2 days passed in this manner. During this time, Uchiha Chiri diligently immersed himself in the understanding of the breath of fire within the dojo, while Bai Ze tirelessly refined his training ground. In the span of just 2 days, the once desolate area transformed into a vibrant locale, with various structures rising as if a small town had taken root within the forest. At last, it is taking shape. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction, having completed the final building. Although within his domain, he could manifest anything with but a thought. Who would ever disdain a comfortable abode? With Chiri engrossed in the breath of fire, Bai Ze found little else to occupy his time and took to tidying up the surroundings. Ding! It has been detected that the host's disciple has comprehended a new ability, resulting in an evolution of the domain, expanding to 200 meters by 200 meters. Ding! It has been detected that the host's disciple has acquired a new ability, rewarding the host with the sage body, Ji Dianjana. Just as Bai Ze was reveling in the anticipation of his future stronghold, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Immediately, a warm current surged forth, swiftly traversing his body. Indeed, as the disciple grows stronger, so do I, Bai Ze murmured, sensing the rejuvenated vitality coursing through him. Previously, he was merely an ordinary individual. But after Ji Li grasped the breath of fire, his own body underwent a remarkable transformation, ascending to the pinnacle of physical prowess within the world of Hokage, the sage body. Is this meant to forge me into the second sage of 6 paths? Feeling the powerful energy continuously surging within him, Bai Ze couldn't help but let out a wry smile. The best way to defeat an enemy is to become one. Nevertheless, with his invincible domain, he hardly concerned himself with such matters. Yet, since the system had bestowed rewards, Bai Ze saw no reason to decline, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, becoming stronger is hardly a disadvantage. With this thought, Bai Ze flipped his hand, and another item rewarded by the system materialized in his grasp. Ji Dianjana. It suits Ji Li rather well. Ji Dianjana, a treasured weapon wielded by the protagonist Shana in the anime Shakugan no Shana, is renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and might, with its blade capable of manifesting flames. In the original narrative, it is indeed a sword of immense repute. Now that Ji Li has just grasped the breath of fire, he is in need of a fitting weapon, and the system has provided it. What exceptional service. Do not let my expectations down, Ji Li. Holding Ji Dianjana, Bai Ze murmured as he gazed towards the dojo where Ji Li was situated. Shortly after the system's voice faded, an intense heat radiated from the dojo, followed by a colossal blade of fiery energy soaring into the sky, piercing through the rooftop and ascending towards the clouds. Quite impressive. Observing the flame blade dissipating into the air, Bai Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. Master, I have succeeded. The excited voice of Uchiha Ji Li emerged from the ruins, quickly approaching Bai Ze with a few leaps. How does it feel? Bai Ze inquired cheerfully. Observing the elated Uchiha Ji Li, it is incredibly powerful. Uchiha Ji Li replied solemnly, gripping the sword. It completely exceeds my expectations. You were right. Only by merging chakra with one's innate power can the practitioner unleash their utmost strength. I am no longer on the same level as I was before. Uchiha Ji Li exclaimed, filled with excitement. However, Uchiha Ji Li suddenly lowered his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I am but a dull disciple, having only grasped 9 of the techniques, while the remaining 4 elude my understanding. No matter. Bai Ze shook his head reassuringly. The breath of fire is, in essence, an exceedingly intricate swordsmanship. If it were so simple to comprehend, it would hardly be the breath of fire. Your ability to grasp 9 forms in such a short span is commendable indeed. Bai Ze nodded in appreciation. Thank you, master. Upon hearing Bai Ze's affirmation, Uchiha Yuri raised her head. Now, it is time to test the fruits of your training. Suddenly, Bai Ze's expression shifted as he regarded Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri looked at Bai Ze in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Come at me with all your might. Bai Ze swiftly distanced himself from Yuri. What? Uchiha Yuri exclaimed in shock, her gaze darting to Bai Ze. Attack you. Master, that might not be appropriate. Having comprehended the breath of fire, Uchiha Yuri now understood the terrifying nature of the technique her master had imparted. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a small mountain stood before her, she felt capable of cleaving it with ease. What if such a formidable technique were to harm her master? Yuri, Bai Ze chuckled, observing her intently. Having confidence in oneself is commendable. However, such confidence must be tempered by the identity of your opponent. Do not forget, this technique is one I have taught you. With a casual gesture, Bai Ze summoned a wooden longsword to his hand. Yes, as Bai Ze's words sank in, Uchiha Yuri felt a wave of shame wash over her. Indeed, this swordsmanship was a gift from her master, and she had dared to entertain the notion of using it against him. How presumptuous! Now I shall begin. With her eyes narrowing sharply, Uchiha Yuri summoned her chakra, swiftly enveloping her long sword. Breath of fire, first form, waltz. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, and a star-shaped indentation formed in the ground beneath Uchiha Yuri as she surged toward Bai Ze like an arrow released from its bow. The air around her warped due to the roaring flames igniting upon her blade. Come forth. As Uchiha Yuri barreled toward him, Bai Ze shouted, channeling chakra to envelop his wooden sword. Breath of fire, first form, waltz. To Yuri's astonishment, Bai Ze executed the very same technique, charging at her with equal fervor. I see. So he intends to test my progress using the same technique. Understanding Bai Ze's intent, Uchiha Yuri felt her chakra surge even more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the long swords of both combatants collided. Boom. A sound more thunderous than before resonated, followed by a terrifying shockwave that uprooted the surrounding trees, scattering them like leaves in a tempest. When the clash subsided, Uchiha Yuri found herself utterly spent. Gasping for breath nearby. Well done. Bai Ze stood beside her with a smile and remarked, in just 2 short days, you have managed to grasp this technique to such an extent. You truly are worthy of being my disciple. Thank you for your kind words, master. Uchiha Yuri replied with a forced smile. However, the furrowed brow she wore belied her true feelings. She had anticipated that her utmost effort in this technique might compel her master to reveal a fraction of his true strength. Yet she was taken aback by how effortlessly Bai Ze seemed to handle it, his breathing unchanged, as if they had merely been playing a game. Master, just how formidable is your true power? Uchiha Yuri mused inwardly, gazing at Bai Ze. Are you wondering why, despite exerting yourself to the fullest, you still feel inadequate? Bai Ze chuckled, observing Yuri's troubled expression. I once believed my current strength was considerable, but alas, I find you even stronger. Uchiha Yuri nodded, saying, I cannot believe you received my full strike with such ease. Indeed. Bai Ze laughed. If it were otherwise, how could I claim the title of your master? But do not lose heart. One day, you too shall become as strong as I am. Really? Uchiha Yuri exclaimed, her eyes widening in hope as she looked at Bai Ze. Perhaps. Bai Ze felt a twinge of awkwardness upon seeing the earnest glimmer in Yuri's eyes. This child was rather too sincere, he thought. He was merely offering her some consolation, yet she seemed to take it to heart. To imagine being as strong as himself? That seemed a distant dream. After all, he was a formidable being. Even the sage of 6 paths would kneel before him in submission. All right, let us not dwell on that. Bai Ze smiled, shifting the topic. Earlier, I noticed that although you exerted all your strength, you seemed somewhat restrained. Is it because of the sword in your hand? Yes. Uchiha Yuri nodded. This sword has accompanied me for many years, and I wield it with great familiarity. However, since mastering the breath of fire, I feel as though it cannot withstand the force, as if it might shatter at any moment. She gazed regretfully at the small chip on her long blade. Since she had begun her journey in swordsmanship, this blade had been her steadfast companion for over a decade, and she was quite comfortable with it. Yet now, with her newfound strength, the sword remained unchanged, unable to keep pace with her growth. This led to her inadvertently causing a small nick in it during her earlier exertion. I must be more cautious in the future, Uchiha Yuri thought to herself, feeling a pang of sorrow for the weapon that had been by her side for so long. I see, Bai Ze nodded, suddenly producing a long sword and offering it to Yuri. Why not give this one a try? As she beheld the elegant blade before her, Uchiha Yuri's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The moment she laid eyes on the knife, she was captivated by its exquisite design. What a beautiful blade! Exclaimed Uchiha Yuri. If you like it, I shall gift it to you, Bai Ze said with a smile, extending the long knife towards Yuri. For me? Uchiha Yuri seemed incredulous, her eyes widening as she stared intently at Bai Ze. Indeed, do you not fancy it? Bai Ze replied nonchalantly, it suits you perfectly. Let it serve as your weapon from now on. Thank you, master. With Bai Ze's encouragement, Uchiha Yuri graciously accepted the long knife and began to wield it. What a splendid feel, she gasped, as she sensed a profound connection with the blade, as if it had been her companion for years. Are you truly gifting this to me? Uchiha Yuri asked again, her disbelief evident. Could it be that just when she needed a new weapon, her master bestowed upon her such a magnificent knife? Was her master gifted with mind-reading abilities? How fortunate she felt, watching Chiri's adoration for the blade. Bai Ze let out a hearty laugh. From now on, this blade, Ji shall belong to you. Ji Is that its name? Uchiha Chiri gently caressed the long knife, her expression reminiscent of one enamored with their beloved, tender and delicate. The long knife she had previously wielded seemed to have slipped from her thoughts entirely. Indeed, Bai Ze nodded. Did you not recently grasp the breath of fire? Ji is a blade imbued with fire attributes. With it, your mastery of the breath of fire will ascend to new heights. Is it truly so miraculous? Uchiha Chiri gasped, channeling her chakra into Ji. Indeed, before she could unleash the breath of fire, faint flickers of flame began to emanate from the blade, as if it sought to engulf everything in its path. Incredible. Uchiha Chiri found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. Indeed, Bai Ze continued. Ji was forged for battle, which is why it lacks a sheath. I hope it unleashes its full potential in your hands. I shall not dishonor it. Uchiha Chiri affirmed with a determined nod. Found them. They are here. Just as Uchiha Chiri was admiring Ji, several figures suddenly emerged from the nearby forest, calling out towards them. Who goes there? Uchiha Chiri, still enchanted by her new weapon, felt annoyance rise within her as she swiftly turned to face the intruders. It turned out to be members of the Senju clan. Recognizing the clan emblem on their collars, a slight smile crept across Uchiha Chiri's lips. Having just acquired newfound abilities and a peerless blade, the arrival of these individuals provided the perfect opportunity to test her skills. Could today be my lucky day? Uchiha Chiri felt an overwhelming joy within. Master. With this thought, Uchiha Chiri turned to gaze at Hakazai, the hope in his eyes unmistakable. Go ahead. I shall leave these fellows to you, Hakazai said calmly. Indeed, I shall leave not a single one standing. Uchiha Chiri responded, grasping his long blade as he strode toward the members of the Senju clan. How pitiable, Hakazai murmured, observing the Senju. In truth, he harbored no particular disdain for the Senju clan. Even the likes of Hashirama and Tobirama were on his list of potential future disciples. Well, if circumstances permit. I quite appreciate that young Lady Tsunade as well. Ahem. Ultimately, he held no special emotional inclination toward these native clans of the shinobi world. Not even showing favoritism toward the Uchiha clan simply because Chiri was his disciple. His sole intention was to gather talented ninjas as disciples, gradually altering the prevailing dynamics of the shinobi world, fulfilling the tasks assigned to him by the system. That was all. However, the members of the Senju clan were simply unfortunate. Arriving at such a pivotal moment, one could hardly blame them. Now that Chiri had just grasped a new ability and acquired a formidable weapon, they had fortuitously presented themselves as worthy opponents. If they were not to perish, who would? Moreover, if they were not completely dealt with, it was likely that more would come here in the future, making his life far from peaceful. After giving his instructions, Hakazai stood aside to observe the approaching Senju clan members. Although there were more than a dozen Senju present, Hakazai harbored no concern that Chiri would struggle against them. After all, the breath of fire and Shinjutsu were pinnacle forces from another realm. If Chiri could not manage these few, his abilities would certainly be called into question. Nevertheless, Uchiha Chiri did not disappoint Hakazai. In an instant, she darted into the midst of her enemies, her blade slicing through the air as two heads soared into the sky. Wow, what a fierce young lady! Hakazai exclaimed, having somehow procured a small stool to sit upon. What? The Senju clan, witnessing Uchiha Chiri eliminate two of their elite shinobi in a mere encounter, were utterly astonished. How is this possible? Isn't this person also an elite shinobi? How can she be this powerful? I know her. She is Uchiha Chiri, who recently broke through to become an elite shinobi. What nonsense! How can someone who has just attained the rank of elite shinobi be so formidable? The Senju clan members gazed incredulously at Uchiha Chiri. After sensing the annihilation of their pursuit team, they immediately recognized that something was amiss. The chakra of those individuals had vanished almost instantaneously. Had they not encountered a formidable foe, the Senju clan would never have succumbed to such swift demise. To investigate what had transpired, their clan had dispatched these members. Among the 12 individuals, apart from 3 Nin, the remaining 9 are all Nin, forming an extraordinarily impressive lineup. Typically, such a congregation of Nin is improbable unless a clan is undertaking a significant mission. However, even in this remarkable assembly, they felt somewhat outnumbered. As several conversed, Uchiha Chiri swiftly advanced to the midst of the 3 Nin, and with a flash of her blade, she dispatched them all. Do not underestimate us. The remaining Nin, witnessing Uchiha Chiri's indifference towards them, finally succumbed to their anger. We are all Nin, no matter your strength. Can you truly surpass our combined might? Let us engage her together and deny her any opportunity to strike. Agreed. The Senju clan responded in unison, charging towards Uchiha Chiri. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water surface wave technique. Earth release, earth spear technique. It must be acknowledged that apart from their formidable physical prowess, the Senju clan possesses exceptional combat awareness. Observing Uchiha Chiri's impressive swordsmanship, they exchanged glances and devised a strategy to counter her. Two Nin surged forward to engage her in close combat, while the others began forming hand seals to unleash various ninjutsu, aiming to overwhelm her through sheer numbers. In an instant, Uchiha Chiri found herself in a precarious situation. Come at me. With all eyes upon her, Uchiha Chiri did not retreat. Instead, she charged towards the two Nin. During her previous encounters, she had not even tapped into her chakra, relying solely on her agility and the sharpness of her blade to dispatch her foes effortlessly. However, facing such a multitude, even she dared not take it lightly. Chakra surged within her, enveloping her long blade as she fixed her gaze upon her adversaries. Prepare to meet your demise, Uchiha scum. You were the one who eliminated our reconnaissance team, weren't you? While your strength is undeniable, it is regrettable that you have crossed paths with us. Your reign of arrogance ends here. The two Senju warriors sneered at Uchiha Chiri. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Chiri chuckled lightly. It appears you are unaware of just how formidable I have become. With a mental command, the blade in her hand ignited with fierce flames, distorting the air around her due to the intense heat. Be cautious. That blade of hers is peculiar. A Senju, who was casting ninjutsu nearby, shouted in warning. Humph. It's merely a bit sharper than average. Watch as I deal with her. Another Senju Nin scoffed, manipulating a massive water dragon to strike Uchiha Chiri before the two close combatants could reach her. Breath of fire. First form. Circular dance. Just as the Senju's water dragon surged towards her, Uchiha Chiri suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, she wielded a long blade that flickered with flames, slicing through the air to create a blazing arc aimed directly at the massive head of the water dragon. In an instant, thick clouds of smoke erupted, enveloping all present in a shroud of obscurity. Panic surged among the Senju as they realized their visibility was entirely compromised. Wind Release Ninja. Disperse the mist quickly. One shouted urgently. Yet, Uchiha Chiri would not grant them this opportunity. Sharingan. Amidst the swirling white fog, a melodious voice resonated, soon followed by the appearance of blood-red eyes. Hauntingly enchanting. 1, 2, 3. The sound of heavy bodies collapsing echoed continuously. Wind Release. Thousand-faced wind. Whoosh. Finally, as the Senju ninjas cleared the mist, they discovered that two of their close combat members lay lifeless on the ground, and even one who had attempted to cast a jutsu was slain by Uchiha Chiri. Strangely, there was not a single drop of blood on the ground. Even Chiri's blade remained pristine, as though nothing had transpired. How could this be? The remaining Senju were left in astonishment at the scene before them. Wasn't this individual merely a newly promoted Jonin? How could she possess such formidable strength? This is absurd. Although the Sharingan was indeed less affected by the mist, the Senju were not to be underestimated. How had three of their own fallen so swiftly? It must be her blade. That weapon is peculiar. Finally, a perceptive member of the Senju grasped the situation and shouted, pointing at the blade in Uchiha Chiri's hand. When the flames first erupted from that blade, he sensed something was amiss. While the Uchiha clan frequently procured ninja tools from the Nikat clan, the tools they provided were merely slightly superior, far from possessing such overwhelming power, let alone bursting into flames. Thus, Uchiha Chiri's sudden surge in strength must be attributed to that knife. Everyone, take heed. Do not engage her in close-quarters combat. That blade greatly amplifies her power. We need only to exhaust her. A mere Uchiha cannot possibly overcome us. The Senju continued to shout. Acknowledging the revelation, the remaining Senju understood their strategy. The Uchiha were merely capable of explosive power, lacking the stamina that they possessed. Now, Uchiha Chiri stood alone, while they numbered 5, even in a war of attrition. They could outlast her. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. With clarity of mind, the Senju no longer charged forward, instead retreating while fighting, clearly aiming to wear down Uchiha Chiri through prolonged engagement. TCH. Observing the cunning Senju, Uchiha Chiri couldn't help but scoff inwardly. The individual was correct. Should it come to a direct confrontation, she was entirely confident in her ability to decimate them. However, if they are determined to escape, there seems to be no alternative for me. Each time I rush towards one of them, the others swiftly employ their ninjutsu to provide immediate support, leaving me with no opportunity to strike. This situation cannot persist. Observing the few individuals encircling me, Uchiha Chiri murmured, "Huh, it appears you have no way out, Uchiha." One of the Senju sneered, gazing at Chiri. "No matter how formidable your strength, it is of no use in this predicament. We Senju are not foolish like you, Uchiha. As long as we prevent you from closing in, your blade, no matter how powerful, will be rendered useless. Everyone, maintain this formation. This fellow is on the verge of collapse." Another called out. "Huh." Listening to that Senju, Uchiha Chiri suddenly chuckled coldly. "Do you truly believe that I rely solely on this blade to vanquish them? How naive you are." As soon as the words left her lips, Uchiha Chiri vanished from her spot with a swift motion. How pitiful. Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh at the Senju's words. The weak often fail to recognize their own inferiority, attributing the strength of their opponents to unnecessary reasons. Indeed, Chiri had indeed slain several Senju clansmen with the sharpness of her blade, Shurten Shana, yet her own prowess was equally formidable, especially after mastering the breath of fire. Her power was incomparable to these ordinary jonin. Even if these individuals attempted to distance themselves from her, they could not bridge that gap. The breath of fire encompasses more than a single technique. Bai Ze chuckled lightly. On the battlefield, the Senju stared in astonishment at the suddenly vanished Uchiha Chiri. What is happening? Where did that fellow go? They widened their eyes, scanning the arena, yet they could not perceive Chiri's presence. Breath of fire, rondo flash. Just as the Senju continued searching for Chiri, her voice abruptly resonated in their ears. Suddenly, a blinding flame erupted, flashing past the first Senju who had spoken. How? Is this possible? The Senju's eyes widened in disbelief as Uchiha Chiri materialized beside him. Thud. A heavy thud echoed as the Senju collapsed to the ground, his head rolling away, swaying on the ground. Damn it. Attack quickly. The remaining Senju, witnessing the demise of their comrade, instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. With a startled cry, they began to frantically assault Chiri. In an instant, dozens of ninjutsu surged forth, bombarding Chiri relentlessly. They had not anticipated that even with distance between them and Uchiha Chiri, she could still approach with ease. This fellow cannot possibly be a newly promoted jonin. One Senju shouted in terror. Do not speak, concentrate. This individual is not easy to deal with. If we remain careless, we may perish here as well. It is impossible. I could never be so easily vanquished by her. The members of the Senju clan gasped in disbelief, their hands moving ceaselessly as they unleashed a flurry of jutsu, seemingly without regard for chakra, relentlessly bombarding Chiri. Breath of fire, fourth form, illusory sunbow. Yet, in the face of the onslaught of jutsu, Chiri remained unperturbed, her chakra swirling as her figure began to spin rapidly. The illusory sunbow, the fourth form of the breath of fire, utilized high-speed twisting and spiraling to execute a specialized evasive dance. Without extraordinary vision, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to catch a glimpse of her shadow. Countless jutsu surged toward Chiri, but at the very moment they were about to strike her, she would always twist her body, evading them with such finesse that not even the hem of her garments was touched. Embrace death, Chiri shouted, charging swiftly toward the remaining four. Before they could react, she was already before them. Breath of fire, third form, blazing sun mirror. As her cold voice reverberated, a deep crimson blade of energy surged forth, slicing through the few remaining members of the Senju clan. It was over. Bai Ze chuckled, heralding the conclusion of this battle. Indeed, as the blade of light flashed, the Senju members stood frozen as if ensnared by a binding technique. Master, I have succeeded. Chiri turned to Bai Ze, her fair visage radiant with a brilliant smile. Suddenly, as she turned, it seemed as if some forbidden mechanism had been triggered. The Senju members fell to the ground, their bodies severed in twain. Chiri's earlier strike had cut through them entirely, extinguishing their vitality with a single stroke. Ding. The system detected that the host's disciple had flawlessly eliminated the enemy. Domain upgraded. Ding. The system recognized that the host's disciple had gained a modicum of fame. A reward of a telephone worm was granted. With the demise of all the Senju clan members, the system's voice resounded once more. Perfect. Bai Ze laughed heartily, casually tossing the corpses of the Senju into a nearby stream. Uchiha Chiri truly was the one who ended the Uchiha civil strife. Her talent was indeed formidable. To single-handedly annihilate the Senju's pursuit squad is a feat that few in the ninja world could achieve. While the contributions of Zaiten Jana and the Breath of Fire were not to be overlooked, had Uchiha Chiri's own strength been lacking, even the mightiest of tools bestowed by Bai Ze would have been futile. Master, did you see? I single-handedly defeated 9 elite shinobi of the Senju. After the battle concluded, Uchiha Chiri gazed at Bai Ze with excitement. To confront 9 adversaries of equal strength without sustaining injury was something she had never dared to envision before. Yet now, she had truly accomplished it. Overwhelmed with elation, she found herself at a loss for words in front of Bai Ze. If it weren't for her master, she might have perished that fateful night, with no chance to avenge her enemies. All of this was due to the presence of her master. In this moment, Bai Ze gazed at the visibly excited Chiri, admiration reflected in his eyes. Chiri, you are set to embark on your journey. What? Embark? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Uchiha Chiri's previously animated expression froze in disbelief. Is my master bidding me farewell? What a jest. I have only just begun to appreciate the benefits of being with my master, and now we must part ways. I cannot possibly leave my master. At the very least, not until I have fully grasped the breath of fire. Master, are you truly sending me away? Please, master. I have yet to repay your kindness. Resolute in her decision, Uchiha Chiri immediately sprang into action. Her countenance shifted dramatically as she feigned sorrow, leaning toward Bai Ze. We have only just met as master and disciple. Can you truly bear to cast me aside? Chiri lamented, collapsing against Bai Ze in despair. Observing Chiri's sorrowful demeanor, Bai Ze nearly succumbed to the belief that her intentions were purely to show gratitude. How careless of me, he murmured. From the moment he first encountered Uchiha Chiri, he had discerned that she was not as demure as his memory suggested. On the contrary, she was quite the chatterbox. Having assumed from a mere glance that he was a surviving member of her clan, rambling on without restraint. Such a disposition was certainly inconsistent with the quiet girl he had remembered. In the past 2 days, while she had been engrossed in the dojo mastering the breath of fire, he had engaged in little conversation with her, inadvertently overlooking this aspect of her personality. Now, her current behavior must surely stem from her sensing the enhancements brought forth by the breath of fire and the Ji Dianjia, prompting her desire for him to impart further techniques. How astute for one so young. Bai Ze mused silently. Indeed, Bai Ze still had the 5 thunder techniques yet to teach her. But he had no intention of doing so in the near future. After all, she had yet to fully comprehend the breath of fire. Introducing a more advanced technique like the 5 thunder techniques might overwhelm her, rendering her incapable of mastering either. He understood the wisdom of not biting off more than one could chew. I am aware of your thoughts. But let us defer this discussion until you have completely mastered the breath of fire, Bai Ze said, gently pushing Chiri away. Very well. With Bai Ze's words, Uchiha Chiri reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, that reminds me. As he reflected on his initial encounter with Chiri, Bai Ze recalled another matter. During your battle with the Senju, there was a clan member. Oh, you must mean that one. I know. Before Bai Ze could finish, Chiri eagerly interjected. Not long after the battle concluded, I awoke to find a massive gash on my back, which terrified me. I thought I would perish. However, just as I prepared to lie down and await my fate, I noticed a figure that seemed to be protecting something, and I followed the tracks, which led me to your rescue. Chiri expressed her gratitude sincerely. Did you know? Uchiha Chiri spoke to himself, completely oblivious to the fact that Hakazu's attention had drifted elsewhere. So, his name is Uchiha Iki, Hakazu murmured. That night, he had thought it was merely a dream, recklessly charging in, nearly slain by that Senju fellow. Had it not been for Uchiha Iki mistaking him for a member of the Uchiha clan due to the Pikachu emblem on his attire, he would have surely perished there. Thank you, my friend. Hakazu silently expressed his gratitude. Although Iki had come to his rescue due to a misunderstanding, Hakazu felt compelled to thank him. Master, are you even listening to me? Hakazu lamented his good fortune, only to see Yuri waving his hands before him. Yes, I'm listening. Hakazu replied, exasperated. I have already stated that I was merely saving my future disciple. It is all a matter of fate. As for ninjutsu, unless you can fully comprehend the breath of fire, knowing too much may not be beneficial for you. In comparison, I actually have something of greater importance to entrust to you, Hakazu stated slowly. Oh, what is it? Upon hearing that Hakazu had an important task for him, Uchiha Chiri adopted a serious demeanor. The reason I am here, aside from accepting you as my disciple, is due to another significant matter. This matter directly pertains to the future of the ninja world and must not be taken lightly. Hakazu continued gradually. Now that he had discerned the true purpose of the system, it was time for him to take action. Given the current perilous state of the ninja world, it would be wise for him to remain within his domain. As long as he continued to gather disciples and impart various abilities to them, his realm would gradually expand. ultimately encompassing the entire ninja world. Outside the realm, these disciples would prove invaluable. After a millennium of careful planning, the current ninja world was unfolding precisely according to Kagaya's script. If things continued on this path, the ninja world would inevitably transform into the cursed world depicted in the original story, one that was detested by all. This was a fate Hakuzu was determined to avoid. Thus, to alter the world, he must eradicate the instigator, Kagaya. Concerning the future of the ninja world, Uchiha Yuri's heart quivered at the gravity of this revelation. Indeed, this must be the true purpose of my master. An entity capable of wielding such formidable weapons and ninjutsu could not merely have appeared here for the sake of accepting him as a disciple. Indeed, Hakuzu nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. The ninja world has strayed from the original vision of the Sage of Six Paths. The root of all this turmoil lies with a being known as Kagaya. To save the ninja world, we must first locate and eliminate this individual. So, you want me to eliminate that being? Uchiha Yuri inquired, gazing intently at Hakuzu. Eliminate him? Bai Ze chuckled and glanced at Uchiha Chiri, remarking, You certainly have a high opinion of yourself. This individual has existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. If he were so easily defeated, the ninja world would not be in its current state. Nani? Uchiha Chiri exclaimed in astonishment. An entity that has survived since the time of the Sage of Six Paths. Surely, you jest. Is Master deceiving himself? Can anyone truly live for such an extended duration? It is well known that the Sage of Six Paths is the progenitor of ninjas, having established the ninja world. Yet, if even a being as powerful as the Sage cannot attain immortality, how formidable must this individual be to have endured? Now, Master expects me to seek him out. It seems he wishes for his own demise sooner rather than later. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Uchiha Chiri found himself wavering in resolve. Haha. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ze burst into laughter, but fret not. Although this fellow has lived for a millennium, he possesses no real power and merely lurks in the shadows, scheming petty matters. All you need to do is track the remnants he leaves behind and report to me. I shall handle him. So it is. Hearing Bai Ze's words, Uchiha Chiri felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wait. Suddenly, Uchiha Chiri seemed to have an epiphany, looking up at Bai Ze. Since you know everything, why not simply eliminate him directly? Why all the trouble? Bai Ze felt a sudden awkwardness. Am I to reveal that the outside world is perilous and that I am too weak to confront him directly? Clearing his throat, he replied, That is because I currently have matters of greater importance than locating that individual. Once I have completed my tasks here, I will surely take action against him. Bai Ze spoke with a composed demeanor. No objections there. Compared to eliminating Kagaya, expanding our territory is of utmost importance. Once I extend our domain across the entire ninja world, Kagaya will be but a mere insect beneath my foot. For now, it is essential to monitor him to prevent any further schemes. Of course, if I could eliminate him directly, that would be splendid. In that case, leave the task of finding him to me. Uchiha Chiri nodded in agreement. Excellent, you've passed. A smile crept onto Bai Ze's lips. But how do I go about finding him? Uchiha Chiri continued to inquire. That is simple. If finding him was somewhat challenging before, now, Bai Ze chuckled. We are in the Warring States period, and the fated children, Madara and Hashirama, are about to make their appearances. All you need to do is keep a close watch on Uchiha Madara, and we will surely find Kagaya. Is there not a child named Madara in your Uchiha clan? Bai Ze inquired of Uchiha Chiri. Madara. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Chiri appeared momentarily stunned. Uchiha Madara. Bai Ze reiterated, assuming Chiri had not heard clearly. What does this have to do with Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Chiri gazed at Hakuzu in bewilderment. Do you know him? Calculating the time, Madara should now be around 6 or 7 years old, and Uchiha Chiri should indeed recognize him. Of course, he is my nephew, that rather arrogant little brat. Uchiha Chiri remarked, curling his lip. Your nephew. This revelation left Hakuzu utterly befuddled. He had no idea that Madara and Chiri shared such a relationship. Indeed, Uchiha Madara is my nephew. Is there a problem? Uchiha Chiri looked at Hakuzu. So, you are the sister of Uchiha Taijima? To be certain, Hakuzu confirmed once more. How did you know? Uchiha Chiri was somewhat astonished that Hakuzu even knew her brother's name. Moreover, what did this have to do with that arrogant Madara? This matter is rather complicated and cannot be easily explained. Hakuzu succinctly replied. Just know that Madara is of significant importance to the future of the ninja world. And that black-clad fellow will undoubtedly come for him. Your task is to keep a close watch on Madara and report any abnormalities to me immediately. Hakuzu was not yet ready to divulge the details regarding Korezetsu and Madara to Uchiha Chiri. After all, Altering the status quo of the ninja world seemed almost fantastical to her, and there was no need to impose such pressure upon her at this stage. Is that fellow planning to take action against the arrogant Madara? However, Uchiha Chiri misconstrued Hakazu's intent, believing that Kurizetsu intended to harm Madara, which instantly ignited his fury. Do not be alarmed. Hakazu quickly interjected upon witnessing Chiri's reaction. Kurizetsu will not pose any immediate threat to Madara. Sending you is merely a precautionary measure. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. With Hakazu's reassurance, Chiri calmed considerably. As long as that black-clad fellow would not endanger Madara, he could tolerate him for the time being. As for the future, should he dare to make any moves, Chiri was determined to rend him apart. In that case, you should set out at once. Hakazu said slowly. Yes, I shall return to the clan now. Uchiha Chiri nodded in agreement. Wait. Hakazu called out to Uchiha Chiri. Take this with you. With that, he flipped his hand, revealing a pink snail that materialized in his palm. It was the communication slug he had received as a reward from the system. Wow, how adorable. What is this? Chiri's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soft, pink snail. This is a communication slug, a tool for correspondence. Hakazu explained briefly. Communication slug? What is that? Uchiha Chiri inquired, poking the slug with his finger. Is it a summoning beast? Not quite. Hakazu shook his head. It is merely a device that allows you to report to me at any time. As he spoke, Hakazu conjured another communication slug, this one noticeably larger than the previous. Blurp blurp. Hakazu manipulated the larger slug, causing the smaller one to emit a call. Hello. Can you hear me? From the curious gaze of Uchiha Chiri, the voice of Hakazu resonated unexpectedly through the small communication device. Wow, the snail is speaking. Uchiha Chiri exclaimed, his astonishment shattering his preconceived notions. In this day and age, even snails could converse? Although he had previously encountered some talking ninja beasts. They were powerful summoning creatures of the clan, capable of articulating human speech only after years of rigorous training. Yet now, his master casually summoned a snail that could speak? Could it be that the snail had attained enlightenment? Observing Uchiha Chiri's bewilderment, Hakazu couldn't help but feel puzzled as well. Isn't your Uchiha clan under a contract with the Ninja Cat clan? Don't ninja cats speak? Have you never seen one? I have. Uchiha Chiri scratched his head. But when we communicate with ninja cats, we must wear a special headband. Otherwise, we can't understand what they're saying. All right then. Hakazu acknowledged his oversight. In any case, you should use this device as I just demonstrated. He extended the small communication device to Uchiha Chiri. Make sure to keep an eye on Obito when you return. Report to me immediately if you notice anything unusual. Understood. Uchiha Chiri nodded, tucking the device into his robe before vanishing into the forest. I hope to uncover something. Hakazu murmured, watching Chiri's retreating figure. Having provided Chiri with the communication device, he was confident that they would be able to trace Black Zetsu's whereabouts. However, Hakazu soon found himself regretting this decision. The incessant ringing of the communication device was driving him to the brink of despair. It hadn't even been a day since Chiri left, yet the device had already chimed countless times. The persistent sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a past life's annoying tune. Yet, he could not afford to ignore it. What if Chiri had indeed made a significant discovery or needed to report something important? Hello, Hakazu answered the device with a weary tone. Master, it's me. A voice reminiscent of an elderly woman echoed from the device, clearly strained from overuse. Do you have any news? Hakazu inquired, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Well, not really. I just wanted to inform you that I have found the markings left by our clan members and will soon return to the clan grounds. Uchiha Chiri replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Thud. Upon hearing Chiri's words, Hakazu collapsed to the ground. Chiri, didn't I tell you? Unless you discover Black Zetsu's whereabouts, there's no need to report such trivial matters. Hakazu lamented, on the verge of tears. Why is it that I never learned my lesson? Knowing full well that Uchiha Chiri is a chatterbox, I still allowed her to pester me with that incessant phone bug. A self-inflicted plight, indeed. Well, it's only natural to feel a bit anxious at the thought of finally encountering that arrogant brat. Uchiha Chiri, blissfully ignorant, chuckled. What if that Black Zetsu fellow is lurking beside Obito? What shall I do then? Impossible. Bai Ze interjected with a serious demeanor. While it is true that Obito is a significant target for Black Zetsu, he likely won't reveal himself until Obito possesses considerable power. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Oh, I see. Uchiha Chiri murmured. However, I still fail to see what makes that arrogant brat so special. Does that little rascal truly hold such importance for the future of the ninja world? Uchiha Chiri questioned with skepticism. Haha. Bai Ze chuckled lightly. What a jest. The child of destiny, how could he not be important? Yet, such matters are not for Chiri to dwell upon in detail. Of course, would I ever deceive you? Bai Ze replied nonchalantly. Very well, given Bai Ze's assurance. Uchiha Chiri refrained from further inquiries, stowing away the phone bug and making her way in the direction indicated by the marker. After what felt like half a day, she arrived at a ruin nestled within a forest. Whoosh! Before she could steady herself, a few shurikens flew from the nearby woods, embedding themselves firmly in the ground before her. Who are you to dare trespass on the territory of the Uchiha clan? Do you not realize that no one who has entered here has ever walked out alive? A sinister voice echoed from the forest, sending chills down her spine. I say, are you two feeling particularly reckless today? Yet, Uchiha Chiri displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a playful smile graced her lips as she gazed at the thicket behind her. How infuriating. I've been discovered. Observing Uchiha Chiri's unwavering composure and her recognition of their presence, the figures in the woods dropped their pretense, revealing a few youthful voices. It must be your presence that gave you away. Humph, not at all. It was undoubtedly your shuriken that was thrown too early. Nonsense. My shuriken throwing skills are top-notch, even praised by father. It's simply because you weren't frightening at all that she saw through you. A lively banter ensued from the woods, followed by two children, around 7 or 8 years old, leaping down from the trees to stand before Uchiha Chiri. Ah, you're back. The leader, a boy with a spiky hairstyle, feigned maturity as he greeted Uchiha Chiri. Thud, thud. Uchiha Chiri raised her hand and delivered 2 light knocks on the heads of the children. Oh really? Have you grown so much that you no longer call me Auntie? Truly impressive, Ouch. After receiving the light knocks, the 2 children immediately clutched their heads in protest. I've just recently been promoted to a genin. Can't you treat me like I'm not a child anymore, Auntie? The young imp behind Uchiha Chiri gazed at him with a hint of reproach. Heh. A lowly genin, quite impressive. Uchiha Chiri responded with a chuckle. No wonder you dared to ambush me so far from your clan's territory. Truly remarkable. The leading imp puffed his chest with pride, declaring, Indeed, we recently dispatched several ninjas from rival clans on the battlefield. Wouldn't you agree, Izuna? Absolutely. The boy, referred to as Izuna, nodded affirmatively. They were mid-ranking ninjas, and it took both of us to bring them down. Even our father praised us. Just killing them is enough. There's no need to emphasize how hard it was. The leader retorted, visibly dissatisfied. Understood. You'll just bully me. Izuna pouted in response. Ah, that is indeed quite an achievement. Upon hearing of their exploits, Uchiha Chiri could not help but nod, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Although they were 2 working in concert, slaying a mid-ranking ninja with the strength of a genin was no small feat, given the inherent disparity in their abilities. Will you truly be as vital to the future of the ninja world as Master claims? Uchiha Chiri pondered as he regarded the older boy before him. Recalling the words of Hakazai, it was evident that these 2 youths were none other than Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Ding dong. The host's disciple has made contact with the child of destiny, rewarding the host with sky dance technique, just as Chiri met Madara. The voice of the system echoed in Hakazai's mind. Ah, it seems Chiri has returned, Hakazai murmured. When Chiri mentioned being Madara's aunt, he was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that his first disciple would have such a connection to this generation's child of destiny, which brought him a small surprise. Since Chiri was Madara's aunt, sending her to keep an eye on him would not appear too conspicuous. Surely, Kaguya would not detect anything amiss. Otherwise, approaching Madara without raising suspicion would indeed be a challenging endeavor. Kaguya, I hope you do not let me down, Hakazai chuckled softly. The pieces have been set. Now it remains to be seen if Kaguya will take the bait. Should Kaguya dare to act recklessly, he would be able to track this individual down. Now, it was time to focus on the next child of destiny. While Madara was prepared, Hakazai found himself at a loss for how to approach Senju Hashirama. Perhaps he could simply seize Hashirama from the Senju clan? A bold thought flickered through Hakazai's mind. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed. The outside world was perilous, and he was but a weakling with a combat power of merely 5. A mere lackey from the Senju could easily end his life. Thus, until he possessed overwhelming strength to dominate the entire ninja world, it would be prudent to bide his time. After all, preserving his own life was paramount. As for the system's tasks, they could wait. As long as one gathers disciples, their domain will inevitably expand. At that point, they will have the freedom to roam wherever they please. However, despite this assertion, I find myself secluded in this remote wilderness. having not encountered a single soul for several days. Where am I to find disciples? Cursed be the day I didn't venture further. Bai Ze silently cursed, blaming the wretched system for activating in such an absurd manner. Here I am, ensnared in this place, with no avenue to recruit followers. Sigh, perhaps I shall fish instead. With idle time on my hands, Bai Ze resorted to this pastime to pass the hours. With a mere thought, a tree, as thick as two people embracing, sprang to life beside him, swiftly stripping itself bare to fashion a fishing rod that landed in Bai Ze's grasp. Off we go. Bai Ze rummaged through the ground for a while before finally extracting a worm, which he baited onto the hook and cast into the small stream before him. Fish. Oh fish, come forth. I have your favorite delicacy, the worm. Bai Ze hummed an unknown tune, fixating on the tranquil waters. Yet, whether it was due to the numerous corpses he had inadvertently tossed into the river, scaring the fish away, or simply because the fish in this stream had an aversion to worms, Bai Ze sat in silence for an entire afternoon, yielding not a single catch. What is going on? Glancing at the eerily still fishing rod, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel perplexed. Despite the abundant fish swimming below, not one had taken the bait? Is the feng shui here unfavorable? Contemplating this, Bai Ze reeled in his line to seek a more promising spot. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught the bear hook, causing him to pause in surprise. Where is my bait? Bai Ze exclaimed. It was then he realized that the worm, which had served as bait, had vanished without a trace. What is happening? Has the worm attained sentience? Unwilling to accept this bizarre turn of events, Bai Ze searched the ground once more and finally procured another worm to reattach to the hook. At that moment, a soft, delicate voice broke the silence, startling Bai Ze. Who's speaking? He called out, scanning his surroundings. Has someone intruded upon my domain? I felt no disturbance. In my invincible realm, I am an unmatched presence, and even the slightest rustle cannot escape my notice. Yet now, I cannot even locate the source of this voice? Could this system be experiencing a glitch? It's me. I am here. The voice echoed again. On the hook. On the hook? Bai Ze blinked in confusion, directing his gaze toward the worm on the hook. Are you the one speaking? He asked incredulously. Yes, my lord, it is indeed I. The worm wriggled in response. Good heavens, the worm can talk. Bai Ze gasped, hastily discarding the fishing rod in shock. I have been so vigilant of my surroundings, yet I failed to notice a mere worm speaking. How utterly disrespectful, my lord. The worm exclaimed indignantly. I am no ordinary worm. I am a slug. As the conversation unfolded, the little earthworm wriggled and leapt from the fishing hook, landing before Bai Ze. A slug? Bai Ze pondered, scrutinizing the diminutive creature, which indeed bore a resemblance to the slug belonging to Tsunade in the original narrative, albeit slightly smaller in stature. No wonder he mistook it for an earthworm. You claim to be a slug? The one from the wet-bone forest? Bai Ze inquired, perplexed. Indeed, my lord, I am the slug of the wet-bone forest. However, my name is Living Slug. Slug merely denotes my species. The slug rose upright, bowing politely before Bai Ze. Yet, its worm-like form performing such a gesture elicited an oddly comical impression. Could you possibly enlarge yourself before speaking? It feels rather peculiar this way, Bai Ze remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Speaking to such a diminutive creature might lead one to question his sanity. Certainly, but my lord must first temper his strength, otherwise. I cannot enlarge myself. The slug nodded in agreement. It indeed possessed the ability to alter its size at will, yet for some unknown reason, it felt an overwhelming force suppressing its freedom of movement in Bai Ze's presence. This oppressive power rendered it hesitant to voice its thoughts, fearing that any displeasure from Bai Ze could lead to its annihilation. Strength, you say? Bai Ze mused, quickly grasping the essence of what Living Slug conveyed. It appeared that his invincible domain was not malfunctioning. Rather, he had simply overlooked these small creatures, which had prevented him from noticing it. Now it is permissible. Bai Ze gestured, slightly diminishing his control over the area. Please hold on. Living Slug noted the reduction of that oppressive force, and as it contorted, it transformed into a half-human height. Indeed, it is you. Upon Living Slug's enlargement, Bai Ze was finally able to discern its true visage, which matched perfectly with the one from the original narrative. But how did you come to be here? Bai Ze asked, perplexed. As the ancestral spirit of the wet-bone forest, Living Slug should have been in its domain. How could it have ended up in his invincible realm? Could it be that he inadvertently established his domain upon the wet-bone forest? Allow me to explain. I was actually residing within the bodies of those members of the Senju clan. When they were eradicated by you, my lord, I found myself stranded here. Living Slug elaborated carefully. Ah, so that is how it is. Bai Ze murmured. In the original tale, Tsunade was introduced alongside the exceptional summoning beast, the slug. Yet no origin was provided. It now seemed that it was indeed a familial legacy of the Senju clan. Originally, after your lord vanquished those Senju clan members, I intended to depart. However, your power was overwhelmingly formidable, making it impossible for me to voluntarily dispel the summoning technique, which is why I remained until discovered by you. Before Bai Ze could continue his inquiry, the living slug divulged all the matters to him. Why have you remained silent all this time? Bai Ze retorted with displeasure. Upon first hearing the slug's voice, he had thought there was a glitch in the invincible realm, which startled him greatly. Ah, that is because I feared that you would annihilate me as well, which is why I dared not speak. The slug replied cautiously. The methods Bai Ze employed to eradicate the Senju clan had been exceedingly strange. Even as a sage of the Wetbone Forest, he had never witnessed such techniques, instilling a sense of dread within him that kept him silent. However, after spending several days in Bai Ze's company, he realized that Bai Ze was not a bloodthirsty individual. His actions against the Senju were purely acts of self-defense, albeit executed with a rather terrifying flair. Thus, when Bai Ze unearthed him for fishing, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Observing the timid slug before him, Bai Ze found himself at a loss for words. The creature had been afraid of his potential wrath, which was quite amusing. Wait a moment. Bai Ze suddenly directed his gaze at the slug. Aren't you capable of infinite regeneration? Why then do you fear death? If his memory served him correctly as a sage of the Wetbone Forest, the slug should be immense and virtually indestructible. As long as a single slug clone existed, it could never truly die. Why then was it now fearful of being slain by him? I do not know. The slug shook its body, seemingly in denial. It feels as though a terrifying power envelopes me in your presence, rendering my regenerative abilities utterly ineffective. Moreover, the connection between me and my true form has been completely severed. I have a premonition that if I were to perish here, my true form would be oblivious to it. Thus, you are now essentially an independent entity, a second slug? Bai Ze inquired. Indeed, that is correct. The slug nodded. However, if you were to withdraw that power, I should be able to return to my true form. I understand. Upon hearing the slug's explanation, Bai Ze quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that once the invincible realm was established, this area had separated from the ninja world, becoming a realm unto itself, where all entities within bore no connection to the ninja world, and everything was under his control. Consequently, a being like the slug, capable of existing independently from its true form, upon entering this domain, had lost its connection and transformed into an independent entity with shared memories. Bai Ze mused. I never anticipated the essence of the invincible realm to be such. No wonder the system indicated that even 6 paths level powerhouses must kneel here. It is evident that I am now the deity of this realm. My lord, might you consider releasing me now? The slug cautiously regarded Bai Ze, lacking any semblance of the Wetbone Forest sage's demeanor. Release you? Bai Ze chuckled as he gazed at the living slug, a cunning plan surging to the forefront of his mind. Since the living slug had forged a contract with the Senju clan, did it not imply that there was also a slug by the side of Hashirama Senju? Here he was, troubled by how to approach Hashirama, and the slug had conveniently presented itself before him. A true serendipity. While observing the smile on Bai Ze's face, the living slug was instantly stricken with fear, its countenance paling. My lord, I have divulged everything to you. You cannot act thus. The slug was on the verge of tears. Though revered as the master of the Wetbone Forest and one of the 3 formidable beings in the ninja realm, its inherently delicate nature rendered it childlike in demeanor. Furthermore, being a non-combatant sage, upon witnessing the sinister smile on Bai Ze's face, it feared that he harbored murderous intent and would seek to eliminate it as well. If you wish for me to spare your life, it is quite simple. Just follow my instructions. Bai Ze grinned mischievously. Meanwhile, Ji Li was administering a sound thrashing to Madara and Izuna. By the way, Aunt, did you not accompany the clan leader on a mission? Why have you returned alone? Uchiha Madara inquired, rubbing the bump on his head as he looked at Uchiha Ji Li. The mission failed. Upon hearing Madara's question regarding the mission, Ji Li's expression darkened. Enough. I have pressing matters to report to the clan leader. I shall return to play with you later. After a brief exchange with Madara, Uchiha Ji Li made her way towards the clan's territory. This mission's failure had resulted in near annihilation of the clan members, a devastating blow to the Uchiha clan, and she felt compelled to provide a detailed account. Noticing Ji Li's grim demeanor, Madara and Izuna recognized that something serious had transpired and refrained from further interruption. Brother, have you noticed that Aunt seems somewhat different upon her return? Izuna suddenly remarked. Ah, Madara nodded. She appears to have grown stronger, able to see through our disguises in an instant. That is not what I meant. Izuna replied, exasperated. I meant her aura. It seems to have become more terrifying, distinctly unlike before. I certainly noticed. Madara raised his head and snorted. Her aura is nearly on par with Father S now. And did you observe that blade she carries? It radiates a chilling light, undoubtedly a formidable treasure. A blade. Uchiha Izuna was momentarily taken aback. He had sensed a change in Ji Li's aura, but had not paid attention to the blade she bore. However, spurred by Madara's reminder, he recalled that the sword Ji Li possessed did not seem to be the one issued by the clan. What do you think? Are you interested in taking a look at that blade? Madara prodded. You mean, to steal it? Izuna immediately grasped Madara's implication. How can it be called stealing? Madara retorted defiantly. It's merely borrowing it for a closer inspection. What's the big deal? However, if our aunt were to discover this, she would undoubtedly show us no mercy. Izuna expressed her concerns, saying, have you forgotten? The last time we stole her weapons. She found out and gave us a thorough beating. Humph, what of it? Madara retorted defiantly, Father only permits us to wield real swords on the battlefield. Otherwise, we are given wooden ones. How are we to improve our swordsmanship? Indeed. Izuna appeared swayed by Madara's words, nodding in agreement as they stealthily followed Uchiha Tajiri. In the Uchiha clan, the council chamber. Clan leader, I have returned. Tajiri's figure emerged at the entrance of the council chamber. Tajiri, you are alive. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Tajiri left everyone in the chamber astonished, particularly Uchiha Taijima, who stood up in a moment of sheer excitement. I received intel that the Senju clan had, Uchiha Taijima said, his eyes reddening. Ah, indeed. The Senju clan suddenly attacked our camp, and our clansmen were all slaughtered. Tajiri nodded gravely. Had it not been for my fortunate survival, I too might have perished there. So, the mission failed? A fellow Uchiha clan member inquired, gazing at Tajiri. Yes, Tajiri replied, his expression somber. This is quite troublesome. We invested so much in this mission, only to see it fail. The mood in the room grew heavy. Nevertheless, we are fortunate that you survived. Uchiha Taijima looked at Tajiri with excitement. Enough about the mission for now. You've just returned, so you should rest. An elder advised Tajiri. Very well, I shall take my leave. Tajiri nodded and exited the council chamber, returning to her quarters. Perhaps having returned to the clan grounds dulled her vigilance, for she seemed unaware of the two dark shadows trailing behind her. Ah, indeed, nothing is more delightful than a warm bath. Reclining in the tub, feeling the scalding water envelop her, Tajiri felt all her fatigue dissipate and sighed contentedly, closing her eyes to relish the experience. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she shut her eyes, a shadow flitted through the changing room, swiftly seizing something before disappearing, the entire process executed with remarkable skill. Clearly the work of a seasoned perpetrator. Did you get it? Outside the bathroom, Madara watched eagerly as Izuna emerged. Yes, suppressing her inner tension. Izuna cautiously waved the long sword in her hand. Brother, it's your turn next. Although she had effortlessly acquired the precious sword, Izuna remained exceedingly nervous during the operation. After all, if they were caught, their aunt would show no leniency and would certainly make them understand why flowers bloom red. At that point, she would undoubtedly drag him through the clan, as she had done before, which would be utterly humiliating. It would be far better to face the enemy clan on the battlefield. I understand. It was evident that Madara was aware of what Izuna feared, and with a mischievous grin, he responded, let us head to the back mountain. Since Izuna had already seized the opportunity, it would be unwise to linger here. They should swiftly indulge in their desires before returning unnoticed by their aunt. In truth, Madara had taken note of this blade the moment it appeared, possessing an innate sensitivity. He could discern at a glance that this weapon was no ordinary ninja tool. Now that he had finally acquired it, he was determined to relish the experience to the fullest. Help! The back mountain is ablaze. While Uchiha Izuna was enjoying a moment of tranquility in the bath, a sudden commotion outside startled him. An enemy attack, he exclaimed, preparing to rush to the shrine, only to realize that it was no longer in its original place. These two rascals. Without a second thought, he surmised that the only ones in the clan daring enough to pilfer his belongings were none other than Madara and Izuna. Despite the fact that he had always bested them soundly, they remained incorrigible, which left him quite exasperated. He hoped they would not cause too much trouble. After tidying up a bit, Uchiha Izuna dashed towards the back mountain. He was fully aware of the formidable power of the blade. He fervently hoped that Madara and Izuna being the reckless youths they were, would not stir up a major disaster. Upon reaching the Uchiha back mountain, Madara and Izuna gazed in disbelief at the raging inferno sprawling across the landscape. "Brother, we are doomed," Izuna exclaimed anxiously, having set fire to the family's back mountain. "Father will surely not let us off lightly." The implications of their actions weighed heavily on him. A fire of this magnitude could lead to severe consequences, especially since it was their own family mountain. "Fear not, should anything arise, I shall bear the brunt," Madara declared with bravado. However, Izuna, bewildered, protested. "But I merely waved the blade. How could flames have erupted?" Staring at the fierce blaze before them, he was at a loss. I too am unsure," Madara admitted, equally perplexed. He had witnessed the entire ordeal. Izuna had indeed only swung the blade, yet unexpectedly, flames had surged forth, igniting the grass with alarming ease, leading to the current catastrophic scene. "Hand me the blade," Madara instructed, extending his hand towards the sword. "When father inquires, merely say it was my doing." "No, brother," Izuna responded anxiously. "It was clearly my fault. I cannot let you take the blame. Trust me, I am the elder brother," Madara insisted with unyielding authority. "Oh, so it is you too." Before Izuna could utter another word, several figures materialized before them. It was Uchiha Taijima and a cadre of elite clan members. "What are you two doing here?" One elder scrutinized them. "Who set the fire?" "Step forward," as several clan members were dispatched to extinguish the flames. Uchiha Taijima regarded the two brothers with a grim expression. "I did." Madara stepped forward boldly. "No, it was me," Izuna quickly countered. "I am responsible. It has nothing to do with my elder brother. It is I. Do not heed Izuna's nonsensical claims, for the fire was ignited by me." However, Madara, with a swift motion, drew Izuna behind him. "Humph, you two need not quarrel. Each of us bears a share of the blame." Uchiha Taijima scoffed. "Let us discipline the children later. First, we must ascertain the cause of this debacle." An elder of the clan stepped forward. If I were to say that I merely swung a blade and this transpired, would you believe me?" Madara spoke with a hint of trepidation, gazing at the assembly of clan members. "Indeed, while it may seem implausible, it is the truth," Izuna chimed in from the side. "However, the blade was wielded by me, and my brother bears no responsibility," Izuna added. "Blade? What blade?" The elder looked at Madara and Izuna in confusion, unsure of their discourse. "Here it is." Madara obediently handed the blade to the elder. Given the gravity of the situation, there was no need for further concealment. Since they had erred, they must accept the consequences, even if it meant suffering punishment. He was not the sort to lack resolve. What a splendid blade! Though the elder was advanced in years, he immediately recognized the quality of the weapon, exclaiming in admiration, "Humph, are you attempting to deceive me? Practicing with a blade so fervently that it caught fire? I had no idea you possessed such talents." Uchiha Taijima glared at the brothers. "We speak the truth," Izuna hurriedly retorted. "I merely infused a modicum of chakra into the blade, and it erupted into flames." "Oh, is such a phenomenon possible?" Upon hearing their words, the elder could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Infusing chakra can cause flames to erupt. As if to validate Izuna's assertion, chakra surged forth from the elder's body. "No." Seeing this, Madara shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene. However, it was too late. It was not that Madara had reacted slowly, rather, the elder's reflexes were remarkably swift. By the time Madara sensed the chakra fluctuation, the elder had already enveloped the blade with his own chakra. Boom. As soon as the elder infused chakra into the blade, a roaring blaze erupted along its elongated form. The elder had no time to react before the sudden flames scorched him, leaving his silver hair, eyebrows, and beard completely singed, with only the curled roots remaining, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Goodness! Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. "Elder, are you all right?" Madara looked at the soot-covered elder with an awkward expression, apologizing. "I did warn you. It was your haste that caused this." "Wretched child," Uchiha Taijima roared, rushing to check on the elder's condition. "Cough, cough, I am fine." "Truly." The elder waved his hand, smoke wafting from his mouth. "Do not concern yourselves with me. It was merely a small flame, nothing of consequence. You hardly appear to be unscathed." Izuna glanced at the elder and muttered under his breath. "From whence did you acquire this blade?" The elder gazed at Madara and Izuna with fervent curiosity, although his eyebrows and beard were singed. The clan elder was evidently more concerned about the origin of this extraordinary blade. Stolen. Izuna cautiously glanced at Taijima before finally confessing. "You imbeciles." Upon hearing Izuna's words, Uchiha Taijima could no longer contain his fury. raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. As his son, how could these two have resorted to thievery? They had even set fire to the family's rear mountain. What misfortune had befallen their household? If word of this got out, how could he, the Uchiha clan leader, maintain his dignity? Izuna seemed to anticipate Taijima's wrath, closing his eyes in resignation, prepared to face his fate. Yet, after a prolonged wait, he felt no sting from the impending slap and hesitantly opened his eyes. Before him stood Madara, ready to shield him from their father's scolding. However, even before Madara could act, another figure was quicker, seizing Taijima's wrist with remarkable swiftness. I knew you two were up to no good, so it was my Zetsu that you intended to steal. Uchiha Chiri grasped Taijima's wrist, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the two boys. Madara and Izuna's faces paled at the sight of Uchiha Chiri. It was a disaster. How had she arrived? At that moment, Izuna fervently wished for his father's slap to descend upon him, for then he would be spared the gaze of this formidable ant. Brother, these two have stolen my possession. Allow me to administer their punishment. Uchiha Chiri smiled gently at Taijima. Humph, make sure to give these rebellious brats a proper lesson. Taijima huffed, they have brought disgrace upon the Uchiha name. Rest assured, I shall restore the honor of our clan. Chiri replied playfully. It was not the time for reporting tasks. She reverted to her usual demeanor around Taijima. Chiri, you claim this blade is yours? The clan elder inquired, eyeing her curiously. I recall the weapon the clan provided you was not like this. Yes, this is indeed not the one bestowed by the clan, Chiri acknowledged with a nod. The previous blade could no longer withstand my assaults, so I replaced it. That day, during her confrontation with Haku's, her original blade had suffered a small chip from Haku's wooden sword, though the minor damage did not impede its use. Prolonged application of her fire-breathing techniques would eventually lead to its inevitable breakage. Thus, upon acquiring Zetsu, she had retired the old blade. What? The clan elder was taken aback upon hearing Chiri's revelation. The Uchiha clan's long swords were procured from the Nico clan. While they might not be legendary weapons, they were superior in quality and potency compared to those of other families. Even their current blades felt remarkably sturdy. Yet now Chiri claimed that her previous sword could no longer endure her might. Impossible, the clan elder remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. That blade should be more than sufficient for a jonin. How could it possibly be unable to withstand the pressure? Under ordinary circumstances, indeed it would suffice. Uchiha Chiri shrugged nonchalantly. However, I have now mastered an entirely new sword technique, and that blade cannot endure the intensity of its power. Thus, I had to replace it. A novel sword technique? Uchiha Madara, who was nearby, keenly noted the emphasis in Chiri's words. Oh, what manner of technique could possess such formidable strength? The assembled crowd gazed at Chiri with intrigue. Cousin, you aren't merely boasting, are you? Izuna questioned skeptically. You have only just ascended to jonin. How could you possibly wield such power? The Uchiha clan's sword techniques had been the product of generations of meticulous research, and it was no wonder Izuna found it hard to believe that Chiri, a mere jonin, had grasped something that transcended Uchiha swordsmanship. Bang! You little brat. Daring to question your dear aunt. You've certainly grown bold. Uchiha Chiri playfully delivered a light smack to Izuna's head. Mastered a new sword technique, you say? The clan elder pondered thoughtfully. If that is indeed the case, then there might be some truth to it. However, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Chiri, the skepticism evident in his eyes. Look, it's not that we don't believe you. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. Izuna chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Chiri. Perceiving the doubt in their eyes, Uchiha Chiri understood their thoughts all too well. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. She nodded slowly. I shall be your opponent, Uchiha Taijima declared, drawing his long blade. Being Chiri's elder brother, it was only natural for him to support her. Should Chiri be exaggerating, he would be able to provide a subtle opening for her. Brother, you must give it your all. Otherwise, if you get hurt, I want to take responsibility. Chiri teased, aware of Taijima's thoughts. Come on. Taijima replied with a slight smile, a look of disdain gracing his features. As the head of the Uchiha clan, dealing with someone like Chiri, who has just recently become a jonin, should be a mere trifle. There is no need for me to exert my full strength. With a chuckle at her brother's dismissive demeanor, Uchiha Chiri chose to say no more. Strength, after all, was best proven through action rather than mere words. Soon, the two positioned themselves away from the onlookers. I'm coming, Uchiha Chiri shouted, her feet propelling her towards Taijima with determination. Despite her confidence in her fire-breathing technique, a tinge of nervousness coursed through her. After all, Uchiha Taijima was among the clan's elite, while she was merely a newly minted jonin. To effectively showcase the might of her technique, she needed to strike first. Otherwise, in a prolonged battle, her chakra reserves paled in comparison to Taijima's. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Chiri silently exclaimed and charged directly towards Uchiha Taijima. What astonishing speed! The onlookers gasped in unison at Chiri's sudden burst of energy. They were well aware of Chiri's capabilities, which were merely at the level of an ordinary J-nin. Yet now, her speed was far beyond that of the average J-nin, nearly approaching the pinnacle of their ranks. "Ah, it seems you have grown considerably during this mission," Uchiha Taijima remarked with a sense of pride as he observed Chiri before him. "Indeed," Chiri responded with a mischievous smile, "but what will astonish you even more lies ahead." As she surged forward, her chakra surged and swiftly enveloped the weapon she wielded, the Zhantianjana. Although Chiri had great confidence in her fire-breathing technique, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, Uchiha Taijima was a top-tier expert within their clan, while she was merely a newly promoted J-nin. To demonstrate the full power of her fire-breathing technique, she knew she had to strike first. If the battle dragged on, her chakra reserves would pale in comparison to Taijima's. With that thought, Uchiha Chiri charged at Uchiha Taijima once more. What astonishing speed! The spectators watched in awe as Chiri erupted with energy. They understood that her strength was merely that of an average J-nin. Yet her current speed surpassed that of her peers, nearing the very summit of J-nin prowess. "Ah, it appears you have made significant progress during this mission," Uchiha Taijima remarked with satisfaction. "You truly surprised me." "Of course," Chiri replied with a grin, "but there is even more that will surprise you." As she advanced, her chakra surged, swiftly covering her weapon, the Zhantianjana, in a blazing flame. "It's coming." Beside them, Ban, observing the fiery weapon igniting, exclaimed as he fixed his gaze intently on Chiri. "Come forth. Let me witness the true strength of one who can surpass the legendary techniques of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Taijima also took a deep breath, his chakra swirling rapidly as he charged towards Chiri. Fire-breathing, first form, waltz. Seeing Uchiha Taijima advancing, Uchiha Chiri exclaimed. A fiery arc of blade energy flashed forth, slicing towards Uchiha Taijima's face. The searing blade energy descended like flames from the depths of hell, causing the surrounding air to heat up drastically, creating an almost distorted sensation. "What?" Uchiha Taijima's expression changed dramatically as he beheld the oncoming fiery slash. He had not anticipated that Chiri's technique would merge physical prowess with ninjutsu, unleashing the power of ninjutsu through her swordsmanship. Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat? Not only Uchiha Taijima, but the onlookers from the Uchiha clan were also left utterly astounded. It is well known that taijutsu and ninjutsu are fundamentally distinct forms of power, which is why there exists a clear distinction between taijutsu ninjas and ninjutsu ninjas. However, Uchiha Chiri has astonishingly fused these two disciplines, creating a terrifying sword technique. How remarkable! Observing this scene, the elder who had spoken earlier was filled with excitement. The amalgamation of taijutsu and ninjutsu is an unprecedented endeavor in the ninja world. Uchiha Chiri has indeed pioneered a new path, with these two forces complementing one another. The resultant power is exponentially greater than that of either force alone, which explains why Chiri claimed that the long sword distributed by the clan could not withstand her might. Surely, only the blade she wields is capable of bearing such dual strength. However, sheer power alone is insufficient. Uchiha Taijima, a true warrior of his clan, swiftly regained composure after the initial shock, deftly evading Uchiha Chiri's slash with a nimble movement. The rounded strike missed its target, crashing into the forest behind Taijima. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and a towering flame burst forth from the woods behind him. Uchiha Chiri's strike had gouged a massive crater into the ground, uprooting trees that were engulfed in fierce flames, cascading down perilously close to the onlookers. What a fearsome sword technique! Staring at the gaping pit and the blazing trees, Madara and Izuna were left utterly astounded. Thank goodness I only made a brief swing earlier, or else the commotion would have been far greater, Izuna murmured. Indeed, Madara nodded, still shaken. He had previously contemplated a spar with Izuna using that very sword. Fortuitously, he refrained. Otherwise, Izuna's life may have been in jeopardy. While the crowd remained in shock, Uchiha Chiri and Uchiha Taijima had already clashed. A formidable sword technique, Chiri, Uchiha Taijima remarked gravely. However, no matter how strong the technique, it is futile if one cannot strike the enemy. Humph. How do you know my sword technique consists of but a single move? Uchiha Chiri responded with a chuckle, her long sword suddenly shifting from a horizontal slash to a vertical cut. Behold my technique. Breath of Fire, second form, Azure Heaven. Before Uchiha Taijima could react, Uchiha Chiri's longsword surged upward with great force. What? Taijima exclaimed, hastily positioning his longsword to block Chiri's strike. Too slow. Uchiha Chiri laughed softly, accelerating her movements. Clang. A sharp sound rang out, followed by a brilliant flash of light soaring into the sky, then slowly descending. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they beheld the glimmer before them. Uchiha Chiri had severed Taijima's long sword cleanly in two. What do you think, brother? The outcome is clear, Uchiha Chiri remarked, sheathing her sword with a smile directed at Taijima. I had long urged you to give your all. Now you regret not heeding my words, don't you? Uchiha Taijima clearly had not yet recovered from the shock, staring blankly at the broken blade in his hand. Lost in thought, the clan leader actually lost. The Uchiha clan members looked incredulously at the two individuals before them, at a loss for words to describe their emotions. They had presumed that the esteemed clan leader would easily triumph over Chiri, a newly appointed jonin, yet the outcome was far beyond their expectations. The clan leader didn't even manage to withstand the second strike before succumbing. While in a real battle, the leader could have continued to employ ninjutsu. Who could guarantee that Chiri did not possess even more formidable techniques? With his close-range weapon shattered, was he to confront it head-on? Furthermore, no matter how powerful the ninjutsu, it requires time to perform hand seals. Given the time, Chiri's blade would have already descended. Such a terrifying swordsmanship. One slash would likely leave even the crown of his head untraceable. Auntie, I wish to learn this. Ban and Izuna, these two Navi youths, did not ponder deeply and rushed to Chiri's side, pleading earnestly. They were well aware of their father and aunt's prowess. To speak candidly, an aunt of such caliber could easily defeat 10 foes. Yet, despite the staggering disparity in strength, the aunt had triumphed over their father. And all of this was due to her terrifying swordsmanship. Want to learn? Uchiha Chiri chuckled as he regarded the two. Yes. Ban and Izuna nodded in unison, appearing exceedingly obedient. You stole my blade, and wish for me to teach you swordsmanship? Why don't you reach for the heavens instead? Uchiha Chiri raised his hand and playfully struck the heads of both. Chiri. At this moment, Uchiha Taijima finally spoke. I heard you mention something about the breath of fire. Is that the name of your sword technique? And what is this first form and second form you mentioned? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Chiri, eager to understand the nature of such an extraordinary swordsmanship. Indeed, Uchiha Chiri nodded, stating, the breath of fire is the name of my sword technique. As for the first form and second form, those are the names of each move. By the way, my technique consists of a total of 13 forms, each more powerful than the last. Uchiha Chiri grinned as he looked at Taijima. What? Before Taijima could respond, an elder of the clan could no longer contain himself. Are you saying that such a terrifying swordsmanship has 11 more forms? The elder gasped, looking at Uchiha Chiri, his body trembling with excitement. Indeed, Uchiha Chiri nodded. However, I have only comprehended 9 forms thus far. The remaining 4 elude my complete understanding. My master said that only by mastering all 13 forms can one fully unleash the power of the breath of fire. Master? Taijima blinked in surprise at Chiri. When did you acquire a master? Uchiha Chiri was raised solely by him, and throughout his growth, he remained within the clan, only engaging in missions. So how could a master suddenly emerge? Just a few days ago, Uchiha Chiri remarked, during this mission. Are you saying that this set of sword techniques was taught to you by your master? One of the clan elders inquired, gazing at Uchiha Chiri. Indeed, Uchiha Chiri nodded, adding, not only that, but even this blade, Shurden Shana, was gifted to me by my master. I must tell you, my master is truly remarkable. Chiri's tendency to chatter resurfaced. During that mission, I was pursued by those Senju ninjas, and I was left with a gaping wound on my back. I thought I was nearing death, he gestured, indicating a length of about half a meter. Fortunately, I encountered my master, who swiftly healed my wound without leaving a single scar. Observing Chiri's animated gestures, Uchiha Taijima couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. This child, Chiri, is admirable in many ways, yet he tends to be excessively talkative. Moreover, he can be a bit naive. Noticing that Chiri wished to reveal his back to demonstrate his master's exceptional healing abilities, Uchiha Taijima hastily intervened. Chiri, let us discuss your injury later. Could you first tell us more about your master? My master? Uchiha Chiri replied with a smile. He is indeed formidable. After our mission failed, those Senju ninjas deliberately spared my life, hoping to use me to locate our clan's territory, but then they encountered my master. In the midst of Uchiha Taijima's incredulous gaze, Uchiha Chiri animatedly recounted how Bai Ze effortlessly annihilated several Senju ninjas that night, leaving the Uchiha clan members astonished. How is that possible? The clan elder murmured. Is there truly such a powerful being in this world? Indeed, Uchiha Chiri affirmed. Did you not witness my breath of fire? My master wields it with far greater prowess than I do. He merely used a wooden sword to block my full-force breath of fire. Impossible. Uchiha Taijima gasped. Having personally experienced the might of the breath of fire, he knew that the technique, which merged two powerful forces, was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Yet Chiri claimed that his master had effortlessly countered his most potent techniques with a mere wooden sword? How could this be? This is not the place for such discussions. Let us return to the clan. The elder realized that Chiri's master might be an extraordinary figure. Thus he gestured for everyone to head back to the clan for further deliberation. In the Uchiha Council Hall, apart from the clan members dispatched on missions, the entire Uchiha leadership convened together. Jili, please elaborate on the process of your recent mission, Uchiha Taijima inquired, seated at the head of the table. Beside him sat an elderly member of the K-10 clan, his brows and beard singed to a crisp. However, his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Yes, esteemed leader, Uchiha Jili replied, adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke of the matter at hand. According to our prior strategy, we swiftly located the designated site. Initially, we intended to commence our operations at night, but to our astonishment, the Senju clan had already detected our movements and lay in ambush. Uchiha Jili continued, his voice tinged with anger. As we began our excavation, they launched a sudden assault upon us. Caught off guard, our forces were no match for them. Even Captain Tsang Hua was slain. Is that so? Even Tsang Hua. Upon hearing this name, an air of solemnity enveloped the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Tsang Hua, a senior leader of the Uchiha clan and second only to Taijima, had been dispatched as captain due to the significance of this mission. It was a bitter disappointment that their efforts had been in vain. And the stone tablet? A high-ranking member anxiously asked Jili. It should still be there. Uchiha Jili reassured them. The Senju clan is unaware of our true objective, and since we did not manage to unearth the tablet, there should be no cause for alarm. That is a relief. The mention of the tablet's safety brought a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. And what of your master? Taijima inquired, fixing his gaze upon Jili. During the battle, I was knocked unconscious by an explosive tag, Uchiha Jili recounted, regaining his composure. Upon regaining consciousness, I found the conflict had concluded, and I was gravely wounded. As I contemplated my fate, I unexpectedly discovered an unusual trace and followed it, which led me to my master. His tone lightened as he continued, in my dazed state. I was delighted to find my master already by my side. After narrating his encounter with Haku's and the subsequent events, Uchiha Jili resumed his seat. However, he refrained from mentioning the task entrusted to him by Haku's, for it bore no relevance to the Uchiha clan. Impossible. The Uchiha clan members were left astounded by Jili's account. To effortlessly dispatch the Senju with a mere wave of his hand, your master is truly formidable. Could he genuinely be a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? One clan member murmured. It is quite possible. Who else, if not the Sage, could possess such terrifying power? The assembly engaged in fervent discussion. Since the tablet remains intact, it indicates that the situation has not deteriorated beyond our expectations. Taijima whispered to the other clan elders. Indeed. The K-10 elder nodded slowly. As long as the tablet endures, the Uchiha clan still harbors the hope of resurgence. The current dilemma lies in the attitude we should adopt when confronting the master of the village. Taijima turned to glance at the master below, slowly articulating his thoughts. If he is indeed the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, does that not imply he is one of our ancestors? The others also found this issue rather delicate, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Perhaps we should approach it this way. Suddenly, the elder of the Light Egg clan appeared to have an epiphany and leaned in to whisper to the group. Very well, let us proceed in that manner. Upon hearing the elder's suggestion, everyone deemed it quite feasible, nodding in agreement. I shall be the one to speak with the master, Taijima declared decisively. Meanwhile, while the Uchiha clan convened, Bai Ze had successfully dealt with the living slug. My lord, if I follow your instructions, will you spare me? The living slug asked nervously, gazing at Bai Ze. Under the eaves, one must bow low. In the slug's perception, Bai Ze emanated an overwhelming power. It was clear that even if it were to summon its true form, it would likely not stand a chance against him. Moreover, it had an unsettling inkling that it was not merely a mere clone with independent consciousness, although its true form could not sense its presence at the moment. Should it perish, it might inflict irreversible psychological damage upon its original self. Therefore, upon hearing Bai Ze mention a chance at survival, the slug nodded vigorously in agreement. You need not fear. Bai Ze chuckled as he regarded the slug, stating, The task I require of you is exceedingly simple. Please, my lord, command me. Regardless of what Bai Ze said, the slug nodded incessantly, anxious to avoid any hint of displeasure from him. Given that you have forged a contract with the Senju clan, it stands to reason that each member of the Senju possesses one of your clones, correct? Bai Ze inquired, looking intently at the slug. Indeed, the slug affirmed. Nodding, every member of the Senju clan has one of my clones for the purposes of healing and relaying information. Is there a little fellow among the Senju known as Senju Hashirama? Bai Ze continued his questioning. What? Upon hearing the name Senju Hashirama, the slug was taken aback. It was well acquainted with Hashirama. As the eldest son of the clan leader, although Hashirama's current strength was modest, his potential was immense. And he had already begun to exhibit the qualities of a future leader at such a young age. It was precisely this potential that had prompted the slug to agree to the contract with the Senju clan. However, now, this individual seemed to be plotting against Senju Hashirama? What could he be intending? Does he wish to annihilate Hashirama and obliterate the future of the Senju clan? Your reaction suggests you are familiar with him. Just as the slug was about to shake its head in denial, Bai Ze preemptively interjected. No, I am unaware of any individual named Senju Hashirama among the Senju clan. The slug hastily insisted. Is that so? Observing the slug's demeanor, Bai Ze could hardly be deceived by its pretense. Are you certain? With a mere flick of his fingers, Bai Ze extracted a fist-sized clump of water from the nearby stream, swiftly evaporating it until a fine, white powder materialized in his palm. Could it be that your memory has faltered? Bai Ze inquired with a playful smile directed at the slug. Upon beholding the minuscule pile of powder, the slug's countenance shifted dramatically, as if confronted with something truly terrifying, its soft, gelatinous body writhing in distress. The powder in Bai Ze's hand was none other than salt, the very substance the slug dreaded. How could this be? How does he know my weakness? The slug's mind screamed in disbelief. It's impossible. No one in the ninja world should be aware of my vulnerability, not even Gamamaru or the White Snake. Gazing at the smile gracing Bai Ze's face, the slug felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if staring into the very embodiment of horror. So, have you recalled anything? Bai Ze asked amiably. May I inquire about your intentions regarding this child? After much contemplation, the slug finally spoke. If Bai Ze sought to employ its assistance to eliminate Hashirama, it would resolutely refuse to betray him, even at the cost of its own essence. Nothing of the sort. I merely heard that Hashirama Senju possesses remarkable talent and wished to take him as my disciple, Bai Ze replied nonchalantly. The slug was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Bai Ze. What else could you possibly intend? Bai Ze chuckled lightly, observing the beaming countenance of Bai Ze. Even the typically good-natured slug felt an urge to curse. Had you mentioned earlier that you wished to take Hashirama as your disciple, I would have informed you right away. Was it truly necessary to frighten me with such a terrifying display? Although the slug felt a profound fear of Bai Ze, it did not question his words. After all, an entity of such stature surely would not deceive for base motives. So that is the case. The slug exhaled in relief. Indeed, there exists a child named Hashirama within the Senju clan. He is the eldest son of the Senju clan leader, Hashirama Buddha. Can you reach out to him now? Bai Ze inquired. If you could suppress that power, I would be able to contact him. Very well, summon him here at once. Bai Ze instructed calmly. If the slug could contact Hashirama, it would save him considerable trouble. As for whether Hashirama would accept him as a teacher, Bai Ze harbored no doubts that upon witnessing his formidable power, Hashirama would be swayed. He was acutely aware that although Hashirama was still young, he already harbored aspirations to alter the state of the ninja world. What he lacked to achieve this ambition was formidable strength, a power that neither the Senju clan nor the slug could provide. Only he could bestow such power upon him. Furthermore, he did not believe that Hashirama would be so short-sighted. All right, you may contact him now. With a slight wave of his hand, Bai Ze lessened the restrictions upon the slug. In the assembly hall of the Senju clan, the esteemed Senju Hashirama convened with several high-ranking members, seated around a lengthy table, engaged in earnest deliberation. The expressions on their faces were marked by an unusual gravity, evidently confronted with a formidable challenge. Clan leader, please issue your command. implored one of the senior members, gazing intently at Hashirama. The repeated annihilation of our kin is clearly an affront to the dignity of the Senju clan. Indeed, clan leader. Another voice rose in agreement. Those fallen comrades were our elite warriors. Their effortless defeat suggests that our adversaries come well prepared. If we continue to delay, we risk incurring even greater losses when they inevitably come for us. Thus, I advocate for a preemptive strike. Yet, a more senior clan member interjected from across the table. How can you be certain this is not a trap laid by our foes? We have dispatched 9J Nin and 3CH Nin, yet they were still easily vanquished. This indicates that our opponents possess formidable strength. Until we thoroughly ascertain their capabilities, prudence is advisable. Regardless of their might, they are no match for the Senju clan. The initial speaker retorted emphatically. To cower now would only convey fear to outsiders, tarnishing our clan's illustrious reputation. Exactly. Another affirmed. Previously, we were preoccupied with our conflict against the Uchiha and momentarily overlooked them. Now that we comprehend their strength, we must mobilize greater forces. Those scoundrels will not withstand the might of the Senju clan. As the members engaged in fervent debate, they were, unbeknownst to them, discussing the recent events involving Haku's and Chiri. Yet, they mistakenly believed that a rival clan was responsible for the demise of their kin, failing to consider that only Haku's and Chiri were involved. Observing the tumultuous discourse before him, Hashirama felt a pang of frustration. Deep down, he too harbored a desire to take the offensive. However, the possibility of a trap weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him in a quandary. Outside the assembly hall, four children were clandestinely eavesdropping on the conversation. Hashirama's sons. Eldest brother, the silver-haired, red-eyed Tobarama murmured to his brother Hashirama, "What is your perspective?" "I am uncertain," replied Senju Hashirama, shaking his head in bewilderment. While the arguments presented were compelling, he sensed an underlying discord. "In my view, we should charge ahead," declared Senju Kawarama. "We are the Senju clan, the mightiest family in the ninja world. No one could possibly stand against us." In Kawarama's mind, the Senju clan was undeniably the strongest in the ninja realm. Even the Uchiha were no match for them. Their recent annihilation of the Uchiha was a testament to their supremacy. Yet, a lingering thought troubled him. What if their adversaries were indeed exceedingly powerful? Beside him, the timid Banchan spoke softly. As the youngest among the four brothers, his disposition was markedly different from the combative Banchan. "We are still too weak." Tobarama sighed deeply. "If only I could grow stronger, I could alleviate some of our father's burdens." Tobarama clenched his teeth in frustration. "Brother, what are you pondering?" Suddenly, he noticed Hashirama beside him looking somewhat distracted and inquired aloud. "I was contemplating why our clans must engage in such deadly conflicts," Hashirama murmured. "Isn't it preferable for us to coexist in harmony?" "Coexistence?" Tobarama scoffed. "Are you still entertaining such absurd thoughts? Our kin have been slain, rather than seeking vengeance. You ponder reconciliation with our enemies?" "Indeed, brother." Wacken also chimed in. "Yute's father was just murdered by those Uchiha brutes a few days ago. Do you think I don't yearn for revenge?" "Yes, Yute was our dearest friend. His father's death saddens me greatly." Banchan also added timidly. "Revenge." Observing Wacken's fury, Hashirama seemed to grasp something profound. "Hashirama? Hashirama? Are you there?" While Hashirama was still lost in thought, a soft voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Ah, it is the Sage of the Slugs." Hashirama reached behind his ear to retrieve a slug and asked, "Is there something you need?" He always held the Sage of the Slugs in high regard. He recalled a time when he accompanied his father on a mission and inadvertently fell into an enemy trap. Just when he believed his demise was certain, the Sage of the Slugs appeared and healed his wounds. Since then, he had kept the Sage close at hand. When his father learned that the Sage had saved his life, he expressed immense gratitude, treating the Sage as a valued guest of the clan. Perhaps moved by his father's demeanor, the Sage of the Slugs had even forged a summoning contract with the Senju clan, vowing to protect them. "You see, I have encountered a formidable being who wishes to take you as a disciple." The slug spoke slowly. "Allow me to speak." Before the slug could finish, a voice interrupted. "Senju Hashirama, do you crave power?" The voice of Haku's emanated from the slug. "Who are you? How dare you be so disrespectful to the Sage of the Slugs?" Without waiting for Hashirama to respond, Banchan interjected. The Sage of the Slugs was a highly respected figure among the Senju clan, and this person had the audacity to interrupt the Sage. "This is the esteemed individual I mentioned." Seeing Banchan's agitation, the slug hastily added, not wishing for Banchan to act impulsively and provoke Haku's esteemed one. The four brothers were taken aback by the slug's words. Though they were unaware of the Sage's true identity, their father seemed to possess some knowledge. having remarked that the Sage of the Slugs was an immensely powerful entity in the ninja world, cautioning them never to take the Sage lightly. However, it is quite astonishing that such a formidable Sage of Slugs would refer to this individual as my lord. The speaker appears quite powerful. Tobirama murmured to his two younger brothers behind him. Indeed, anyone capable of earning the title of my lord from the Sage of Slugs must be an extraordinary figure. Hashirama echoed softly. Does that mean I just? Banju stared blankly, cautiously glancing at the Sage of Slugs in Hashirama's hand. Fortunately, that esteemed individual seemed unfazed by his earlier rudeness, merely engaged in conversation with his elder brother. Senju Hashirama, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to grow stronger and realize your ideals? The voice of Bai Ze resonated in their ears. Realize my ideals? Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the Sage of Slugs before him. Could it be that this esteemed individual comprehends his innermost thoughts? Does he understand his aspirations? How could that be possible? Even his own kin do not acknowledge his thoughts. How could this stranger grasp them? With this notion, Hashirama felt a surge of excitement within. You can understand my thoughts? Of course, Bai Ze replied nonchalantly. However, for you in your current state, what use is it to ponder deeply? With your mere jin and strength, no matter how splendid your ideals may seem, they are but a fantasy in the eyes of others. Without formidable power to support them, all is mere talk. Then what must I do? Hashirama questioned anxiously. Listening to Bai Ze's words, he realized he had been overly optimistic. For instance, although he is the son of the clan leader, he cannot even enter the council chamber, confined to eavesdropping outside. Even if he were to enter now and express his thoughts, the elders would likely dismiss him as jesting. It is simple. You must grow stronger. Become the mightiest existence in this world, rendering your presence undeniable. Only then can your ideals be realized. Bai Ze continued. The mightiest, you say? Hashirama reflected on Bai Ze's words, sinking into contemplation. Indeed, it was his lack of strength that barred him from entering the council chamber, was it not? If he possessed J-nin-level strength now, the elders would have to consider his suggestions, no matter how reluctant they were. And if he were to become the strongest in the shinobi world, even his adversaries would be hesitant to confront him. Wouldn't that allow everyone to sit down and calmly discuss matters of peaceful coexistence? With this thought, Hashirama felt as though the problems that had long plagued him were finally resolving. Power, indeed. Behind Hashirama, Tobirama too fell into deep thought. Although he did not know the identity of the speaker, he found himself in agreement with this person's views. However, he could only concur regarding the perspective on power. As for his elder brother's unrealistic so-called ideals, he could not bring himself to agree. The reason their kin could connect was due to their shared bloodline. It is this bloodline that binds them together, thus forming a family. What reason could there possibly be for different clans to gather together? Especially in a world fraught with conflict, where nearly every family has taken the lives of members from other clans. Such profound enmity makes it implausible for anyone to sit together in peace. At the very least, he would never ally himself with the Uchiha. This esteemed figure indeed sounds remarkably formidable, murmured Tobirama and Hashirama in the background. Unlike their elder brother, the two had not pondered such complexities. Their singular hope was merely to survive amidst the chaos and not fall victim to a rival clan's wrath. Therefore, when they heard Haku speak of power, their eyes instantly sparkled with interest. Senju Hashirama, become my disciple. Just as they were still contemplating, Haku's voice resonated once more. Once you become my disciple, you will possess boundless strength. At that point, no one in the shinobi world would dare to impede your ambitions. Take your time to consider this. With that, Haku's voice fell silent. Is what this esteemed figure says truly credible? Hashirama inquired eagerly, gazing at the slug in his hand. Indeed, the slug nodded affirmatively. If it is this esteemed individual, then such possibilities do exist. As the one who understood Hashirama best within the Senju clan, the slug was well aware of his aspirations. Thus, upon hearing Haku's desire to take Hashirama as his disciple, it readily agreed to facilitate the connection. It now appeared that Hashirama was indeed swayed by Haku's words. I shall seek out this esteemed figure. After a lengthy contemplation, Hashirama declared suddenly, then please, follow me. The slug nodded in acknowledgement of Hashirama's decision. However, a hint of hesitation crossed Hashirama's face. But what about my father? His father had always disagreed with his views, dismissing them as the fanciful dreams of a child. Would he even consent to such a proposal if Hashirama approached him now? Leave the clan leader to me. The slug interjected. I shall speak with him. He is likely to agree. Really? That would be wonderful. Hashirama responded with delight upon hearing the slug's assurance. His father had always held the slug sage in high regard, often consulting its wisdom on clan matters. Thus, it was certain that his father would acquiesce to the slug's counsel. Meanwhile, F. and others were still in a meeting when suddenly, a slug crawled out from beside Hashirama's ear, succinctly recounting the recent events. What? F. gasped in astonishment, incredulity painting his features as he cradled the slug sage in his hands. What has transpired? The others, noticing F.'s sudden change in demeanor, turned their attention toward him. The slug sage claims that an exceedingly powerful entity wishes to take Hashirama as a disciple. F. stated simply, an exceedingly powerful entity? The group turned to gaze incredulously at the slug sage in F.'s hands. The children surrounding Hashirama were unaware of the slug sage's significance. Yet the adults were acutely aware of its profound implications. The slug sage, the sole entity within the wet-bone forest, one of the three great sacred lands of the ninja world. A legacy spanning millennia, stands unrivaled in power throughout the entirety of the ninja realm. Yet now, one wonders, who could possibly be so formidable that even the slug sage acknowledges their immense strength? The crowd was engulfed in disbelief. Lord Slug, what is the meaning of this? Inquired a venerable elder of the clan, bowing respectfully before the slug. It is as follows. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the living slug recounted in meticulous detail the events wherein the Senju clan pursued Uchiha Chiri, culminating in a conversation with Haku's and Hashirama. The audience was left utterly astounded. The one who slaughtered our clan members was him. They murmured in shock. They had long assumed that a rival clan was responsible for the annihilation of their elite squad, only to discover that it was the formidable individual spoken of by the slug sage. Thank goodness we refrained from intervening. Otherwise, the entire Senju clan might have faced obliteration, muttered a member of the conservative faction. Faced with a being whom even the slug sage deemed worthy of respect, they found it difficult to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Conversely, the hawkish faction scoffed disdainfully. And even so, what of it? Shall we let the blood of our kin go unavenged? No matter how powerful this being may be, can they truly withstand the full might of the Senju clan? Indeed, the dignity of the Senju is not to be trifled with, despite the opponent's strength. They remained merely one individual. Should they choose inaction, all clans in the ninja world would surely mock them. They steadfastly believed that the Senju clan was the preeminent family in the ninja realm, convinced that no one could possibly stand against their might. Silence. As the two factions prepared to clash once more, Butsukin intervened with a commanding shout. If that is the case, let us dismiss this matter. He murmured. Dismiss it. The hawkish faction stared incredulously at Butsukin, exclaiming, this individual is clearly provoking the dignity of the Senju clan. No. Suddenly, the living slug interjected. Strictly speaking, it was the Senju who angered that esteemed being. The events of that night were vividly etched in the slug's memory. Upon encountering Chiri, several members of the Senju clan rushed forward without hesitation, attempting to strike at Haku's. Haku's actions were solely for self-defense. As for the subsequent deaths of the Senju, they were entirely the doing of Uchiha Chiri, with no connection to Haku's whatsoever. Moreover, even if the entire Senju clan were to join forces, they would likely not stand a chance against that esteemed being. The slug stated matter-of-factly. Impossible. The hawkish faction gazed at the slug in disbelief, unable to fathom the implications of its words. Is that esteemed being truly so powerful? Butsukin too looked at the slug in astonishment. Indeed, the slug nodded affirmatively. The strength of that esteemed individual is beyond your wildest imaginings. Even if my true form were to arrive, I fear I would not be a match for him. Furthermore, even if Yui were to come, she too would likely not stand a chance, considering its own expertise lay solely in medical ninjutsu. The slug added this with a contemplative pause. An existence surpassing Yui? How can this be possible? In the midst of the Buddhist realm. The thousand-handed Buddha gasped in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. He was well aware of the identity of the figure referred to by the slug sage as the one in feathered attire. None other than the progenitor of ninjas, the sage of the six paths. Could it be that the slug sage was exaggerating, claiming that even the sage of the six paths was no match for this individual? In any case, I have spoken my piece. The decision lies with you. The living slug stated slowly. It had conveyed all it needed to say. If these individuals chose to pursue trouble with Haku's, it would no longer be its concern. It is futile to counsel the damned. Its interest lay solely in Hashirama, not the Senju clan. Even if the Senju were to be annihilated, it would feel no sorrow whatsoever. Father, just as the crowd remained in shock, Senju Hashirama entered. Father, I wish to follow that esteemed individual, Senju Hashirama declared directly. In a certain corner of the ninja world, a vibrant location housed a colossal slug, quietly resting. Its immense form rendered the surrounding mountains mere hills in comparison. This was the true body of the slug sage, and here lay the legendary Whetbone Forest, one of the 3 sacred lands. At this moment, the living slug appeared to have just received word from its doppelganger, still gradually processing the information. When did such a formidable figure emerge in the ninja world? The slug murmured. Surpassing even the 3 great sages, this entity transcended the feathered ancestor of ninjas. Even having lived for over a millennium, it had encountered few such beings. Wait, could it be her? Suddenly, the slug seemed to recall something, its body trembling violently. A millennium ago, when it had yet to reach maturity, a being of immense power had indeed graced the ninja world. Due to this formidable presence, the influence of the 3 sacred lands over the world had waned, ultimately leading them to retreat from the world, resulting in their current hidden state. Indeed, 1,000 years prior, the 3 sacred lands were not as obscure as they appeared now. At that time, they were the only existing power within the ninja world, coexisting in harmony to uphold its development. Until that person's arrival shortly after this individual emerged, the entire ninja world fell under her dominion, and the 3 sacred lands were driven here without the strength to resist. Later, in pursuit of their kin's survival, a frog sage from another sacred land sought out her 2 sons, Yuhi and Yuron, and revealed her transgressions. Upon investigating the ninja world, Yuhi and Yuron discovered that the situation was indeed as the frog sage had described, and together they sealed her upon the moon. Impossible, it cannot be her. The slug murmured, gazing up at the bright moon above. As long as the moon remained, it signified that she had not yet emerged from her seal. Moreover, after these few days of brief encounters, it had found no trace of her within Haku's. Haku seemed to genuinely seek only to gather a few disciples, as he claimed. However, despite Haku's intentions to avoid chaos, the slug acutely sensed that significant events were poised to unfold within the ninja world. Otherwise, such a formidable existence would not have appeared so abruptly. After pondering for quite some time, the living slug could not fathom the true origins of Hakuzai, and thus ceased its contemplation. Yet, another dilemma began to gnaw at its mind. To speak honestly, it felt a reluctance to draw closer to Hakuzai. The fact that this terrifying entity could smile and converse while holding such a horrific substance as salt was undoubtedly indicative of a devil in disguise. However, Hashirama's desire to take him as a mentor placed the slug in a quandary. For millennia, Hashirama had been the only child it deemed worthy, and it longed to ensure the continuation of the Senju lineage through him. If it were to abandon Hashirama due to Hakuzai, it could only imagine how long it would take to find another suitable summoning partner. Indeed, while Hashirama believed he had entered into a contract with the Senju clan, this was far from the truth. The slug had merely agreed to temporarily protect the Senju clan at the behest of Butsuma until Hashirama fully matured. Once Hashirama came of age, it would reclaim all the Senju clan's manifestations and establish an exclusive summoning contract with him. For though the 3 great sanctuaries had long since retreated from the world, the ninja realm remained their foundation, and the sanctuary's existence relied upon the strength of the ninja world. Should it forsake the ninja realm, losing that support would likely lead to the complete obliteration of the Whetbone Forest from existence. Thus, the slug could never abandon Hashirama as a summoning companion. However, the mere thought of encountering Hakuzai again made the living slug's head spin. Well, that terrifying fellow, while formidable, probably wouldn't engage in anything too perilous. My manifestation should remain quite safe. Moreover, as the slug pondered, a sudden flush of embarrassment crept over it. For reasons unknown, images of following Hakuzai danced in its mind. No, I mustn't think this way. It hastily shook its head, muttering to itself. That fellow is insufferable, wanting to use me for fishing. I am a dignified sage slug. How could I stoop to such a task? Yet, if he were to truly compel me, should I acquiesce? The slug wrestled with its thoughts. The Senju clan. After the living slug concluded its explanation, Senju Hashirama appeared in the council chamber, expressing his desire to follow Hakuzai. Very well, having such a powerful being as a mentor would indeed confer immense benefits upon you. After a moment's contemplation, Senju Butsuma nodded in agreement. Splendid, brother. Senju Tobarama exclaimed joyfully, gazing at Hashirama. Never did I imagine father would consent. Indeed, brother. Both Ban and Wa expressed their delight for Hashirama. To be recognized by such a formidable existence is truly a stroke of luck. Sage Slug. As Hashirama looked at the 3 brothers before him, he suddenly turned to the slug and inquired, might I bring them along to seek that esteemed individual? Born into this tumultuous era, Hashirama had witnessed far too many children perish upon the battlefield. He could scarcely fathom how he would cope should Ban and Wa also meet such a fate. Thus, he wished to bring his 3 younger brothers to Bai Ze to seek apprenticeship, hoping to bestow upon them a modicum of self-defense. Elder brother, that esteemed individual wishes to take you as a disciple. There was no mention of us. Tobirama interjected. If we were to inadvertently offend that esteemed one, you might lose this opportunity. That is unlikely. Hashirama shook his head. A being capable of such thoughts would not be provoked by trifles. If he is unwilling to accept you as disciples, you can always return. Indeed, Hashirama speaks wisely. The slug sage nodded in agreement. To cultivate in the presence of that esteemed individual is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One cannot ascertain the outcome without trying. Very well. Seeing that the slug sage had spoken thus, Tobirama nodded in acquiescence. Excellent. We shall train alongside that esteemed individual. Ban and Wa leaped joyfully. Then let us set forth. With everyone ready, the slug sage guided them out of the Senju clan's encampment, accompanied by a small team of escorting ninjas dispatched by Butsuma. Given the delicate relationship between the Senju clan and that formidable being, Butsuma had instructed that upon encountering the esteemed one, Hashirama and the others were to withdraw immediately, avoiding any delay to prevent inciting his ire. In the realm of invincibility, Bai Ze sat leisurely by the riverbank, fishing. Beside him, the slug sage appeared anxious. Despite repeatedly asserting that he was not a mere earthworm, he ultimately succumbed to Bai Ze's coercion and offered a diminutive clone as bait for fishing. Ah, they have arrived. Although engaged in fishing, Bai Ze's awareness remained attuned to his surroundings. Thus, as Hashirama and the others stepped into the realm of invincibility, he sensed their presence. Esteemed one, they have come. The slug sage weakly alerted Bai Ze upon perceiving his clone. Elder brother. The moment Tobirama set foot in the realm of invincibility, his expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but the chakra concentration here seemed extraordinarily formidable, prompting him to glance at Hashirama. Such dense chakra. Hashirama also sensed the overwhelming chakra concentration and could not help but exclaim in awe. Is this truly the domain of that esteemed individual? It is indeed extraordinary, he murmured. Incredible! It surpasses even our clan's territory. Is this a paradise? Although Ban and Wa had yet to become ninjas, they too could perceive the remarkable change, their youthful faces alight with excitement. If I could remain here indefinitely, I would surely become a genin in no time. Ban inhaled deeply, filled with yearning. His elder brother and second brother had already successfully released ninjutsu and become ninjas, whereas he struggled even to perform the most basic water release, causing him much inner turmoil. Now, upon sensing the terrifying chakra concentration surrounding him, he felt convinced that if he could stay here for just a few days, no, merely 2 days, he too would attain the ability to unleash ninjutsu. At that moment, he could indeed become a ninja stepping onto the battlefield. The chakra within him. Beside Banjian, the youngest Weijian seemed to sense something, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, his eyes widened with determination, and he extended his hands, beginning to form seals. The gestures he made were unmistakably attempts at the most fundamental water release technique. Water release, water flow technique. Weijian murmured, his hands moving tirelessly. Although he had never successfully unleashed it before, his adeptness in forming the seals indicated he had been practicing diligently. In no time, Weijian completed the seals and, with a vigorous shout, slammed his hands onto the ground. Splash! Under Weijian's eager gaze, the earth before him suddenly cracked, revealing a stream of clear water. He had succeeded. Although the stream was somewhat slender, Weijian was already immensely satisfied. Had his relentless efforts finally borne fruit? As the youngest of the 4 brothers, Weijian possessed the least amount of chakra, making it impossible for him to execute any ninjutsu. However, upon stepping into this place and sensing a rapid increase in his chakra, he embraced a hopefulness that he could try, and to his surprise, he truly succeeded. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Weijian. Hashirama observed Weijian with delight. He had always noted Weijian's efforts, and seeing him finally release a ninjutsu filled Hashirama's heart with joy. I'll give it a try too. Seeing Weijian succeed, Banjian couldn't help but begin forming seals as well. Water release, water flow technique. Yet for reasons unknown, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. I failed. Despite the setback, Banjian remained undeterred. Next time, I will definitely succeed. Yes, keep it up. We believe in you. Hashirama and the others encouraged him. Just as they were marveling at the dense chakra surrounding them, the scenery around them suddenly shifted. By the time they processed what had happened, they found themselves beside a small river where Bai Ze fished. What is going on? The group gazed in astonishment at the figure before them. You've arrived, Hashirama. The gentle voice of the slug echoed as it greeted them. This is the esteemed individual who wishes to take you as a disciple. The slug gestured towards Bai Ze. I have the honor of meeting you, my lord. Upon hearing the words of the sage of slugs, Hashirama immediately bowed. I am Senju Hashirama, summoned by your grace, hoping to become your disciple and attain the status of the strongest in the ninja world. Hashirama declared boldly. Haha, such manners. Bai Ze smiled slightly at the respectful Hashirama. However, I do not adhere to many formalities here, so there is no need for you to be overly restrained. Bai Ze said casually, gesturing lightly, causing Hashirama to straighten his posture involuntarily. So powerful. Feeling the overwhelming force, Hashirama's heart jolted with astonishment. Truly, one cannot help but admire an existence so esteemed that even the sage of slugs refers to them as master. It is indeed formidable. Moreover, now that you have chosen to become my disciple, consider this place your home, remarked Hakud with a smile. Yes, master. With Hakud's words, Senju Hashirama promptly acquiesced. Ding. The system detected that Senju Hashirama had become the host's disciple, expanding the domain to a current range of 2,000 meters by 2,000 meters. Just as Hashirama finished speaking, a notification echoed in Hakud's ear. Ding. The system registered an additional disciple, rewarding the would-release bloodline limit. 2 notifications rang in Hakud's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. The would-release bloodline limit. What is the meaning of this? Is not would-release synonymous with Hashirama? Why would the system reward me with such a thing? Could it be that he has yet to comprehend would-release? A sudden thought crossed Hakud's mind. Ah, master. Just as Hakud pondered, Hashirama spoke up unexpectedly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Observing Hashirama's hesitance, Hakud felt a flicker of curiosity. Well, however. Hashirama's lips moved as if he wished to express something, but faltered. Oh dear, how should I broach this? Hashirama's heart was in turmoil as he gazed at Hakud. In truth, he desired to suggest that Hakud also accept Tobirama and the others as disciples. Yet, as he contemplated voicing this request, he felt a wave of trepidation. Would it be rude to make such a proposal so soon after becoming a disciple? After all, this esteemed individual had only acknowledged his name and had not mentioned Tobirama or the others, indicating that they had not been considered for discipleship. Would bringing it up now put his master in an uncomfortable position? What is it? Do you have something to say? Noticing Hashirama's prolonged silence, Hakud inquired once more. Brother, perhaps it's best to let it be. Tobirama, sensing Hashirama's inner conflict, whispered from behind him. No. Hashirama felt a sense of relief upon hearing Tobirama's words. What was I so conflicted about? He chastised himself internally. Bringing the 3 of them here was precisely to ensure they could also become the master as disciples. Why then? Was I hesitating? The image of his comrades falling in battle sent a wave of anxiety through him. I am meant to reshape the entire shinobi world. If I cannot even protect my family, what right do I have to speak of such ambitions? And if my request were to be declined, they could always return home. At last, Hashirama steeled his resolve. Master. He summoned his courage as he faced Hakud. I have an earnest request, and I hope it will not cause you discomfort. Oh? If it is something that might trouble me, then there is no need to speak further. Hakud interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Hashirama stood frozen in shock. What is this unforeseen turn of events? Why are you not following the usual protocol? I was merely being polite, yet you took it seriously. It seems I am indeed unfit for such interactions. Within, Hashirama felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It was not just Hashirama, Tobirama, along with the 3 others and the slug, were momentarily taken aback by Haku's words. This gentleman appeared to be somewhat unusual. Tobirama stared blankly at Haku's. Conventionally, one would expect Haku's to respond with a casual affirmation, especially since this was the first request made after the disciple's initiation. How could he refuse so effortlessly? In fact, his ease was rather unsettling. Esteemed sir, I believe it would be prudent for you to listen to what he wishes to convey before making a decision. The slug ventured timidly, casting a hesitant glance at Haku's. Did he not say he would put me in a difficult position? If I am indeed to be troubled, why should I listen? Haku's replied coolly. It's not as daunting a matter as it seems. I merely misspoke in my moment of anxiety. Hashirama interjected hurriedly. He was jesting. If he did not speak now, he feared he would miss his chance entirely. As for feelings of embarrassment, they could be addressed at a later time. Ah, I see now. Haku's chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting with you earlier. I hope you do not take offense, ha ha ha. Indeed, observing Haku's seamless transition in demeanor, Tobirama muttered to himself. Were it not for the presence of the slug sage, he might have questioned whether this individual was truly the one conversing with his elder brother. It is as you say, Hashirama quickly affirmed upon seeing Haku's relent. These three are my younger brothers, Senju Tobirama, Senju Banch, and Senju Waken. He gestured towards each of them in turn. If possible, I hope my master will accept them as disciples as well. Haku's regarded Hashirama with a look of incredulity. At that moment, he remembered that, like Madara, Hashirama too had a tendency to support his brothers. Madara was a given, as it was a typical trait of the Uchiha clan. Yet Hashirama was different. In the original narrative, Banch and Waken had perished early, and Tobirama's exceptional prowess had overshadowed any potential inclination Hashirama might have displayed. However, now that Banch and Waken were still alive and Tobirama had not yet matured, Hashirama's true nature was laid bare. This indeed presents quite the conundrum. Haku's mused, gazing at the three before him. Initially, he had contemplated a large influx of disciples to exponentially expand his dominion. However, he later reconsidered this approach for various reasons. Although he was destined to dominate the ninja realm eventually, the journey to strength relied upon the diligent efforts of his disciples. Given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, its danger was arguably at an all-time high. If he were to accept any random individuals as his disciples, no amount of power he bestowed would be of any consequence. They would merely serve as couriers. This would not only tarnish his esteemed reputation, but could also potentially expose his existence, alerting the likes of Kagaya to his presence. Most importantly, although the system permits one to take on disciples, it has not stipulated any penalties for the disciple's death. Rewards are granted upon accepting disciples, as well as for their breakthroughs or significant achievements. It stands to reason that there should also be consequences for their demise. Contemplating this, Bai Ze refrained from responding to Hashirama immediately. It was not that he held Hashirama's three disciples in low regard. At least Tobirama, in his eyes, was quite impressive. Setting aside his mastery of water release, Tobirama was undoubtedly a prodigy in other aspects as well, particularly his impeccable execution of the Flying Thunder God technique, which even earned his brother Minato the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash. Not to mention Tobirama's formidable forbidden techniques, such as Edo Tensei, the explosive tag exchange, and the soul-binding technique, each of which boasts a formidable reputation. Even the signature jutsu of the next generation's destined child, Naruto, the shadow clone technique, was invented by him. Bai Ze would dare to assert that without Tobirama, the arsenal of ninjutsu in the world of Hokage would be significantly diminished. Such a talent, had it been in the past, Bai Ze might have readily accepted him as a disciple. However, with Hashirama present, he had to deliberate carefully. Observing Bai Ze lost in thought, Hashirama's expression darkened. It seemed that his attempt was in vain. He had approached this matter with a sense of trial, but now, seeing Bai Ze's demeanor, it appeared hopeless. If Master truly felt troubled, then I shall let them return. Hashirama bowed deeply. Wait. At that moment, Bai Ze suddenly spoke. Since they are your brothers, let them all stay. It will be good company for you. However, to become my disciples, they must first undergo a thorough evaluation to ascertain their qualifications. Bai Ze stated calmly. Really? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Hashirama was instantly filled with joy. He had not expected such a twist of fate, and now a glimmer of hope appeared. This is truly wonderful. Izuna and Tobirama also leaped in delight. To reside in this paradise-like place was something they had never even dared to dream of. Thank you, my lord. In contrast to the exuberance of the other two, Tobirama maintained a composed demeanor and bowed to Bai Ze. No need for formalities. Bai Ze replied lightly. As long as your performance meets my expectations, what harm is there in accepting you as disciples? Indeed, I will strive to do my utmost. Tobirama nodded resolutely. Although he could not directly become this esteemed individual's disciple, he was nonetheless satisfied with this answer. After all, such a powerful being would not simply accept anyone as a disciple without due consideration. I wonder what this esteemed individual will assess us on. Gazing at Bai Ze, Tobirama pondered. Strength, talent, or perhaps something else? Truth be told, while he may not match his elder brother, he certainly did not consider himself worthless. Everything stemmed from the remarkable prowess of the elder brother, which rendered him somewhat inadequate by comparison. However, when juxtaposed with his contemporaries, Tobirama still considered himself a genius. Thus, faced with the challenge posed by Haku's, he remained utterly unperturbed. He resolved to perform admirably, determined to showcase his talents to this esteemed individual. What sort of test did the elder intend to administer, he pondered. Observing Haku's shift in demeanor, the slug, Zuki, chuckled and addressed Haku's. Please hold on. We will be ready shortly. Haku smiled faintly, his gaze drifting behind Hashirama and the others, lost in thought. What could possibly be there? Suki, following Haku's gaze, felt a pang of curiosity. Suddenly, its expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over its features as it looked at Haku's. How could this be? Surely, you do not intend for them to confront those individuals? Staring intently in the direction Haku's had indicated, Suki, perplexed, attempted to sense any presence in that vicinity. To its astonishment, it was met with a shocking revelation. Unbeknownst to them, the small squad escorting Hashirama had been completely annihilated, and the assailants were now en route to their location. Given their pace, they would arrive in mere moments. With impending foes approaching, coupled with Haku's earlier mention of a trial, a terrifying thought surged into Suki's mind as it gazed incredulously at Haku's. Congratulations, you are correct. Haku's replied with a slight smile. Alas, there are no rewards. Impossible, Suki exclaimed. The three of them are merely low-ranking ninjas. How could they possibly contend with these adversaries? Are you truly sending them to their doom? In Suki's perception, the incoming ninjas were all at least CH Nin level, with one even being AJ Nin. No matter how talented Tobarama and his companions were, they could never stand against such foes. What are you all discussing? Tobarama inquired, looking at the agitated Suki with confusion. The test. Haku's replied nonchalantly. Your opponents will be arriving shortly. Addressing Tobarama and the others, Haku succinctly stated, your task is to eliminate them all. A battle, indeed. Tobarama nodded, murmuring to himself. If it was merely this, he felt confident in passing the trial. Ban and W, pay heed to my commands during the fight. He instructed his two younger brothers. As long as we unite our strengths, we shall surely vanquish these intruders. Agreed. Both Ban and W affirmed with resolute nods. Poor children, Suki murmured, observing the unwavering confidence of Tobarama and his brothers. They remained blissfully unaware of the formidable entities they were about to face. Had they known the true strength of their opponents, they would likely be reduced to tears in fear. However, upon reflection, Suki considered that Haku's would unlikely permit them to engage in battle so recklessly. A low-ranking ninja accompanied by two burdens. One could foresee the outcome of such a scenario without even engaging in battle. Surely, Bai Ze would not truly resort to such a strategy. Indeed, that must be the case. Suddenly, the living slug seemed to have an epiphany, awakening to a profound realization. A low-ranking ninja confronting a high-ranking one is an impossibility. How could someone like Bai Ze be unaware of this? He must be employing this method to assess the resolve of Tobarama and the others. No matter how formidable the adversary, one must never lose hope. Bai Ze intends to impart this lesson through such a trial. The more the slug pondered, the more it found this notion compelling, and a sense of admiration for Bai Ze began to blossom within. Truly, the thoughts of beings of such caliber are beyond our comprehension, it murmured. Here they come. Without needing reminders from Bai Ze or the slug, Tobarama sensed several waves of chakra surging from behind and quietly cautioned. What? However, as these individuals drew nearer, his expression shifted drastically. High-ranking ninja? How could this be? Tobarama fixated on the foremost ninja, incredulously exclaiming. The trial that the esteemed one mentioned is to have them confront such terrifying entities. This is absurd. Master. Hashirama had evidently recognized the prowess of these newcomers and abruptly turned to Bai Ze. Master, is there some misunderstanding? These individuals. Stand down. Yet. Bai Ze waved his hand to interrupt him. This is their trial. It does not concern you. But Hashirama attempted to voice his concerns, only to have Bai Ze silence him with a mere gesture, rendering him mute. Hashirama, heed the words of the esteemed one. The slug, already familiar with Bai Ze's intentions, comforted Hashirama from the side. Besides, even if Tobarama and the others truly struggle against these foes, the esteemed one is here. He will certainly not allow them to come to harm. The slug spoke in soothing tones. Is that so? Gazing at the living slug, then at Bai Ze, Hashirama found wisdom in the slug's words and ceased his struggle. Go for it, Tobarama. He turned to his side, murmuring to Tobarama. To pass the master's test, they must defeat these adversaries. Thus, the sole hope rests upon Tobarama. After all, in comparison to his two brothers, only Tobarama had any battlefield experience. Moreover, their father had often, whether intentionally or not, imparted combat skills to Tobarama, hoping they would prove useful. Hashirama contemplated this, while Tobarama felt the weight of immense pressure. Although he had battlefield experience, his opponents were merely peers among low-ranking ninjas. High-ranking foes were beyond his reach. Faced with such a daunting scene, he found himself paralyzed by fear. If Tobarama felt this way, the reactions of Ban and Wa were even more dismal, overwhelmed by the terrifying chakra emanating from the leader. Wa was on the verge of fainting. He had never before encountered such a harrowing situation. A high-ranking ninja. In his heart, he was the very embodiment of invincibility. Now, he found himself compelled to battle such a formidable adversary? In fact, Hua Jian felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Indeed, this must be a dream. How could there possibly exist a being as powerful as Lord Bai Ze in this world? Even the air here, thick with chakra, felt somewhat surreal. Hua Jian muttered, his gaze vacant. In comparison to the two of them, Ban Jian fared somewhat better, though he was not far from trembling, merely clutching a kunai and standing frozen, uncertain of his next move. Just as expected, the three of them, including Fei Jian, had lost their fighting spirit when faced with such a superior opponent. Truly, you are remarkable, my lord. Observing the calm demeanor of Bai Ze beside him, Hua Jian silently acknowledged. Utilizing these individuals to provoke their inner resolve was indeed a masterstroke. Furthermore, to employ a mere Nin against such a powerful being was an act of audacity. Hua Jian had already begun to fathom Bai Ze's intentions. Although Hua Jian's assumptions were slightly flawed, they were not entirely off the mark. However, Bai Ze had not anticipated the presence of a Nin among the attackers, which did catch him by surprise. Nevertheless, it was merely a Nin. It would only require a bit more effort. Bai Ze remarked nonchalantly, his fingers twitching as the air around them began to swirl rapidly. Ah, indeed. Upon witnessing Bai Ze's subtle movement, Hua Jian's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew Bai Ze would not remain passive, and now he was indeed taking action. Look, the little ones escorted by the Senju clan. Meanwhile, the approaching enemies had also spotted the trio of Fei Jian, their speed suddenly surging, quickly closing the distance. The fact that the Buddha clan had dispatched personnel for their protection signified their extraordinary status. The leading Nin remarked coolly regarding the trio before him. Perhaps they are the sons of Senju Buddha? A Nin speculated. Senju Buddha coincidentally has 4 sons. Senju Buddha's sons? Upon hearing this, the others instantly broke into sinister grins. Imagine if we were to slay them all. Wouldn't that drive Senju Buddha mad? If he goes mad, it would make our conquest of the Senju clan considerably easier. Why wait any longer? The group chuckled darkly as they gazed at Fei Jian and the others. 2 Nin and 2 who were not even ninjas. How audacious of Senju Buddha to send them all out. 1 Nin laughed heartily as he stepped forward. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Little ones, prepare to meet your demise. With that, the Nin shouted and charged forward, while the others stood aside, grinning as if watching a performance. A mere 4 youngsters. One of us is more than sufficient. Ban Jian, Hua Jian, prepare for battle. In this critical moment, Fei Jian finally regained his senses and shouted, yes, brother. Although filled with trepidation, Tobarama mustered his courage, brandishing a kunai as he stood behind his comrades, Ban and Waka. This won't do. Observing their current state, Tobarama murmured to himself. With them in such a condition, it was unlikely they would be able to hold off the enemy, let alone prevent them from becoming a hindrance. If that is the case, I must take action myself. Resolutely deciding, Tobarama shouted and charged towards the Chunin opponent. The battle was about to commence, and even the living slug felt a surge of anxiety. Though it was aware that Hakazai must have some strategy in place, it was nonetheless surprised that a mere Genin would take the initiative to attack a Chunin. Water release. Water clean wave. Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals, his chest swelling as a torrent of water surged forth towards his adversary. What a remarkable boy. A Genin capable of unleashing such powerful ninjutsu. I have underestimated you. However, this is where your prowess ends. Allow me to demonstrate what true water clean wave entails. The Chunin scoffed, evading Tobarama's technique with an agile movement, his hands quickly forming seals of his own. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, his movements faltering as if he had realized something astonishing. Is it merely my illusion? Why does my chakra feel so depleted? Sensing the weakness within him, he murmured to himself. Could it be that the previous battle drained my chakra excessively? That shouldn't be possible. At that moment, he felt his chakra was pitifully low, barely at the level he had possessed as a Genin. Yet, Tobarama was already upon him, leaving no room for contemplation. Water release. Water clean wave. The Chunin bellowed, releasing a stream of water. However, his version of the water clean wave was significantly weaker than Tobarama's, unable to inflict any damage whatsoever. Is this what you call true water clean wave? Tobarama laughed heartily. How utterly ridiculous. Impossible. Panic surged within the Chunin, and in his moment of distraction, Tobirama seized the opportunity. With a swift flash of his long blade, the Chunin fell, unaware of his fate. How can this be? Onlookers gazed at the fallen Chunin, then at Tobirama. Their faces painted with disbelief. This young lad is truly formidable. A mere genin has dispatched a Chunin with a single blow? Could it be a case of a wolf in sheep's clothing? As these thoughts pervaded their minds, the enemy's gazes towards Tobirama shifted. Everything had transpired too rapidly for them to comprehend. The battle concluded before they could grasp the situation. They had assumed that Tobirama's strength was the reason for his overwhelming victory over their comrade. However, the living slug discerned a truth, a subtle smile gracing its lips. It must be Lord Hakazai, for, based on the technique that Chunin had attempted to wield, it was evident that it was not within his capabilities. It was precisely due to his moment of distraction from attempting that technique that Tobirama had capitalized on the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Although the exact methods employed by Bai Ze remain elusive, Huaju is certain that they are inextricably linked to him. Truly, you are deserving of admiration. Observing Bai Ze beside him, Huaju muttered to himself. Yet, he could not comprehend why. If Bai Ze was willing to assist them covertly, he did not simply take them on as disciples, thereby circumventing these superfluous actions. There must be something I have overlooked. Huaju pondered. What could it be? He turned to Bai Ze, but found himself unable to grasp the rationale behind his actions. Am I truly so weak that I cannot even fathom his thoughts? The memory of Bai Ze's prior intervention filled Huaju with a sense of despair. Not only were their ideas worlds apart, but their strengths were also vastly different. Wonderful, second brother. As they witnessed Tobirama eliminate one of the enemy's members with a single strike, Banmin and Weijian erupted with joy. Who would have thought the adversary was so feeble? Banmin chuckled, suddenly infused with confidence. If second brother can achieve this, then surely I can as well. Weijian murmured to himself. Even if I cannot vanquish the opponent, I will do my utmost to delay one until second brother can provide assistance. Observing Tobirama's prowess, the two gradually regained a semblance of confidence. Damn it, this little brat is problematic. The leading jonin exclaimed in anger. Stop watching and join forces. Be wary of this fellow's deceit. Yes, Captain. The remaining 4 members echoed in unison, drawing their weapons and charging forward. Then allow me to engage you. The captain bellowed, lunging directly at Tobirama. That you triumphed through trickery once, you shall not find such opportunities again. Humph. Then let it come. With each strike that felled an enemy, Tobirama felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Since earlier, my chakra has been abundant, he murmured, assessing his condition. In the past, his chakra would barely sustain 3 jutsu before leaving him utterly drained. Yet now, he sensed his chakra was still plentiful, hardly depleted. Then, let me test that technique. Contemplating this, Tobirama swiftly formed hand seals, his speed far surpassing that of Weijian. Shall we settle this with ninjutsu? The jonin observed Tobirama's rapid hand movements with a sinister grin. Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, he too began to form hand seals at a pace that outstripped Tobirama's. How swift. Is this the might of a jonin? Watching the jonin's agile hands, Tobirama felt a chill run down his spine. Little brat, can you sense the disparity between us? The jonin remarked coldly. Even if you are a genius, you are but a mere shadow in the face of absolute strength. Now, let me impart this lesson to you through ninjutsu. Humph, then bring it on. Tobirama scoffed, dismissing the jonin's words entirely. At this moment, he had completed his hand seals, possessing ample initiative, and was utterly unafraid of his opponent. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding shout, Tobirama summoned forth a cloud of smoke, from which emerged an identical clone of himself, flanking the Jainin on either side for a simultaneous assault. A clone technique? The Jainin scoffed at the sudden appearance of another Tobirama. Surely you do not intend to defeat me with such a rudimentary ninjutsu. That would be exceedingly naive. What is happening? Observing the identical Tobirama, the slug, Kabuto, felt a flicker of confusion. The clone technique was merely a basic ninjutsu, capable of creating an illusion identical to the original to mislead the enemy's judgment, and held little utility beyond that. How could Tobirama make such a blunder? Oh, quite impressive. However, Haku smiled slightly, a look of admiration gracing his features. What? At Haku's reaction, Kabuto was taken aback once more. Quite impressive? Are you referring to Tobirama's clone technique? What is commendable about it? Staring intently at the two Tobiramas, Kabuto could not fathom what was so remarkable about the technique. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between us. Kabuto had gradually begun to accept this reality. While he could not discern the brilliance of Tobirama's technique, Haku saw through it effortlessly. To the untrained eye, it might appear as a mere clone technique, But in truth, Tobirama had proclaimed the shadow clone technique, though the two techniques appeared similar. The inclusion of the term shadow made all the difference. The clone technique served only to confuse and lacked any offensive capability, whereas the shadow clones were capable of independent action and attack, imperceptible to the naked eye. It was astonishing that Tobirama had developed this skill even in his youth. Haku's murmured, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Under normal circumstances, facing a Nin, Tobirama's shadow clone technique might not hold significant sway. However, unbeknownst to all present, the chakra within this Nin had diminished to that of a mere genin. Thus, when Tobirama executed this maneuver, it would surely cause considerable distress to his opponent. Indeed, the earlier peculiarity displayed by the Nin stemmed directly from Haku's influence. Since he had vowed to test Tobirama and his companions, it was only fair and just. After all, what merit would there be in a genin battling a Nin or Nin? Yet, apart from Haku's, no one else was privy to this information, not even Kabuto, who only sensed a vague sense of unease. Of course, the Nin himself was equally oblivious. Consequently, as he began his hand seals, he quickly detected an anomaly within his own chakra. Damn it, what is happening? Feeling the meager remnants of chakra within him, the Nin's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder the ninjutsu unleashed by Takuto earlier possessed such limited power. This individual undoubtedly possesses the strength of a high-ranking ninja, as he comprehends the situation in an instant. Well done, young lad. I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities. It appears I have underestimated you. However, he clearly harbors some misconceptions, attributing the events solely to Tobirama. Casting a cold glance in his direction, lacking sufficient chakra within, the A-rank jutsu he initially intended to unleash was rendered impossible. Yet, he remained unfazed, swiftly altering his hand seals to prepare a jutsu of a lower rank. Nevertheless, Tobirama would not grant him such an opportunity. Upon hearing the opponent's earlier remarks, he mistakenly believed that the adversary had discerned the secret of his shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, he surged his chakra, and two figures lunged toward the high-ranking ninja with even greater speed. Water release, water whip. Just as the two Tobirama figures approached, the high-ranking ninja completed his hand seals. With a splash, a long whip of water materialized in his grasp, sweeping horizontally toward one of the Tobirama clones. How dare a mere clone challenge me? He scoffed. What? Is that a mistake? Before he could finish his words, his expression shifted dramatically. He distinctly observed that this child was but a clone. How could it withstand his whip without disintegrating? That must be you, he bellowed, flicking his wrist to redirect the water whip toward the other Tobirama. Impossible, to his astonishment. The other Tobirama withstood the water whip as well, remaining intact. Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. The high-ranking ninja exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Tobirama. What is this child's situation? How could a mere clone endure my attack? Something must be amiss. Observing the high-ranking ninja's shock, Tobirama realized that he had failed to grasp the essence of his shadow clone technique, revealing a flaw due to his panic. Perish! Tobirama shouted, capitalizing on the moment, as the two figures struck in unison, delivering another swift blow. Clang! However, this time he was unable to dispatch his opponent in one decisive strike, as it was successfully parried. TCH. Glancing at the hostage in his enemy's grasp, Tobirama couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Indeed, high-ranking ninjas are not easily vanquished. During the Warring States period, each high-ranking ninja emerged from mountains of corpses, having faced countless life and death crises. They would not succumb to minor errors. Not bad, young lad. The high-ranking ninja sneered at Tobirama. Though I am unaware of the nature of your clone, you think to defeat me with such a ploy? You are sorely mistaken. I am a high-ranking ninja of the Yuhi clan. If I were to perish at your hands, it would render my many years of life meaningless. He grasped one of Tobirama's throats, sneering coldly. Since the water whip cannot dispel your clone, how about this? With that, he exerted force, directly snapping the throat of the Tobirama in his grasp. Bang! A sudden cloud of smoke erupted, and the avatar of Tobirama completely dissipated into the air. Oh, it appears fortune favors you. You failed to capture my true form, the seasoned Jonin remarked nonchalantly. However, your good luck ends here. Prepare to meet your demise, little brat. No, it would be more accurate to say you are the one who should be prepared to die. Yet, Tobirama calmly shook his head. Do you believe my abilities are limited to this? Faced with a Jonin of your caliber, I would not dare to initiate an attack without being fully prepared to eliminate you in one decisive strike. Otherwise, engaging in a protracted battle would surely spell my doom. This is fundamental knowledge for a ninja, Tobirama stated with an air of confidence. What? Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the Jonin was taken aback. This truly marks the end. Tobirama shouted, his fingers moving slightly, causing a blinding light to erupt from behind the Jonin. Explosive tag. Feeling the searing heat emanating from behind, the Jonin exclaimed in surprise, attempting to remove it. He had no idea when Tobirama had affixed it. Detonate. However, Tobirama did not grant him that opportunity. With a commanding shout, he triggered the explosive tag. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded as the Jonin's back was blown apart, rendering him lifeless. Captain, seeing their leader fall. The remaining members of the team were utterly astonished, abandoning their previous targets to rush toward this scene. It's time to conclude. At that moment, Haku suddenly rose to his feet. Senju Tobirama, you have passed. Haku stated calmly. Wonderful. Upon hearing Haku's words, Hashirama leaped up in joy. Hold on, Tobirama. I'm coming. With the trial concluded, he could finally take action. Currently, there were still 4 Chunin on the field. If the brothers joined forces, they should be able to eliminate the remaining foes. Bang. Just as Hashirama made his move, the 4 enemies rushing towards Tobirama suddenly collapsed to the ground, their movements ceasing entirely. It was indeed Haku's intervention. Disciple Senju Tobirama, I pay my respects to my master. With everything resolved, Tobirama immediately knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Haku's. Rise, my disciple. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Haku smiled gently, casually tossing the bodies of the fallen ninjas into a nearby stream. Such finesse. Observing Haku's effortless actions, the living slug scoffed. This little stream has truly become a pitiful place, now serving as Haku's refused disposal. Ding. Host-disciple count has increased by 1. Domain expansion. Current range 4,000 meters by 4,000 meters. Just as Tobirama became Haku's disciple, the system's voice echoed in Haku's mind. 4,000 meters? Hearing the system's announcement, Haku furrowed his brow. What is going on? 4,000 meters? Only doubled? When I received Hashirama, wasn't he at tenfold? Why has it reduced to a mere doubling with Tobirama? Is this wretched system truly withholding my rewards? Listening to the system's prompts, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel perplexed. Previously, when Chiri and Hashirama successfully took on disciples, the expansion of their domains was tenfold. Why then, had it diminished to a mere twofold in Tobirama's case? Surely, this system must be skimming off my rewards. Hey, system, come forth and clarify. Bai Ze shouted indignantly in his heart. However, the system remained eerily silent, completely ignoring Bai Ze's outcry. How frustrating. Could it possibly be a creation of Penguin or Mihoyo? Faced with such a troublesome system, Bai Ze could only mutter his grievances under his breath. Please, host, be mindful of your wording. The distribution of this reward is entirely normal, with no reductions whatsoever. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Bai Ze's ear, cold and detached. A warrior may be slain, but should not be insulted. Even a system possesses feelings. Bai Ze's words were undeniably offensive, not just to him, but to the system as well. Normal? Bai Ze paused momentarily. A tenfold reduction to twofold is considered normal? Nonetheless, after the system's abrupt interjection, it fell silent once more, leaving Bai Ze wondering if it was merely aloof or incensed by his remarks. What on earth is happening? If the system claims this is a standard distribution, it should be without error. Yet, why does the reward seem so drastically diminished? Reflecting on the previous 2 rewards, Bai Ze suddenly grasped something. The first time with Chiri was a unique event, his inaugural disciple, resulting in a tenfold expansion. As for Hashirama, could it be due to his status as the child of destiny? Recalling his own rewards when Chiri encountered Uchiha Madara, Bai Ze felt this possibility was quite valid. It seems that unless one recruits significant figures as disciples, future expansions will likely remain at twofold, he murmured to himself. Twofold expansion is not entirely unacceptable. Currently, it merely appears meager due to my domain's relatively small size. Once my domain reaches tens of thousands of square units, a mere doubling will translate into several thousand more, quite an exhilarating thought. If my domain were to encompass half of the ninja world, wouldn't he acquiring just one more disciple allow me to dominate the entire realm? Remarkable indeed, Bai Ze exclaimed in awe. Ding. Detection confirms an increase in the number of disciples. Reward, Shadow Clone Technique. After comprehending everything, the system's voice resonated in Bai Ze's ear once more, granting him the exclusive reward for Tobirama. Oh, it's the Shadow Clone Technique. Bai Ze felt a surge of delight upon seeing the newly bestowed reward. This technique is arguably the most renowned ninjutsu in Naruto, an essential tool for the protagonist, Naruto, transforming one-on-one battles into chaotic brawls involving thousands against one. Moreover, in the original storyline, this ninjutsu was developed by Tobirama himself. However, due to its exorbitant chakra consumption, even elite J-nin can typically only produce 5 clones. Thus, it was promptly classified as a forbidden technique upon its inception. Naruto, possessing the formidable presence of the Nine Tails within him, boldly unleashed numerous shadow clones without restraint. Otherwise, given his petite stature, even with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he would be unable to endure such exertion. White Zetsu mused, is it not a tad premature to pass on this technique to Tobirama? Although Tobirama had already employed the shadow clone technique, a mere B-rank ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden jutsu, a level that might overwhelm him given his current capabilities. Let us wait a while longer. After a moment of contemplation, White Zetsu reached this decision. As White Zetsu organized the rewards from the system, Hashirama and the others were jubilantly celebrating. That's wonderful, Tobirama, Hashirama exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I never imagined that our master would truly take you on as a disciple. Indeed, brother, with this, you shall surely become a formidable figure like our master in the future. Ban and Waka chimed in joyfully. Though they were unable to become White Zetsu's disciples, they felt genuine happiness for their elder brother's accomplishments. Furthermore, during the recent battle, they had merely assisted their elder brother by detaining other foes, with the strongest adversary being defeated by Tobirama himself, rendering the outcome entirely reasonable. Tobirama, you must strive diligently and not disappoint our master's expectations. The living slug interjected with a smile. It had come to understand that White Zetsu had initially intended to take Tobirama as a disciple, but out of consideration for Ban and Waka's feelings, he had proposed a trial instead. What a gentle soul he is, the living slug thought while gazing at White Zetsu in the distance. Were White Zetsu to fathom the slug's musings, he would surely exclaim that such thoughts were misguided. Initially, he had only wished to accept Hashirama, never anticipating that Hashirama would bring Tobirama along. However, since they had arrived, accompanied by a group of tails, he seized the opportunity to eliminate those nuisances under the guise of a trial. Tobirama's acceptance as a disciple stemmed purely from the demonstration of his innate talent. At such a young age, he had already developed the shadow clone technique, prompting White Zetsu to extend the offer. It was not, as the living slug believed, a consideration of Ban and Waka's sentiments. After all, White Zetsu would eventually contend with the most powerful entity in the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths, and even face the ultimate antagonist, Kaguya. The disciples he chose must be of exceptional caliber, as the role of a disciple was fraught with peril. Those lacking in talent were not even on his radar. By the way, brother, Tobirama turned to Hashirama. The individuals who just appeared claimed to belong to the Uchiha clan. What brings them here? Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama's expression shifted dramatically. Although the Senju clan was formidable, boasting numerous subordinate clans, they were not the most powerful in the ninja world. At least several clans could stand against them. For instance, the Uchiha clan, and likewise, the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha are regarded as the foremost adversaries of the Senju, then the Uchiha clan undoubtedly claims the second position. Historically, the Uchiha clan has proudly proclaimed themselves as the most authentic descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards the Senju clan, who have inherited the Sage's physical prowess and seizing any opportunity to launch attacks against them. Their unexpected appearance outside the territory of the Senju clan clearly indicates a sinister plot. We must hasten back. Upon hearing this, Banji expressed his anxiety. No. However, Hashirama shook his head. Their willingness to reveal themselves signifies that they are already well prepared. Returning would be futile. Moreover, we are merely low-ranking ninjas. What assistance could we possibly offer our father? Indeed, Tobirama nodded in agreement, stating that remaining here is the most advantageous course for our family. After all, we are in the presence of our master, a being of extraordinary strength. There is likely no place safer than this in the entire ninja world. Yes, indeed, Hashirama replied slowly. Our primary objective now is to stay here and train under our master. Engaging in battle with the Uchiha clan can wait until we grow stronger. Very well. Seeing that both his elder brother and second brother had reached this consensus, Banji reluctantly nodded in agreement. I wonder what kind of ninjutsu our master will impart to us. Hashirama mused, gazing at the nearby Hakazai. I have no idea, Tobirama shook his head. But considering that our master is a figure whom even the Sage of Slugs reveres, the jutsu he teaches us must be extraordinary. Indeed, it must be, Hashirama affirmed with a nod. However, Hakazai, having sorted through the rewards, conjured 2 small stools beside him. Come, my dear apprentices. Hakazai chuckled heartily as he looked at Hashirama and Tobarama. Come and join your master for a spot of fishing. Banji and Tobarama, do not dawdle. Go fetch us some loaches. Sitting on the stool, Hakazai gestured grandly, as if planning something monumental. Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged glances, their expressions marred by a few lines of exasperation. They had anticipated something significant from Hakazai, only to be met with an invitation to fish. It appeared they had been overthinking the situation. Truly, there was something rather peculiar about their master. Tobarama silently mused. A master? Hashirama finally spoke after some contemplation. Would it not be prudent to teach us some ninjutsu, or the like first? Fishing can surely wait until we have grown stronger. The thought that their family might currently be under attack from the Yuhi clan made it impossible for Hashirama to focus on fishing with Hakazai. Oh, are you so eager? Hakazai smiled softly at Hashirama. Then let me ask you, why do you wish to become stronger? Suddenly, Hakazai's expression shifted, and he regarded Hashirama with a seriousness that caught him off guard. Was it not previously agreed that one should strive to become stronger and realize their ideals? Why then does the master now pose questions to himself? As for me, naturally, I aspire to fulfill my dreams. Despite harboring some doubts within, Hashirama respectfully replied, What is your ideal? How do you intend to achieve it? Gazing at Hashirama before him, Bai Ze continued to inquire. He was fully aware of Hashirama's aspirations and knew he possessed the capability to attain them. However, he found Hashirama's method somewhat disconcerting. In the original narrative, Hashirama's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, rendering even Madara powerless against him, and he was on the verge of realizing his initial dreams. Yet, observing his subsequent actions was perplexing. After vanquishing Madara, his greatest adversary, he chose not to pursue further victory, but instead laid down his arms in a plea for peace, even going so far as to demonstrate his resolve through self-sacrifice. It was astonishing for Bai Ze to witness the victor beseeching the defeated for an alliance, a notion he had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. However, if that was the extent of it, he might have accepted it, for Madara was his closest ally, a sentiment beyond the grasp of someone as superficial as Bai Ze. Nonetheless, after the establishment of the 5 great nations, Hashirama's actions escalated, becoming increasingly difficult for Bai Ze to comprehend. In a quest for balance among the 5 nations, Hashirama intended to relinquish the 9-tailed beasts, distributing them equally among the members of the 5 nations. Furthermore, as the Hokage, the leader of the 5 Kage, possessing unparalleled strength alongside Uchiha Madara, Hashirama publicly bowed in a show of respect. Such sagacity rendered Bai Ze's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied Hashirama's mind. Possessing supreme power and the ability to effortlessly achieve his desires, yet he consistently opted for self-destructive resolutions. Could it be that he harbored a penchant for masochism? Therefore, to avert the recurrence of such thoughtless actions in the future, Bai Ze felt compelled to rectify him. Fortunately, Hashirama was still but a child. Though his notions were peculiar, they had not yet reached an irredeemable extent. With a little guidance, Bai Ze could surely instill a fundamental change. My ideal is, of course, to bring peace to the ninja world, Hashirama exclaimed passionately, looking at Bai Ze. As for how to achieve this, at this point, Hashirama suddenly fell silent. Despite his fervent desire to alter the state of the ninja world, he realized that he merely wished to stop witnessing his kin perish before his eyes. He lacked even the most rudimentary understanding of the ninja world, oblivious to its vastness. Indeed, have I been too naive? Upon this realization, Hashirama comprehended why his father deemed his aspirations as childish. A mere child, who had yet to experience the ninja world, dared to claim he would change it entirely. Such words would be perceived by anyone as nothing more than the fanciful musings of a child. Was I truly just dreaming before? I have long held the ideal that perhaps was merely a whimsical utterance born from a moment of frustration. Yet, that is not the case. I genuinely aspire to transform the shinobi world. I cannot bear to witness further bloodshed among us. However, how can I claim to change the shinobi world when I have yet to truly perceive its nature? My thoughts grow increasingly chaotic, and beads of sweat cascade down my forehead as Hashirama collapses to the ground. Has self-doubt begun to creep in? Observing the self-imposed silence of Hashirama, Haku's chuckled softly. He had initially believed that a more profound provocation was required to unveil Hashirama's character flaws, but unexpectedly, a simple question sufficed to render him mute. Excellent. This is precisely the desired effect. Gazing at the anguished Hashirama, Haku's found himself smiling. He harbored no fear that Hashirama would succumb to despair. If Hashirama could be so easily unsettled by a single query, he would no longer be Hashirama. Therefore, the more Hashirama suffers now, the better. Only through this turmoil can he recognize his shortcomings and avoid making such sagacious errors in the future. Brother. The three of Tobirama gasped upon witnessing Hashirama sprawled on the ground and rushed over. Brother, what has happened to you? Tobirama inquired with deep concern, noting the copious cold sweat beading on Hashirama's brow. It cannot be like this. It must not be like this. Yet, Hashirama merely repeated these phrases, oblivious to Tobirama's inquiries. My lord, is it not too soon to speak with him about this? The living slug remarked slowly beside Haku's. It understood that Haku's intended to take action. While it may not possess the same depth of understanding as Haku's, it recognized certain minor imperfections in Hashirama's character. However, it had always believed that Hashirama was still young. And these small flaws were inconsequential. Given time, he would surely come to comprehend them. Thus, the slug adopted a laissez-faire approach toward Hashirama, waiting for the opportune moment to gradually reveal the truth. Yet, Haku's presence had disrupted its plans, advancing the step significantly. Too early? Haku chuckled, casting a glance at the slug. He is still just a child. The slug remained somewhat apprehensive. But he is not an ordinary child. Haku interjected decisively, setting aside Hashirama's identity as the future leader of the Senju clan and the destined child of fate, even as Haku's disciple. It was clear that his life was destined to be extraordinary. He is meant to be the man who will change the shinobi world. This was true in the original narrative and remains so now. Furthermore, in the original tale, due to his peculiar disposition, he had already faced failure once. As his mentor, Haku's would not permit him to falter again. Thus, any potential factors that might influence the outcome must be eliminated as soon as possible. Very well. Faced with Haku's resolute stance, the slug had no choice but to withdraw. In truth, it did not believe Haku's was mistaken. It merely felt that Hashirama was still too young to be exposed to such matters prematurely. Nevertheless, since Haku's had spoken, the slug could only acquiesce. Do your best, Hashirama. Observing the still withdrawn Hashirama, the living slug murmured softly. If Hashirama could comprehend this issue, the advantages for his future would undoubtedly be immense. Tobirama. Do you also perceive my ideals as particularly naive? Suddenly, the interstice raised his head abruptly to gaze at Tobirama. Upon being questioned by Hashirama, Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. He certainly regarded Hashirama's thoughts as rather naive. However, given Hashirama's current state, he felt hesitant to respond. Yet, with his resolute character, he did not wish to deceive Hashirama on such matters, leaving him in a state of dilemma. Ban and Wa. Do you also perceive me as childish? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Hashirama had already discerned the answer. He turned to face Tobirama and Waki, exclaiming, Alas! It appears that Hashirama's character is indeed flawed. As he observed the issue at hand, Zhu Jian exuded an air reminiscent of a leading man from a romantic drama, prompting Bai Ze to inwardly sigh. Indeed, the notion of altering the ninja world was nothing more than a fanciful delusion. The partitions remained silent, and in an instant, the space between the columns was filled with a profound sense of desolation, as one solitary figure murmured to themselves, No. At that moment, the voice of Bai Ze suddenly resonated. Do you recall the words I once shared with you, Hashirama? Bai Ze spoke softly. You are destined to be the man who will change the ninja world. There is no doubt about it. They perceive you as naive solely because they lack the capacity to comprehend. Furthermore, my aspiration is to transform the ninja world. Do you consider that childish? Bai Ze smiled as he gazed at Hashirama. Is that true? At Bai Ze's words, Hashirama's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Of course, otherwise. Why would I take you as my disciple? Bai Ze replied softly. Could it be that you were saying this merely to console my elder brother? The board and the tiles whispered softly behind. Indeed, you are currently quite feeble. Ignoring the two, Bai Ze continued. Thus, your words appear so juvenile. However, when you possess the most formidable power in the world, others will no longer feel this way. Do you understand? Bai Ze gazed into the eyes of Hashirama and declared. Yes, I comprehend. Gazing upon the formidable presence of Hakuzetsu, Hashirama felt a rekindling of his confidence. Indeed, the disbelief of his father and others stemmed merely from his status as a lowly genin, rendering him inconsequential in their eyes. However, if a master of such extraordinary prowess were to voice such sentiments, would his father still consider them naive? Strength. I yearn for strength. Only by becoming stronger can I validate my existence. A sudden clarity enveloped Hashirama's heart as he nodded affirmatively. So be it. As events have unfolded to this point, Bai Ze has lost all interest in fishing. He stowed away his fishing rod and made his way towards the dojo. You too follow me. I shall now impart to you the art of ninjutsu. Since the intercolumn has already recognized his issues, there is no reason for him to procrastinate any longer. He should impart his powers to them as soon as possible, allowing him to gradually comprehend through the trials of battle. Yes, master. Upon hearing that Hakazai would finally impart the art of ninjutsu to them, Hashirama and Tobirama were instantly filled with joy, closely following behind Hakazai. They couldn't help but envy their elder brother and second brother. Observing the two individuals trailing behind Bai Ze, Banjian and Weijian could not help but murmur to themselves, pondering what kind of ninjutsu this esteemed gentleman would impart to their elder brother and second brother. The board remarked it must be an incredibly powerful ninjutsu, perhaps even an existence that transcends forbidden techniques. The excited voice of the tile echoed, Sage of Slugs, are you aware of this? The board and tile workers turned their heads in unison to gaze at the living slug. The slug sage had been present for several days. Surely, he must be aware of the abilities possessed by this esteemed individual. I apologize, but I have never witnessed him employing his ninjutsu either. The live slug shook its head and remarked. Previously, Bai Ze's actions were indeed terrifying. He effortlessly vanquished his foes without employing any apparent abilities. Later, when testing Uchiha Shursui, he did utilize his swordsmanship once, but it seemed that was not his full potential. Within the dojo, sit. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ze conjured two mats before Hashirama and Tobirama. Impressive. Witnessing the extraordinary skill of Haku's, Hashirama and Tobirama were left astonished, akin to two simpletons caught in a moment of disbelief. However, in comparison to the remarkable display before them, their yearning was for jutsu that could directly augment their own strength. Sensing the intense scrutiny of the two, as if they wished to strip him bare of all secrets, Hakas understood their thoughts all too well. Hashirama, Tobirama. The three individuals took their seats, and Bai Ze spoke up. Although you have now become my disciples, are you truly prepared for what lies ahead? The columns and the doors exchanged a glance, uncertain of what Bai Ze intended. I have already conveyed to you that my objective is to transform the current state of the ninja world. Bai Ze replied softly. However, accomplishing this is far from easy. You are likely to become the enemies of the entire ninja world. Are you mentally prepared for this? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Change the ninja world? The door creaked open, revealing a pair of narrowed eyes gazing intently at Hakazai. Previously, when Hakazai expressed that his aspiration was to transform the shinobi world, he, much like Ban and Kawa, assumed that his master was merely offering consolation to his elder brother. However, it now appears that his master was indeed earnest in his intentions. If it were his master, perhaps there truly lies a possibility for such a change. Tobirama murmured to himself. Indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tobirama nodded in agreement. There is no need to respond in haste. Bai Ze chuckled softly and regarded the two individuals, saying, First, you must answer a question of mine before we proceed. Since I have already accepted them as my disciples, it is only fitting that they are made aware of who their future adversaries will be. Otherwise, if I were to recklessly inform them about confronting the Six Paths, the embodiment of the ninja world's rules, I fear these two fellows would be utterly stunned. However, Bai Ze did not directly inform them. Instead, he posed another question. What was the question? The columns and the doors all turned their gaze towards Hakazai. What do you believe is the reason behind the transformation of the ninja world into its current state? Bai Ze spoke softly. Or rather, who do you believe is responsible for transforming the ninja world into its current state? Hatred. As soon as Bai Ze's voice faded, Hashirama provided his response. It is through hatred that families engage in mutual slaughter. Clenching his fists, Hashirama slowly spoke. If we could eradicate this hatred, everyone would surely be able to sit together in sincerity, and the ninja world would once again know peace. I do not share that belief. After Hashirama finished speaking, Tobirama shook his head in response. Despite being brothers, their personalities were strikingly different. Perhaps influenced by the reincarnation of Ashura, Hashirama leaned towards winning people's hearts through love, which rendered him somewhat simplistic in thought. In contrast, Tobirama placed his faith solely in his own strength, believing that true victory lay in utterly defeating one's enemies. Thus, he often contemplated matters more deeply than Hashirama realized. Consequently, when Hakus posed his question, Tobirama swiftly grasped his underlying intent. Upon hearing Tobirama express a differing opinion, Hashirama could not help but turn to face him. Brother, While your perspective certainly holds merit, I contend that hatred is merely a superficial cause. The great clans have inherited their legacies for over 1,000 years. At their core, they are all disciples of the Sage of Six Paths, and thus cannot be said to harbor any genuine enmity. Yet, after a millennium of tradition, the shinobi world has devolved into this state, indicating that something must have gone awry. Indeed, you make a valid point. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama nodded in agreement. The shinobi sect, established by the Sage of Six Paths, was created to uphold peace within the shinobi world, propagated through love, and stands in stark contrast to the current state of the shinobi realm, rife with conflict and bloodshed. Without delving into distant histories, consider the Senju and Uchiha clans. Both are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet they have transformed into the greatest adversaries within the shinobi world. This alone speaks volumes. Therefore, I believe the most critical reason lies in the absence of a formidable force to restrain the masses. The door creaked open slowly. Although the Sage of Six Paths pioneered the way of the shinobi, granting immense power to all, he failed to establish a means to regulate such strength, resulting in the current state of the ninja world. Therefore, I believe that the current state of the ninja world bears at least half of the responsibility on the shoulders of the Sage of Six Paths. Gazing at the two individuals before him, Tobirama slowly articulated his thoughts. What? Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama was taken aback. Tobirama, how dare you utter such sentiments? The Sage of Six Paths is our progenitor. How can you lay blame upon him? Is it not so? The gaze of Tobirama was like a blazing torch, fixated intently on Hashirama. How is it that I, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths alongside the Uchiha, have come to embody such a form? Do you believe that everyone harbors the same thoughts as you, desiring to sit together and engage in open and sincere dialogue? If you can persuade those members of the Uchiha clan, then I shall concede that you are indeed correct. Tobirama gazed sternly at Hashirama. Hashirama opened his mouth, yet he found himself utterly unable to counter Tobirama's words, and thus he fell silent. I must grow stronger. I am determined to become formidable. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, Hashirama's heart cried out incessantly. As he gazed at the two individuals before him, a faint smile unconsciously played upon the lips of Bai Ze. In comparison to Hashirama, Tobirama's thoughts were evidently more aligned with his own, drawing closer to the essence of the truth. Truly, one cannot deny the worthiness of becoming the second Hokage. Honestly speaking, setting aside the identity of the child of destiny, Hakazai believes that Hashirama does not quite measure up to Tobirama. Hashirama is indeed a prodigy, endowed with the privilege of caprice, which at times renders his thoughts somewhat juvenile. In contrast, Tobirama's ideas evidently possess a greater suitability for dissemination throughout the entire shinobi world. Although during this era, his brilliance is overshadowed by Hashirama and Madara, the impact he has on posterity is far more profound than that of the two. For instance, the Ninja Academy. Not everyone is born into a prestigious clan with inherited jutsu to learn. However, the Ninja Academy provides an opportunity for them to engage with a variety of ninjutsu. It is precisely because of the existence of the Ninja Academy that numerous ninjas have emerged to confront those esteemed clans and collectively safeguard the rights of the weak. Furthermore, the Academy also imposes constraints upon these ninjas, preventing them from acting recklessly and averting their transformation from dragon slayers into malevolent dragons, instilling notions of love and peace. The Academy integrates ninjutsu into the myriad facets of daily life. Remarkably, this aspect resonates with the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths coincidentally. This aligns splendidly with my aspiration to supplant the Sage and govern the shinobi realm. You all speak with great insight. Truly, you are worthy disciples. Observing the two before him, Hakazai smiled. Thus, it is time for me to reveal the significance of our existence. Yes, master. Upon hearing Hakazai's serious tone, Hashirama and Tobirama sat up attentively. Tobirama is correct. Although the Sage of Six Paths pioneered the path of ninjas, he did not establish any constraints upon this power. Therefore, my task is to regulate this power, ensuring that people cannot act with impunity. Hakazai stated calmly. However, this process is rather long-term and cannot be achieved simply. Hakazai continued. Thus, Hashirama's ideology is also of utmost importance. In summary, those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. If there are always those stubborn individuals, then their existence becomes unnecessary. Hakazai concluded. Yes, master. Upon hearing Hakazai's words, both Hashirama and Tobirama nodded in agreement. Although Hashirama may be somewhat naive, He understands that to realize his ideals, some degree of bloodshed is inevitable. Thus, he wholeheartedly supports Hakazai's philosophy. Hashirama, come forth. I shall impart to you the ninjutsu. Hakazai gestured. Yes, master. Upon hearing the long-awaited words, Hashirama's heart surged with excitement. Although he was uncertain of what his master intended, he complied nonetheless. Hakazai extended a finger and pressed it upon Hashirama's forehead, and the would-release Kekkei Genkai began to flow ceaselessly into him. This is. Feeling the immense energy transmitted from Hakazai's fingertip, Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As his master touched him, he sensed a surge of information materialize within his mind. So this is how my master imparts ninjutsu. Hashirama mused inwardly. What an extraordinary ability. Do not speak. Focus on feeling. Sensing the tumult within Hashirama's heart, Bai Ze spoke up to offer a reminder. Indeed, Hashirama immediately closed his mouth, focusing intently on the surge of energy. The moment the would-release Kekkei Genkai entered his body, he was enveloped by an immense wave of pure energy that swiftly integrated into his being. Each cell within him seemed to swell exponentially, and the capacity for chakra had increased by an unimaginable factor. Hashirama felt that if his chakra capacity was previously a mere 10, it had now astonishingly surged to 100, a tenfold enhancement. And yet this was not his ultimate limit. Moreover, given his youth, his body could not accommodate more chakra at present. However, upon reaching maturity, as his physical prowess expanded, so too would his capacity. At that time, the chakra coursing through him would likely reach a terrifying magnitude. Incredible. Is this the power my master seeks to impart to me? Hashirama mused internally. Furthermore, it was not merely the increase in chakra capacity. With this pure energy, he also sensed a significant enhancement in his recovery ability. Minor injuries could be healed almost instantaneously without the need for medical ninjutsu. Unless he suffered a fatal blow, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary person to take his life. This is overwhelming. As he felt the dramatic transformation within his body, Hashirama found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. The would-release Kekkei Genkai was an extraordinarily potent ability, encompassing more than just the augmentation of chakra and accelerated healing. There were other facets he would have to explore on his own. The transmission is complete, Bai Ze remarked mildly. Would release Kekkei Genkai? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Bai Ze. How is this possible? He exclaimed, seemingly unable to trust his ears. It was not that Tobarama lacked knowledge. Rather, the concept of Kekkei Genkai was so wondrous that it was traditionally passed down through bloodlines. And he had never heard of a second method of acquisition. This distinction was a vital hallmark of a clan. For instance, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could only be possessed by its members. Even if outsiders were to acquire a pair of Sharingan, they would never be able to harness their powers. Indeed, if one lacked sufficient talent, even an Uchiha could fail to awaken the Sharingan. Now, to hear his master claim that he had bestowed the would-release Kekkei Genkai upon his elder brother was utterly astonishing. Are you surprised? Bai Ze replied calmly. He was well aware of the precious nature of the would-release Kekkei Genkai. Otherwise, Hashirama would not be the sole individual capable of wielding it in the entirety of the Naruto canon. As for Yamato, the so-called Greenery Master, he could only struggle to utilize it through the replication of Hashirama's cells, which hardly qualified as true would-release. Isn't Kekkei Genkai exclusively attainable through family lineage? Master, how could you? Tobarama murmured, gazing at Bai Ze. Family lineage? Bai Ze chuckled softly. Only the worthless would entertain such notions. Do you believe I am akin to those trivial beings? Certainly not. In a hurried manner, Tobarama spoke, but I still feel that there is some. There is no but. Bai Ze interrupted him directly. If, as you say, the bloodline limits are solely reliant on familial inheritance, then from where did the original bloodline limits originate? No matter how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was, he possessed merely a pair of Rinnegan. Yet, the ninja world is teeming with countless bloodline limits. How do you explain their existence? Bai Ze continued, as my disciple, if you remain fixated on such notions, it would be quite disappointing. Tobarama understood. Gradually calming down as he listened to Bai Ze's words, he realized the truth in his master's assertions. Indeed, while bloodline limits are extraordinary, they are ultimately just a unique form of ability. The Sage of Six Paths, despite his greatness, was merely endowed with the Sage body and Rinnegan, from which the Senju and Uchiha clans emerged. However, there are innumerable clans in the ninja world that possess bloodline limits. Yet they are not descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, illustrating that these limits are not as mystical as they seem. Moreover, Considering that his master is comparable to the Sage of Six Paths, bestowing upon his brother a would-release bloodline limit should be a trivial matter. Upon realizing this, Tobirama felt enlightened and no longer surprised. Alright, it's your turn. After imparting the would-release bloodline limit to Hashirama, Bai Ze turned his gaze toward Tobirama. Yes. Suppressing his inner excitement, Tobirama rose to Bai Ze's side. Earlier, I observed the shadow clone technique you employed, and I made some improvements, naming it the multi-shadow clone technique. I believe it will be of great assistance to you. Bai Ze spoke calmly, gesturing with a finger. However, a tempest surged within Tobirama's heart. The shadow clone technique was something he had painstakingly refined over countless days, still fraught with numerous flaws. He had only dared to use it as a last resort, considering it one of his trump cards. Yet, his master had discerned its secrets with just a glance and made further enhancements. Could this truly be possible? As he absorbed the vast information flooding his mind, Tobirama finally embraced Bai Ze's words. From every perspective, the multi-shadow clone technique was indeed an upgraded version of his shadow clone technique. Moreover, the clones produced by this new technique were of higher quality and stability, with a longer duration. Unless faced with a fatal blow or voluntarily dispelled by the user, the shadow clones could persist indefinitely. Truly, his master was remarkable, capable of analyzing the essence of his shadow clones with just a single glance. Gradually processing the information in his mind, Tobirama's astonishment deepened. He discovered that as long as his chakra reserves were sufficient, there seemed to be no limit to the number of multi-shadow clones he could create, allowing him to summon hundreds to aid him in battle. What immense power! The mere thought of conjuring hundreds of clones during a great battle sent a surge of exhilaration through Tobirama's veins. What astonished him the most was that the improved shadow clone technique, refined by his master, significantly accelerated the hand-sealing process. Now, it merely required a simple rinse seal. In stark contrast to his own technique that demanded an intricate series of seals. Could it truly be like this? Gazing at the modified hand seals, Tobirama felt as if a new world had been unveiled before him. He was no longer a mere child and instinctively understood the implications of speed and sealing for a ninja. In the chaos of battle, life and death often hung by a thread. If one were to be even slightly slower in forming seals, they could easily fall prey to their opponent's advantage. Not to mention, some A-rank ninjutsu required an extensive sequence of seals, with errors not being uncommon. Now, his master had remarkably simplified the sealing process, and Tobirama instantly envisioned a new realm of possibilities. If only I could streamline all the hand seals. Indeed, the system seems to favor Hashirama, the child of destiny. Hashirama and Tobirama were absorbing the ninjutsu imparted to them by Bai Ze, who observed the duo with a murmured expression. Although the rewards from the system were abilities they would awaken in the future, it was evident that Hashirama's rewards were significantly more abundant than Tobirama's. At the very least, the would-release ninjutsu could provide immediate benefits to Hashirama, while Tobirama was currently unable to utilize the multi-shadow clone technique. Though seemingly straightforward, the technique demands a considerable amount of chakra. Given Tobirama's current chakra capacity as a lower-ranked shinobi, he could probably manage to create at most 2 clones. However, in due time, as Tobirama matured, the true power of the multi-shadow clone technique would manifest. Beyond its combat applications, this technique greatly aids in training. Unlike ordinary cloning techniques, the shadow clones possess their own consciousness, allowing both the clone and the original to undertake different tasks simultaneously. Once the clones are dispelled, the experiences gained by them will automatically transfer back to the original. In the original narrative, Naruto exploited this capability to produce 2,000 clones, mastering the wind release, Raisin Shuriken within a week. Given Tobirama's prodigious talent, the potential of this technique in his hands would likely be even more formidable. Bai Ze believed that in the original work, the vast array of forbidden techniques developed by Tobirama was undoubtedly greatly influenced by the multi-shadow clone technique. Master, you are truly remarkable. While Bai Ze was still pondering, Tobirama had fully comprehended the technique of shadow clone jutsu, gazing at Bai Ze with excitement. To my astonishment, you discerned the secret of my shadow clone technique with just a single glance, and have enhanced it so remarkably. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Bai Ze. It's just average. Upon hearing these words from the door, Bai Ze felt a tinge of embarrassment. Silly child. This technique was originally conceived by you. However, Bai Ze would certainly refrain from revealing the truth to Tobirama. Since Tobirama has yet to develop it, he could rightfully claim to be the creator of the shadow clone technique. No issues there. Regardless of the stability of the clone or the method of performing the hand seals, it surpasses my shadow clone technique by countless magnitudes. However, the door remains oblivious to the thoughts of Bai Ze, continuing to express its sentiments endlessly. Moreover, Master, inspired by you, I feel that I can completely simplify all the hand seals of the ninjutsu I have mastered. As a result, my combat prowess could potentially be enhanced manifold. With great excitement, the door exclaimed, "Oh, is it truly this that has captured your attention?" Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Bai Ze couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Merely by observing the hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique, Tobarama was able to draw inferences. Truly, you are a genius. Gazing at the figure before him, Bai Ze murmured to himself. Not only were his methods ruthlessly effective, but his innate talent also surpassed that of the vast majority. He was truly, unequivocally satisfied with Fei Jian. Very well, since you possess such thoughts, then proceed to act upon them. Bai Ze remarked. My disciple should embody this level of awareness. Yes, Master. With Bai Ze's approval, Tobarama's confidence surged. Has elder brother not yet finished? After expressing his thoughts, Tobarama turned to gaze at Hashirama beside him. Indeed, the wood-release Kekkei Genkai is not a mere ability. Hashirama will likely require a day or two to fully comprehend it. As expected, the Kekkei Genkai is far more intricate than I had imagined. With a sigh, Tobarama reflected. However, despite this, he harbored no trace of jealousy. On one hand, this was due to the fact that Hashirama was his esteemed elder brother, and he felt genuinely pleased by Hashirama's growing strength. On the other hand, he recognized the formidable potential of his own shadow clone technique. Although it might not appear as powerful as a Kekkei Genkai, he understood that the shadow clone technique offered a multitude of possibilities, yielding benefits that far surpassed those of a mere wood-release bloodline limit. Once he fully comprehended this technique, it would significantly aid him in mastering other ninjutsu in the future. Very well, let us depart. We must not disturb him any longer. After confirming that there were no issues between the pillars, Bai Ze and Tobarama exited the dojo. Second brother? Watching the two individuals emerging from the dojo, Manjian and Weijian couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Had they truly spent less than half an hour inside? Where had their elder brother gone? Did the second brother ultimately fail to meet Lord Bai Ze's expectations and falter in his understanding of ninjutsu? Upon reaching this thought, the two individuals could not help but feel a tinge of sadness. What troubles you both? Observing the despondent expressions of the two individuals in the room, Tobarama wore a look of confusion. Brother, do not be disheartened. There will be opportunities in the future. A small hand reached out from the partition and gently rested on the shoulder of the one in the doorway, offering comfort. Yes, second brother. I firmly believe that you are no less capable than elder brother. If you can muster just a bit more strength, success will surely be within your grasp. The speaker, in a feeble tone, inquired, what are the two of you discussing? In a state of utter confusion, he pondered the notion of future opportunities, questioning why he fell short in comparison to his elder brother. Why was he unable to grasp the essence of their conversation? Brother, have you failed? Seeing the expression on the door's face, Ban Jian finally spoke up. Not at all. The door shook its head and said, I have already comprehended the ninjutsu imparted to me by my master. Ah, have I succeeded? Upon hearing Fei Jian's words, Banjian and Weijian could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment as they turned to him. So soon? Indeed, my father usually teaches us the art of endurance, which requires at least half a day of practice. Yet, you have only been inside for half an hour. How could you possibly achieve such swiftness? The tiles themselves were perplexed, for the method of ninjutsu imparted by the master diverged entirely from that of the father. Speaking of this, Fei Jian was once again reminded of the extraordinary teaching methods of Bai Ze. With just the slightest touch, one could completely absorb the knowledge without the slightest omission. Such an ability was beyond his wildest imagination. Was it truly so different? The two individuals in the room gazed at the door in perplexity. Is not the impartation of ninjutsu always conducted in such a manner? Present a scroll, and then address any points of confusion one by one. Is this not the very approach taken by Lord Bai Ze? Indeed. The master nodded and said, my teacher merely tapped my head, and I instantly comprehended the ninjutsu he imparted to me. The entire process took less than half a minute, undoubtedly swift. And what of that elder brother? The panel inquired once more. Since Lord Bai Ze possesses such extraordinary abilities, why has my elder brother yet to emerge? The treasures acquired by my elder brother differ from mine, thus requiring a longer duration for his return. The door explained, however, when elder brother emerges, you shall undoubtedly be taken aback. The master has bestowed upon the elder brother a bloodline limit, a phenomenon that even I find somewhat astonishing, let alone those two uninformed children, moved house and tile room. Is that not so? That elder brother is indeed exceedingly fortunate. Both the boardroom and the tile room felt a genuine joy for the pillar room. Second brother. What ninjutsu has Lord Bai Ze taught you? Could you perhaps demonstrate it for us? The board members eagerly gazed at the doorway. Moments ago, they were curious about the kind of ninjutsu that Lord Haku's would impart to their elder and second brother. Now that the second brother had finally emerged, their anticipation was palpable. Splendid. Observing the eager gazes of his two younger brothers, Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had merely grasped theoretical knowledge. Now, he seized this opportunity to experience it firsthand. One could only wonder what ninjutsu the adult had imparted to Tobirama. The live slug here curiously inquired of Bai Ze. Despite having interacted with him for a considerable duration, it remained unaware of the true extent of his abilities. It is merely a simple technique of duplication. Bai Ze once again brought out his small stool and sat by the riverbank. A technique of duplication? The live slug paused slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Ze. The art of shadow clones is merely a fundamental skill among ninjas. Does one truly require instruction in such a rudimentary ability? That is incorrect. It cannot possibly be this way. The living slug shook its head, silently contemplating. It had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Bai Ze firsthand. To assert that he merely taught his disciples a simple technique of shadow clones was something it could never accept. This technique must possess some extraordinary qualities. However, given Bai Ze's overwhelming strength, he likely perceived all ninjutsu as inconsequential, hence his casual remarks. With this thought in mind, the slug fixed its gaze intently on Tobirama in the distance, eager to uncover the true nature of the so-called simple shadow cloning technique described by Bai Ze. Here, the door slightly adjusted its state and began to mobilize its entire chakra. Although it had expended a considerable amount during previous battles with those adversaries, the chakra concentration in this place was astonishingly overwhelming. In just a brief moment, it had completely replenished itself. Multiple shadow clone technique. Before them stood Toby, with his hands crossed over his chest, and with a resounding shout, a cloud of smoke erupted around him. As the smoke dissipated, a perfect replica of Toby materialized before the eyes of the onlookers. Ban and Wa fixed their gaze upon Toby, eager to discern his next move. However, after an interminable wait, Toby remained rooted in place, showing no intention of proceeding further. Is this truly the culmination of his efforts? With a hint of confusion, Wa glanced at Tobii. Well, it's over. Tobii nodded in affirmation. This is the ninjutsu my master taught me, the multi-shadow clone technique. Is that all? Banjian gazed incredulously at Feijian, his expression one of utter disbelief. He believed that Lord Bai Ze, being so formidable, would impart some remarkable ninjutsu to his elder and second brother. Even if they could not move mountains or fill seas, surely there must be some extraordinary display of power, a striking force capable of shattering a small hill. But now, all that remains is a wisp of smoke. What can a mere wisp of smoke accomplish? Perhaps it can sting the enemy's eyes, rendering them blind? Is that all it can do? However, Tobii gently nodded, indicating that he had finished his demonstration. Banjian and Weijian exchanged glances, realizing that they had uncovered the reason for Urge's swift appearance. It was merely a technique of duplication accompanied by a puff of smoke, which indeed required little time. In that moment, both individuals cast a sorrowful glance towards the door. However, the nearby slug's expression shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within. The two children, Tobirama and Hashirama, are merely a pair of underachievers, yet they are anything but ordinary. As beings that have existed for millennia, the living slug immediately discerned the terrifying nature of the shadow clone technique employed by Tobirama. Remarkably, it can be executed with merely a single hand seal. The traditional technique of creating shadow clones requires the formation of 3 hand seals. However, Tobirama was able to execute it with merely a single seal. Like the door between worlds, the living slug also immediately recognized the terrifying nature of this sealing technique's speed. For a ninja, reducing the formation of a single hand seal translates to an increased opportunity for action, which can prove fatal on the battlefield. Moreover, unlike ordinary techniques of duplication, the living slug is utterly incapable of discerning which of the entities is the true body of the individual. What an impressive art of replication! The living slug murmured softly. With its millennia of insight, it found itself unable to discern the doppelganger of this little ghost, Feijian, leaving the slug momentarily at a loss for words. Second brother, may you find solace in this time of grief. Here, Ban Jian and Hua Jian approached the door with a heavy tone, saying, "Huh?" Observing the expressions of the two individuals, Tobirama naturally discerned their thoughts and could not help but chuckle heartily. Between the boards and the tiles. "My clone is far from simple," Tobirama remarked nonchalantly. "Oh?" Upon hearing Toby's words, the eyes of Ban and Hua gleamed with renewed brilliance. What remarkable abilities does this doppelganger possess? With curiosity, Wakana gazed towards Tobirama and said, "Please follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Tobirama led the two individuals to a secluded area behind a distant building. "All right, we are now sufficiently far from my main body. Whatever we discuss here will be inaudible to them," he stated slowly. "Now, let us engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors." Gazing upon the doorway before me, I could not help but feel a twinge of confusion regarding the intentions behind it. "Simply heed my words," I implored, "and I shall elucidate the particulars to you shortly." The door directly stated, "Very well." Seeing their elder brother's insistence, Itama and Kawarama had no choice but to nod in agreement. Tobirama then engaged them in a simple game. "Very well, now return to my main body." As the door spoke, it willingly dispelled the shadow clone technique. "Brother, what exactly are you intending to do?" The boards and tiles approached the door, scratching their heads as they gazed at it and said, "Just now, the actions my doppelganger undertook with you. My true self was undoubtedly incapable of perceiving, correct?" Tobirama gazed at the two individuals and said, The two nodded in acknowledgement. "However, I am aware of the true nature of your actions," Tobirama declared. "Impossible. The path between the boards is direct." "Indeed, second brother, given such a vast distance. Unless you possess the vision of 1,000 miles, it is utterly impossible for you to know what we have done." The wall room chimed in, saying, "You have both concluded a game of rock, paper, scissors with me." The wall room presented scissors, while I revealed paper. "Thus, you both have succumbed to my triumph. Have you not?" Fei Jian chuckled lightly and said, "How could that be possible?" Upon hearing Fei Jian recount everything that had just transpired, Ban Jian and Wei Jian were immediately taken aback. "Second brother, you haven't cheated, have you?" Bian regarded Fei with a hint of skepticism. "Of course not." Fei replied nonchalantly. "I am aware of your actions. All of it has been conveyed to me by my clones. Yet, hasn't your clone been dispelled?" Wei Jian inquired with perplexity. "Indeed. That is the remarkable power of the shadow clone technique." Fei Jian remarked that he is capable of relaying all experiences encountered by his clones back to his original self, including insights gained during cultivation. "Would you not agree that this is quite remarkable?" Tobirama smiled as he looked at the two individuals. "Well, how impressive." At this point, if Hashirama and Waki still failed to comprehend, they would truly be considered fools. "In that case, brother heir, doesn't that mean your cultivation speed is twice ours?" Ban Jian stared wide-eyed at Fei Jian. Not just that. The door creaked open slightly, and with a gentle smile, he remarked, "At present, my chakra reserves are rather scarce, allowing me to manifest only a single clone. However, the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu allows for an infinite number of clones. In other words, as long as I possess an ample supply of chakra, I can create hundreds, even thousands, of replicas." How is that conceivable? The boards and tiles had yet to utter a word, while the living slug nearby had already cried out in alarm. The ability to manifest countless doppelgangers for cultivation is indeed a most astonishing phenomenon. If that were indeed the case, then wouldn't the Senju clan only need to nurture Tobirama to great lengths? When the time comes for war, simply allowing the space-time dimension to manifest hundreds of clones would result in the emergence of several hundred elite shinobi. Which clan in the entire ninja world possesses such a vast assembly of elite shinobi? It is not merely a matter of who annihilates whom. Even the three great sanctuaries are unable to withstand their might. Upon hearing such matters, even the tranquil character of the living slug was unable to refrain from exclaiming, "Is what Lord Tobirama said truly the case?" The living slug gazed incredulously at Bai Ze. Theoretically, this was indeed correct. Bai Ze replied nonchalantly, however. "Such a thing is utterly impossible to achieve." "Why is that?" The boards and tiles turned their gaze toward this direction. The technique of shadow replication distributes the chakra of the original body evenly among each clone. Thus, it is utterly impossible for the clones to possess the strength of the original. Bai Ze remarked softly, "So that is how it is." Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the living slug instantly comprehended the reason behind its inability to perceive the true essence of the door. This was merely a tactical application in combat. However, if employed for cultivation, though the issue of strength need not be considered, another crucial factor emerges. While the avatar can indeed transmit cultivation experiences back to the main body, it simultaneously conveys the fatigue accrued from such training. Should this fatigue surpass the threshold that the door can endure, it would result in an untimely demise. Bai Ze chuckled and glanced at Tobirama. This is how it should be. Upon hearing the words of Bai Ze, the living slug felt considerably relieved. Otherwise, if it were truly as Tobirama suggested, other clans would have no need for conflict. They could simply submit to the Senju clan and be done with it. Alas, I have utterly forgotten this detail. Upon hearing these words, the door beside him felt a sudden chill in his heart. Just moments ago, he had been overly excited, completely forgetting about such side effects. Had it not been for his master's reminder, he might have indeed committed such a fundamental error in the future. Nevertheless, there is no need to be overly disheartened. Suddenly, the voice of Bai Ze echoed once more. You are indeed a member of the Senju clan. As a descendant of the Senju clan, who inherit the Sage of Six Paths physique, your physical constitution undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I estimate that once you reach adulthood, you will be capable of manifesting at least 500 shadow clones. Bai Ze remarked lightly, if you were to incorporate the medical ninjutsu of living slugs, creating 1,000 shadow clones should pose no challenge. Bai Ze chuckled softly as he gazed at the living slug, hissing softly. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Katsuyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, 1,000 clones? This would surely drain me completely. How utterly exhausting. How remarkably formidable. Man, Enwa had not considered this point, gazing at Tobirama with delight. Second brother, you shall undoubtedly become an immensely formidable presence in the future. The boy exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. I will surpass even my father. In Wei Jian's eyes, his father was undoubtedly the most formidable existence in this world. Of course, Bai Ze had to be excluded from this comparison. What truly remarkable ninjutsu. Gazing at the second Hokage before her, Katsu murmured softly. It had long been aware that the technique imparted by Hakuzu to Tobirama was far from an ordinary shadow clone technique, yet it was still astonished by its remarkable potency. Though it may not have been as formidable as Tobirama had previously described, the ability to manifest dozens of clones was undeniably terrifying. Truly, it is worthy of your esteemed reputation. The live slug inwardly sighed in admiration. A technique as simple as a mere shadow clone jutsu had been developed to such an extent by Bai Ze. One can only wonder how other ninjutsu would transform in his capable hands. All right, I have imparted all that I needed to teach. The rest is up to you. Bai Ze said calmly. Yes, thank you, master. This is more than sufficient. Tobirama respectfully gazed at Hakuzai. His master had thoroughly elucidated all the pros and cons. And should he remain oblivious, it would be a profound disservice to him. Without further ado, Tobirama moved aside and commenced his training. He had acquired all that he needed to learn. Now, it was merely a matter of augmenting his chakra reserves. Once he possessed an ample amount of chakra, no one within the entire ninja realm would stand a chance against him. As for the two of you, do not linger idly. It is imperative that you swiftly enhance your own abilities. Bai Ze stood with his back turned to the partition in the tiled area. Yes, Lord Bai Ze. The two responded in unison, each finding a place to commence their cultivation. Now that the elder brother and second brother have both become disciples of the master, they must strive diligently. As long as they cultivate their strength, it is inevitable that they will one day be accepted as the master's apprentices. At that moment, contemplating these thoughts, a previously unfelt urge to grow stronger surged within Ban Jian and Wei Jian. Does the master harbor intentions for these two young ones as well? The living slug gazed at Bai Ze and mused. If they can demonstrate their worth, what harm is there in my accepting them? Bai Ze spoke softly. After all, having more disciples is advantageous. By expanding his invincible domain sooner, he could fulfill the tasks set forth by the system more swiftly. Although the Senju clan members, like Ban Jian and Wei Jian, may not compare to the likes of Hashirama and Tobirama, they are nonetheless descendants of the Senju clan, inherently placing them a step ahead of others. With a little effort, they are destined to become formidable warriors in the future. Keep striving. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the live slug comprehended his intent, gazing at the two small radish-like figures while murmuring inwardly. As everyone else engaged in their cultivation, Bai Ze took a seat on a small stool to begin fishing. However, his vacant gaze clearly indicated that his thoughts were far from the act of fishing. Now that Hashirama had become my disciple, I wonder how Madara is faring over there. Bai Ze's mind was incessantly calculating. With two fated individuals, he had proactively seized Chizoma. It seemed that the elusive Black Zetsu would be unable to locate him in the foreseeable future. Thus, Black Zetsu's immediate focus would likely remain on Obito. The next step was to see if Yuri could uncover any clues from Abido. Although Bai Ze was aware that Black Zetsu would undoubtedly seek out these two, he remained uncertain whether Black Zetsu had already made a move. This thought stirred a wave of agitation within Bai Ze. The depths of Black Zetsu's concealment were profoundly intricate, leaving Bai Ze with little recourse but to wait patiently for an opportunity. However, this method is undeniably inefficient. If Kurojitsu were truly intent on evading detection, it is likely that before encompassing the entirety of the ninja realm within his invincible domain, one would be unable to trace this individual's whereabouts. Perhaps it is time to contemplate the selection of a new disciple? Bai Ze murmured to himself. The prospects on Chiri's side seemed bleak, and it would be prudent not to place too much reliance on her. Yet, who should he choose? The talent during the Warring States period was exceedingly scarce. Even those who possessed it were overshadowed by the brilliance of Hashirama and Madara. Furthermore, the original work's portrayal of the Warring States era was remarkably simplistic, leaving Bai Ze utterly incapable of uncovering any useful information. Must he once again bide his time? Bai Ze's brows furrowed slightly. This is not good, my lord. A calamity has occurred. Bai Ze was lost in thought when the nearby slug suddenly changed its expression and hurriedly roused him. What is the matter? Bai Ze regained his composure and gazed at the living slug, exclaiming, "This is remarkable. Look over there." The living slug anxiously pointed towards the dojo where Hashirama resided. To everyone's astonishment, for reasons unknown, the seemingly intact structure began to take root and sprout. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering tree, engulfing the surrounding houses. Elder brother. The cry of the living slug startled the three individuals practicing nearby. When they discerned the situation, their expressions shifted dramatically. Do not panic. Elder brother is unharmed. Fei Jian was the first to react, extending his hand to block the panel in the tile compartment. If all goes as anticipated, Elder brother should soon grasp his abilities. The door slowly opened. Unlike myself, the ability passed down to my elder brother from our master is known as the wood release bloodline limit. These phenomena must be the result of the wood release. I presume. Is success to be achieved so swiftly? Bai Ze gazed at the lush abode, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. The dojo, constructed from timber by his own hands, had now transformed into this remarkable state, evidently influenced by the wood release techniques of Hashirama. However, he had anticipated that Hashirama would require several days to fully comprehend the intricacies of wood release. He never expected to witness such rapid results. After all, he is well aware of the high physical demands that would release places on a ninja's body. Have we not seen Orochimaru expend countless test subjects, yet only achieve a semi-successful result in Yamato? Although Hashirama is the earliest awakener of wood release, considering that he is still a child, it should not be so easy for him to awaken. However, Hashirama's performance greatly exceeded my expectations. Truly worthy of your reputation, Bai Ze murmured softly, crackling. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden sound emanated from that direction. Under the eager gazes of several individuals, the towering tree unexpectedly stirred once more. In just a matter of breaths, it returned to its former state, revealing the original appearance of the dojo. Success. Upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone instantly realized that Senju Hashirama must have achieved a profound understanding. Ding! The system detected that the host disciple, Senju Hashirama, had comprehended wood release, expanding his domain to a current range of 8,000 meters by 8,000 meters. Ding dong! It has been detected that the host disciple Senju Hashirama has comprehended wood release. The host is rewarded with a secret realm. Please check the details at your convenience. Just as the intercolumnar space was successfully completed, the system's prompt resonated in Bai Ze's ear. A secret realm? Upon hearing this sound, Bai Ze could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Has the system developed a new feature? Hey, system, what does the secret realm mean? Come out and explain it. In his mind, Bai Ze exclaimed, it has been detected that the host has 3 disciples who have met the minimum requirements. A new feature is now unlocked, granting 3 secret realm crystals as a reward. The host may randomly select a building within the domain to construct a secret realm, which serves as a training ground for disciples to challenge themselves. Upon successfully overcoming the trials, they will be rewarded with a realm crystal. Each entry into the secret realm consumes 1 realm crystal. After the system's explanation, it fell into silence once more. It was unexpected that such a possibility existed. Listening to the introduction of the system, Bai Ze could not help but exclaim in admiration. Previously, he had only assumed that the system would expand slightly after he took on disciples, subsequently rewarding him with some impressive abilities. To his astonishment, it had now unveiled new functionalities. It appears that my understanding of the system remains rather insufficient. Bai Ze murmured to himself. Both the method of system activation and the new secret realm function were beyond his imagination. However, this turn of events has indeed afforded him considerable convenience. After completing my studies in the previous realm, I had to personally step onto the stage to conduct my own evaluations. However, with the advent of this hidden domain, I find that I no longer need to exert myself. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding this secret realm, Bai Ze pondered as he effortlessly established the domain. Master, I have succeeded. As soon as the secret realm was completed, a figure swiftly emerged from the dojo, leaping gracefully to stand before Bai Ze. How does it feel? Observing the figure before him, Bai Ze nodded and remarked, remarkably powerful, far beyond my expectations. Hashirama felt an exhilarating surge of vitality. Previously, when his master imparted the secrets of wood release, he sensed a formidable power, though it remained an indistinct impression. Now, however, the reality was starkly different. Upon truly awakening the wood release Kekiai Genkai, he comprehended the true magnitude of this ability. The denizens of the ninja world believed that the Senju clan, inheritors of the Sage of Six Paths physique, were exceptionally powerful, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that his current constitution utterly eclipsed that of the Senju. As he felt the overwhelming life force coursing within him, Hashirama was convinced that even if he were to sustain a grievous wound, he could recover in an instant. Moreover, it was not merely his physical condition that had been enhanced, his chakra reserves had surged dramatically as well. Previously, his chakra had been on par with that of a mere genin, only slightly superior to that of an ordinary individual. Now, however, his chakra had astonishingly reached the level of a genin, and it seemed inexhaustible, as if it would never deplete. However, as he spoke, Hashirama suddenly faltered. Is there a problem? Bai Ze was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Hashirama. The lively slug and Tobarama, upon hearing Hashirama's words, also turned their concerned gazes in his direction. There were no particular issues at hand. It was merely that I have suddenly grown so powerful that I find myself struggling to master my abilities flawlessly, Hashirama lamented. The crowd cast incredulous glances at Hashirama, as if to say, are you serious? Goodness, who would have thought you were such an old master of Versailles? In his heart, Bai Ze murmured to himself. However, he was acutely aware that Hashirama's words held considerable truth. Previously, he had merely possessed the capabilities of a lower ninja, and suddenly acquiring powers akin to that of a higher ninja naturally left him lacking in the mastery of such strength. There is no need for concern. My master had already anticipated such occurrences. Bai Ze spoke softly. Didn't he the system just develop the secret realm feature? It is perfect for assisting them in adapting to their newfound abilities. With a graceful gesture, Bai Ze summoned 2 secret realm crystals, which fell into the hands of Hashirama and Tobarama. What is this? Gazing at the diamond-shaped crystal in their hands, the 2 individuals between the columns could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. The master had long anticipated such occurrences and had thus prepared trials and waiting for them. Bai Ze waved his hand, guiding the 2 to the vicinity of the secret realm, and said, as long as you can successfully complete the trial, you shall attain perfect mastery over your abilities. Indeed, the master is truly remarkable, having anticipated even such matters. Hashirama exclaimed. Yes, the master possesses an uncanny ability to foresee events. Tobarama nodded in agreement, pondering what lay beyond. Gazing at the firmly shut door before him, he murmured, we shall discover the truth once we enter. Tobarama, however, did not ponder such matters. He simply reached out and pushed open the door, stepping inside. Since this was prepared by his master, he naturally believed it would not bring them harm. With unwavering conviction, Tobarama was eager to discover what this secret realm truly was. Observing the 2 individuals who entered, Bai Ze murmured softly, creak. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, an overwhelming wave of dizziness engulfed him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself within a circular structure, surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. Not far away, on the ground, sat a shadowy figure, seemingly awaiting something. Brother? Upon witnessing the scene before him, Tobarama's initial instinct was to search for the whereabouts of Hashirama. However, he soon realized that his elder brother, who had entered alongside him, had inexplicably vanished. A teleportation barrier. Perhaps, after a diligent attempt to perceive his surroundings, Feijian found himself confronted with an unsettling realization. There was nothing to detect. This realm was indistinguishable from the real world, devoid of any discernible flaws. It appeared that this was indeed my trial. Gazing at the shadow before him, Tobarama murmured softly as he stepped forward. Are you the one who has come to challenge? As Phaeton approached within a distance of several meters from the shadowy figure, it gradually rose to its feet. "Who are you?" The voice of the gatekeeper resounded loudly. "The guardian of this realm, Sonic the Hedgehog." A figure responded mechanically. "Sonic the Hedgehog?" Tobirama paused momentarily as he gazed at the figure before him. Clad in a sleek black outfit, the individual bore two knives at his waist, one long and one short, exuding a distinct ninja aesthetic. However, what piqued Tobirama's curiosity was the apparent lack of emotion in the person's speech, as if he were somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, understanding that this was a trial prepared by his master, Tobirama dismissed his thoughts and drew his kunai, charging forward. Clang! As Tobirama charged towards him with deadly intent, Sonic remained utterly motionless, his composure unshaken. Only when the cold steel of the kunai was but a hair's breadth from piercing his flesh did he stir, with lightning reflexes. His short blade flashed upward to intercept the attack with impeccable timing. Such astonishing speed of reaction. Tobirama's heart tightened with vigilance, instantly realizing that despite the man's apparent sluggishness, his combat instincts remained intact. He must not let his guard down. Muttering a silent admonition to himself, Tobirama swiftly retreated with a nimble sidestep, his hands already weaving intricate seals with lightning speed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fugaku let out a thunderous roar as three identical silhouettes emerged from the billowing smoke. Shadow clones, perhaps? Sonic murmured softly, then suddenly sprang into action, darting around Tobirama at an astonishing speed with a blur of motion. Secret technique for shadow burial. Scattered flash slash. Just as Tobirama began to feel slightly dizzy, Sonic suddenly let out a shout and charged forward with astonishing speed, leaving four distinct afterimages trailing behind him. What? At the sudden glint of cold steel, Tobirama's heart clenched in alarm. For a fleeting moment, his reflexes failed him, barely managing to parry the blade aimed at his torso. Thud, thud, thud. Several plumes of smoke erupted as the three shadow clones of Tobirama were effortlessly annihilated by Sonic. Pathetic. Gazing at Tobirama before him, Sonic slowly shook his head before retreating to his previous position and settling down once more. Damn it. Gazing at Sonic's utterly disinterested demeanor, Tobirama felt as though he had been slapped across the face, his cheeks burning with humiliation. This man's demeanor clearly implied that he wasn't even worthy of being challenged. How could Tobirama possibly endure such an insult? Multiple shadow clone technique. With a thunderous roar, Toby unleashed a surge of chakra, astonishingly creating 9 shadow clones. Since 3 of the clones were effortlessly dispatched, he resolved to summon 9 this time. After all, if there was one thing he had in abundance, it was clones. However, creating 9 shadow clones at once was already the limit for Tobirama. Any more than that, and even he couldn't withstand the sudden onslaught of information. Once more, this time, before Sonic could make a move, Tobirama launched the first strike, though not quite matching his elder brother's prowess. Tobirama considered himself a prodigy in his own right. How could he tolerate such blatant underestimation? Ultimate secret technique, shadow clone burial. However, to everyone's astonishment, Sonic unexpectedly manifested 10 shadowy figures, engaging in battle alongside his own doppelgangers. What remarkable strength! Facing an opponent of equal strength, Tobirama finally felt somewhat challenged. Was this the trial his master had spoken of? Indeed, it seemed perfectly suited for him. As he clashed with Sonic, Tobirama silently mused to himself. His greatest pride lay in his unparalleled speed and shadow clone techniques, yet the Sonic's mastery of these very skills matched his own. It became increasingly evident that this adversary had come specifically for him. Uncertain of what awaited on the other side, Tobirama gradually acclimated to Sonic's rhythm, which inevitably brought to mind his elder brother, Hashirama. As soon as Tobirama stepped through the door, Hashirama followed closely behind. Much like the space between the doors, the space between the pillars also led to a circular arena where a shadow loomed ahead. Is this the essence of the trial? Gazing at the shadow before him, Hashirama murmured, "The enemy approaches." Sensing Hashirama's presence, the shadowy figure stirred, its emerald eyes locking onto him with an intensity that seemed poised to devour him whole. A woman? The shadow moved, and only then did Hashirama realize it was a woman. No, not quite a woman, though the figure before him bore a humanoid shape. Every feature was woven from vegetation, even her hair composed of slender, twining tendrils. Snap! The shadowy figure flicked its wrist with effortless grace, summoning a vine bristling with thorns that cracked through the air like a whip. "Challenger, I am the guardian of this trial." The thorn's embrace, Zyra, would release. As Jella suddenly manifested a thorny branch in her hand, Hashirama's eyes widened in realization. So this is a challenge specifically devised to counter my wood release techniques. However, despite the enemy standing right before him, Hashirama suddenly hesitated. I do not strike women. Hashirama murmured softly, his heart instantly entangled in turmoil once more. A woman? Are you belittling me, you brat? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Jur was instantly filled with fury, and she swung her whip fiercely. How perilous! Barely evading Zaira's whip, Hashirama suddenly came to his senses. This was a secret realm specially arranged by my master. How could I entertain such thoughts? What style? Thorn-killing technique. After comprehending the situation, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, summoning several vines beneath Zaira's feet that tightly ensnared her. Naive, she sneered. Do you truly believe such feeble attempts could vanquish me? Jella let out a cold huff and suddenly flung several crimson seeds towards the column. PFF. The moment these seeds approached the space between the pillars, they unfurled instantaneously, releasing a faint yellow mist. Poison. After merely catching a faint whiff, Hashirama immediately felt a wave of dizziness overwhelm his senses. Hastily holding his breath, he retreated with a swift sidestep. There's no escape. Yet Zaira remained relentless, her whip lashing down with a sharp crack upon the scattered seeds. What? Seeing Jira unexpectedly attacking her own seeds, Hashirama couldn't help but feel perplexed. However, before he could comprehend what was happening, those burst seeds suddenly transformed into human-sized plants, opening their mouths to spew a barrage of thorns towards him. What style? Wooden pillar wall? Seeing that escape was no longer an option, Hashirama hastily erected a wooden wall before him to block the thorns. How intriguing. It was a secret realm specifically designed to counter the abilities of the two individuals. Within the Invincible Domain, Bai Ze observed the two figures locked in fierce combat upon the water's surface, a faint smirk gracing his lips. Though the secret realm was of his own construction, even he remained oblivious to its true nature. Only after Hashirama and Tobirama ventured within did he glimpse from the outside an entirely separate dimension unfolding before his eyes. Moreover, the entities dwelling within were none other than those he knew all too intimately. You still claim not to be from Penguin Productions. Bai Ze chuckled while observing Jujin's opponent. Host, please maintain your dignity. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the system suddenly interjected. This system is solely responsible for dispensing rewards. The specific content is entirely constructed based on the host's will and has nothing to do with this system. My, what an intense reaction. The system suddenly appeared, startling Bai Ze. So that's how it is. Listening to the system's explanation, Bai Ze finally comprehended. No wonder these monsters were so perfectly suited for Hashirama and his companions. It was all because of his own influence. Hashirama's wood release requires refinement, while Tobirama excels in speed and shadow clones. Wasn't the very purpose to have them hone these abilities? This situation has taken an unfortunate turn. Bai Ze chuckled softly, gazing at the two figures materializing upon the water's surface. Since this secret realm is constructed upon one's own will, he mused, these two guardians of the arena surely won't be so easily overcome. Indeed, as Bai Ze contemplated this, the circumstances within the secret realm began to shift. Little ghost, you have provoked my wrath. After a prolonged battle with Hashirama, Zaira seemed to have truly lost her temper. With a furious roar, countless sharp thorns suddenly sprouted from her body, and even the whip in her hand transformed into something terrifyingly grotesque. What? Witnessing the sudden transformation of Zaira, Hashirama was utterly astonished. Having gradually adapted to her offensive tactics and on the verge of launching a counterattack, he never anticipated she still concealed an ace up her sleeve. I shall grant you no further opportunities, he declared with icy determination. The next strike shall conclude this battle decisively. With a furious roar, Zaira hurled countless seeds across the battlefield, scattering them in every direction until Hashirama could barely find footing. Stranglethorns, tear this fool asunder, she commanded. With a furious roar from Zaira, the seeds abruptly split apart and intertwined, enveloping the entire arena. It's coming. Upon witnessing this situation, the heart of the surged with determination, and he resolved to hold nothing back any longer. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. With his hands swiftly forming seals, Hashirama let out a resounding shout before slamming his palms onto the ground. His chakra surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, pouring relentlessly into the earth beneath him. A thunderous crack echoed through the air. A sudden rustling sound emerged as massive wooden pillars materialized out of nowhere, blanketing the seeds Zaira had scattered. Not only that, these summoned timber columns seemed imbued with vitality, voraciously absorbing the essence within Zaira's seeds, converting them into nourishment as they surged toward her. In the blink of an eye, An immense forest manifested before Hashirama, completely engulfing Zaira's position. Impossible! Witnessing this scene, Zaira let out a desperate cry. She had originally intended to summon the wrath of nature with these seeds to devour the imp, but unexpectedly, the little fiend absorbed all the nutrients from her seeds, rendering her utterly incapable of unleashing her ultimate move, the Stranglethorns. Was this the end? As he gazed at Jera, engulfed by the forest he had created, Hashirama murmured, "How is this possible? Do not underestimate me, little one." However, a piercing shriek echoed, and Jella unexpectedly emerged from behind a wooden stake, her right arm transforming into a colossal spear aimed directly at the pillar. Would release. Board pile technique? Yet. The corner of the pillar's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he formed seals with his hands and bellowed, "I've been waiting for you." With a chilling smile, the pillar summoned a wooden shield resembling a monstrous, toothy grin, which just barely deflected Jella's thrust. This truly marked the end. The pillar shouted, and suddenly, several enormous hands manifested from the shield, yanking Jella from her position atop the stake. "Do you wish to continue this fight?" he queried, narrowing his eyes at the disheveled Jella before him. In truth, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Jella, he had suspected she possessed the ability to meld with the trees, thus he had been preparing for this very maneuver. Indeed, Jella ultimately employed this tactic, precisely falling into his trap. Nevertheless, the pillar harbored no intentions of eradicating Jella, as he had gleaned considerable insights into the use of wood release from her. If feasible, he would prefer that Jella conceded willingly. As autumn arrived, however, Jella disregarded the pillar's inquiry, letting out a lamenting sigh as she gradually transformed into a pile of decayed wood, vanishing from sight. This is, observing the spot where Jella had disappeared. The pillar suddenly noticed a glimmering object and reached down to retrieve it. With a whoosh, as soon as he grasped the crystalline item, a wave of dizziness swept over him. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself back beside Hakazai. "Master, I have succeeded." The pillar exclaimed excitedly to Hakazai. Wait a moment. Tobarama will conclude shortly as well." Hakazai replied without turning his head. "Tobarama?" The pillar glanced in the direction Hakazai was looking and was astonished to see Tobarama engaged in battle on the water's surface. "So, my master has been observing me all along." A shiver ran down the pillar's spine as he stood at the riverbank, watching Tobarama's confrontation. Before him stood a young boy clad in dark ninja attire, whose strength appeared to be on par with Tobarama's. There were 9 shadow clones of Tobarama, and astonishingly, the opponent had 9 afterimages trailing behind him as well. "Master, do you think Tobarama can manage?" the pillar asked nervously. "Rest assured, everything is proceeding according to Tobarama's plan." Hakazai replied with a slight smile. The pillar, upon hearing this, looked closer only to find Tobarama seemingly at a disadvantage, leaving him perplexed. Tobarama's opponent is merely utilizing rapid movement to create so many clones. Tobarama has recognized this, which is why he has avoided direct confrontation. Hakazai explained patiently. Indeed, as the pillar listened to Hakazai's elucidation, he observed Tobarama's face remained devoid of any panic. Knowing Tobarama's character well, he quickly surmised that Tobarama must have some hidden strategy awaiting the opponent, ready to strike with lethal precision. Winning with minimal cost truly embodies Tobarama's nature. Hakazai chuckled. It's about to happen. As the conversation unfolded, Bai suddenly noticed a glimmer of brilliance in Tobarama's eyes, prompting an internal exclamation. In an instant, all of Tobarama's shadow clones surged forward, while the original remained a step behind, concealed among the multitude of clones, beginning to form hand seals. "It's over." Observing Tobarama's movements, Bai promptly declared the battle concluded. Water release, water severing wave. Indeed, Tobarama's hands danced rapidly, completing the seals with remarkable swiftness. And then a powerful column of water erupted from his mouth, shooting directly towards Sonic. With a splatter, Sonic, preoccupied with fending off Tobarama's numerous clones, remained oblivious to the imminent water column launched by the original. The result was catastrophic, as Tobarama's water-severing wave pierced through his heart, offering him no opportunity for evasion whatsoever. How formidable! Sonic cast a begrudging glance at Tobarama, and before he could even touch the ground, he transformed into a diamond crystal, landing in Tobarama's grasp. With a flourish, the scene shifted, revealing the victorious Tobarama before the gathered crowd. "Tobarama, you are truly magnificent." As soon as Tobarama appeared, Hashirama exclaimed with excitement. The cloaked ninja appeared to be on par with Jiraiya, yet it was astonishing how effortlessly Tobarama had dispatched his opponent. It was nothing Tobarama replied nonchalantly, observing the reflection on the water's surface, signaling his understanding. Although the opponent's speed matched his own, they were lacking significantly in other aspects. If not for the desire to refine my clones, I could have resolved this matter much sooner. Tobarama's tone was imbued with confidence. Bai Ze nodded in agreement. Tobarama's choice to confront Sonic's 10 shadow burial with his shadow clones might seem unwise, yet it was far from it. For Tobarama, who had only just mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, this was indeed a time of relative weakness. His ability to recognize this and utilize Sonic's 10 shadow burial for self-improvement attested to his tactical acumen, despite taking slightly longer than Hashirama. Tobarama's personal training was no less significant. Bai Ze could clearly see that even if Tobarama summoned 10 shadow clones now, it would not diminish the strength of his original form. Truly impressive, Hashirama murmured, gazing at Tobarama. He had always been aware that Tobarama's genius was on par with his own, and at times, Tobarama's foresight exceeded his own, making him an extraordinary talent. Sir, there has been an incident with the Senju clan. While the three conversed, a slug suddenly approached and announced. What? Upon hearing the slug's words, Hashirama and Tobarama swiftly turned to face it. Sage Slug, what has transpired in the clan? It is the members of the Uchiha clan. The slug's tone bore a hint of gravity. You guessed correctly. The Uchiha clan has indeed been preparing to assault the Senju clan. They are aware of your recent battle with the Uchiha and intend to strike while you have yet to recover. The slug elaborated. Humph. Those scoundrels always relish taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Tobarama scoffed coldly. The individuals previously encountered were merely their reconnaissance team. Now, their main force has arrived, poised to engage in a decisive battle against the Senju clan. The thousand-handed Buddha has summoned his kin in preparation for battle. Yet it appears the odds are severely stacked against them. The living slug slowly remarked. The number of those from the Feathered Garment clan is truly overwhelming. We must fight to the death. How could this come to pass? Jujian widened his eyes in disbelief and murmured, Has the Feathered Garment clan gone mad? Although the Senju clan is reputed to be the strongest in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan is certainly not to be underestimated. If the opponent truly comes with the resolve to fight to the death, the most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction. Moreover, this is the encampment of the Thousand Hands clan. If a conflict were to ensue, what would become of the elders and children of the clan? They possess not even a modicum of self-defense. Master, I must return to battle. With this thought, Hashirama turned to Bai Ze and said, Indeed, it is permissible. Bai Ze nodded in agreement. Previously, he had refrained from allowing Hashirama and the others to return, as their abilities were still insufficient. Even if they went back, they would be of little assistance. However, the situation has changed. Both of them have now attained the rank of Nin. And Hashirama has mastered the formidable would-release technique, while Tobarama can flawlessly manage 10 shadow clones in battle. With the addition of these two formidable powers, it is certain that the Uchiha clan will be utterly astonished. Go forth. With this thought in mind, Bai Ze waved his hand grandly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. The two individuals responded affirmatively and swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. The Senju clan, sensing the scattered chakra of the Uchiha clan members outside their territory, could not help but feel a weight of unease settle upon their hearts. They had just engaged in a fierce battle with the Uchiha clan and had not yet found the opportunity to celebrate when the Uchiha clan arrived, clearly intent on annihilating the Senju clan in one fell swoop. Leader, what course of action should we take? A member of the clan gazed upon the Bodhisattva of 1,000 hands. What else could be done? With the enemy at the doorstep, the only course of action was to retaliate. Indeed, the dignity of our Senju clan shall never be violated. Today, we shall demonstrate our true power to these wretched Uzumaki scum. The crowd below engaged in a lively exchange of opinions, all advocating for a direct confrontation with the Feathered Garment clan. Silence. The Bodhisattva with 1,000 hands bellowed, commanding the attention of all present. My clan, the 1,000 hands, fears no one. However, the current battle situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. We must first relocate the elders and children within our clan to a safe haven. Standing at the doorway, one cannot help but feel provoked. Even the 1,000-handed Buddha would be unable to restrain himself. However, as the leader of his clan, he must contemplate far more than these individuals. It is not sufficient to merely desire conflict. Indeed, beside the Buddha, an elder of the clan nodded and remarked, Our struggle is to safeguard our kin. If we cannot even protect our own people, then what significance does our fight hold? Allow me to take care of this matter. A middle-aged man stepped forward and spoke. Well, I appreciate your efforts. Seeing his trusted subordinate step forward, the Buddha nodded in satisfaction. Once everyone was settled, "You must swiftly join us." In the face of the impending assault from the Yui clan, every warrior's strength is of utmost importance to the Senju clan at this moment. "Yes, chief," the middle-aged man acknowledged with a sound and turned to walk out. "Now it is our turn to take action." Without any concerns weighing him down, an imposing aura emanated from the figure of Buddha, revealing the indomitable spirit of the strongest clan leader in the ninja world. He immediately sounded the battle alarm, summoning all Jinin and Chunin to gather and prepare for combat. "All the elite shinobi, let us first convene with the leader of the Yui clan." Bojian spoke loudly, leading the way out of the clan's territory. Behind him followed nearly 20 clan members, all of whom were of the elite shinobi rank. The relocation of the clan members and their amalgamation with the Nin and Jinin would require some time. Thus, Bojian and his companions were determined to secure this crucial interval for their kin. The members of the Yui clan truly believed that the Senju clan could be trifled with. It was merely a confrontation with the Uchiha clan. Even if wounded, it does not provide them the opportunity to provoke. Indeed, let them witness today who truly embodies the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. The gathered elite spoke among themselves, seemingly dismissive of the Yui clan. Yet, deep down, they all understood that the members of the Yui clan were far from weak. In fact, any family that could survive in the brutal environment of the warring states was certainly formidable. The Senju clan, too, relied on their inherited formidable physique from the Sage of Six Paths, which granted them a slight edge over other clans. May our Senju clan emerge victorious this time. Observing the densely clustered Yui clan on the distant horizon, Senju Buddha murmured to himself. Although he exuded an aura of absolute dominance, he could not confidently assert that the Senju clan would emerge victorious over the Yui clan in a confrontation. Fortunately, Hashirama and the others had gone in search of that esteemed figure. Sensing the palpable tension that hung in the air, Fujian consoled himself. In the open space near the Thousand Hands clan, Fujian and the leader of the Feather Garment clan exchanged glances filled with unspoken challenges, each flanked by nearly 100 members from their respective families. "What do you mean by this, leader of the Feather Garment clan?" The thousand-handed Buddha coldly gazed at the middle-aged man across from him, who appeared to be of similar age. Yui Zhengxiyuan was indeed the name of the patriarch of the Yui clan, a formidable warrior renowned alongside him, Thousand-Handed Pillar, and Uchiha Taijima. The Yui clan had long proclaimed themselves as the most authentic descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Yui, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards the Thousand-Handed clan, who had inherited the sage's powers. This enmity often led to skirmishes between the two powerful families. Nevertheless, while conflicts were frequent, they had never escalated beyond a dozen participants. Merely small-scale altercations. However, now that the patriarch Yui had brought such a sizable contingent into the territory of the Thousand-Handed clan, Thousand-Handed Buddha found himself perplexed. "Do you wish to engage in a fierce battle with the Thousand Hands clan?" The Buddha, with half-closed eyes, gazed at the opposing Yui village Zhengdao. "Enough of your meaningless chatter, Buddha. You are well aware of my intentions," spoke Yui Jingxuan calmly. "The entire ninja realm is well aware that my Yui clan is the true descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, destined to govern this world of ninjas. The Senju clan merely inherits the physical form of their ancestors. What right do they have to proclaim themselves the strongest family in the ninja realm? Today, I have come to reclaim the title of the strongest clan from your esteemed Senju clan." Yuhui village proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, my Yuhui clan is the strongest in the ninja world. What are you Senju but mere refuse? It is merely an inheritance of the celestial physique. How can it possibly compare to us, the most authentic descendants of the Feathered Garment clan? I advise you to submit obediently to our Hagoromo clan, lest you witness the true might of our lineage today." Behind the village of Yui, the members of the Yui clan began to clamor, showing utter disdain for the people of the Senju clan. Such audacity! Behind the Thousand-Handed Buddha, an elder from the Thousand-Handed clan could no longer contain his indignation. He bellowed, directing his gaze towards the members of the Feathered Garment clan, "The esteemed position we, the Thousand-Handed clan, hold today has been earned through the valor and sacrifices of our kin. What are you, the Feathered Garment clan, to demand our submission? If we are to discuss the inheritance of the sage body, one must also consider that the Uchiha clan has inherited the sage eyes. Why do you not seek them out?" The elder of this clan is indeed seasoned, skillfully directing his words toward the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha are renowned for having inherited the ocular powers of the Sage of Six Paths, and they are the sworn enemies of the Senju clan. If the Yui clan could be incited to battle against the Uchiha, he would take great pleasure in witnessing such a spectacle of dogs devouring dogs. Haha. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Yuizheng village suddenly burst into laughter. Do you truly believe that the Uchiha clan has inherited the ocular powers of the Sage of Six Paths? In the tranquil village, it is widely acknowledged that the eye technique of the Sage of Six Paths is the Rinnegan, while the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. How could the Sharingan possibly be compared to the Rinnegan? Your clan of 1,000 hands should employ some clever tactics if you wish to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan. However, are you aware that the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan? The elder of the Senju clan spoke slowly, pondering the evolution of the Sharingan. Yuizheng village scoffed. In all my years navigating the ninja world, I have yet to encounter a member of the Uchiha clan who has transformed their Sharingan into the Rinnegan. If the Sharingan is indeed capable of evolution, then could it not be said that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could also evolve into the Rinnegan? Similar to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is said to have originated from the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. However, during the process of inheritance, certain alterations occurred in the Rinnegan, resulting in the distinction between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Upon hearing the words of Yuizheng, the elder of the Senju clan could not help but let out a cold snort. Although he was displeased that Zhang Suan had unveiled his true intentions, he found himself unable to refute the latter's statements. Indeed, while the Uchiha clan has long claimed that the Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan, not a single individual from the Uchiha lineage, which has persisted for a millennium, has successfully achieved such an evolution. Consequently, the ninja world regards their assertions as mere bravado. Since the Sharingan cannot evolve into the Rinnegan, the rumor that the Uchiha clan inherited the ocular powers of the Sage of Six Paths is rendered baseless. Consequently, the Senju clan, which is claimed to have inherited the abilities of the Sage, emerges as the most formidable adversary of the Yuhi clan. This also elucidates why the Yuhi clan has never sought out the Uchiha clan, consistently directing their aggression towards the Senju clan instead. To speak candidly, although the Senju clan harbors no fear towards the Yui clan, they are equally averse to the prospect of a full-scale conflict. After all, both clans possess comparable strengths. With a similar number of warriors across various ranks, the outcome of an actual confrontation is far from certain. The most favorable scenario would likely result in mutual devastation, a consequence that would undoubtedly exceed their capacity to endure. It is crucial to recognize that during this perilous era of warring states, a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal strike from rival families, not to mention the severe repercussions the Senju clan would face following a significant battle. The status of being the most formidable family in the ninja world is one that attracts the scrutiny of many. Take the Yue clan before us as an example. Enough of this lengthy discourse. The Buddha with 1,000 hands suddenly spoke, saying, Jingsuan, is it not your desire to usurp the title of the most powerful clan of my 1,000-hand clan? If so, then come forth. I have not yet fallen to the point of fearing you in the realm of the 1,000-handed Buddha. Indeed, if a confrontation is inevitable, let it be so. The truth shall be revealed through our actions. Upon hearing the words of the 1,000-handed Buddha, the people of the 1,000 hands erupted in furious roars. Had it not been for the chief's unspoken authority, they would have undoubtedly taken the lives of the members of the Feathered Garment clan long ago. Well done, 1,000-handed Buddha. With narrowed eyes, Yuizheng village gazed towards the hall of the 1,000-handed Buddha. Truly, as the leader of the 1,000-hand clan, he possesses remarkable confidence. However, do you truly believe I would dare to assault your Senju clan without any preparations? As Yuizheng spoke, he let out a hearty laugh and turned to return to the camp. No matter how many schemes you possess, the 1,000 Hands clan shall not tremble in fear. The 1,000-handed Buddha let out a cold snort, paying no heed to the words of Yuizheng. Attack! Charge forth and annihilate this worthless clan of Yui. As the dialogue between the two patriarchs concluded, the onlookers could no longer restrain the fury swelling within them. With a thunderous shout, they surged forward. From a distance, the two factions, the 1,000 Hands and the Feathered Garb, resembled dark swarms of ants, colliding in an instant. In a flash, explosive tags, fire techniques, water techniques, and a myriad of other ninja arts illuminated the scene, swiftly enveloping the wilderness in chaos. Curse it, this fellow was indeed prepared. Upon returning to the rear camp, the 1,000-handed Buddha could no longer contain his agitation and struck the table before him with a fist. What of the reconnaissance team? Have they uncovered the true nature of this individual as cards? The 1,000-handed Buddha suddenly cast a glance towards a shadow behind him and remarked, Faced with such a grave crisis, my prolonged discussions with the Zheng village were not mere exercises in eloquence. Prior to my meeting with them, I had already dispatched ninjas to investigate their circumstances. The duration of our negotiations was solely to afford our reconnaissance ninjas the necessary time. Now that all pertinent matters have been addressed, I trust that our scouts have gathered the required intelligence. Please forgive us, Patriarch. Although we have discovered that the adversary possesses a hidden card, we remain oblivious to its nature. A voice emerged from the shadows. All we know is that the chakra fluctuations emanating from beneath their encampment are rather peculiar, suggesting something formidable lies concealed there. That is sufficient. Senju Hashirama's eyes gleamed with intensity. The unusual chakra disturbances, if my deductions are correct, likely indicate the presence of hidden ninjas or some other immensely powerful entity. Is this your trump card? Hashirama murmured. He may not have an exact count of the Yui clan's combat capabilities, but he could estimate their strength. A cursory glance revealed that the individuals outside comprised nearly the entirety of the Yui clan's forces, including all their lower-ranked ninjas. However, even with this, the Yui clan could only match the Senju clan in numbers. In terms of actual prowess, the Senju clan would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, the Yui clan dared to launch such an audacious assault against the Senju. They must possess some form of confidence, or else they are indeed foolishly courting their own demise. What could it be? Hashirama pondered. Could it be ninjas from a rival clan? Suggested a Senju Jonin. Although the Senju clan is heralded as the mightiest in the ninja world, several clans contest this claim, and thus, alliances with the Yui clan cannot be entirely discounted. Unlikely. The clan elder beside Hashirama interjected. Aside from the Uchiha clan, no one would be foolish enough to join forces with the Yui to assail us. They must realize that unless they're absolutely certain of annihilating the Senju clan, they would be unable to withstand our wrath once the dust settles. What if it were members of the Uchiha clan? The Jonin continued. Those ruffians are always eager to seize a piece of us. The possibility is slim. The elder shook his head. During the last great war, Uchiha always fell at our hands. And the Uchiha clan likely lacks the strength to confront us again in the near future. The elder referred to the previous battle in the forest between the Senju and Uchiha. It was that very encounter that allowed Chiri to narrowly escape and meet Hakazetsu. Then, it stands to reason that they must have acquired some remarkably powerful ninja tools, with the potential for enemy reinforcements dismissed. The assembly speculated that the Yui clan had come into possession of some formidable weaponry, emboldening them to instigate such a large-scale conflict. While strength reigns supreme in the ninja world, there exist certain forces beyond human capability. Some of these potent ninja tools fall into that category. Legend has it that upon the passing of the Sage of Six Paths, his personal tools vanished as well. Over the millennia, various clans have serendipitously come into possession of powerful ninja tools. Thus, it is surmised that the Yui clan may have unearthed a relic from the Sage of Six Paths. As consensus was reached among all present, Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, beckoning his trusted confidant closer to whisper instructions in his ear. Yes, esteemed patriarch. The trusted subordinate nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited the tent, leaving one to wonder what task he had embarked upon. Was it a formidable ninja tool? The Senju clan has never feared such things. Observing the figure of his trusted subordinate, Senju Hashirama chuckled softly. All Jonin, prepare for battle. The discussion concluded. And Senju Hashirama bellowed a command for the Jonin to prepare for battle, while he himself began donning his combat gear. Although the clamor of fierce fighting and the sounds of battle echoed outside, everyone understood that this was merely a clash of lower-tier forces. The true determinant of victory would ultimately rest upon the shoulders of the Jonin. It was only when the Jonin engaged that the scales of war would begin to tilt, revealing which side possessed the greater strength. Chief, the situation is dire. Our forces are struggling to hold their ground, just as preparations were being finalized in the Buddhist realm. An intelligence ninja unexpectedly entered, exclaiming, "What? So soon?" The crowd was taken aback, abruptly turning their gaze towards the intelligence ninja. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, they did not anticipate that the Senju clan would falter so swiftly. What on earth was happening? The Buddha furrowed his brows and remarked, "In the beginning, our people indeed had the upper hand against the Feathered Garment clan." The intelligence ninja remarked succinctly, "There was even a moment when I charged into the enemy's ranks." Sensing the precarious situation, the Yui clan dispatched their elite Jounin. "We are left defenseless against them, and it seems we are on the verge of being overwhelmed." "Oh, even the elite Jounin have been mobilized?" The thousand-handed Buddha chuckled and remarked, "It seems that this fellow from Zheng village is truly willing to go all out. Since ancient times, There has existed an unwritten theorem within the ninja realm. The side that first employs the elite jonin is almost invariably destined to lose. This is because, although the jonin possess formidable strength, engaging in combat with numerous chunin and jinin significantly depletes their stamina. Should the opposing side also deploy their jonin, the initial party cannot ensure they have sufficient energy to withstand the onslaught. Therefore, regardless of how dire the situation may become, elite jonin are unlikely to act impulsively in battle. However, now the Uchiha clan has remarkably dispatched all of their jonin, if this decision is not born from folly. It indicates that they have staked all their hopes on this final card. Senju Hashirama has already surmised what that card is, leading him to believe that the Uchiha clan's defeat is imminent. So, what are we waiting for? The thousand-handed Buddha let out a hearty laugh and boldly charged out of the tent. All the elite ninjas responded to his command, kill them. Yes, clan leader. Behind Senju Hashirama, dozens of elite shinobi shouted in unison and surged forth alongside him. It is evident that the Senju clan truly lives up to its reputation as the most formidable clan in the ninja world. Even before their elite shinobi engaged, the mere presence of the mid-ranking and low-ranking shinobi was sufficient to momentarily contend with the elite members of the Uchiha clan. Although their resistance lacked considerable strength, it nevertheless served its purpose, preventing the enemy from completely breaching their defenses. As soon as the elite shinobi led by Senju Hashirama made their appearance, the line of battle that had been pushed towards them was swiftly torn open, only to be driven back. Has the time finally come for action, Senju Hashirama? However, as he gazed upon the crumbling front lines of his clan, Uchiha displayed not a hint of panic upon his countenance. As if it were still their Uchiha clan that held the advantage. Leader, isn't it time to unleash them? Inquired a high-ranking shinobi of the Uchiha clan, casting a glance at the ground behind him. In the face of the relentless onslaught from the Senju clan, not a single member of the Uchiha clan exhibited any sign of anxiety, as if they possessed some hidden trump card capable of vanquishing the Senju in one fell swoop. No need to rush. Let Senju Buddha-jin have his fun for now. Uchiha chuckled. I intend to make him witness the shattering of hope firsthand, merely inheriting a paltry sage body. And he dares to boast before the Uchiha clan. Truly, he is courting his own demise. As the most authentic heirs of the Sage of Six Paths, we are destined to be the strongest family in the ninja world. Uchiha declared vehemently. The entire ninja realm should heed the commands of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, we, the Uchiha clan, ought to be the sovereigns of the ninja world. Every family should adhere to our guidance, shouted the members of the Uchiha clan in unison. Jung-seun, you truly possess an abundance of patience. On the battlefield, Senju Buddha-jin dispatched a Uchiha clan elite with a single strike and called out towards Jung-seun. Is this what you meant by eradicating my Senju clan? It seems today it is you who shall be extinguished. Observing that he had already eliminated a significant number of Uchiha elites, Buddha-jin felt a twinge of unease as Jung-seun remained unfazed. Could his hidden cards truly be that formidable? Buddha-jin pondered. Haha. Seeing you glance this way, Jung-seun let out a hearty laugh. I have promised that today, I shall ensure the annihilation of your Senju clan. And I shall see it through. No matter how strong your Senju clan may be, you shall never be our match. I, Senju Buddha-jin, was not raised under duress. If you have the capability, let your strength speak for itself. Buddha-jin retorted coldly, charging directly towards Jung-seun. Come forth. Jung-seun exclaimed with laughter, rushing forward to meet him. Both were beings transcending the elite shinobi level, and in but a breath's time, they collided. Boom. The moment they made contact, an explosive sound erupted, followed by a terrifying shockwave that tore open a massive crater in the ground surrounding them. How terrifying. The onlookers, sensing the dreadful force unleashed by their clash, retreated hastily, fearing that a moment's misstep could lead to their demise at the hands of these two titans. Senju Buddha-jin, I advise you to surrender obediently, otherwise, today shall mark the end of your Senju clan. Jung-seun sneered from within the crater. Dream on. My Senju clan will never submit to you, even in death. Moreover, Qian disdainfully remarked, if your Uchiha clan were truly so formidable, you would not have waited until now to take action. Is that so? Jung-seun chuckled softly. It appears you still fail to comprehend the chasm that separates our two clans. I have already informed you that my Uchiha clan is the most authentic heir of the Sage of Six Paths, destined to govern the entire shinobi world. Since you remain obstinate, allow me to demonstrate the true power of my Uchiha clan. What? Upon hearing Jung-seun's words, Qian eyes widened in disbelief. Could this individual yet to reveal his true strength? Behold, Fojian. Zheng Suan sneered, retreating swiftly. As the most legitimate descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the capabilities of my Yu clan far exceed what you mere impostors can fathom. Arise, my kin. With a resounding cry, Zheng Suan slammed his hands upon the ground, channeling an immense surge of chakra into the earth. Kin? Could he possibly have hidden reinforcements? Qianqiu Fujian pondered, watching Zheng Suan's actions intently. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated through the air. The ground behind the Yu clan began to fracture, vast fissures appearing and swiftly spreading across the battlefield. An earthquake? Qianqiu Fujian's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed towards the rear of the Yu clan. As the earth cracked, countless figures surged forth from the gaping chasms, racing towards the battlefield. What? Even Fujian, with his stoic disposition, could not suppress his astonishment at the sight before him. The shapes emerging from the fissures seemed endless, rapidly enveloping the entire battlefield. What was even more terrifying was that each of these figures bore the strength of a Chunin, none possessing a power lower than that rank. Ha ha, do you see now? Qianqiu Fujian? Zheng Suan cackled with manic glee at the throng before him. This is the true strength of my Yu clan. No matter how strong your Qianqiu clan may be, how can it possibly contend with my army of 500 Chunin? It is impossible. Qianqiu Fujian gazed incredulously at Zheng Suan. How could your Yu clan possibly possess so many members? He had traversed the shinobi world for decades. And while he was not intimately familiar with every clan, he certainly had a general understanding, particularly regarding their adversaries, the Yu clan. He was acutely aware of their capabilities. It is worth noting that his Qianqiu clan was already among the largest in the shinobi world, with a total population of fewer than 500, including the non-combatant elderly and children. Yet now, Zheng Suan had effortlessly summoned over 500 clan members, each wielding Chunin-level strength, leaving Qianqiu Fujian in disbelief. I have already stated it, Qianqiu Fujian, Zheng Suan declared triumphantly, regarding Fujian with a gleam of superiority in his eyes. Do not use your narrow-minded perspective to assess my prowess. We, the Yu clan, are the true descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The entire ninja world rightfully belongs to us. What significance do a mere 500 ch hold in comparison? You, of the Thousand Hands clan, should rather surrender obediently. Yizheng village remarked lightly. It is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. At this moment, the thousand-handed Buddha found himself profoundly shaken by the scene before him, casting doubts upon his very existence. He was acutely aware that the Yu clan could not possibly possess such a multitude of ch. There must be an underlying issue at play. It was the Sage of the Six Paths. Suddenly, the thousand-handed Buddha was jolted awake. That fellow from Yizheng village must have discovered the treasure left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, which explains the presence of so many Chunin. Indeed, it is the Sage of Six Paths. Zheng Suan laughed heartily, casting a glance towards the thousand-handed Buddha. As a member of the Yu clan, I am undoubtedly a legitimate descendant of the Six Paths Sage, and thus, I possess the treasures bequeathed by our ancestors. How can you, a mere impostor from the Thousand Hands clan, even begin to fathom the profound heritage of my Feather Garment clan? Curse it, is it truly so? Observing the scattered and disheveled members of his clan, the thousand-handed Buddha found himself genuinely persuaded by the words of Zheng Suan. Chief, we can barely hold on any longer. At that moment, a high-ranking shinobi from the Senju clan suddenly turned towards the temple and exclaimed, "Are we, the Senju clan, truly destined for annihilation today?" The clan retreats relentlessly, leaving only the high-ranking ninja to struggle against the tide. Within the heart of Senju Buddha, a profound sense of melancholy arises. Father, we have arrived. Just when the temple was on the verge of despair, two innocent voices echoed in the air. What? Upon hearing those two familiar voices, Senju Hashirama felt a profound shock within. He abruptly turned his head to the side. In the distance, two figures emerged from the forest, racing towards the battlefield. It was none other than Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Hurry! The thousand-handed Buddha, without a moment's hesitation, bellowed aloud. At this juncture, he had abandoned any inquiry into how Hashirama and the others had arrived at this place. His mind was singularly focused on one thought, preserving the last vestige of the Senju clan. After all, the 500 elite shinobi of the Yu clan were truly formidable, and even the combined might of the entire Senju clan would be insufficient to withstand them. As he witnessed the imminent demise of his lineage, he could not bear the thought of his children stepping into a war destined for failure. Anxiously, he called out to the two, imploring them to flee without delay. "Do you wish to leave?" Zheng Suan let out a cold laugh and said, "You shall not escape anywhere, since you have arrived. You shall accompany your father to his demise. With a commanding shout, Yui summoned several dozen middle-ranked ninjas from the Yui clan to launch an assault on the two. How dare you? The thousand-armed Buddha, in a fit of rage, surged towards the two individuals between the pillars with a ferocity that seemed almost mad. Those two were merely of Nin rank. How could they possibly contend against this multitude of Nin? He had to rescue them before they fell victim to this onslaught. Do not disregard my presence. However, the village of Yue would not allow him to have his way. In a fleeting moment, he appeared before the Buddha, obstructing his path. In the realm of the thousand-handed Buddha, today marks the fateful day for the thousand-handed clan. Since death is inevitable for you, let your two sons accompany you on this journey into the beyond. Ha! Yue Zhengsuan laughed heartily, declaring, I shall contest with you. Before me lies the village of Yuezheng, and with a thunderous roar, the thousand-handed Buddha charges towards it in a frenzy. His entire being pulsates with chakra, almost igniting in flames, clearly intent on perishing alongside Yuezheng. To perish with me? How could I possibly be so foolish? Yue Zhengsuan let out a sinister laugh, swiftly retreating. At this moment, Senju Fujin was evidently at the end of his strength. There was no need for him to engage further. All he had to do was wait for Fujin to exhaust his chakra, after which he could easily manipulate him at will. With this thought in mind, Yue Zhengsuan immediately turned and fled, drawing Senju Fujin away from the direction of Hashirama and Tobarama. As he escaped, he remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Fujin's movements. The moment Fujin showed any signs of support for Hashirama and Tobarama, he would swiftly intervene, only to retreat in haste when Fujin attempted to strike back. This tactic left Senju Fujin utterly bewildered, exclaiming, Hashirama, Tobarama, flee at once. Realizing that support was futile, the thousand-handed Buddha resolutely abandoned thoughts of aiding the two, and, with a fierce roar, focused intently on pursuing the feather-clad village. Father, do not worry about us. Observing the flustered demeanor of the thousand-armed Buddha, both Hashirama and Tobarama were seething with indignation. Just keep an eye on that old rascal from the Senju clan. We can easily handle these Nin. With a thunderous shout, the figure unleashed a torrent of chakra, proclaiming, would release, birth of the tree realm. With his hands clasped together, Hashirama forcefully struck the ground, summoning robust wooden stakes that surged forth, rapidly maturing into towering trees that ensnared the majority of the approaching Chunin. Tobarama, the remainder is entrusted to you. Senju Hashirama let out a thunderous roar and, with a powerful exertion, directly strangled the members of the Yuhi clan to death against the trunk of the tree. Multiple shadow clone technique. On this side of the pillar, half of the Nin have been dealt with, while Tobarama, already prepared, crossed his hands in a gesture of readiness, unleashing a grand explosion of smoke. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of figures emerged from the smoke, swiftly charging towards the remaining Chunin. Shuriken shadow clone technique. With a simultaneous shout, the doors swung open, and dozens of shurikens were hurled forth. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as these shurikens, upon being released, transformed midair into countless clones, all darting towards the oncoming Chunin. Senju Tobarama had remarkably extended the application of the shadow clone technique to the shurikens. A dull sound reverberated, and confronted by the overwhelming barrage of shurikens, the remaining members of the Feathered Garb clan found themselves unable to evade. In the blink of an eye, they were pierced through like a sieve. What? Gazing at the two brothers who were exhibiting extraordinary prowess, the thousand-handed Buddha was left in astonishment. Is this truly still my child? He never anticipated that nearly 100 members of the Yui clan would be effortlessly subdued by the two lower ninjas, Hashirama and Tobarama. In a moment of bewilderment, he even began to doubt whether the individuals before him were truly Hashirama and Tobarama. How could this be possible? Before the Buddha, Yui gazed incredulously at the two figures of Zhu Jian. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly be that nearly 100 Chunin were effortlessly subdued by mere children? Everyone, heed my command. From this moment forth, Senju Tobarama shall assume full responsibility for the command of the war. His orders shall be my own. In no time, the Buddha of 1,000 hands responded, channeling his entire chakra and shouting loudly, his voice resonating throughout the battlefield. Even as a child, Tobarama had already demonstrated extraordinary wisdom, and now, endowed with such formidable strength, Buddha firmly believed that he could adeptly lead the Senju clan. It is the young clan leader. The young clan leader has returned. Upon hearing the words of the thousand-handed Buddha, the members of the thousand-hand clan also beheld the two figures at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing the mountain of shinobi from the feathered garment clan that lay before them. How wonderful it is! The Thousand Hand Clan's fate is not destined for extinction. An elder of the Thousand Hand Clan suddenly laughed uproariously. Come forth, you worthless members of the Feathered Robe Clan. I, the esteemed one, fear you not. Inspired by the interstitial and doorways, the morale of the Thousand Hand Clan, which had previously crumbled, suddenly regained its vigor. Elder brother, it seems that the situation is somewhat amiss. Kakashi Hitaki gazed upon the lifeless form of the Yuhi clan Nin before him, his eyes flickering as if he had uncovered something significant. Ah, indeed. There appears to be an anomaly with these Nin. Hashirama murmured softly, gesturing to release the fallen members of the Feather Garment clan, who had met their demise at the hands of the Flower Tree realm. This is, as they beheld the lifeless forms that materialized before them. Both Hashirama and Tobirama felt a chill run through their eyes. The ninjas, who had just moments ago donned the attire of the Feather Garment clan, now lay before them as pale, lifeless corpses, nearly 100 in number, as if they had all been sculpted from the same mold. What manner of monstrosity is this? Tobirama Senju uttered in disbelief as he swiftly drew his kunai, slashing across the neck of a fallen Kumogakure Chunin who had previously perished by a shuriken. To his astonishment, the blade passed through without drawing a single drop of blood. Instead, the corpse transformed into the same pale, monstrous form as the other white creatures. Puppetry? He murmured, his voice laced with suspicion. Kakashi Hitaki discarded the lifeless body from his hands, exclaiming in uncertainty, I do not know. Senju Hashirama shook his head and remarked, Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that my wood release possesses a unique power of suppression against these adversaries. After just having hanged those white monstrosities, Hashirama sensed that his chakra not only remained intact but had, in fact, increased slightly. First, he would push these creatures back. At present, unable to devise any leads. Senju Tobirama has relinquished his research. Very well, you shall command our kin, while I take it upon myself to deal with these adversaries. Senju Hashirama responded affirmatively and swiftly made his way towards the most intense battleground. Everyone, heed my command. As Senju Tobirama rushed towards the Senju clan's encampment, he shouted loudly, Do not engage with these foes. Focus all efforts on defense to protect our elder brother. The members of the Yuhi clan displayed an unmistakable peculiarity. Contemplating this, Senju Tobirama swiftly arrived at a resolution. Indeed, upon hearing the words of Senju Tobirama, the ninjas of the Senju clan immediately tightened their formation and gathered towards Senju Hashirama. Would release, would clone jutsu. As soon as Senju Hashirama arrived on the battlefield, he immediately clasped his hands together, summoning 10 wood-style clones that stood in a line, forming a formidable barrier at the forefront of the Senju clan's position. Wood-style, Flower Tree world has descended. Then, Senju Hashirama let out a mighty roar, summoning 10 wooden clones to simultaneously unleash the Floral Tree realm. Before the astonished gaze of the crowd, thick tree roots, as robust as adult thighs, suddenly emerged before the pillars, swiftly transforming into a dense forest that enveloped the members of the Feathered Garment clan. What is this? Behind the columns, the members of the Senju clan expressed their disbelief. How could the young clan leader possibly create an entire forest single-handedly? How could this be possible? If they are not mistaken, 3 days ago the young clan leader should still have been at the level of a lower ninja. A mere Nin has managed to commit such terrifying acts. They find themselves at a loss for words to articulate their current emotions. All Nin have entered the forest to eliminate the formidable members of the Yuhi clan. In the rear of the battlefield, Senju Tobirama issued commands with remarkable composure. The Chunin and Jinin surrounded the forest, ready to strike down any member of the Yuhi clan upon discovery. Understood. With the command from the door, the shattered defenses of the Senju clan swiftly reorganized, encircling the forest summoned forth by Hashirama. The enemy's main force had already been ensnared by the young clan leader, while our elite shinobi were dispatched to eliminate their formidable opponents. The remaining lesser foes posed little threat. The remaining individuals, follow my lead. Today, we shall undoubtedly annihilate the entire Feathered Attire clan right here. Seeing that the battle situation had stabilized, Senju Tobirama let out a resounding shout and led the remaining personnel in the command center into the forest summoned by Hashirama. Tobirama, you may proceed with confidence. Those white figures have all been subdued by me. With a resounding shout, Senju Hashirama declared. Given Hashirama's original prowess, summoning such an expansive forest was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the Yuhi clan, now evoking nearly 500 white monstrosities, seemed to be offering their unwavering support to Hashirama. An incessant flow of chakra surged from the forest towards him, replenishing his depleted reserves, which in turn transformed into the very energy sustaining the woodland. One could assert that Hashirama now appeared to be divinely aided, his chakra surpassing that of an ordinary J-nin, effortlessly subduing over 400 white creatures. Hold on a little longer, brother. We shall soon bring this battle to a resolution. Konoha Sage, with a swift motion, called out loudly beside Hashirama, multiple shadow clone jutsu. With a thunderous roar, Senju Tobarama summoned forth numerous shadow clones, each rushing towards the various corners of the forest. The morale of the Senju clan soared. While the members of the Uchi clan found themselves engulfed in despair, upon the summoning of this verdant expanse by Senju Hashirama, the Uchi clan members were alarmed to discover their chakra rapidly dissipating, siphoned away by the very trees beneath their feet. Pop, pop, pop. Before them, the tree trunks were adorned with brilliantly colored blossoms, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Thud, thud, thud. Before the members of the Uchi clan could react, their companions began to collapse, frothing at the mouth. This is bad. It's poisonous. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, the elder of the Uchi clan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, tearing off his mask to cover his mouth and nose. However, not every individual possessed the extensive battle experience of the elders. In mere moments, nearly half of the Uchi clan had fallen, while the remaining members found themselves dizzy and unable to muster even half of their usual strength. These beings appear unscathed. Observing the pallid figures around them, the elders of the Uchi clan felt a sudden jolt of fear. What manner of monsters are they? Although the clan leader had mentioned the presence of numerous allies before the battle, the sight of these identical white creatures still instilled a sense of dread within the Uchi clan. Even the most fearsome members of the Senju clan were ultimately human. Yet these beings were devoid of humanity. Their jaundiced eyes bore no glimmer of life, relentlessly charging forward as though oblivious to the concept of death. Annihilate these worthless Uchi clan members. Just as the Uchi clan pondered the identity of these white monstrosities, the elders of the Senju clan had already descended upon them. Water release, water chaos wave. Earth release, earth spike. Waves of jutsu descended upon the Uchi clan, leaving them utterly defenseless. How exhilarating. It feels as though my chakra is inexhaustible. As he felt the ceaseless flow of chakra beneath his feet, Senju Tobarama murmured to himself. Is this what Master referred to as would release? Truly terrifying. Although his master had informed him that the Kekkei Genkai was merely an external force, experiencing it firsthand still left Senju Tobarama in awe. Brother, you will surely grow even stronger, he whispered, conjuring dozens of shadow clones. Kill them all. Spare not a single foe. Senju Tobarama's figure darted past the Uchi clan members, indifferent to the bodies falling behind him, swiftly reaching the edge of the forest. Ha! Feeling the overwhelming momentum of his clan, Senju Hashirama threw his head back in laughter. Uchi village, is this what you meant by eradicating my Senju clan? Even if you possess 500 ch-nin, what does it matter? They are but refuse. My Senju clan does not fear. At this moment, Senju Hashirama was filled with vigor. His previous disheveled appearance completely vanished, looking disdainfully at the opposing Uchi village. Damn it! How could this be? Witnessing the white monsters being suppressed by Senju Hashirama, the expression of the Uchi village leader turned grim. Was it that individual claiming these creatures had no natural enemies? How can this young Senju overpower them? As clan members fell one by one, the leader of Uchi village finally grasped the sentiment previously felt by Senju Hashirama. Retreat. As Yui Zhengxiyuan contemplated the notion that some matters were best left unaddressed, a thought emerged in his mind. To flee? He would first have to reckon with the knife in my hand. It seemed that Shinsho Fujian could discern Yui Zhengxiyuan's thoughts, for he bellowed and surged forward. Humph, do not be too complacent. However, Yui Zhengxiyuan retorted with a chilling scoff. Today, indeed, my clan has faced defeat. But your desire to slay me is still premature. Shinsho Fujian, I shall return. As he spoke, Yui Zhengxiyuan's figure gradually sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. What? Shinsho Fujian gasped in astonishment as he witnessed Zhengxiyuan's sudden disappearance. When he reached the spot where Yui Zhengxiyuan had stood, he found that the man's presence had long since dissipated. What sort of ninjutsu is this? Shinsho Fujian exclaimed, incredulous, as he surveyed the unscathed ground. With Yui Zhengxiyuan's disappearance, the Yui clan faced complete annihilation, slaughtered by the Shinsho clan. Father. Two figures descended beside Shinsho Fujian. It was Hashirama and Tobarama. Hashirama, Tobarama, you? Shinsho Fujian, upon seeing his two sons, was at a loss for words. He had initially believed that the Shinsho clan would meet its end today, But the arrival of his sons had entirely reversed the clan's fortunes, leading to the total eradication of the Yui clan. Such terrifying prowess left him questioning whether they were indeed still his sons. What was the nature of the abilities you exhibited earlier? After much contemplation, Fujian finally inquired. Moreover, sensing the aura emanating from his sons, he exclaimed in astonishment, "You have both become Ch-nin already?" Fujian vaguely recalled that merely 3 days prior, they were both Jinin. He could scarcely believe that within 3 days, they had ascended to Ch-nin. This astonishing rate of advancement was beyond even his comprehension. Not only that, but the ninjutsu they had employed was entirely unfamiliar to him. He could hardly fathom it. Is this the power of that esteemed individual? Shinsho Fujian mused inwardly. He was fully aware of Hashirama and Tobarama's exceptional talents. They were among the most gifted in the entire shinobi world. Yet he also understood that, no matter how gifted, it was improbable for them to reach Ch-nin status in merely 3 days, let alone wield such formidable abilities. With a mere gesture, they could conjure vast forests and effortlessly create dozens of clones. In all his years traversing the shinobi world, he had never witnessed such capabilities. Thus, Fujian concluded that their remarkable progress was undoubtedly linked to that esteemed individual. Indeed, this is the power imparted to us by our master. Hashirama nodded affirmatively. I have acquired the ability known as Mokutan Kekai Jinkai, which allows me to create expansive forests, provided I possess sufficient chakra, and significantly enhances my regenerative capabilities. Kekai Jinkai? Fujian exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Hashirama's words. How remarkable that the esteemed individual could directly impart the bloodline limit. Indeed, Hashirama exclaimed, the capabilities of my master are beyond our wildest imaginations. To him, the bloodline limit is merely a formidable ability. As for Tobarama, his master had bestowed upon him a forbidden-level shadow clone technique, far surpassing the ordinary ones. Hashirama continued, forbidden level? The expression on Tobarama's face shifted once again. A mere shadow clone technique can attain such a level? Indeed, Tobarama nodded. If I could fully comprehend it, my multiple shadow clone technique would undoubtedly be of legendary caliber. However, I have only grasped a fraction of it thus far, and its full power has yet to manifest. Tobarama spoke slowly. How astonishing. Listening to Hashirama and Tobarama, the heart of Butsuma surged with tumultuous waves. Bloodline limits and forbidden-level ninjutsu. Each term struck deeply at his core. How extraordinarily powerful must one be to casually impart such formidable abilities? At that moment, he felt immense relief that he had not heeded the warmonger's advice to besiege that esteemed individual. Otherwise, the Senju clan would have perished long ago without the need for the Yuhi clan to intervene. Suddenly, Butsuma recalled Ban and Wa. He turned to Hashirama. What about Ban and Wa? They had accompanied Hashirama, and now that both he and Tobarama had become so powerful, surely Ban and Wa had also. With this thought, Butsuma's heart brimmed with hope. Those two. Hashirama's face revealed a look of disappointment. Though my elder brother expressed a desire for them to become disciples of our master, they remain too weak. Tobarama lamented. They have yet to qualify as our master's disciples. So that is the case. Listening to their words, Butsuma understood that Ban and Wa had not become disciples of that esteemed individual, and a trace of disappointment crossed his face. Nevertheless, even so, I am thoroughly content. Butsuma laughed heartily. After all, that esteemed individual is one whom even the sage of the slugs must address with reverence. If he could take on disciples so casually, it would indeed be rather peculiar. Now, let us discuss other matters later. Our immediate priority is to assess the battle situation. With his emotions slightly steadied, Butsuma turned towards the battlefield. Although the offensive of the Yuhi clan had been completely dismantled by Hashirama and Tobarama, the Senju clan had already suffered considerable losses before their arrival. Especially after the appearance of those 500 shunin, the morale of the Senju clan had plummeted to a dire state, allowing the Yuhi clan's forces to capitalize and inflict significant casualties. Reflecting on this, Butsuma felt a pang of heartache. After previously clashing with the Uchiha, he had believed he held the upper hand, only to find that the Yuhi clan had caught wind of the situation and rushed in. Now, the Senju clan was gravely weakened, and the ninja world remained unaware of how many clans were lurking, eager to claim the title of the strongest. However, glancing back at Hashirama and Tobarama, Butsuma felt a renewed sense of calm. Hasten to grow, dear children, for the Senju clan relies upon you. The heart of the Buddha murmured softly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the depths, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. The clan leader. Upon seeing this figure, The members of the Yuhua clan gasped and hurried to assist him. Do not make a commotion. Take me back to my study. Struggling to suppress the blood rising in his throat, Yuhua Zhangsuan spoke with difficulty. Yes, observing Zhangsuan's condition. The others quickly grasped that the battle against the Senju clan had ended in failure, their hearts growing heavy with despair. Everyone, retreat. Do not approach this place without my summons. As they helped him, Yuhua Zhangsuan immediately commanded upon entering his chamber. Understood. They responded in unison, promptly exiting Zhangsuan's room. You have failed? A raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhangsuan after the others had distanced themselves. It was so close, so very close to success. Zhangsuan exclaimed bitterly. Had it not been for those two little brats, the Yuhua clan would have annihilated the Senju clan long ago. Two little brats? The raspy voice in the darkness echoed again, tinged with a hint of disdain. You cannot mean to suggest that the 500 chunin I entrusted to you were defeated by two mere children? Though it seems implausible, it is indeed the truth. Zhangsuan retorted vehemently. Once those 500 chunin appeared, the Senju clan was no match for us. Just as their demise was at hand, those two infernal children suddenly appeared, wielding a terrifying ninjutsu that completely turned the tide of battle. Impossible. The figure in the shadows clearly expressed disbelief at Zhangsuan's words. How could two mere children possess such power? I was about to inquire the same of you. Zhangsuan scoffed, abruptly tearing down the curtain behind him to reveal a shadowy figure. Did you not claim that no one could rival those monsters? Zhangsuan glared fiercely at the dark silhouette before him. How could a mere child emerge to vanquish them? What is the meaning of this? Are you deceiving me? As he scrutinized the shadow before him, Zhangsuan's expression grew increasingly hostile. From the moment this individual approached him, claiming to assist against the Senju clan, he had sensed something amiss. Yet, this person had divulged secrets of the Sage of Six Paths known only to the Yuhua clan, which led him to place his trust in him. Subsequently, this individual had taken him to a location, asserting that it contained the legacy left by the Sage of Six Paths for the Yuhua clan, those 500 white monsters. According to him, these monsters had virtually no natural enemies, and even the Senju clan could not withstand them. After conducting his own experiments and confirming the truth of his claims, Zhangsuan had dared to engage in a decisive battle against the Senju clan. However, the astonishing fact remains that these 500 monstrous beings were effortlessly vanquished by two mere children of the Senju clan. The Yui clan has also suffered considerable losses, prompting the leader of the village to finally voice his doubts regarding the true identity of the shadowy figure. How could I possibly deceive you? The shadow replied slowly. Have you not conducted your own experiments? Ordinary chunin stand no chance against them. Moreover, this is a legacy specifically bequeathed to your clan by the Sage of Six Paths. Even if you do not trust me, can you not place your faith in the Sage of Six Paths? Noticing the agitation of the village leader, the shadow invoked the revered name of the sage. What on earth is happening? Upon hearing the sage's title, the leader of the Yui clan regained his composure and resolved to trust this enigmatic figure. Please elaborate on those two children. The shadow began to speak, harboring unwavering confidence concerning the white monstrosities. With 500 chunin at his disposal, the leader of the village should have found it a trivial task to subdue the Senju clan. Yet, the defeat of the village suggests that there must be something amiss with those two children. Is it those two children? After calming down, the leader surmised that the white monstrosities were likely not at fault. After all, the Senju clan had shown almost no resistance until the arrival of those two children. One wielded the power of wood release, while the other could summon countless clones, rendering the 500 chunin utterly powerless before them. The Yui clan leader succinctly summarized. Wood release. Before he could finish his thought, the shadow exclaimed in horror, as if confronted with something truly terrifying. You mean to say one of those children utilizes wood release? The shadow fixed an intense gaze upon the village leader. Yes, it seems that way. The leader felt a surge of anxiety as the shadow's fervor became palpable, fearing he had misspoken. What of it? Is there an issue with that child? He inquired nervously. How could that be? Impossible. How could this happen? The shadow appeared to lose its composure, muttering to itself, disregarding the village leader entirely. How could it be wood release? How could a member of the Senju clan possess such an ability? Kagaya. The village leader, irritated by the shadow's disregard, shouted to rouse it from its reverie. The shadow, startled, trembled as if jolted from a trance and quickly glanced around before turning its attention back to the village leader. Is there a problem with the child who wields wood release? Yet, the village leader remained oblivious to the shadow's peculiar behavior and continued to inquire. If what you say is accurate, then the issue must lie with that child. The shadow replied slowly. What in the world is going on? The village leader asked impatiently. With the Yui clan on the brink of annihilation, he had little patience for the Shadow's irrelevant ramblings. He yearned to discern the true nature of the white monstrosities. As I have previously mentioned, the white Zetsu indeed constitutes a legacy left by the Sage of Six Paths to your clan. The Black Absolute's eyes shifted as he slowly spoke. What you do not realize is that the White Absolute was created by the Sage of Six Paths using wood release. The Senju clan has inherited the Sage's physical prowess, and now this young boy has awakened wood release, which means the White Absolute will also be subject to his control. In the face of wood release, the White Absolute cannot even exert a tenth of his usual strength. Indeed, he may even have some of his chakra absorbed, rendering him no match at all. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Zheng Xuan was taken aback. No wonder he always felt that the young boy was extraordinarily powerful. A CH Nin daring to confront 500 CH Nin. It turns out he has absorbed the White Absolute's chakra. What should I do? Zheng Xuan inquired, looking towards the Black Absolute. His confidence in confronting the Senju clan stemmed from the continuous support of the White Absolute. However, with the White Absolute now restrained by that young boy from the Senju, it was akin to severing his lifeline. Finally, the moment had arrived. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the depths of the Black Absolute's eyes as he gazed at Zheng Xuan. He had orchestrated this for so long, awaiting this very statement from the Yui clan. The only factions capable of opposing the Senju clan were the Yui and Uchiha clans. The Black Absolute feigned difficulty in speaking. Now that your Yui clan has lost this power, your sole opportunity lies with the Uchiha clan. With that, the Black Absolute fell silent. The conversation had reached this juncture. Whether Zheng Xuan would take the bait was now entirely up to him. Nonetheless, the Black Absolute was convinced that Zheng Xuan would heed his counsel. After all, the Yui clan had lost their strength to fight. If he wished for vengeance, an alliance with the Uchiha clan was the only path forward. The Uchiha clan, indeed. Upon hearing the Black Absolute's words, Zheng Xuan began to contemplate. To be fair, his relentless struggle against the Senju clan was primarily driven by envy for their title as the strongest in the ninja world. Any claims of being the rightful descendants of the Sage of Six Paths were mere pretexts. Almost every clan in the ninja world shares some connection to the Sage of Six Paths. For instance, the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan, and even the Take-Torai clan from the Land of Water are all descendants of the Sage. Compared to these families, the Yui clan holds no significant advantage. They have inherited none of the Sage's abilities, possessing only the surname of Yui. Thus, although the Uchiha clan is also descended from the Sage of Six Paths, if he could annihilate the Senju clan, he would not dismiss the idea of forming an alliance with them. If you have made your decision, I can facilitate contact with the Uchiha clan, the Black Absolute suddenly stated. The previous conflict between the Uchiha and Senju was instigated by me revealing a secret. He cast another enticing proposition. What? Zheng Xuan gasped, staring at the Black Absolute in shock. The battle between the Senju and Uchiha was caused by you? Indeed. The Black Absolute smirked coldly, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. The members of the Senju clan believed that the previous skirmishes were merely disturbances instigated by the Uchiha, completely oblivious to the fact that everything was part of my grand design. Forming an alliance with the Uchiha to exact vengeance upon the Senju clan would be a trivial endeavor. The Senju clan is currently in a weakened state. This opportunity for retribution is fleeting. Heiju spoke slowly. Indeed, I shall do whatever it takes to obliterate the Senju clan. Yu Zheng Xiyuan declared fiercely. After all, the Yui clan has been severely battered by the Senju, diminishing from a first-rate family to a third-rate one. If he could join forces with the Uchiha to bring down the Senju, he would be most pleased. Excellent. Heiju smiled faintly at Yu Zheng Xiyuan. Although the Yui clan has suffered greatly this time, as long as the white Zetsu left behind by the Sage of Six Paths remains, after annihilating the Senju clan, your Yui clan will still rank among the top families in the ninja world. The mere Senju will pose no threat. After Zheng Xiyuan's agreement, Heiju chuckled to himself. Indeed, I still possess these white Zetsu left by my ancestors. Yui Zheng Xiyuan's eyes lit up. Although the white Zetsu were severely countered by that little brat from the Senju clan, they posed no issue against members of other clans. Once the Senju clan was eradicated, or that little brat eliminated, the Yui clan would reclaim its former strength, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, these white creatures are limitless. Ha ha, indeed. My Yui clan is the strongest family in the ninja world. With this thought, Zheng Xiyuan cast aside his previous gloom and burst into hearty laughter. Then I shall take my leave. Heiju murmured, gradually merging into the ground before vanishing from sight. Come forth. After Heiju's departure, Zhang Siyuan bellowed. Immediately contact Uchiha Taijima and inform him that my Yu-E clan is interested in forming an alliance to discuss important matters. Is it the clan leader? Outside the Yu-E clan, upon hearing Zhang Siyuan's robust voice, the gathered individuals exchanged puzzled glances. Hadn't the clan leader sustained serious injuries? How had he recovered so swiftly? Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he was unconcerned about the clan's recent losses. Did you not hear my command? While the crowd remained in confusion, Zhang Siyuan's voice resonated once more. Yes, clan leader. The remaining few chunin of the Yu-E clan responded promptly before disappearing. Since the clan leader assured them that all was well, they believed it to be true and dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Meanwhile, beneath the Yu-E clan, Heiju stood in contemplation, his thoughts clouded. That fool Zhang Siyuan, having expended so many white zetsu, still failed to eradicate the Senju clan. What a dolt. His expression was markedly different from his previous demeanor. Now, he was utterly dismayed. He had not anticipated that. Despite the immense risk involved in entrusting Zhang Siyuan with 500 white zetsu to eliminate the Senju clan, he would face failure. Would release? How could it possibly be would release? The recollection of the failure involving 500 white zetsu left Heiju with lingering trepidation. How could the members of the Senju clan possibly awaken would release? He could hardly believe that such a power had truly manifested in the ninja world. It was the eldest son of Senju Hashirama, half of Kagaya's body, along with half of white zetsu, slowly remarked. This is indeed the reincarnation of Ashura you mentioned earlier. What on earth is happening? Black Zetsu furrowed his brow, stating, for a millennium, Ashura's reincarnation has never exhibited such abilities. I do not know. White Zetsu shook his head, adding, that individual seems to have awakened suddenly. Even the Senju clan members were astonished. Awakened suddenly? Black Zetsu murmured, at such a critical moment. According to his original plan, the Senju clan was destined for annihilation, and Ashura's reincarnation was to be eradicated alongside them. As long as Ashura's reincarnation was eliminated, he could then fervently support Indra's reincarnation, once again plunging the ninja world into chaos, while seizing the opportunity to absorb another batch of energy. For centuries, this had been his modus operandi. Now, just as he was on the verge of collecting enough energy to break his mother's seal, this unforeseen complication arose, driving Black Zetsu to the brink of fury. Could it merely be a coincidence? Sensing Black Zetsu's wrath, White Zetsu speculated. Coincidence? Black Zetsu squinted, shaking his head. I have never believed in coincidences. Something must have transpired with Ashura's reincarnation that I am unaware of. I must investigate thoroughly to ascertain the truth. Having concealed himself in the ninja world for a millennium, Black Zetsu relied on his meticulous nature. He would never overlook any factor that could potentially jeopardize his plans. Even if Ashura's awakening of wood release were merely coincidental, he needed to witness it with his own eyes. How many white Zetsu have been bred now? Black Zetsu suddenly inquired. His incessant incitement of warfare among clans was to absorb the energy of the deceased to breed white Zetsu, serving as the source of energy for his mother's unsealing. Success was imminent. There could be no misstep in the breeding of white Zetsu. Almost there. Excluding the 500 consumed by the Yu-E clan, we have already surpassed 80,000. White Zetsu reported. 80,000, indeed swift. Black Zetsu remarked slowly. Once he amassed 100,000 white Zetsu, he could finally cease his careful maneuvering. At that point, with a slight strategic push, he could incite Indra's reincarnation to unseal his mother, thereby achieving his grand design. Once his mother was freed, the entire ninja world would once again return to her embrace, and all would heed her command. The ninja realm would revert to the peaceful era of 1,000 years prior, devoid of the rampant warfare that plagued it. Contemplating the imminent success of his plan to rescue his mother, Black Zetsu felt invigorated. Let us proceed to the Senju clan and discern the situation. Resolute in his decision, Black Zetsu swiftly glided toward the Senju clan, moving at a velocity several times that of a high-ranking ninja traversing the ground in the blink of an eye. He had already traversed over 1,000 meters. The technique of the mayfly. This was the sole ability possessed by Black Zetsu. It is precisely due to this unique ability that he has managed to survive in the perilous world of ninjas. When Yu-E village fled from Senju Tobarama, it was the technique of the mayfly, imparted by Korezetsu, that facilitated their escape. At last, sensing the dense presence of wood release ahead, Korezetsu murmured, Ding dong. It has been detected that the disciple of the host, Senju Tobarama, has flawlessly vanquished an enemy, leading to an upgrade in the domain. Ding dong. It has been detected that the disciple of the host, Senju Tobarama, has gained a modest reputation, rewarding the host with observation haki. Ding dong. It has been detected that the disciple of the host, Senju Hashirama, has perfectly slain an enemy, resulting in a domain upgrade. Ding dong. It has been detected that the disciple of the host, Senju Hashirama, has attained a modest reputation, rewarding the host with armament haki. Just as the battle between the Senju and Uchiha clans concluded, a series of system notifications echoed from Bai Ze's vicinity. With the system's voice fading, Bai Ze felt two streams of energy suddenly manifest within him, gradually merging into his being through his meridians. Observation haki and armament haki? Truly remarkable abilities. Feeling the significant enhancement of his physical form, Bai Ze smiled gently. Observation haki and armament haki are two formidable powers from the world of pirates, belonging to the three types of haki. Among them, observation haki sharpens one's senses, allowing for the effortless detection of the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, as well as the capacity to foresee and evade danger. If cultivated to its utmost, observation haki could even grant a glimpse into the future, a truly fearsome ability. Similarly, armament haki is no less impressive, significantly augmenting one's defensive and offensive capabilities, and can even be applied to objects carried, greatly enhancing their potency, thus markedly elevating combat effectiveness. Excellent. As long as I maintain this trajectory, I shall inevitably become a man standing atop the ninja world. Bai Ze remarked with a faint smile. When that time arrives, even if his invincible domain does not encompass the entirety of the ninja realm, he shall traverse freely, unconcerned about the previous embarrassment of his arrival. I wonder how Hashirama and the others are faring now, murmured the living slug beside Bai Ze. Ever since Hashirama and the others departed, the slug has been in a state of trepidation. Although the abilities bestowed by Bai Ze are indeed formidable, the slug remains apprehensive that the two Chunin may not be able to match each other, potentially suffering harm. Rest assured, the battle has concluded. Bai Ze replied nonchalantly. Concluded? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the living slug eagerly inquired. How was the battle? How did the Senju clan fare? Was Hashirama injured? Naturally, the Senju clan emerged victorious. Bai Ze smiled slightly. With my disciple in action, how could such a trivial matter pose any difficulty? Although he was uncertain about the precise circumstances of the battle involving the Senju clan, the system indicated that both individuals had flawlessly defeated their foes. Thus it was only natural that the Senju clan triumphed, and with considerable thoroughness. Victorious? Both Ban and Hua looked at Bai Ze with palpable tension. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the two immediately erupted in cheers. This is fantastic. I knew that brother and second brother would surely succeed, exclaimed Wei Jian with excitement. Of course, Ban Jian chuckled. After all, brother and second brother possess such terrifying abilities. The members of the Yui clan, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly be their match. Ban Jian spoke with pride, as if he himself were the one who had vanquished the Yui clan. Since that is the case, we should return promptly, Wei Jian urged. Our clan has just undergone a fierce battle, and there must be many areas in need of reconstruction. Let us hurry back to assist our father and the others. Indeed, Ban Jian nodded in agreement. With the understanding that Lord Bai had not taken them as apprentices, they no longer harbored any unrealistic expectations. Rather than being driven away, it would be more dignified to leave of their own accord. Furthermore, their time spent here had not been in vain. Most notably, they had both advanced to the rank of genin, acquiring a measure of self-defense capability. Had they remained within the clan, it would have taken them much longer to reach their current level. Lord Bai. With this thought, Ban Jian guided Wei Jian to Bai's side. Bai looked at the two before him and nodded slightly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Now that the clan has stabilized, we should take our leave. We are grateful for your care over these past few days, and with our promotion to genin, it is time for Wei Jian and I to return and assist our father. Ban Jian respectfully stated. Are you departing already? The living slug interjected. That is acceptable. The Senju clan has just endured a great battle, and I imagine that Buddha Jian is currently quite troubled. Your return will certainly be of assistance. Very well, you may return, Bai nodded. As for any dangers, you need not concern yourselves. Bai continued. I foresaw just now that you should encounter no peril on your journey. Foreseen? The living slug queried, glancing at Bai in astonishment. You possess such an ability? To its knowledge, only the likes of Gamamaru from Mayaboka Mountain could foresee the future. However, Gamamaru's foresight was often vague, providing only a general sense of what was to come. The fact that Bai could predict whether Ban Jian and Wei Jian would encounter danger left it utterly astonished. Hee. I possess numerous abilities. It is only natural that you remain unaware of some. Bai smiled faintly. The observation haki and armament haki rewarded just now are no trifles. One must understand that anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. At the very moment the rewards were dispensed, those two forms of haki were elevated to their peak. There was no need for me to squander time in training. Thus, foreseeing whether Bai Ze and Wei Jian would face danger is an exceedingly simple task. Impressive. Truly, you are remarkable, my lord. The living slug marveled. It now realized that the more it learned about Bai Ze, the more formidable this individual appeared. Whenever he believed that this was the entirety of his strength, he would invariably unveil new abilities that left one astounded. Like a living slug, Bai Ze and Wei Jian were equally shaken within. They had never anticipated that someone could possess the ability to foresee the future. Such a terrifying notion would likely be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. Then we shall take our leave. Without further ado, the two bowed to Bai Ze and turned to depart. Wait, take these two creatures to Hashirama and Tobarama. Bai Ze suddenly threw out two phone worms. This is. Bai Jian gazed at the two enormous snails in his hands, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Simply deliver this to them upon meeting. At that time, you shall comprehend its significance. Bai Ze remarked casually. Understood, my lord. Bai Jian replied, vanishing into the forest alongside Wei Jian. Now, I must discover what this domain upgrade entails. After watching the two leave, Bai Ze returned to the riverside and closed his eyes. Earlier, the system had indicated a domain upgrade, and he had yet to ascertain the specifics. Previously, when the system had announced a domain upgrade, Bai Ze had dismissed it, assuming it to be a routine enhancement. However, upon the recent reward distribution to Hashirama and Tobarama, he realized that the domain had indeed undergone a subtle transformation. So that's how it is. Reflecting on the system's prior words, Bai Ze murmured. Each time he took on a disciple, the domain would expand. When a disciple first struck down an enemy, the system would announce the domain's upgrade, a detail he had overlooked all along. The Invincible Domain could actually evolve? How intriguing. Bai Ze closed his eyes, meticulously sensing his surroundings. No reaction. After a prolonged moment, Bai Ze abruptly opened his eyes. He had scrutinized every inch of the Invincible Domain, yet found no discernible difference. Hey, system. Are you deceiving me? Bai Ze thought to himself. Where has my domain upgraded? I feel nothing. Not only had the range not expanded, but even the chakra concentration remained unchanged. Bai Ze was utterly perplexed by what the system meant by a domain upgrade. Ding dong, the domain upgrade will not affect the domain itself. Therefore, active perception cannot detect it. Active perception cannot detect it? Bai Ze pondered, somewhat bewildered. What, then, is the purpose of a domain upgrade? Post-upgrade, the host's control over the domain becomes more adept. With each upgrade, the host's mastery deepens. The system elucidated succinctly. What is this? Upon hearing the system's words, Bai Ze furrowed his brow. More adept? Just how proficient can one become? Am I not already the absolute master of the Invincible Domain? However, since the system had made such a claim, it must hold some validity. For instance, Bai Ze inquired aloud. Currently, the domain has been upgraded 3 times. The current domain level, LV3. At level 1, the host can freely manipulate the chakra concentration within the domain and alter the energy within any given area at will. In the secondary domain, the host can freely alter the shapes of objects within it. In the tertiary domain, the host possesses the ability to create objects at will limited to inanimate ones, such as trees and stones. A cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed. So this is how it is. Bai Ze suddenly comprehended. Although he had previously been able to manipulate objects within the domain with ease, those were merely the creatures native to this land. He was merely exerting his power to control them. However, with the upgrade of the domain, he had astonishingly transformed into the deity of this realm, capable not only of effortlessly destroying objects but even of proactively creating them. Bai Ze was acutely aware that destruction was far simpler than creation. Rise. With a mere gesture towards the ground not far away, a tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, erupted from the earth. In but a breath's time, the tree he had conjured blended seamlessly with the surrounding flora. Had he not been watching intently, Bai Ze himself would have found it difficult to discern which tree was his own creation. Incredible. Observing the tree that bore no distinction from its neighboring counterparts, Bai Ze couldn't help but marvel. He was uncertain whether he was praising his own prowess or the magnificence of the tree. Let me try altering its shape. Having witnessed his newfound abilities, Bai Ze found it rather amusing and pointed at another large tree. Then, under the astonished gaze of the living slug, the tree began to contort as if it were cramping, transforming from a solid form into a mass resembling excrement, then into a cloud, displaying an array of shapes limited only by Bai Ze's imagination. My lord, something is amiss. Even the living slug, having existed for millennia, felt a twinge of fear at the sight of the tree behaving erratically. Yet, it quickly realized what was happening and turned to Bai Ze. Indeed. Upon seeing the smile on Bai Ze's face, the slug instantly understood that he was behind the mischief. My lord, what are you doing? The living slug inquired, puzzled. Nothing much, just amusing myself. Bai Ze chuckled lightly, restoring the tree to its original form. Amusing yourself? The living slug's lips twitched at Bai Ze's nonchalant demeanor. Your form of amusement is rather unique. Had it not been for your presence, others might have been frightened to death. A perfectly normal tree suddenly behaving erratically before one's eyes. One would wonder if you were the one with the issue or the tree. To think the domain upgrade would be like this. Bai Ze mused internally. He had always believed that the Invincible Domain merely rendered him unbeatable within it, not realizing it possessed such capabilities. What a waste. Bai Ze sighed. To possess such a treasure trove yet remain unaware of it was truly a squander. Wait. Suddenly, Bai Ze appeared struck by a thought, standing frozen in place. If I can create objects at will, I wonder if I can also create life? Ever since he had traversed into the world of ninjas, he had been acutely aware of who his adversary was. That black Zetsu fellow possessed 100,000 white Zetsu. No matter how many disciples he gathered, he feared he would not stand a chance against black Zetsu. Now that I possess the ability to conjure objects, I wonder if I might also create beings akin to white Zetsu. Without delay, Bai Ze pointed towards the nearby forest, envisioning the likeness of white Zetsu in his mind. In an instant, the towering trees seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand, transforming into life-sized wooden creatures. However, as he gazed upon the motionless tree beings before him, Bai Ze expressed his disappointment. Although he could replicate the appearance of white Zetsu to produce puppets, these creations lacked any consciousness, standing idly without movement. Ding dong. The voice of the system resonated in Bai Ze's mind. To create life forms, one must attain level 5 in the domain. With the host's current mastery, this is unattainable. Ah, so that is how it is. Bai Ze nodded in understanding. Indeed, while white Zetsu is a creature born from wood release, its original form was that of a human who lived a millennium ago, drained of energy by the divine tree. Essentially, it remains human at its core. In contrast, his tree beings are directly transformed from the trees themselves, devoid of any intelligence, thus incapable of moving freely like white Zetsu. However, although he cannot achieve this feat now, the system indicated that upon upgrading his domain to level 5, he would be able to create beings akin to white Zetsu. Indeed, I must take on more disciples. Bai Ze murmured. Whether for domain expansion or enhancement, both depend on the increase in the number of disciples. Currently, he has only 3 disciples, and thus cannot unleash the full might of his invincible domain. Sigh, I wonder where my next disciple might be. Bai Ze sighed deeply, staring blankly at the water's surface. At the Uchiha clan's rear mountain. Fire release, great fireball technique. A youthful voice rang out, followed by a soaring fireball that heated the surrounding air. However, this fireball, despite its fierce appearance, dissipated rapidly after traveling just a few meters, failing to achieve its intended potency. Damn it, another failure. A spiky-haired youth, Uchiha Madara, grumbled in frustration. Big brother, take a break. The great fireball technique is not so easily mastered, Izuna urged, observing Madara's disgruntled demeanor. You've been practicing for over a week now. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to endure it. It would be foolish to injure yourself over a mere fireball. Ever since his return, Izuna sensed a change in Madara, who seemed restless and agitated. Particularly a week ago, something seemed to have spurred Madara into action. He suddenly proclaimed his determination to train harder and dragged Izuna to the rear mountain, practicing the great fireball technique tirelessly throughout the night. Looking around, it was evident that the rear mountain had become a chaotic landscape, marred by Madara's incessant training over the past week. Kurenai once inquired of Madara about his state. Yet regardless of how persistently she questioned him, he remained reticent, engrossed in arduous training. His lips were blistered from burns, and his body was marred with countless wounds. Observing Madara in such a frenzied state, Kurenai felt an overwhelming concern that he might encounter serious trouble. It's nothing, merely a slight burn. A bit of ointment will suffice. Madara waved dismissively, carelessly applying some salve before resuming his practice of the great fireball technique. Brother Kurenai, witnessing his brother's demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. Could it be that his relentless pursuit was due to their aunt's refusal to teach him the breath of fire? The thought suddenly struck her. Previously, when Chiri had defeated their father using the breath of fire, the entire Uchiha clan had been astonished by their aunt's formidable swordsmanship. Naturally, Madara had recognized the power inherent in the breath of fire and had pressed their aunt for instruction in her sword techniques. However, she had flatly refused, stating that it was a technique imparted to her by her master, and she would not share it until she received her master's affirmation. It was shortly after that refusal that Madara had begun to transform into this obsessive figure. Reflecting on this, Kurenai felt a surge of certainty in her conjecture. After all, Madara had always been the clan's prodigy, and the clan members had recognized his talent, believing he would inevitably become a master akin to their father. They often imparted powerful ninjutsu to him. Thus, it was plausible that his aunt's rejection of his plea for instruction had deeply affected him. While Kurenai pondered these thoughts, Madara continued his relentless practice, his hands flying through the motions as he unleashed another great fireball technique. Fire style, great fireball technique, Madara intoned, drawing in a deep breath. And then a colossal fireball erupted forth. Boom. Unlike before, this fireball shot toward the distant ground, detonating upon impact and creating a massive crater. It worked, Kurenai exclaimed, leaping up in exhilaration at the sight of the crater left by the explosion. Wonderful, brother, you finally succeeded. With Madara having successfully executed the technique, she hoped he would ease his relentless efforts, allowing her a moment of respite as well. However, contrary to her excitement, Madara's expression remained one of distress, devoid of any joy. Brother, is something troubling you? Kurenai asked with genuine concern. Is it because of our aunt? No, Madara replied, to Kurenai's surprise, shaking his head to dismiss her speculation. Then what is it? Kurenai questioned, puzzled. Very well, let me clarify, Madara said, seemingly perceiving the confusion within Kurenai's heart. As he settled onto the ground, do you think my fervent training stems from the rejection by our aunt, that I was emotionally shaken? He inquired. Isn't it? Kurenai responded, puzzled. No, it is entirely reasonable that the breathing of fire, being a sword technique imparted by the esteemed master, should not be disclosed to outsiders. The reason I have become this way is entirely due to a dream I had a few days ago. Ben spoke slowly. A dream. Bewildered, gazed at, brother. How could you possibly believe in such things? In the recesses of Quan Nai's memory, her elder brother had always been a man who placed unwavering faith and strength. Yet now, he has transformed into this state, all because of a mere dream. At that moment, Quan Nai felt utterly disheartened. Indeed, it was merely a dream. Spot nodded and said, ever since my aunt returned, I have been experiencing the same dream every day. In my dreams, I am perpetually aware of a shadow standing before me, leaving me far behind in its wake. No matter how vigorously I resist, I can never surpass him. I can only watch his figure recede further and further away. Ben spoke slowly, his fists clenched tightly in frustration. A shadow? Could it be my aunt? Kiana inquired. No. It is a child approximately my age. The man shook his head and said, I always have the feeling that this fellow is of great significance to me, undoubtedly. We shall face each other in a battle in the future. If I fall too far behind him now, I fear I may never be his rival in the future. The mottled eyes fixated intently on the distant sky, as if he could already envision himself trampled beneath the feet of the other. How astonishing it is! Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Quana suddenly realized. He was well aware that his brother was an exceptionally proud individual, one who would never permit anyone to surpass him. Now, a peer has astonishingly surpassed him by a wide margin, which is something the elder brother finds utterly intolerable, even in dreams. My elder brother would never permit such occurrences. But what about now? Suddenly, Quan Nai inquired, Elder brother, you have now mastered the great fireball technique, a skill attainable only by a Ch-nin. Surely, you must be able to surpass him now. No. Ban, shaking his head in dismay, lamented. Not only have I failed to surpass him, but I also feel as though the chasm between us widens with each passing moment. That sensation was akin to an unbridgeable chasm, where no matter how fervently I strove, I could never catch up to him. Even the timbre of Ban's voice carried a tinge of despair. How could this be? Quana exclaimed in astonishment. Among her peers, it was utterly inconceivable that such a powerful individual could exist. Brother, you must be hallucinating. With the abilities of a mere genin, Madara could master techniques that typically required the skill of a chunin. Fewer than 5 individuals in the entire shinobi world could achieve such a feat yet, despite this. His elder brother still felt the gap between them widening, a fact that left even Izuna utterly bewildered. Moreover, Ban continued, Ban, Izuna. The clan leader has commanded you to return immediately. Just as Jean was about to say something, a clansman suddenly appeared beside the two. Father? Kwana looked at the newcomer and asked, What brings you here, my esteemed father? I am uncertain. The esteemed clan leader merely instructed me to urge your immediate return. As if something of great significance were about to transpire. After uttering these words, the messenger swiftly vanished from sight. Given the urgency of my father, it must be a matter of great significance. Let us hasten our return. With that, Madara rose and vanished into the mountains alongside Izuna. In the Uchiha council chamber, the esteemed members of the Uchiha clan sat in solemnity, their gazes fixed upon a ninja from the Yui clan. The nature of their discourse remained a mystery. Yet the atmosphere within the chamber was palpably peculiar, with the Uchihas casting odd glances at the Yui ninja. Father, just as silence enveloped the room, Madara and Izuna entered together. Unlike the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan was not burdened by numerous protocols. Any individual possessing substantial strength was deemed worthy of entering this council chamber. As the most gifted lower ninjas of their clan, Madara and Izuna naturally held such qualifications. Father, did you summon us? Madara inquired, directing his attention to Taijima at the head of the table. Indeed, Taijima nodded, gesturing toward the Yui clan ninja. This is the envoy from the Yui clan, here to discuss an alliance with our Uchiha clan. An alliance? No wonder the atmosphere is so strange. Madara shuddered, casting a glance at the Yui envoy. Upon entering the chamber, he sensed an unsettling tension among the gathered members, initially attributing it to some unresolved issue within the clan, never suspecting it pertained to the notion of an alliance. Has the Yui clan lost their senses? Izuna whispered from behind Madara. Although alliances were not entirely unheard of within the ninja world, they were typically the domain of smaller clans. For major clans like the Uchiha and Yui, there had been no precedent for alliances in over a millennium. After all, forming an alliance would inevitably require one side to heed the other's commands, and no one could guarantee that the other party would not conspire against them in secret. Thus, it was little wonder that the upper echelons reacted so oddly to the Yui clan's unprecedented overture. Oh, are these the esteemed sons of the clan leader? Truly remarkable youths. The Yui envoy, seemingly unaffected by the peculiar atmosphere, beamed at Madara and Izuna. With his discerning eye, he could perceive the prowess of the two. Although they were merely lower ninjas, the aura they exuded rivaled that of mid-ranking shinobi. In the face of such an unusual ambience, Madara and Izuna felt at a loss for how to respond. Madara, Izuna, come this way. Just then, Chiri called out to them. Now then, regarding what I mentioned earlier, I wonder how you all feel about it. Seeing that Madara and Izuna had not acknowledged him, the Yui ninja remained unfazed, continuing to smile at Uchiha Taijima. Did you say that your Yui clan has significantly weakened the Senju clan? Taijima regarded him with suspicion. Indeed, just 2 days ago, my Yui clan delivered a devastating blow to the Senju clan. The Yui ninja replied with a sly smile. The Senju clan now appears to be merely a facade of strength. If our two clans join forces, we are certain to eradicate them in one fell swoop. As far as I know, though the Yui clan is formidable, they are not sufficiently powerful to inflict a severe blow upon the Senju. Uchiha Chiri remarked. Indeed. The envoy of the Yui clan responded with a smile. However, this opportunity has arisen largely due to the previous conflicts between the Uchiha and the Senju, which have left us with an opening. Even if the Senju clan is diminished, I doubt they would be so easily vanquished by a mere trifling injury. An elder scoffed. While the Uchiha clan harbored disdain for the Senju, they were well aware of the latter's capabilities. This is the secret of my Yui clan. The envoy chuckled. In any case, you need only acknowledge that the Senju are currently weakened and will hardly pose a challenge to us. Should you doubt my words, you are welcome to send someone to investigate. However, if you miss this prime opportunity to strike the Senju, that is not my concern. The envoy of the Yui clan spoke with an air of confidence. Observing the envoy's demeanor, the higher-ups of the Uchiha fell into silence. In truth, they were likely more informed about the Senju's condition than the Yui clan. After all, the Senju were their sworn enemies, and they kept a vigilant watch over their adversaries. Yet, they sensed something amiss in this situation. Setting aside the sudden appearance of those two young ones from the Senju, the Yui clan before them posed significant concerns as well. The 500 Yui clan ninjas were not only intimidating to the Senju, but also caused trepidation among the Uchiha. They were eager to uncover the source of such formidable power within the Yui clan. If they failed to clarify this matter, an alliance between the clans might result in the Yui clan setting their sights on the Uchiha after annihilating the Senju. By the way, you two may not be aware, But the Senju also possesses two exceptionally talented youngsters. Suddenly, the envoy's gaze turned to Uchiha Madara. Though you may view them as powerful in a confrontation with them, I fear. The envoy of the Yui clan began, only to abruptly stop and chuckle, leaving everyone perplexed as to the reason behind his laughter. What? However, within Uchiha Madara, tumultuous waves of concern surged. This individual is suspicious. Behind him, Izuna trembled slightly, fixating intently on the envoy of the Yui clan. His elder brother had just revealed details about a dream, and now this person spoke in a manner clearly aimed at him. How could he possibly know of this? Izuna narrowed his eyes, contemplating. The Uchiha clan regarded the Yui envoy with curiosity, puzzled as to why he showed such interest in Madara. Well, it seems you all require a bit more time to deliberate. I shall not intrude any further. At this moment, the envoy of the Yui clan suddenly rose to his feet and declared, however, I hope for a prompt response, as the opportunity is fleeting. Certainly, Uchiha Taijima remarked indifferently. Someone, please escort the envoy to rest. After instructing a clan member to take the feather-clad envoy away, the Uchiha clan immediately began their discussion. Yet, Madara seemed oblivious to the chatter around him, sitting vacantly in his chair behind Chiri, lost in thought. Is it that little brat from the Senju clan? The image of the figure he desperately tried to catch in his dreams tightened Madara's fists involuntarily. Brother, this fellow is clearly targeting you. You must remain calm. Izuna cautioned beside him. Oh, targeting you, little brat? Suddenly, Chiri's voice chimed in their ears. He is here seeking an alliance. What does this have to do with you? Young one. Chiri smiled at Uchiha Madara, a glint of intelligence flashing in his eyes. Burble, burble. A strange noise erupted from Bai Ze's phone bug. Moshi moshi. Bai Ze answered. A significant discovery, master? Chiri's exaggerated voice boomed through the phone bug, nearly deafening Bai Ze. I have been observing that pompous Madara as per your instructions. And indeed, I have uncovered some issues. Chiri exclaimed excitedly. Oh, what have you discovered? Bai Ze inquired, subtly distancing the phone bug from himself. Initially, he had assumed it was Hashirama and Tobirama who had acquired the phone bug, but it was indeed Chiri, the chatterbox. I hope this time you truly have found something of note, Bai Ze murmured to himself. You mentioned that the Black Zetsu would seek out that pompous Madara. So I have been quietly observing him. At first, everything seemed normal, yet recently, Madara's behavior has grown increasingly bizarre, as if he has gone mad from training incessantly, even while injured. Chiri continued. Moreover, today, an even stranger occurrence took place. After much anticipation, Chiri finally reached the crux of the matter. What happened? Bai Ze's eyes widened, sensing that Chiri might genuinely have made a discovery. Today, the people from the Feather Clan suddenly sent an envoy to our Uchiha clan, claiming they wish to ally with us to vanquish the Senju clan. The Feather Clan? Bai Ze was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't the system stated that Hashirama and his companions had decisively eliminated their foes? Why were these individuals still so active? Could it be that the Feather Clan's attacks on the Senju were mere bluster, with no real losses incurred? That shouldn't be the case. Although Bai Ze was uncertain of the Feather Clan's true strength, he was well aware of the Senju clan's might, despite the ongoing turmoil in the ninja world. With various clans occupying their territories, the Senju clan remained the unchallenged sovereign. If the Feather Clan dared to instigate a war against the Senju, they must be prepared to risk everything. Otherwise, once the Senju regained their footing, any remaining trump cards would be rendered utterly worthless. Now, it is perplexing to White Ze that they still possess the vigor to court the Uchiha clan to jointly confront the Senju. On the other end of the phone, Geely, however, had not contemplated so much and continued. Early this morning, an envoy from the Yui clan arrived at our Uchiha clan, claiming to seek an alliance with us. Yet, that individual was quite peculiar, specifically requesting to meet the notorious Obito. Moreover, he consistently alluded to a young boy from the Senju clan, who bears a resemblance to Obito, as if insinuating something. Obito seemed to take a keen interest in that boy, mentioning that he had been having strange dreams lately. Geely recounted Obito's dream to White Ze. As an envoy, his undue concern for Obito is suspicious, leading me to believe that this character from the Yui clan harbors some ulterior motives. Geely speculated. But I wonder if he has any connection to Kurizetsu. Certainly, White Ze replied with conviction. It is utterly bizarre that an envoy, tasked with negotiating a significant alliance between our clans, exhibits such interest in a mere child. If there were no issues at hand, that would indeed be a rare occurrence. Furthermore, he audaciously expressed great interest in Obito, even mentioning Hashirama in his presence. If White Ze could not discern Kurizetsu's shadow within this situation, it would be quite foolish indeed. It appears that the Ue clan has become entwined with that individual Kurizetsu. White Ze mused. No wonder the Ue clan dares to instigate a conflict with the Senju clan. Although Kurizetsu lacks any combat prowess, White Ze would not forget the 100,000 White Zetsu under his command. It is likely that the Ue clan's provocation against the Senju was orchestrated by Kurizetsu's forces. I didn't expect you to act so swiftly. White Ze chuckled. Initially, he believed it would take a considerable amount of time to catch Kurizetsu's trail. Yet it seemed Kurizetsu had revealed his hand sooner than anticipated. It was no wonder that Hashirama and his comrades achieved such an effortless victory. Reflecting on how shortly after Hashirama's departure, the system conveyed news of their resounding triumph, White Ze quickly recognized that Hashirama's would release played an indispensable role. Hashirama's would release possesses a natural counter against the White Zetsu spawned from the God Tree. Even if Hashirama currently possesses only the strength of a Chunin, he is certainly not someone the White Zetsu can withstand. Coupled with Tobarama's assistance, the mere White Zetsu would hardly stand a chance against them. Master, should we consider forming an alliance with the Ue clan? Geely suddenly inquired. Although the Uchiha leadership deliberated extensively, they still failed to arrive at a definitive conclusion. While they harbored ambitions to annihilate the Senju clan, the thought of the Ue clan's enigmatic 500 Chunin instilled a tinge of hesitation in them. 500 Chunin represent an exceedingly formidable force for any clan within the shinobi world, and the Uchiha clan is no exception. Should the Senju clan be eradicated, and the Ue clan subsequently turn against the Uchiha, there would be no solace left for them. Even more alarming is the revelation that the Ue clan's 500 Chunin were effortlessly vanquished by two mere children from the Senju. A display of power that instilled a profound sense of dread among them. If an alliance were to form with the Ue, they would inevitably confront these two formidable children. The question then arises, who would rise to confront them? Taking all these factors into account, the Uchiha deliberated for an extended period without reaching a consensus. Eventually, the clan elders seemed to have an epiphany, directing their gaze inward as if the responsibility of making a final decision rested upon themselves. Burdened by the hopes of his clan, Uchiha Chiri felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, the image of Hakazai suddenly materialized in her mind. To Chiri, Hakazai was omnipotent, perhaps even surpassing the sage of 6 paths in strength. Surely, consulting her master would yield valuable insight. Thus, Chiri seized an opportunity to slip away and reported Madara's peculiarities to Hakazai, simultaneously seeking guidance on whether to ally with the Ue clan. Chiri, the question of whether to ally with the Ue is hardly the crux of the matter, is it not? Hakazai chuckled softly. The relationship between the Senju and Uchiha is widely known throughout the ninja world. Even in the absence of the Ue, conflict between the two clans would be inevitable, with the Ue merely serving as a catalyst. Though the Uchiha's leadership appeared to lack a unified conclusion, deep down, they likely possessed the answer, merely seeking Chiri's confirmation. I understand now, Chiri responded, nodding in agreement. I shall not further intrude upon my master's time. With that, she ended the communication. Black Zetsu, how intriguing. After terminating the call, Hakazai observed the dense throng of tree beings before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. With 100,000 White Zetsu at his disposal, and having recently grasped the ability to create life, the coincidence was striking. Given time, and with the addition of 2 disciples, these tree beings could evolve into autonomous entities akin to White Zetsu. Upon reflection, Hakazai realized he still held a slight advantage over Black Zetsu. Come now. Let us see what other tricks you have in store, he mused, gazing into the distance. Deep beneath the ninja world, in a vast chamber, Black Zetsu stood before a tree root of mountainous proportions. Countless cocoons, tightly bound and resembling silkworms, hung densely from the roots, their nature a mystery. That sensation had returned. Just as Hakazai's words echoed, Black Zetsu felt a tremor of awareness, glancing apprehensively behind him. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling had plagued him over the past months, as if a pair of eyes were incessantly watching his every move. Could it be your imagination? Inquired a White Zetsu, standing nearby. The actions of Black Zetsu have always been observed with great caution over the millennia, never once faltering. How could he possibly be under scrutiny? I do not know. Black Zetsu replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. He could only vaguely sense that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely what it was. Perhaps it was merely the tension stemming from the imminent success of his plans? Deploy all the White Zetsu and ensure they monitor every corner of the shinobi realm. Leave no anomalies unexamined. Despite his uncertainty regarding the situation, Black Zetsu resolved to exercise caution. Understood. The White Zetsu nodded in agreement. Our master is about to break the seal. It is indeed prudent to remain vigilant at such a moment. as a creature born of the divine tree. The loyalty of White Zetsu to Kaguya was no less than that of Black Zetsu, who embodied Kaguya's will. With a mere closing of his eyes, White Zetsu emanated an intangible wave that spread from his being, traveling through the roots to the chrysalis before him. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed as the chrysalises stirred to life, each White Zetsu emerging as if breaking free from their cocoons, swiftly filling the space. If Bai Ze were present, he would immediately recognize this as the hidden lair of 100,000 White Zetsu. Search every inch of the shinobi realm. Report any irregularities at once. Black Zetsu commanded. At his signal, the White Zetsu seemed to dissolve, vanishing from sight in an instant. What shall we do next? The remaining White Zetsu inquired, gazing at Black Zetsu. We need do nothing but await the annihilation of the Senju clan. Black Zetsu replied with a chilling smile, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Are you so certain that the Uchiha will ally with the Yui clan? White Zetsu questioned, astonished. Certainly, Black Zetsu replied nonchalantly. Even without the Yui clan, the Uchiha would seize this opportunity without hesitation. After all, the Senju clan is gravely weakened. They can scarcely hope for a better chance. And what if that would release Brat from the Senju clan? White Zetsu continued. Senju Hashirama easily slaughtered hundreds of his kind. He will not forget such a debt. Would release merely counters you. It holds no such advantage against the Uchiha's fire release. Regardless of his strength, he remains merely a mid-level chunin. And the Uchiha possess ample means to deal with him. Furthermore, that boy is the son of Senju Butsuma. I am certain the Uchiha would relish the chance to eliminate him. Black Zetsu chuckled. You truly are remarkable. White Zetsu laughed in return. To devise such a scheme, the Uchiha would never suspect that the stone tablet would become the catalyst for their extermination of the Senju clan. Indeed, the earlier clash between the Uchiha and Senju clans in the forest was ignited by the stone tablet that Black Zetsu had cast forth. The Uchiha clan suddenly learned of an ancient stone tablet, a treasure of their lineage, that had fallen into external hands. They dispatched their second strongest member to lead a search for it. Meanwhile, the Senju clan, unaware of the true intentions of the Uchiha, mistakenly believed they were under threat of attack, leading to a fierce battle between the two factions. Subsequently, Kaguya's will subtly incited the Yui clan to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the Senju, supported by 500 White Zetsu, resulting in a devastating blow to the Senju clan. Although the Yui clan's offensive did not achieve its intended impact, it became a prime opportunity for the Uchiha to regain their former strength. It was believed that with the Yui and Uchiha clans joining forces, the Senju would be obliterated completely. Should this come to pass, the reincarnation of Ashura would inevitably perish in the ensuing conflict. The demise of Ashura's reincarnation would leave the shinobi world without anyone capable of halting Kaguya's advance. All that was needed was to repeat the actions of the past millennium to gather enough energy to break the six-path seal, thereby liberating Kaguya from the moon. At that moment, the shinobi world, stripped of the six paths, would be powerless against Kaguya, who commanded an army of 100,000 White Zetsu, ushering in a new era of her dominion. The thought filled Kaguya's will with such excitement that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. With the Yui issue resolved, only one obstacle remained, the village of Yu. Gazing up at the luminous moon, Kaguya's will murmured. Although the sealing of Kaguya was accomplished by the Sage of Six Paths, Yuhi, his brother, Yu, had contributed significantly as well. In fact, to better monitor Kaguya, Yu had even relocated to the moon, remaining ever vigilant over the seal, fearing Kaguya might break free. Consequently, Kaguya's will harbored an animosity towards Yu that rivaled that towards Yuhi. However, compared to Yuhi, resolving the matter of Yu was relatively straightforward, which is why Kaguya had not yet taken action. But now, with the issues of the shinobi world on the verge of resolution and 100,000 White Zetsu at the ready, it was time to address the descendants of Yu. What are your plans? White Zetsu inquired, looking towards Kaguya's will. The descendants of Yu are not as numerous as those of Yuhi, making internal conflict less likely. Indeed, while the descendants of Yu may be few, they are still sufficient, Kaguya's will replied calmly. The foolish denizens of the shinobi world believed that the Rinnegan merely bifurcated into the Byakugan and Sharingan, entirely oblivious to the fact that the Byakugan pales in comparison to the Rinnegan. Are you referring to the Hyuga clan? White Zetsu seemed to grasp Kaguya's will's intent. Indeed, the presence of the Hyuga clan would simplify matters concerning the descendants of Yu. Let us proceed. It is time to engage with the members of the Hyuga clan. Kaguya's will stated, activating the technique of fleeting shadows as he made his way towards the Hyuga clan's territory. Uchiha clan territory. On what grounds? In the council chamber, Madara suddenly slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Uchiha Taijima. I am also a member of this clan. Why am I not deemed worthy to participate in the war against the Senju? Fine, even if I cannot engage in battle, why is Izuna allowed to? Madara's furious gaze swept across the assembly. There is no reason. If I say no, then it is no. Uchiha Taijima exclaimed with a hint of irritation. I refuse to accept this. Ben retorted defiantly, raising his chin. Elder brother. Observing the tense atmosphere, Izuna whispered, Brother. There must be a reason father does not allow you to go. Please, heed his counsel. No way. If it were an ordinary matter, perhaps I could concede, but... Ban dismissed Izuna's plea with a flick of his sleeve. I must participate in the war against the Senju clan. It turned out that the Uchiha clan had resolved to ally with the Yuhi clan to annihilate the Senju clan, and they were currently determining the participants for the battle. Ban had initially been enthusiastic, eager to demonstrate his prowess in this conflict, yet the elders unanimously decided to bar him from the battlefield, a decision he found intolerable. Elder brother, you have been training tirelessly. The elders are considering your health by keeping you within the clan. Izuna implored earnestly. If you were to falter on the battlefield and fall to the enemy, it would not be a trivial matter. No, I will fight in the war against the Senju clan, no matter what. Ban declared loudly. This was a war against the Senju clan, a battle for their very existence. To partake in such a conflict was a dream cherished by every Uchiha, and even in death, they would have no regrets. Yet, now that the elders were denying him this opportunity, Ban could no longer contain his fury. Do you intend to defy orders? Uchiha Taijima shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the unruly Ban. Seeing that gentle persuasion was futile, Taijima assumed the authoritative role of clan leader. This decision was reached unanimously by myself and the elders. Uchiha Ban, do you truly wish to rebel against the commands of the clan's hierarchy? I. Faced with Taijima's sudden outburst, Ben felt a wave of despondency wash over him. To defy the orders of the higher-ups was tantamount to treason against the clan. He was taken aback by his father's drastic measures to prevent him from participating in the war. Regardless, I still wish to battle. Ban murmured as he sank into a chair, falling silent. Ban, there are indeed reasons behind our decision to keep you from the battlefield. Uchiha Taijima's companion. The elder Jidan, who had previously lost his eyebrows and beard to the flames of SH-10, interjected. Annihilating the Senju clan is indeed the highest honor for the Uchiha, yet the risks are immense and far from what you envision. Jidan continued. Should we fail to eradicate the Senju and fall in battle, the future of the Uchiha clan rests upon your shoulders. Only by preserving a flicker of hope can we fight valiantly on the front lines. The elder's words seemed to resonate, as Ban's anger gradually dissipated, prompting him to reflect on their counsel. Moreover, the Yuhi envoy's demeanor is quite suspicious, and their unusual interest in you raises concerns. The elder added thoughtfully. We suspect there may be ulterior motives at play. For the sake of preventing unforeseen events, it would be prudent for you to remain within the clan. Indeed, brother. Izuna's eyes brightened as he quickly agreed. You just spoke to me about that dream, and then that fellow mentioned the young member of the Senju clan. What a remarkable coincidence. Thus, it is evident that this individual harbors some ulterior motives. Perhaps the alliance between the Yuhi clan and us is fraught with significant issues. If they could decimate the Senju clan, why not simply annihilate them instead of forming an alliance with us? Izuna articulated thoughtfully. Upon hearing Izuna's words, Madara indeed sensed something amiss. He had just confided his dream to Izuna, and no one else was privy to it. How could the Yuhi envoy coincidentally utter such words? Could it be that the Yuhi clan truly has some nefarious scheme? Contemplating this, Madara began to question the intentions of the other party. Foolish Madara. Suddenly, Uchiha Chiri interjected. Haven't you always yearned to learn the breath of fire from me? At the mention of the breath of fire by his aunt, Madara's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. The might of the breath of fire was evident to all within the Uchiha clan. Regrettably, she had always rebuffed everyone's requests under the pretext that her master's secret techniques were not to be divulged. Was it possible that she now intended to teach him the breath of fire? If this were the case, then perhaps he need not participate in the war against the Senju clan. After all, in comparison to his own strength, the Senju clan was hardly a concern. Do not even think about the breath of fire. It seemed Chiri discerned Madara's thoughts, and with a chuckle, she remarked, I have yet to fully grasp the 13 forms of the breath of fire. Imparting it to you would only lead to your downfall. However, as she spoke, Uchiha Chiri suddenly paused with a smile. But what? Both Madara and Izuna widened their eyes, eager to hear what she had to say. If you are willing to obediently remain within the clan, I could introduce you to my master. Should my master be inclined to accept you as a disciple, he might teach you techniques far more potent than the breath of fire, Chiri stated nonchalantly. Really? Upon hearing his aunt's words, Madara's eyes gleamed with disbelief. Although he had never met his aunt's master, judging by her prowess, he was undoubtedly a transcendent master. Otherwise, how could she have defeated their father with her newly attained Genin strength? With this in mind, Madara promptly dismissed any thoughts of participating in the war, instead hoping for its swift conclusion so that he might soon encounter this formidable figure. Beside Madara, Izuna shyly chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Chiri. Aunt, I am also your nephew. If I do not go, could you possibly recommend me to master as well? Haha. Chiri shot Izuna a glance that invited him to ponder the situation. Observing his aunt's demeanor, Izuna felt a pang of disappointment. Although they were all her nephews, why did his elder brother enjoy such fortune? Was it true that the squeaky wheel gets the grease? Had he known this beforehand, he would have made a fuss as well. Alas, a bitter loss. As I gazed upon Izuna's pitiful demeanor, laughter erupted within the council chamber. What a pity. The elder of the Akimichi clan sighed, his lips pursed in contemplation. Uchiha Taijima looked at the elder beside him in sheer horror, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Excuse me, what do you mean by what a pity? Do you share the same sentiments as Izuna? Something feels awry. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Taijima's gaze towards the elder grew increasingly peculiar. Well then, since the personnel has been confirmed, let us proceed with our preparations. Ignoring Taijima's strange look, the Akimichi elder rose and declared, time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. If we allow the Senju clan to recover, this war will undoubtedly become a far more arduous endeavor. Indeed, the assembly responded in unison, rising to exit the council chamber. Cousin, you must keep your word. Obito anxiously grasped Chiri's arm. You little brat, are you doubting me? Chiri playfully delivered a light tap to Obito's head. Of course not. I have complete faith in you. Dear cousin, despite receiving a playful strike, Obito's face beamed with a smile as he assured her. Well then, you should remain within the clan. Chiri chuckled softly, ruffling Obito's hair. After all, with our departure, the clan needs someone to maintain order. Keep a vigilant watch over our home. Do not let other clans seize the opportunity. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties. Obito replied with a solemn expression. Well, that eases my mind. Chiri nodded with a smile. Chiri, could you come here for a moment? Once their discussion concluded, Taijima gestured towards Chiri, clearly indicating he had something significant to convey. Upon noticing this, Obito and Izuna obediently exited the council chamber, leaving Chiri with the Uchiha leadership. Chiri, you must refrain from participating in the extermination of the Senju clan. The elder spoke slowly. Am I not to go? What does that mean? Though puzzled, Chiri did not react with the same uproar as Obito. If the elders felt the need to say such a thing, there must be a valid reason behind it. In fact, you have a task of even greater importance than the eradication of the Senju clan. Taijima interjected. I understand. Upon hearing Taijima's words, Chiri suddenly realized. It pertains to the tablet, does it not? Precisely. The Akimichi elder nodded in agreement. That tablet is far more crucial to our Uchiha clan than the annihilation of the Senju. The last time the Senju ambushed us, it led to our failure in the mission. However, this time will be different. If we mount a vigorous assault, the Senju will have no chance to disrupt us again. Your task is to excavate the tablet and secure it in a safe location. Upon reuniting with us, you can bring it back. The elder succinctly explained. Understood. Chiri nodded slowly. Indeed, this tablet holds greater significance than the downfall of the Senju clan. It is said that the stone tablet may very well document the method by which the Sharingan can be transformed into the Rinnegan. If this is indeed true, then the significance of this tablet to the Uchiha clan far surpasses that of the Senju clan. For millennia, the Uchiha and Senju clans have been embroiled in conflict, all for the title of the strongest in the ninja world. However, once the Uchiha clan obtains the tablet, they will require no further discussion. Even if only one member of their clan awakens the Rinnegan, they could easily vanquish the Senju, securing their status as the preeminent family in the ninja world. I recall that upon receiving news of the tablet, my elder brother and the clan elders were immensely excited, secretly devising plans for quite some time before dispatching the clan's second strongest, Uchiha Ka, to lead the excavation. Perhaps due to the number of personnel they sent, the Senju clan detected their movements and, caught off guard, launched a surprise attack, resulting in a failed endeavor. However, the Senju clan now finds itself in dire straits, leaving them with little time to spare for such matters. Thus, sending only one person to excavate would be the most prudent course of action. For this reason, There is only you going to unearth the tablet, so you must exercise utmost caution. Uchiha Taijima gazed at Chiri with concern. As his only sister, her well-being was of paramount importance to him. He had been deeply worried after Chiri's near-fatal encounter last time. Fortunately, Chiri was blessed with good fortune and encountered that esteemed individual, for which he was immensely grateful. Yet, for the future of the Uchiha clan, he had no choice but to let Chiri go. Besides, with their presence to shield her, her own peril should be considerably lessened. Rest assured, I shall be exceedingly careful. Chiri nodded affirmatively. Moreover, this venture may not be as perilous as you imagine, she added with a sudden smile. What do you mean? The others asked, momentarily taken aback by her words. The location of the tablet is quite close to my master's place. Chiri chuckled. Once I excavate the tablet, I can simply run to my master's for refuge. Understanding dawned upon them all at once. Indeed, they had overlooked this crucial detail. Chiri's master was an extraordinarily powerful being. With his protection, even the entire Senju clan would struggle to pose a threat. With that esteemed individual around, Chiri's safety was certainly not a cause for concern. Furthermore, they need not worry that he would take any interest in the tablet. After all, given his immense strength, the Sharingan likely held little significance for him. This is truly wonderful, Uchiha Taijima exclaimed. I hardly know how to express my gratitude to that esteemed individual. Fear not, the opportunity will arise in due time. Chiri replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Her master was destined to transform the ninja world. And as long as the Uchiha clan thrived on this land, a day would surely come when they could repay him. Moreover, that day might not be far off. Once the Senju clan is obliterated, the Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable family in the ninja realm. In order to transform the shinobi world, the master must possess a formidable force at her disposal. At that moment, all she need do is mention it to her elder brother, and he would undoubtedly be eager to serve her. With such a powerful presence backing her, and the Uchiha clan fighting for her cause, it is likely that the master's ambitions would soon be realized. With this thought in mind, Chiri felt an overwhelming urge to share this delightful news with her master. However, upon reconsideration, a playful notion sprang to mind. She decided to give her master a surprise, withdrawing her hand from the ninja tool pouch. Well then, although your mission carries no peril, it is wise to prepare in advance. Uchiha Taijima nodded, affirming her words. Once the main force departs tomorrow morning, you may follow closely behind us. Yes, esteemed clan leader. Chiri replied with a playful smile, nodding her head before exiting the council chamber. At long last, the Uchiha clan's aspirations, long held for millennia, are finally poised to be fulfilled in our generation. Uchiha Taijima proclaimed from his elevated position, exuding an aura of authority. The Uchiha clan is on the brink of resurgence. Beside Taijima, the senior members trembled with excitement. Let us commence. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, a large assembly gathered at the Uchiha compound. Observing the more than 200 ninjas before him, Uchiha Taijima spoke little, gesturing grandly as he led them into the obscurity of the night. Brother, I shall take my leave now. Izuna waved to Madara behind him, vanishing in an instant. May this venture yield success, Madara murmured, watching the clan members file out. This time, Father has taken half of our clan's combat power. And with the addition of the Yuhi clan, we should be able to eradicate the Senju clan entirely. Be vigilant, Madara. Take good care of the home. Chiri suddenly appeared beside him, playfully ruffling his hair. Madara's expression darkened, lines of annoyance crossing his forehead. I understand, and despite his reluctance for his aunt to treat him as she did in his childhood, he mustered a smile in response to Chiri. For the chance to meet that esteemed individual, I shall endure. Hiki. Seemingly aware of Madara's thoughts, Chiri playfully tousled his hair again before trailing behind the main force, disappearing from sight. After all, she had promised him that she would introduce him to her master after the battle concluded. With Madara's exceptional talent, she was certain her master would take him on as a disciple. Should he become her master's student, Madara might surpass her in strength, leaving her with no opportunity to ruffle his hair in the future. Thus, she seized the moment to indulge in this little pleasure as much as she could. Moreover, Chiri harbored a certain premonition. Once she located the stone tablet, Madara would undoubtedly be among the first to achieve the evolution of the Sharingan. Given time, once her elder brother aged, Madara would surely ascend as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. When that time comes, free from the constraints imposed by the Senju, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly grow even stronger, perhaps even unifying the entire shinobi world. Senju clan. In a secluded area of the back mountain, Hashirama and Tobarama were engaged in their training. "Brother, what troubles you?" Tobarama inquired, glancing at Hashirama, who had suddenly risen from his meditation. "I don't know why, but I feel something is amiss today," Hashirama replied, furrowing his brows. "Amiss? Is it related to your training?" Tobarama asked, perplexed. "Now that you mention it, I do sense some external influence while practicing my wood release," Hashirama slowly articulated. "However, this sensation doesn't stem from the wood release itself. It feels as though something is occurring within our clan." "Within our clan?" Tobarama also paused his training and stood up. "Previously, the Uchiha clan caused quite a ruckus, and we are indeed short on manpower now. Perhaps some families are looking to take advantage of our predicament?" "That is a possibility." Hashirama nodded in agreement. "Currently, the Senju clan is severely weakened, with over half of our members injured. If any foolish families attempt to cause trouble, we may find ourselves overwhelmed. If that is the case, we must devise a plan," Tobarama asserted. "Previously, our clan only engaged in a minor skirmish with the Uchiha. Yet the Uchiha clan dared to provoke them. Should more imbeciles like the Uchiha emerge, the Senju clan will be in dire straits." "What plan?" Hashirama mused. "As mere Chunin, there is little we can do to aid our clan." "Not necessarily." Tobarama shook his head. "Even Chunin have their roles. If we had not intervened, the Uchiha clan might have truly succeeded. Moreover, we now possess various abilities imparted by our master, elevating us above ordinary Chunin. There must be something we can accomplish," Tobarama stated calmly. "You make a valid point," Hashirama acknowledged, nodding in agreement. "Though our capabilities are only at the Chunin level, it merely reflects our insufficient chakra. We have surpassed that rank in terms of strength. By the way," Tobarama suddenly recalled something and turned to Hashirama. "Brother, can your wood release expedite the healing of your injuries?" "Indeed," Hashirama affirmed. "Since merging with wood release, my regenerative abilities have significantly improved. I can now recover from ordinary injuries without the need for a medical ninja." As he spoke, Hashirama swiftly produced a kunai and made a small cut on his arm, blood immediately oozing from the wound. To Tobarama's astonishment, within mere moments, the 2-centimeter gash began to heal spontaneously. Soon, the wound vanished without a trace, as if Hashirama had never been harmed at all. Indeed, witnessing this spectacle, Tobarama's conviction regarding his inner thoughts grew stronger. Previously, during the battle with the Yui clan, as he and several elite ninjas from his clan ventured into the forest created by his elder brother, he felt an inexplicable energy enveloping him, providing a sense of comfort. However, immersed in the fierce combat, he paid it little heed. It was only after the battle concluded that he discovered numerous significant wounds upon his body, while the smaller ones seemed entirely absent. Now, witnessing the rapid healing of Hashirama's injuries, he suddenly pondered whether this effect of wood release might be beneficial to others as well. "How splendid, elder brother!" he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "The injuries of our kin can be healed. You mean for me to aid in treating our clan members?" Hashirama inquired, grasping Tobarama's intent. "Precisely," Tobarama affirmed with a nod. "While the Sage of Slugs is currently assisting our clan in their recovery, his avatars are unfortunately too few to attend to all of our kin. With your wood release, the situation would be markedly different. As long as you can master some medical ninjutsu, your presence alongside the Sage of Slugs will undoubtedly expedite our clan's recovery." "But I do not possess any medical ninjutsu," Hashirama lamented. "Even if I were to learn now, it would take several days." "Haha, elder brother, do not underestimate my capabilities." Tobarama laughed heartily. "I have completely mastered the multiple shadow clone technique. If you were to learn it as well, acquiring basic medical ninjutsu would be a trivial matter." "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Hashirama realized with enlightenment. He had witnessed the terrifying prowess of Tobarama's multiple shadow clone technique over the past few days. In a mere span of days, Tobarama had created a multitude of clones to practice new ninjutsu, his speed surpassing Hashirama's by an unfathomable margin. It could be said that Tobarama's mastery of ninjutsu far exceeded the level of a chunin, even outstripping that of many jonin. This was all thanks to the multiple shadow clone technique. If he could also learn this technique, he would surely be able to swiftly grasp some fundamental medical ninjutsu. "Then I shall teach you the multiple shadow clone technique now," Tobarama declared with determination. "Very well." The two immediately settled onto the ground to resume their training. In truth, the multiple shadow clone technique was rather simple, requiring only a single hand seal, Tobarama explained succinctly. However, during the execution of the technique, you must pay attention to the distribution of chakra. This is the key to its success. The strength of the multiple shadow clone technique lies in this aspect. To an ordinary sensing ninja, it is nearly impossible to discern which of these evenly distributed chakra clones is the true body. Understood. Hashirama nodded. Since Tobirama claimed it was simple, he was confident he could learn it with ease. Hashirama firmly believed in this. After all, he was no lesser genius than Tobirama. Indeed. Under Tobirama's meticulous guidance, Hashirama quickly grasped the essence of the multiple shadow clone technique. All right, I have comprehended the key points, Hashirama announced as he rose to his feet. Then let us give it a try. Tobirama responded with a nod. Boom, 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 boom. As the pillars crossed their hands and formed a seal, a resounding shout erupted, followed by a sudden rush of smoke. When the mist dissipated, a multitude of shadow clones encircled the pillars. Truly, one cannot help but admire you. Elder brother. Observing the dense cluster of clones before him, Tobirama murmured. After merging with the would-release bloodline limit, the amount of chakra possessed by Hashirama increased dramatically, enabling him to effortlessly create over 50 shadow clones on his first attempt, an achievement that rivaled Tobirama's own arduous training. Yet, not a trace of jealousy stirred within Tobirama. Instead, he felt a profound joy for Hashirama. After all, his elder brother was destined to become the leader of the Senju clan, and a powerful leader would ensure that their clan could thrive in the future. I have recently mastered a new medical ninjutsu, and its effects are quite promising. Take a look, Tobirama said, retrieving a scroll from a nearby pile. With this technique, I should be able to assist the Sage of Slugs, Hashirama remarked as he examined the scroll in his hand. Let us begin. Tobirama nodded in agreement. With his elder brothers would release, augmenting the technique, it was likely to unleash even greater power. I hope we are not too late. Tobirama pondered as he gazed at the multitude of Hashirama's clones. Since childhood, his elder brother had always possessed an uncanny intuition. If he sensed impending danger, something must indeed be amiss. It was now a matter of whether Hashirama could master this medical ninjutsu in time to heal their clan's wounds before the enemy arrived. In the previous confrontation with the Uchiha clan, the Senju appeared to have suffered significant losses. However, the actual fatalities were minimal. Most injuries resulted from the onslaught of 500 white monstrosities unleashed by the Uchiha. Shortly after their emergence, the two brothers had arrived on the battlefield, reversing the clan's dire circumstances. Thus, when all was considered, the Senju clan had not endured as much damage as initially thought. All right. While Tobirama was still mulling over these thoughts, Hashirama rose to his feet. That was fast. Witnessing his elder brother's swift success, even Tobirama, with his composed nature, could not help but feel astonished. Indeed, the greater the number of clones, the faster the results. Gazing at the myriad of clones, Tobirama reflected. Though he had been training with shadow clones for the past few days, he could only manage to create a maximum of 20, any more, and his chakra would falter. Hashirama, however, was different. With the infusion of wood release, his chakra was exponentially amplified, making the creation of 50 clones a trivial matter. Let us return swiftly, Hashirama declared, preparing to dispel the clones. Wait, just as Tobirama attempted to voice his concerns, Hashirama had already dissolved the technique. Boom, 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 boom. Alarmed, Tobirama's heart raced with foreboding. Indeed, the moment Hashirama dispelled the clones, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into Tobirama's mind. Before he could react, he felt a wave of dizziness, and his body uncontrollably toppled backward. Fortunately, Tobirama was well prepared and swiftly rushed over to support him. Brother, your reflexes are astonishing. I barely had the chance to speak before you took action, Tobirama remarked with a wry smile as he turned to Hashirama. After a moment's pause, Hashirama finally regained his composure and looked at Tobirama with confusion. What just happened? Brother, have you forgotten the words of our master? Tobirama replied with a grin. While the multi-shadow clone technique can indeed accelerate training, its side effects are quite evident. When the clones relay their experiences back, they also transmit the fatigue and unproductive experiences incurred during training. If the data overload exceeds your capacity, you might very well suffer a mental breakdown. I cannot believe I overlooked that, Hashirama exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. No wonder you usually disperse your clones separately. It was for this reason. Observing his brother's delayed understanding, Tobirama felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness my brother possesses such a simple mind. Otherwise, today could have turned perilous. All right, let us hasten our return. After a brief respite, Hashirama stood and declared. In the Senju clan's medical room, the slug was diligently treating the severely injured clan members. However, the number of wounded was overwhelming, and being merely a small clone, it could hardly attend to so many individuals. Additionally, the main body was unable to remotely transmit chakra, necessitating a simultaneous focus on chakra gathering while treating the injured. After several days, a notable number of Senju clan members had been healed. If this pace continued, it was estimated that within 2 days, these injured would fully recover. "We owe you a great debt, Sage Slug." Butsuma, standing nearby, expressed his gratitude. "Without your presence, many of our clan would have perished. Please, do not say such things." At Butsuma's words, the slug revealed a hint of bashfulness. "This is all I can do. Witnessing everyone endure such suffering pains my heart as well. Father." At that moment, Hashirama and Tobirama entered the room. "Father, allow me to assist Sage Slug." Hashirama stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "You." Butsuma looked at Hashirama in astonishment. "Do you possess medical ninjutsu?" "Yes, I have just learned a bit." Hashirama nodded affirmatively. "Though I am not yet proficient, if I combine it with my wood release, the efficacy should be significantly enhanced." "Wood release?" Both Butsuma and the slug expressed surprise at Hashirama's words. "Could it truly aid in healing?" "Indeed," Tobirama chimed in. "I have already observed this phenomenon, just moments ago. My brother and I conducted an experiment and discovered that the restorative properties of wood release are remarkably potent. Now, we simply need to find a clan member to test whether wood release can indeed augment medical ninjutsu. I will do it. Allow me to conduct the experiment." Listening to the words of several individuals, a member of the Senju clan stepped forward voluntarily. Previously, during the battle against the Uchiha clan, he had inadvertently been affected by a fire-style ninjutsu, resulting in the right side of his body being severely scorched. If left untreated, he feared he would have to live the rest of his life as an ordinary person. Now that the young clan leader needed a test subject, he resolved to offer himself. Even if the attempt failed, it would still be his final contribution to the clan. "Rest assured, my brother's wood release will undoubtedly succeed." Sensing the clan member's anxiety, Tobirama comforted him from the side. Although he had never truly tested it, he had gleaned enough from past experiences to believe in its potential for success. "Yes, I trust you, young clan leader." The clan member nodded affirmatively and lay down before Hashirama. "Fire injuries," Hashirama murmured as he regarded the scorched half of the clan member's body. Though he was acutely aware of the formidable restorative power of wood release, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness when conducting the experiment on someone else. Taking a deep breath, Hashirama summoned his chakra, a vibrant green light immediately appearing in his palm, gradually infusing it into the clan member's body. "You can do it, Hashirama." Watching the scene unfold, both Tobirama and Uchiha felt their hearts race. It wasn't that they doubted Madara, but rather that Hashirama had never demonstrated any aptitude in this area before now, and his sudden claim of being able to heal a clan member heightened their anxiety. The green glow in Hashirama's hand flickered continuously, inching across the clan member's body as if genuine healing were taking place. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a miraculous event occurred. The charred skin on the clan member began to gradually lighten, revealing perfectly intact skin beneath. "It worked," Tobirama exclaimed inwardly, filled with excitement. "It is indeed real." Uchiha's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene. Who would have thought wood release could be so powerful? However, Uchiha noticed something that others had overlooked. Judging by the severity of the clan member's injuries, even with his strength, it would have been impossible for him to heal at such a rapid pace. Yet, Hashirama had already begun to show results almost immediately. It was nothing short of a miracle. Truly, the abilities imparted by that esteemed individual are far from simple. Uchiha murmured to himself, his admiration for Byako elevating to new heights. Soon, under Hashirama's determined efforts, the charred skin of the clan member began to fade away. In no time, the scars left by the fire-style technique had completely vanished. "I am completely healed." Gazing at his arm, restored to its original state, the clan member could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had thought he would live with this affliction for the rest of his life. But the young clan leader's intervention had truly cured him. "Young clan leader, I cannot thank you enough." He looked at Hashirama with gratitude. "It was nothing. This is simply what I ought to do." Hashirama replied with a smile. "If only I had returned a little sooner, you would not have suffered such injuries. For the sake of the Senju clan, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life." One of the clan members proclaimed generously, "All right, elder brother." As the two were about to enact a tragic drama, Tobirama quickly interjected. "There are many clan members waiting here. It would be prudent for us to act swiftly." "Indeed." Hashirama understood the urgency of the moment, nodding before turning to the next injured individual. Unexpectedly, it truly succeeded. Observing Hashirama's diligent figure, Tobirama marveled at the remarkable abilities imparted to Hashirama by that esteemed figure. Not only did they enhance chakra and combat prowess, but they also significantly elevated medical ninjutsu. Indeed, the prowess of that esteemed figure is undeniable, Orochimaru remarked, standing aside. However, without your introduction, Hashirama might not have garnered that esteemed figure's favor. Tobirama gratefully glanced at Orochimaru. It is solely the fruit of Hashirama's own efforts. I have done nothing. Orochimaru replied slowly. He was acutely aware that even before knowing him, Bayako had likely harbored thoughts regarding Hashirama. He merely facilitated the transmission of information without contributing further. Tobirama simply lacked the understanding of the underlying reasons behind it. All right. I must continue with my treatment. Without further ado, Orochimaru turned to another injured individual to resume his healing. With the help of my elder brother, the pace should certainly accelerate. I hope to heal all our clan members before the enemy strikes again. Tobirama murmured to himself. Just as Hashirama was still tending to the injuries of his clan, the Uchiha clan had already converged with the Yuhi clan. What schemes do you harbor, Yuhi? Uchiha Taijima coldly inquired, observing the smiling face of Yuhi's leader. Although he had agreed to ally with the Yuhi clan, he could not shake the feeling that they were up to something sinister. What schemes could I possibly have? The leader of the Yuhi clan chuckled. Survival of the fittest has always been the rule of the ninja world, has it not? The Senju clan has been gravely wounded, signifying their demise is imminent. They must be eradicated. However, our Yuhi clan has also suffered significant losses, which is why we are generously offering half of this golden opportunity to your Uchiha clan. Do you not wish to personally ensure the Senju clan's burial? The leader of the Yuhi clan narrowed his eyes, smiling at Uchiha Taijima. It better be so. Uchiha Taijima scoffed. Then, shall we discuss the specifics of our battle strategy? The Yuhi leader suggested slowly. Discuss? What is there to discuss? One of the Uchiha clan members spoke up from behind Taijima. The Senju clan is already severely injured. We merely need to charge in and annihilate them. Haha. The Yuhi leader laughed coldly. If the Senju clan were so easily vanquished, I wouldn't have allied with your Uchiha clan. Oh. Uchiha Taijima raised an eyebrow. Looking at the Yuhi leader, are you implying that the Senju clan possesses any formidable experts? Though there may not be any formidable masters, there are indeed two troublesome little devils. The mere thought of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama infuriated Yuhi Masamura. Were it not for those two little devils, the Yuhi clan would have long extinguished the Senju clan, and there would have been no need for the Uchiha clan's assistance. Upon hearing Masamura mention these two little devils once more, Uchiha Taijima's eyes narrowed sharply. His reluctance to allow Madara to participate in the conflict stemmed from these very two. Initially, he had considered subtly inquiring about them, yet Masamura had brought them up unbidden. What? Is the esteemed leader of the Yuhi clan incapable of dealing with mere children? Taijima feigned indifference as he spoke. After all these years, you seem to have regressed. If you had encountered those two little devils, you would not make such statements. Despite Taijima's scornful remarks, Masamura remained unperturbed, his expression calm. Observing the composed demeanor of Masamura, Taijima furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. The fact that Masamura could endure such ridicule without retaliating indicated that those two little devils posed a genuine threat. While the intelligence operatives of the Uchiha clan had provided some information, it had only offered a vague overview and failed to specifically identify the two Senju children, leaving Taijima in the dark regarding their true nature. Oh? Taijima inquired of Masamura, do these two little devils possess some remarkable qualities? Were it not for these two little devils, the Yuhi clan would have already annihilated the Senju clan. Wouldn't you agree? Masamura retorted with a cold snort. How is that possible? Taijima exclaimed in disbelief at Masamura's assertion. No matter how powerful these two children are, they could never surpass the level of a jonin. How could such a scenario even arise? In any case, all you need to know is that the Senju clan has two exceptionally troublesome little devils. This time, Masamura merely offered a cold huff as a reminder and chose not to elaborate further. After all, continuing the conversation would inevitably draw attention to the 500 chunin of his clan, a secret he was not inclined to reveal to Taijima so readily. Our forces have now assembled, and once your men have had a moment to recuperate, we shall set forth, Masamura declared. The last time, the Yuhi clan suffered considerable losses, and we can only muster 200 chunin. He briefly outlined his side's combat strength. That should suffice. Taijima nodded in agreement. I have also brought half of our clan's strength. I refuse to believe that our two clans, united, cannot overcome an injured Senju clan. Even without the alliance with the Uchiha clan, Taijima felt confident in the Uchiha clan's ability to eradicate the weakened Senju entirely. Excellent. Then the two little devils of the Senju shall be entrusted to your Uchiha clan, Masamura said with a smile. As long as you can eliminate those two little devils, the Uchiha clan will have nothing to fear. Agreed. Uchiha Taijima nodded, expressing his eagerness to witness the peculiarities of these two youngsters. Eradicating the genius of the Senju clan and allowing the members of the Senju to witness the collapse of their hopes is, indeed, a pastime I relish. Let it be decided. We shall make our preparations and set forth at dawn. After concluding the negotiations, Yuri returned to his tent without further ado. Now, it hinges on you, Chiri. He mused internally, gazing into the vast, dark night behind him. There should be no unforeseen complications on his end. Obliterating the Senju was merely a matter of a flick of his wrist. Should Chiri's endeavors proceed smoothly as well, then the Uchiha clan shall rise from this very night. In the forest adjacent to the Invincible Realm, Chiri, having separated from the main forces, hurriedly made her way here, quickly locating the site of the buried stone tablet. This is the place. Observing the crimson ground surrounding her, Uchiha Chiri could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Had it not been for the ambush by the Senju clan, they would have secured this tablet last time. Yet, on the flip side, had the Senju not interfered, she might never have encountered her master and acquired such formidable abilities. What a pity. After tonight, the name of the Senju clan will cease to exist in the ninja world. With a sigh of reflection, Chiri composed herself and began to dig earnestly. Having visited this location previously, Chiri swiftly sensed the precise position of the stone tablet. Just as she was nearing her goal, a sudden tremor resonated from beneath the ground. Feeling the strangely familiar vibration, Chiri's chakra seemed to stir restlessly. This energy, indeed, it must be a treasure of the Uchiha clan, lost to time. Realizing the location of the tablet, Chiri quickened her pace and soon unearthed the solid object. I found it. Sensing an unusual sensation emanating from the shovel, she felt a sudden jolt of trepidation and discarded the tool, opting to dig with her hands. This was the Uchiha clan's treasured artifact. Any carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Before long, a pitch-black stone tablet came into view, towering about half her height, its surface adorned with various inscriptions. Strangely, she recognized none of the characters, as if they were inscribed in a script foreign to the ninja world. What is this? Gazing at the words on the tablet, Chiri felt utterly baffled. I am not illiterate, so why do I not comprehend a single character? Staring at the dense array of inscriptions, she felt overwhelmed. Could it be that the sequence is incorrect? Chiri pondered suddenly. Given that the current ninja script reads from right to left, and considering that the Sage of Six Paths lived a millennium ago, perhaps the writing style has evolved. With this thought in mind, she attempted to read from left to right, only to find it equally incomprehensible. Perhaps trying a different orientation would yield results? Rising to her feet, Chiri approached the side of the tablet and read it once more, yet to no avail. Perhaps it is upside down. Consoling herself, Jilly walked once more behind the stone tablet. Yet, it was all in vain. Could it be that I am truly illiterate? After changing directions thrice without success, Jilly found herself questioning her very existence. However, she was reluctant to acknowledge this disheartening truth, stubbornly proceeding towards the final direction for one last attempt. It must be the stone tablet's fault, indeed. After exhausting all four directions, Jilly ultimately arrived at a conclusion. It made no sense. Since my elder brother claimed this was a treasure left to the Uchiha clan by the Sage of Six Paths, there should be no issues. Gazing at the stone tablet before her, Jilly couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Suddenly, a light of realization sparked within her. Since this is a treasure bestowed upon the Uchiha clan by the Sage of Six Paths, it must harbor some hidden intricacies. If anyone could comprehend it at a whim, it would hardly deserve the title of treasure. And the most distinctive feature of the Uchiha clan is none other than the Sharingan. With this thought, Jilly couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. Sharingan, activate, she murmured, and instantly, her eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, with 3 tomos swirling within. Indeed, upon activating her eyes and gazing at the stone tablet again, she noticed the inscriptions had changed to a script she could finally comprehend. I truly am a genius. Jilly chuckled softly as she meticulously read the text inscribed on the stone. However, as she continued, her expression gradually darkened, eventually morphing into one of sheer terror. How could this be? After finishing the reading, Jilly stood frozen in place. It was impossible. How could the evolution of the Sharingan be achieved in such a manner? She murmured, as if struck by an overwhelming blow. There must be some mistake. This stone tablet certainly harbors an issue. Jilly stumbled to her feet. her face etched with fear as she stared at the tablet before her. She had never anticipated that the stone tablet, for which her kin had sacrificed so much in search, recorded such horrifying truths. While the tablet indeed detailed the method of Sharingan evolution, the nature of it sent chills down Jili's spine. She could vividly imagine the reaction of her clan members if she were to bring this tablet back home. Perhaps, before the Uchiha clan could ascend to become the most formidable family in the ninja world, her kin would perish in the throes of mutual slaughter. No, I must not allow such a calamity to transpire. Jili's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a resolute decision formed within her heart. With her hands slowly rising, she prepared to weave hand signs. I cannot let my clan witness this stone tablet. Jili whispered to herself, her movements quickening. Fire style, fireball jutsu. As she spoke, Jili completed the hand signs, unleashing a colossal fireball that erupted from her mouth, hurtling directly towards the stone tablet. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, and the pit where the tablet stood was instantaneously leveled, engulfed in raging flames. If only it could be destroyed, the clan would never uncover the secret of the Sharingan. Chiri thought to herself. What? Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of the stone tablet in the fire pit, and her face instantly displayed a look of shock. Amidst the roaring flames, the stone tablet lay there, utterly unscathed, and her most powerful fireball had left not the slightest mark upon it. How could this be possible? Chiri exclaimed in disbelief, swiftly moving to retrieve the stone tablet, seizing a nearby hoe to strike down upon it with all her might. Clang! A few sparks flew, yet the tablet remained unchanged. How could this happen? Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, Chiri collapsed to the ground. If she could not destroy the tablet, would her Uchiha clan truly descend into the self-destruction foretold upon its surface? Chiri would never allow such a fate to manifest. If she were to bring this stone tablet back to her clan, she would undoubtedly become the greatest sinner of the Uchiha. What should I do? Helplessly, Chiri gazed at the stone tablet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Curse that sage of 6 paths. Why did he leave behind such a tablet? Chiri fervently wished that this tablet had never existed in this world. Alas, reality is often cruel. Now, she found herself harboring a sense of resentment towards the sage of 6 paths for leaving this tablet. Why could he not have simply left the Sharingan and spared the world from this brutal evolutionary path? Was the sage of 6 paths truly the progenitor of ninjas? Chiri even questioned the sage's motives. If he indeed established the ninja sect as the legends suggest, should he not desire peace in the ninja world? Why then does the Sharingan evolve through such merciless means? Was the Uchiha truly a cursed clan destined to perish in their own bloodshed? Sage of 6 paths. Chiri muttered this name, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet the chasm between her and the sage was insurmountably vast, a gap that instilled despair. Wait, what about my master? The image of Hakazai suddenly flickered in Chiri's mind as she thought of the sage. Her master is so powerful, surely he would have a solution. With this thought, the confusion on Chiri's face dissipated. She promptly strapped the stone tablet to her back and, in a flash, headed towards Hakazai. Near the Senju clan, the Uchiha and Yui clans journeyed through the night, finally arriving near the Senju clan before dawn. Let us rest for a moment. And at first light, we shall launch our attack. Uchiha Taijima commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, the allied forces of Uchiha and Yui murmured in response. So, how does it feel to be on the brink of annihilating this long-standing rival, Senju? Yui Saiken approached with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Uchiha Taijima grinned sinisterly as he gazed towards the Senju territory. This is a task the Uchiha have failed to accomplish for centuries. And now it will be fulfilled by my hand. How can I not anticipate this moment? Then, let us unite our clans and together achieve this grand endeavor. Yue Jingsuan chuckled lightly. Of course, we have no issues on our end. However, as for your Yue clan, Uchiha Taijima cast a fleeting glance at the 200 Chunin from the Yue clan and remarked with a hint of indifference. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a peculiar aura emanating from these 200 Chunin, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Ever since their encounter, not a single word had been spoken by the ninjas of the Yue clan. The entire dialogue had been solely between their leader, Yue Jingsuan, and himself. They remained so quiet that it seemed as though they were devoid of any emotions. Furthermore, the energy radiating from these Chunin was astonishingly uniform, as if they had been crafted from the same mold. While the Uchiha clan also possessed a similar force cultivated in secrecy, even they could not achieve such perfect uniformity of presence. This left Taijima feeling perplexed. and he silently contemplated that this might be the truth behind the 500 Chunin of the Yuhui clan. Nonetheless, he refrained from probing further. As the Yuhui clan was now their ally, and as long as they could fulfill their roles, he had no interest in other matters. As they spoke, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. Everyone, prepare for battle. Taijima bellowed, leading the charge towards the Senju clan's encampment. According to protocol, the leaders of both sides were supposed to negotiate prior to battle. However, with the imminent destruction of the Senju clan on the horizon, Taijima had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Hashirama. Thus, he bypassed this step altogether. Attack. With Taijima at the forefront, Yuhui Jingsuan followed closely behind, flanked by a throng of ninjas from both clans. From a distance, they resembled a swarm of ants, surging like a tide towards Senju territory, as if they were poised to engulf it entirely. Yet, as Taijima charged past the Senju's defensive line, he was met with an eerie silence. Not a single figure from the Senju clan appeared, as though they were entirely unaware of the impending assault. Despite the confusion swirling within him, Taijima pressed on, his momentum unwavering. If they were oblivious to his approach, he would show no mercy. So they truly have come. In a concealed corner of the Senju stronghold, Tobarama remarked as he observed the enemy spilling into their territory. Young clan leader, your instincts are remarkably sharp, exclaimed the injured Jonin beside Hashirama, whose body bore the scars of a previous battle. Had you not alerted us, we might have been caught off guard by these intruders. Ah, I merely sensed that something was amiss. I never anticipated they would actually arrive. Hashirama fixed his gaze intently on the leading Uchiha Taijima, recalling his earlier unease that led him to caution his father. Considering that the Senju clan had recently endured a fierce battle, my father dispatched scouts to assess the situation. They soon discovered that the Uchiha clan was making significant moves, prompting the formulation of a strategy to lure the enemy deeper. Indeed, the Uchiha were rather irrational in their approach, recklessly charging in without any reconnaissance. These fools likely aim to launch a surprise attack while my Senju clan is still recuperating. Senju Tobarama scoffed. Little did they realize how swiftly we would recover. This rapid restoration is attributed to the efforts of the young clan leader and the Sage of Slugs. One of the Senju elite expressed his gratitude. Were it not for Hashirama healing his burns, he too might have been relegated to a shelter like the ordinary clansman. However, the situation has changed, fully restored. He eagerly awaited the chance to settle old scores with the Yuhi clan. Hashirama, Tobarama, whispered Senju Butsuma. These 50 clansmen are entrusted to you too. Your mission is to annihilate the Yuhi clan. Fear not, father. Tobarama replied confidently. The Yuhi clan must have exhausted their resources after the last battle. The numbers we face now are likely remnants of those white monstrosities from before. Although Tobarama presently appeared to be at the level of a Chunin, his strength had significantly increased compared to a few days prior. He believed confronting those white monsters would be even easier this time. Moreover, with his elder brother present, the Yuhi ninjas were hardly a cause for concern. That is reassuring, Senju Butsuma remarked. However, the Yuhi clan, having suffered losses last time, likely learned their lesson. They may target you two specifically, so exercise utmost caution. Do not worry, clan leader, the elite ninja assured. Leave the young clan leader to me. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure no harm comes to him. Very well, that puts my mind at ease. Senju Butsuma nodded. Listen for my command. Upon my signal, you will engage the Yuhi clan, while we shall deal with the Uchiha. Yes, clan leader. The group responded in unison, drawing their long swords and fixing their gaze upon the encroaching enemy. They awaited the leader's order, ready to charge forth and confront the adversaries without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the allied forces, Uchiha Taijima had infiltrated the heart of the Senju clan territory, yet found no trace of the Senju clansmen. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap, Uchiha Taijima realized, calling for a retreat. Taijima, now that you're here, there's no escape. Just as Uchiha Taijima turned, the voice of Senju Butsuma echoed ominously in his ear. Dare to ambush the Senju clan and prepare to meet your demise here. With a fierce shout, Senju Butsuma leaped from a concealed corner, charging directly at Uchiha Taijima. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, countless shurikens and throwing knives flew from the wooded houses flanking the allied forces, launching a fierce assault on the Uchiha and Yui clans ninjas. A cacophony of screams erupted, and a multitude of ninjas from the two clans fell to the ground. Charge with me. Simultaneously, the voice of Senju Hashirama resounded from the side. Dozens of ninjas from the Senju clan, under Hashirama's command, surged toward the rear of the allied forces, targeting the Yui clan. Engage the enemy, remain calm. Observing the chaos. Uchiha Taijima bellowed, unsheathing his long blade and advancing towards Senju Tobarama. Send a few to deal with those two brats from the Senju clan. The Yui village watched in terror as Hashirama and Tobarama charged forward, hastily addressing several elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan. TCH. Although he looked down upon the village's fear of the two children to such an extent, the Uchiha clan still dispatched several elite ninjas to confront Hashirama and Tobarama. Let us see who dares to harm the young clan leader. Young clan leader, focus on your tasks. We shall handle these rabble. Beside Hashirama, an elite ninja from the Senju clan roared, leading several clan members towards the Uchiha ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosive tags and various jutsu illuminated the Senju territory, casting it in a brightness akin to daylight. Kill. Yet, Hashirama and Tobarama paid no heed to the battle beside them. Their eyes were solely fixed on the ninjas adorned with Yui clan forehead protectors. Would release, would clone technique. Hashirama clapped his hands, and immediately, several wooden clones appeared beside him. You wish to use the same technique? A ninja from the Yui clan sneered, swiftly dispersing and mingling into the ranks of the Uchiha clan. Humph, as long as it is effective, the same technique can certainly bring about your demise. Senju Tobarama coldly declared, summoning 20 shadow clones to charge at the isolated Yui clan ninjas. Now a Ch-nin. He felt no fear against these peculiar white creatures of the Yui clan. Would release, birth of the world tree. With a mighty shout, Senju Hashirama commanded, and several wooden clones simultaneously executed the jutsu, instantly creating a miniature forest. How is this possible? Witnessing the forest summoned by Hashirama, Uchiha Taijima's gaze sharpened. No wonder that village fool held such trepidation towards these two youths. In his eyes, how could he not see that Senju Hashirama was merely a Ch-nin? Yet, he never anticipated that such a lowly rank could wield a jutsu of such vast magnitude, which genuinely astonished him. Taijima, there is no time for you to be dawdling around. Senju Tobarama shouted, swiftly forming hand seals, and a massive water dragon surged forth from behind him. Water release, water dragon jutsu. With a powerful shout, Senju Tobarama controlled the water dragon, sending it directly toward Uchiha Taijima. Nearby, those Uchiha ninjas caught off guard were swiftly engulfed by the water dragon, suffocating within its watery embrace. Excellent. Uchiha Taijima laughed heartily, his chest swelling as a gigantic fireball erupted forth. Sizzle. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of fire-release ninjutsu, unleashed a colossal fireball that instantly evaporated the enormous water dragon, which dissipated several meters away from Taijima. Let us see how you fare against this. Without a moment's hesitation, Senju Buddha drew his long sword and charged at Uchiha Taijima. A duel of blade techniques? Taijima scoffed. Buddha, this shall be your gravest error today. Although Chiri had not imparted the method of mastering the breath of fire to him, Taijima was no fool. He had long since devised his own unique swordsmanship through keen observation of Chiri's techniques. With a thunderous crash, the two collided in a fierce encounter, emitting a resounding roar. Meanwhile, in a tranquil setting by the stream, Bai Ze leisurely fished, calling out, "Oh, fish, come hither. Here lie your favorite worms." Beside him sat the visibly displeased living leech. "I must insist, dear sir, could you refrain from using my clones as bait every single time? You have caught not a single fish these past days, instead wasting many of my clones. At this rate, I shall cease to exist." The leech lamented. "Ah, my apologies." Bai Ze scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm still honing my skills, yet I have made fewer mistakes lately. Each time those fish haven't even taken the bait before I reel them in. However, this cannot continue," the leech murmured. "Moreover, I have already informed you that I am not a lowly creature like a worm, unfit for fishing. No worries, once I become proficient, I shall compensate for your lost clones." Bai Ze chuckled heartily. But before the leech could voice further concerns, Bai Ze's expression suddenly shifted. Someone approaches. "Is it an enemy?" the leech inquired. Ever since the departure of Ban and Hua, they had been undisturbed for several days. The sudden arrival of someone made it ponder whether they were foes. "No, it's that little girl, Chiri." Bai Ze squinted his eyes slowly. "The Uchiha brat?" The leech was aware of Chiri's presence and felt a twinge of confusion. Didn't he send her off on some mission? Why has she returned? Perhaps she has encountered some trouble, the leech mused internally. Although it was unaware of the specifics of the task Bai Ze had assigned to the Uchiha girl, it was evident that, given Bai Ze's strength, the mission was unlikely to be trivial. Intriguingly, the moment Chiri stepped into the invincible realm, Bai Ze sensed everything occurring around her, particularly the stone tablet on her back, which was unmistakable under his perception. Initially, Bai Ze suspected that Shiri had been possessed by Black Zetsu, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the stone tablet. What purpose does she have in carrying that? Bai Ze pondered, perplexed. Wasn't that tablet supposed to be housed in the Uchiha clan's shrine? What does it mean for Zhili to carry the stone slab all the way over here? Could it be that she discovered the traces of Kurojitsu on the monument? Master. As Bai Ze pondered these thoughts, Zhili had already approached his side. There she stood, her frail form bearing a stone slab that was entirely disproportionate to her size, her hands completely enshrouded in darkness, and her face a comical patchwork of black and white. You truly resemble someone who has just returned from coal mining. Bai Ze suddenly recalled Zhili's bloodied face from their last encounter. It seemed that every time she appeared before him, she was never quite presentable. How terribly rude. The nearby living slug also regarded Zhili's soiled visage with a hint of disdain. However, Zhili seemed utterly unconcerned, gazing eagerly at Bai Ze and inquiring, Master, I have encountered a rather perplexing problem. I wonder if you might have a solution? Oh, what issue is that? Bai Ze asked. It is like this. Upon Bai Ze's inquiry, Zhili hurriedly recounted her recent mission, detailing everything from her prior failure to excavate the stone slab to the collaboration between the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans that led to the annihilation of the Senju clan. I initially thought this stone slab was a treasured relic of the Uchiha clan, but to my surprise, it documents a cruel method of evolving the Sharingan. If the text had not been visible only through the Sharingan, I would have suspected it to be a conspiracy of the Senju clan. Zhili's expression was grave. What? At Zhili's words, the living slug gasped in astonishment. The Uchiha clan Sharingan can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan? While the slug was aware that the Sharingan inherited the ocular powers of the Sage of Six Paths, it had no prior knowledge that it could revert back to the Rinnegan. After all, no one from the Uchiha clan had accomplished such a feat in a millennium, and the people of the ninja world regarded it as mere jest. Now, hearing Zhili's account, it seemed that this rumor might indeed hold some truth, which left it somewhat astonished. It then considered the Senju clan. If the Uchiha clan, possessing the Sharingan, was already so formidable as to stand against the Senju clan, then should they truly awaken the Rinnegan, which clan in the ninja world could possibly rival them? The records on this stone slab suggest that this is indeed the case. Although Zhili did not know the living slug, she surmised that since it stood beside her master, it must not be malicious, and thus she revealed everything. When I looked at the stone slab with the Sharingan, the previously incomprehensible text became clear. It indeed records the method of evolving the Sharingan. However, this method is exceedingly cruel, and I cannot dare to bring it back to my clan. Zhili trembled as she spoke. Cruel? The living slug regarded her and asked, what precisely is this method? To kill a loved one, the three Tomo must evolve into a higher form of Sharingan, correct? Bai Ze interjected suddenly. What? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Zhili abruptly turned to him. How could you possibly know? Do you not possess the Sharingan? Questioned Shiri, her mind racing. Those devoid of the Sharingan are utterly incapable of comprehending the inscriptions upon the steel. This has been confirmed by me numerous times. There is no error in this assertion. Yet, how could my master, who clearly lacks the Sharingan, be aware of such matters? Indeed, my master transcends even the Sage of Six Paths. Shiri mused inwardly. What? Will you gasped in astonishment? Must one slay their own kin to awaken such eyes? The Uchiha clan is indeed a malevolent lineage. What does this have to do with my Uchiha clan? Shiri frowned at Huayu's words. The steel was left by the Sage of Six Paths. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest with him, not our Uchiha clan. This is utterly impossible. Yet Huayu shook his head resolutely. I am well acquainted with Yui, the Shin he founded advocates for the transformation of humanity through love. How could he possibly endorse such a wicked method of evolution? It must be that the Sharingan itself harbors malevolence, thus leading to such interpretations. What did you say? Shiri retorted, her displeasure palpable. She had no interest in Huayu's identity and was eager to engage in a debate. Enough of this bickering. Bai Ze interjected with a smile. Sensing the rising tension between them, the steel was indeed left by Yui, and what Shiri has perceived is accurate. How can this be? Huayu's face contorted in disbelief at Bai Ze's declaration. The notion that one could awaken their evolutionary ocular powers through the slaughter of loved ones seemed incomprehensible, especially as a legacy of Yui. However, Bai Ze's tone shifted as he continued, while the steel originated from the Sage of Six Paths. It has indeed been tampered with, which explains the brutal interpretation Shiri encountered. Tampered with? Both Shiri and Huayu turned to Bai Ze, their expressions filled with intrigue, eager to uncover the truth behind this revelation. The content of the steel was altered? Shiri murmured, as if a thought had struck her. She then turned to Bai Ze. Could it be Kagaya? Previously, her master had mentioned that the turmoil in the ninja world was largely attributed to Kagaya's interference. Now, with Kagaya fixating on the arrogant Obito, Shiri speculated whether this was a ploy devised by Kagaya to target Obito. After all, Obito was a rare genius of the Uchiha clan, the one most likely to achieve the evolution of the Sharingan first. Indeed, it is the work of that Kagaya. Bai Ze remarked, his gaze filled with admiration for Chiri. You truly are worthy of having mastered the Izanami technique. Your intellect is undoubtedly exceptional. You discern the truth from mere fragments of information, truly a testament to your prowess as my disciple. Kagaya? Were you, unfamiliar with this entity? Gazed at the two with a puzzled expression. Who is this individual, capable of altering the remnants left by Yui? Although the living slug has existed for over a millennium, it is utterly ignorant of Kurizetsu. Upon hearing that this person is somehow connected to Yui, a flicker of curiosity ignites within. You must be aware of Yui's affairs, correct? Bai Ze remarked, observing the living slug with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed. I have gleaned quite a bit about the matters concerning those two brothers from Gamamaru, so I possess some understanding. The slug nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, you are unaware that Kagaya's descendants extend beyond merely Yui and Ucun. Bai Ze elaborated slowly. Just before Kagaya was sealed by Yui, she expended her full strength to conjure a willful doppelganger that remained in the shinobi world, subtly orchestrating everything in preparation for the eventual lifting of the seal. This doppelganger is none other than Kurizetsu. What? How is that possible? Are you implying that this individual has existed in the shinobi world for over 1,000 years? The slug gazed at Bai Ze in astonishment. Indeed, that is the case. Jili interjected from the side. Impossible. If that were true, our three great sacred lands would undoubtedly have noticed. A creature that has existed for a millennium cannot possibly escape Gamamaru's awareness. The slug exclaimed loudly, fixating its gaze on Bai Ze. The three great sacred lands? Bai Ze chuckled softly at the slug. Even the sage of six paths was unable to perceive Kurizetsu's existence. How could these transcendent entities from the three great sacred lands possibly be aware of him? Only that old man Gamamaru occasionally dreams of matters concerning the shinobi world, and even that is often uncertain. As for the living slug and the white snake, their understanding is even more limited. The white snake, at best, does not wreak havoc in the shinobi world. If it were relied upon, the realm would have perished long ago. As for the living slug, it is merely a practitioner of medical ninjutsu, lacking prowess in other areas, even falling short of a jonin, thus indifferent to the affairs of the shinobi world. Consequently, Kurizetsu has lurked within the shinobi world for a millennium, and the three great sacred lands have remained entirely oblivious to his existence. How could this be? Such a terrifying entity exists in the shinobi world. The slug murmured. If one were to speak of Kurizetsu's ability to conceal himself, no one in the entire shinobi realm would dare claim superiority. Moreover, possessing Kagaya's consciousness allows him to evade your scrutiny with utmost ease. Bai Ze stated coolly. However, as for now, Bai Ze smiled slightly. Now that I have made my presence known, he shall no longer have the audacity to act as he pleases. But how do you know of his existence? The slug inquired, a look of confusion etched upon its face. Could it be that Bai Ze is also a creature that has endured since the era of the Sage of Six Paths? Or perhaps he predates even the sage, originating from Kagaya's time? Me? Bai Ze chuckled softly, saying, you need not concern yourself with my origins. Just know that there is nothing in the entire shinobi realm that eludes my awareness. Kurizetsu believes himself to be sufficiently concealed. Yet he is unaware that all his actions have been meticulously observed by me. Even Kagaya's matters are clear as day to me. What? Upon hearing the words of Hakazai, the living slug's expression changed markedly. You even know about Kagaya? A millennium ago, under the joint governance of the three great sacred lands, the shinobi world was a realm of tranquility. However, the emergence of Kagaya shattered this peace. Initially, they did not pay much heed to the matter, but Kagaya's rise was alarmingly swift, leaving them no time to react. By the time they recognized Kagaya as a threat to the shinobi world, the three sacred lands were already no match for her. Subsequently, Kagaya's influence gradually expanded, encroaching upon their territories and forcing them into seclusion. Sensing the threat posed by Kagaya, Gamamaru could no longer remain passive. He covertly reached out to Kagaya's two children, exposing her atrocities, which ultimately led to her sealing. However, until Kagaya was sealed, the three sacred lands were unaware of her origins. They only knew that she had fallen to the shinobi world one night, accompanied by a shooting star. Now, Hakazai claimed to know Kagaya's origins, which left the living slug utterly astonished. Possessing such formidable power and being aware of all events that transpired in the shinobi world over a millennium, could it be that he surpassed even Kagaya herself? With this thought, the living slug gazed at Hakazai with increasing trepidation. Master, what are you discussing? The exchange between Hakazai and the living slug left Yuri utterly perplexed. The furthest back she could recall in the history of the shinobi world was the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet now, it seemed her master was referring to events even more ancient than that. What was this Kagaya? That name had never appeared in the historical records of the shinobi world. Let the adults speak. Children should not interrupt. Nevertheless, Hakazai did not respond to Yuri's question, lightly tapping her on the head. Humph, if you want to say, then don't. Yuri pouted, cradling her head. Although she did not receive the answers she desired, she was unconcerned. After all, if it were something she needed to know, her master would surely inform her. It must be that the matter was of great significance and posed a danger to her, which is why her master chose to withhold it. What shall we do about this stone tablet? The living slug inquired, gazing at the stone slab before them. Since the information left by Yui has been altered by Black Zetsu, does it not lose its purpose? Indeed, master, perhaps you should just destroy it. Yuri chimed in. Otherwise, if our clansmen see the contents, the Uchiha clan will surely perish in infighting. Do not worry, as long as I am here. Such a calamity shall not come to pass. Hakazai replied calmly. He had initially assumed that the Uchiha clan had already discovered the tablet. But it turned out they had only just learned of its existence, conveniently brought to his attention by Yuri. Black Zetsu, you truly are out of luck. Hakazai mused internally. According to Black Zetsu's plan, this tablet should have been enshrined within the Uchiha clan's shrine, awaiting Madara's discovery of its secrets. As soon as Madara perceives the above content, he will undoubtedly feel disillusioned with the ninja world, giving rise to his own thoughts. At that moment, Kagaya only needs to give a gentle push, and Madara will follow the trajectory he has predetermined, allowing him to use Madara's hands to turn the ninja world upside down. However, now, by a stroke of coincidence, this stone tablet has appeared before him, and Kagaya cannot act recklessly. Moreover, Madara is a disciple he has chosen. How could Haku's allow him to fall into Kagaya's trap once more? What do you intend to do? Asked Chiri. Quite simply, since Kagaya wishes to exploit this stone tablet, we shall turn the tables on him. Haku's replied calmly. Turn the tables? Chiri looked at Haku's in confusion, uncertain of his meaning. Kagaya's alteration of the stone tablet is solely aimed at Madara. He has no interest in the other Uchiha. If that is the case, then let only Madara see it. Haku chuckled. But this is a task entrusted to me by the clan leader. If I bring it back, they will surely see it. Chiri lamented. Fear not. They shall not see it. Haku replied nonchalantly. Kagaya can manipulate the content of the stone tablet, and he can certainly alter it as well. By fortunate coincidence, he has just comprehended this ability, and the stone tablet has conveniently presented itself. How delightful. Haku chuckled as he pointed his finger. An invisible wave emanated from Haku's hand, and the text on the stone tablet immediately transformed. The characters seemed to come alive, rearranging themselves in an orderly fashion. Chiri was utterly astonished at the scene before her. She had not anticipated that her master could alter the text on the stone tablet with such ease. Indeed, her master is a being far more powerful than the Sage of Six Paths. Chiri mused. Done. In the midst of speaking, Haku's had completed the modification of the stone tablet. Now, apart from Madara, no one from the Uchiha clan would be able to comprehend the text. Haku stated calmly. Truly. Chiri activated her Sharingan and discovered that she indeed could not comprehend the text anymore. However, does this not mean that the members of the Uchiha clan can no longer achieve the evolution of the Sharingan? Chiri suddenly realized, turning to Haku's. Since the Sage of Six Paths left this stone tablet, it signifies that the Sharingan can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan. But now that Kagaya has tampered with the content of the tablet, and my master has imposed other powers upon it, does that not imply that the Uchiha clan will forever be unable to ascertain the original content of the stone tablet? The thought that her Sharingan may never evolve into the Rinnegan filled Chiri with disappointment. Although she has now become Haku's disciple, deep down, she still yearned to possess the powerful Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Observing Chiri before him, Haku chuckled softly. Do you believe that the evolution of the Sharingan into the Rinnegan is such a trivial matter? If that were indeed the case, then the Uchiha clan would not have gone an entire millennium without a single individual achieving evolution. Although the Sharingan can indeed evolve into the Rinnegan, the arduousness of this process is well understood by Hakazai. It can be asserted that the difficulty of the Sharingan's evolution into the Rinnegan is certainly comparable to an ordinary person confronting the monstrous Ninetales with bare hands. Achieving this requires not only formidable strength, but also an extraordinarily fortuitous stroke of luck. Among the entire Uchiha clan, aside from Uchiha Madara, the only other individual to evolve is the destined child of the next generation, Uchiha Sasuke. The challenges he faced are indeed formidable. Moreover, even among the few who achieved the evolution to the Meijiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan boasts only a handful of such individuals. Let us not even mention the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and subsequently, the Rinnegan. Hiki, master. Jili suddenly let out a sly chuckle, gazing at Bai Ze with an overly affectionate expression, as if he were on the verge of uttering something significant. Are you hoping that I might reveal to you the original content inscribed on the steel to assist you in achieving the evolution of your Sharingan? Bai Ze chuckled softly, for he could easily discern the trivial thoughts of the administration without any need for conjecture. Master, your wisdom and prowess are truly remarkable. My admiration for you is beyond words. Stop. Before she could finish her flattery, Bai Ze interjected directly. Speak appropriately. Understood, master. Upon failing to act coy, Jili promptly returned to his usual demeanor. The evolution of the three interlocking Magatama of the Sharingan is, in fact, quite simple, Bai Ze remarked lightly. One merely requires a profound emotional stimulus to awaken the latent potential within. It is as simple as that. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Jili couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. It sounded remarkably similar to the usual evolution of the Sharingan. She murmured softly. Whether it was the awakening of the Sharingan or the transition from 1 to 3 Tomo, she accomplished it all amidst intense emotional fluctuations. Initially, she believed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan would present some distinction, but upon hearing her master's words, it seemed there was indeed nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Was it truly that simple? Bai Ze chuckled softly as he turned to Jili. Do you know why I did not reveal this method to you earlier? I do not know. Jili shook his head in confusion. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Jili suddenly recalled that from the very first meeting, his master had already known he belonged to the Uchiha clan. He had also seen Shi Li's 3-Tomo Sharingan, yet he had never mentioned the method of its evolution. Could it be that the evolution of the 3-Tomo would inflict some harm upon the body? Jili murmured to himself. Indeed. The emotional stimuli required for the evolution of the 3-Tip Jade are undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Bai Ze remarked softly, although Kurizetsu has altered the stone tablet. It fundamentally adheres to the methods established by the Sage of Six Paths. This kind of stimulation is undoubtedly as shocking as the impact of personally taking the life of a beloved family member. How could this be? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Jili could not help but exclaim in astonishment. She had initially believed that the contents inscribed on the stone tablet were nothing but the fanciful fabrications of Kuro. Yet to her astonishment, they were indeed true. Was it truly necessary for her to endure the excruciating pain of slaying a loved one in order to awaken her potential? With this thought, Chiri once more found herself engulfed in confusion. Take a moment to reflect, Bai Ze advised gently. In the original narrative, the manifestation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan required immense emotional upheaval each time. He was not deceiving Chiri. Obito awakened his kaleidoscope upon witnessing the demise of his beloved Rin, who was tragically slain by his closest friend, Kakashi, to whom he had entrusted her care. The shattering realization of watching his beloved perish at the hands of a dear friend shattered Obito's entire world. It was only through such profound emotional turmoil that he unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Similarly, Itachi Uchiha's evolution was catalyzed by the death of his mentor and friend, Shisui Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha's experience was even more harrowing. After personally ending Itachi's life, he learned from Obito that Itachi had always cherished him and had been protecting him from the shadows, leading to a devastating emotional collapse that culminated in his own awakening of the kaleidoscope. All these individuals were prodigies of the Uchiha clan, and achieving the evolution of the kaleidoscope was a formidable challenge even for them. Although Chiri was not inferior to them, she was hardly in a significantly better position. One could only imagine the difficulty she would face in her own evolution. Furthermore, the awakening of the kaleidoscope could only be achieved by oneself. No external assistance could contribute in the slightest, not even from a formidable entity like Bai Ze. This was also why Bai Ze had refrained from mentioning it. Moreover, if he could impart to Chiri various powerful ninjutsu, why should she endure the torment of awakening a kaleidoscope that was not of paramount importance? After all, while the kaleidoscope possessed formidable power, its drawbacks were considerable. If overused, Chiri would be doomed to eternal blindness, a fate he certainly did not wish to witness. Besides, if he could teach her the wood release of Hashirama, who could guarantee that the system wouldn't reward him with a pair of Rinnegan in the future? At that point, he could directly bestow them upon Chiri. The might of the system was not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In the land of the Senju clan, the air was thick with the sound of explosive detonations, as the entire Senju territory was enveloped in the radiant glow of various ninjutsu. The conflict between the Senju clan and the Uchiha Yuya alliance had reached a fever pitch. Die. Senju Tobarama muttered under his breath, swiftly forming hand seals. And in an instant, a colossal wave of water surged forth, engulfing the white monsters before him. Well done, Tobarama, exclaimed Hashirama, who stood nearby, observing the scene with pride. Tobarama had dispatched all the isolated white monsters, and now it was time for Hashirama to take action. Would release, arrival of the flowering tree. Hashirama clapped his hands together, summoning a multitude of wood release clones to execute their ninjutsu in unison. A faint yellow gas began to seep from the forest before him, enveloping the multitude of white zetsu in its embrace. Damn it, that brat again, as I observed the incessant fall of the white absolute. Yijing village was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. The last time, it was due to underestimating these two little imps that the efforts of the Yui clan were thwarted. Now, they had returned to wreak havoc once more. Tian Dao, what is your Uchiha clan doing? You cannot even keep an eye on two mere children. Suppressing the fury within, Yijing village called out loudly to Tian Dao, who stood not far away. Is this what you claimed would lead to the annihilation of the Senju clan? However, Uchiha Tian Dao paid no heed to Zheng village's outcry. His gaze fixated intently on the figure before him, lost in his own thoughts. Haha, Zheng village, spare yourself the effort, laughed Senju Fo Jian from across the way. Annihilate my Senju clan? You must possess the strength to do so. Tian Dao was overwhelmed with his own troubles. Zheng village, it would be wise for you to focus on your own predicament, he declared. Those who dare to challenge the dignity of my Senju clan shall all perish here today. With that, Senju Fo Jian intensified his assault, the glint of his blade flashing as it sliced through the air towards Uchiha Tian Dao from every conceivable angle. In his moments of respite, he even took the time to observe the situation concerning Hashirama. To be candid, Hashirama and Tobarama had truly astonished him. He had never anticipated that after merely a few days of training under that esteemed figure, they would exhibit such terrifying advancements. Not only had they both attained the rank of CH Nin, but their power had escalated to an astonishing degree. With just the two of them leading a dozen clan members, they managed to suppress the entire Yui clan. Moreover, were it not for Hashirama's newly developed abilities and would release, the Senju clan might not have been able to recover so swiftly. Yijing village seemed to be under some delusion. After battling his clan, instead of taking time to recuperate, he conspired with the Uchiha clan to launch another offensive against the Senju. Thankfully, Hashirama had sensed something amiss and worked through the night to heal their injured clanmates. Otherwise, today could have indeed marked the day of the Senju clan's extinction. I cannot afford to lose to those two. With this thought racing through his mind, Senju Fo Jian felt chakra surging violently within him as he relentlessly attacked Tian Dao. That should suffice. Suddenly, sensing the intensity of Senju Fo Jian's onslaught, Tian Dao spoke out. What? Senju Fo Jian was momentarily taken aback by Tian Dao's unexpected words, unsure of their meaning. Fo Jian, Uchiha Tian Dao replied calmly. We have been adversaries for decades, have we not? Ever since childhood, Tian Dao had been indoctrinated with the belief that the Senju were the archenemies of the Uchiha clan. A sentiment equally shared by Senju Fo Jian. As the future leaders of their respective clans, the two naturally harbored mutual disdain, viewing each other as the necessary foes to be vanquished. Do you think I would come to attack your Senju clan without any preparation? Uchiha Tian Dao stated nonchalantly. What exactly are you trying to convey? Senju Fo Jian, losing patience with the dialogue, furrowed his brow and coldly retorted. Have you noticed that from the moment we met, I have yet to truly showcase my abilities? Uchiha Taijima remarked, a sudden smile gracing his face. What? Upon hearing these words, the Buddha with 1,000 hands was taken aback. Indeed, since the onset of their confrontation, he had been the one pressing the attack against Taijima, who had merely been in a state of defense, never launching an offensive of his own. Initially, he had assumed that Taijima was merely feigning effort, reluctant to engage in a direct clash and conserving his strength in anticipation of a counterattack from the Yui clan. However, as the Yui clan found themselves suppressed by the likes of Hashirama and Tobarama, Taijima would naturally have no further concerns in this regard. Ah, are you finally prepared to unleash your true power? The Bodhisattva with 1,000 hands spoke softly. What is true strength? Tianjia deflected the strike from the Buddhist realm and calmly remarked, you have no idea how powerful I have become. Humph, I can boast as well. The 1,000-handed Buddha let out a cold snort and remarked, if you possess the ability, then prove it to me. This is your assertion. Uchiha Taijima's lips curled into a subtle smile as he swiftly distanced himself from the Buddha. In the realm of Buddhism, let me speak candidly. If it comes to a contest of ninjutsu, I might not be your equal. Yet you have forsaken the art of ninjutsu to engage me in blade combat. A most unwise decision. Prepare yourself, for you shall soon realize this is the gravest mistake you have made today. As he spoke, the chakra within Taijima surged, enveloping the long blade in his hand completely. Now, behold the pinnacle of my newly forged blade technique. Let this be the exquisite finale to our decades-long entanglement. Suddenly, Taijima exclaimed, and in an instant, his figure flickered, propelling him forward like a swift arrow towards the temple. How remarkably fast! As he gazed at Taijima, who appeared utterly transformed from before, he momentarily fell into a daze. By the time he regained his senses, Taijima's blade was already flashing before his eyes. Clang! Before the Buddha could react, Taijima's long blade had already descended. Swoosh! A column of blood erupted into the sky, gushing forth from the Buddha's form. Father! The two men gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned towards Butsuма. Amidst the flashing blades and clashing steel, Senju Butsuma clutched his left arm with an agonized scream. Crimson blood gushed uncontrollably from his left shoulder, while upon the ground beside him lay a severed arm, his own left limb, completely detached. Taijima's recent strike astonishingly severed his entire left arm at the shoulder. How absurd! Observing the unwavering 1,000-handed Buddha behind him, Taijima couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. Although he had developed a new sword technique inspired by the breath of fire from the treatment, he still found himself somewhat lacking in proficiency. Moreover, the blade technique displayed was not inferior to his own prowess. Astonishingly, he failed to deliver a fatal blow with that strike. What a terrifying display of swordsmanship! Suppressing the excruciating pain radiating from his left shoulder, Fujian cast a terrified glance at Uchiha Taijima before him. In that fleeting moment, he had already sensed the ominous scent of death. Had it not been for the years of combat experience that allowed him to parry Taijima's lethal strike at the critical moment, it would not have been his left arm that was severed, but rather his very head. Father! Upon witnessing his father's injury, Hashirama Senju set aside the remnants of the Yuhi clan and quickly rushed to his side. Father, hold on. I shall assist you in your healing. Trembling, Hashirama retrieved the severed left arm of Butsuma from the ground, channeling his chakra to commence the healing process. A vibrant green aura emanated from Hashirama's palm, and the point of amputation on Butsuma's left arm began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. As Butsuma's wound healed, the panic etched on Hashirama's face gradually dissipated. Father, I have temporarily reattached your left arm with wood release. You should be stable for the time being. However, this is merely a stopgap measure. Any vigorous movement could jeopardize its integrity, and if we engage in combat like before, my wood release might not endure for long. But once the battle concludes, I will be able to heal you completely, Hashirama reassured Butsuma. Indeed, I owe you my gratitude, Hashirama, experiencing the peculiar sensation in his left arm. Butsuma couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing regenerative power of wood release, capable of rejoining severed limbs. Though still somewhat uncomfortable, he could at least perform simple movements without the immediate threat of exsanguination. Had it not been for your swift actions, I fear my left arm would have truly been lost today. Butsuma expressed with deep appreciation. Yes, fortunately, the flesh at the wound has not begun to necrotize. Had we delayed, even slightly, I would have been powerless to assist. Hashirama reflected on the formidable nature of wood release once more. Taijima, you wretched old scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end. While Hashirama tended to Butsuma's injuries, Tobirama was not idle. Upon witnessing his father's arm severed, an overwhelming rage consumed his mind. With a fierce roar, he unleashed nearly 100 clones, surging madly towards Uchiha Taijima. If mere gazes could kill, Taijima would have been riddled with countless wounds from the piercing stares of Tobirama's myriad clones. What? Faced with the multitude of Tobirama's clones, a flicker of astonishment crossed Uchiha Taijima's eyes. He realized that his Sharingan was unable to discern which of the many clones was the true form of this young boy. What is this child capable of? Taijima pondered inwardly. Though the Sharingan does not possess the clarity of the Byakugan in observing chakra flow, It typically could easily identify ordinary clones. Yet now, he found himself unable to penetrate even the simple clone technique of this Chunin. This left him quite taken aback. Humph. As the village has said, you two children are indeed peculiar. Taijima scoffed coldly. However, if you believe that a mere handful of clones can vanquish me, you are sorely mistaken. I, Uchiha Taijima, am the leader of the Uchiha clan, and it is utterly audacious for a mere Chunin to display such arrogance in my presence. Do you truly think yourself on par with the detritus of the Yui clan? Fire style, great fireball technique. With a sudden surge, Uchiha Taijima's chest swelled, and he unleashed a massive fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of clones before him had no chance to evade. In an instant, they were incinerated, reduced to ash and smoke. Yet, a small fraction of those clones seized the moment and rushed towards Taijima, launching a flurry of ninjutsu and tools at him. In that fleeting moment, Taijima found himself surrounded by an onslaught of projectiles. If fortune did not favor him, he would surely sustain injuries. However, Uchiha Taijima was not so easily defeated. A flash of crimson light ignited in his eyes as the Sharingan activated. To the astonishment of Tobarama, Taijima effortlessly dodged the barrage of weapons as if taking a leisurely stroll in the afternoon sun. In the midst of evasion, he even dispatched several nearby clones with ease. Damn it, is this the strength of a Jonin? As Taijima's might became evident, Tobarama gradually regained his composure, tempering his earlier impulsiveness. Nevertheless, a sense of despondency lingered within him. He had labored diligently, believing that even if he could not surpass the elite, he could at least narrow the gap. Yet, to his dismay, his attacks were utterly ineffectual against a master like Taijima, failing even to impede his advance. You young one, Taijima remarked coolly. Your accomplishments at such a tender age do indeed surprise me. However, that is where the astonishment ends. The prowess I possess is beyond your juvenile imagination. The battles I have endured in my lifetime far exceed the meals you have consumed. Taijima continued coldly. To think you could harm me with merely a few clones is a rather naive notion. Humph. The battlefield does not adhere to the notion that age guarantees victory. Tobarama retorted with a scoff, fixing his gaze upon Taijima. You and your ilk have dared to provoke the Senju clan time and again. I shall ensure that you pay the price today. Your courage is commendable, Taijima acknowledged indifferently. However, since we have chosen to engage, we possess our own confidence. Even if your Senju clan is formidable, my Uchiha clan shall bring about your downfall. Although the Yui clan had been vanquished by the likes of Hashirama and Tobarama, Taijima remained unfazed. He had never intended to rely on that Yui fellow, and his suspicions were confirmed. Taijima may not have been entirely clear on the Yui clan's strength, but he was acutely aware of the Senju's capabilities. Previously, as the Yui and Senju clashed, the Senju had sustained significant injuries, and it was evident that the Yui clan could not have emerged unscathed. Even after Yui produced an additional 200 nin, Taijima remained devoid of any hope. In his perspective, since the last time the Yui clan was vanquished by these two young scions of the Senju, this time would surely follow suit. Thus, when he resolved to ally with the Yui clan, Taijima had already prepared to resist the Senju clan single-handedly. Consequently, although he appeared to have brought only half of his clan's combat strength, unbeknownst to all, that half comprised the elite of the Uchiha clan, each capable of matching Tenfos. As anticipated, the battle commenced, and the members of the Yui clan were swiftly overwhelmed by the two young warriors, leaving only the Uchiha clan to struggle in defiance. Enough of idle chatter, Taijima declared coolly, raising his longsword once more. After this prolonged delay, it is time to conclude the enmity between our two clans. From this day forth, the Senju clan shall cease to exist in the shinobi world. With that, Taijima's form suddenly flickered, transforming into a streak of lightning as he navigated through the multitude of shadow clones. Although these clones posed little threat, their interference could indeed prove troublesome in a genuine confrontation. Hence, Taijima swiftly resolved to eliminate all these clones, even if this young Senju could continue summoning more. He felt no fear. After engaging in battle for so long, he had begun to grasp the nature of these clones. It was evident that the opponent had evenly distributed his chakra among them, making it difficult to discern his true form. However, the drawback of such clones was glaringly apparent. Unless one possessed an extraordinarily vast amount of chakra, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to maintain so many clones. This young Senju was clearly not of such caliber. Thus, Taijima dared to eliminate all the clones before dealing with this young adversary, betting that he could not summon such a multitude again. Indeed, Taijima, a seasoned warrior, possessed a keen insight. The Senju Tobarama had acted impulsively, summoning nearly 100 clones in a moment of haste. Now, witnessing Taijima eradicate all his clones, he found himself in a state of weakness, barely able to stand. Resign yourself, little one. Taijima gazed coldly at the Senju Tobarama. Today, I shall obliterate the Senju clan. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could intervene. Mark my words. Is that so? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Taijima's ear. You are aware of the Sage of Six Paths' might. Yet you remain oblivious to the existence of beings far more potent than he in this world. What? Taijima's heart jolted at the voice. And he turned to see Senju Hashirama standing behind him, his hands swiftly weaving through the seals, evidently prepared to unleash his jutsu. When did he? Taijima exclaimed, astonished that he had failed to sense this young warrior's proximity despite his own strength. You wish to annihilate my Senju clan? Senju Hashirama coldly gazed at Taijima and remarked, You should have consulted me first. With that, he forcefully struck the ground with both hands, channeling a torrent of chakra into the earth. A resounding crack echoed as the ground beneath Taijima began to tremble violently. Thick wooden stakes erupted from the ground, encircling the entire Senju clan territory in an instant. From a distance, it appeared as though the Senju land had been ensnared within a colossal wooden cage, impenetrable even to a single mosquito. Furthermore, Hashirama had thoughtfully prepared a special cage specifically to confine Uchiha Taijima. Impossible. Taijima's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the immense cage that obscured the sky. Retreat. Before he could utter more, the villagers of Uchiha shouted to the remaining scattered clansmen, urging them to flee. During their last battle, this young Senju had merely summoned a forest to annihilate all of the Uchiha clan, and now he had constructed a cage to imprison them all. Without a moment's hesitation, the Uchiha began their withdrawal. Suddenly, the body of the Uchiha clan leader liquefied, seamlessly merging with the ground, disappearing just as he had during their previous escape using the mayfly technique. Attempting to flee? Hashirama chuckled, disregarding the Uchiha's retreat. Anticipating their arrival, he had meticulously prepared for this moment, including accounting for their elusive escape technique. After tending to the wounded, he had tirelessly traversed every corner of the Senju domain, infusing the earth with his wood-release chakra. This meant that the ground beneath them had been sufficiently charged with chakra to execute the wood prison technique, all to prevent any possibility of escape. Having endured repeated provocations from these intruders, Hashirama could no longer tolerate their insolence. Since they dared to approach, they must be prepared to meet their end here. With the Uchiha clan diminished, Hashirama felt no need to conserve his strength. He activated the prearranged wood prison technique, effectively trapping everyone within, awaiting the inevitable confrontation with the Uchiha. Indeed, just after the Uchiha clan leader vanished, he reappeared before them. How is this possible? Taijima exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Hashirama. You have prepared the ground with wood release. Haha. Hashirama bellowed with laughter, turning to Taijima. So, Taijima, what do you think of my son's gift? Once we deal with you, the war will be significantly in our favor. We need not engage you directly. Simply confining you in this cage while we eliminate the Uchiha will suffice. Did you truly believe the Senju clan could be so easily ambushed? If I allowed you entry, it is because I am fully confident in our ability to annihilate you all. Even if Uchiha Taijima is exceptionally strong, can he surpass the combined might of the Senju clan? The thousand-handed Buddha's expression suddenly shifted as he bellowed at the clansmen behind him. Attack. Upon the patriarch's decree, the members of the Senju clan ceased to hold back, fervently channeling their chakra towards the Uchiha clansmen. In mere moments, a significant portion of the Uchiha had already fallen, and it appeared that total annihilation was imminent. In the midst of this turmoil, I must concede that I had indeed acted with a measure of recklessness. Suddenly, Uchiha Taijima burst into laughter. However, if you truly believe that the Uchiha clan is destined to lose, then you are gravely mistaken. As he gazed upon the incessantly laughing Taijima, the brows of the thousand-handed Buddha furrowed in perplexity. He could not fathom how, even in the midst of such a dire battle, Taijima could still find amusement. At present, the Senju clan holds a distinct advantage on the battlefield. The Uchiha clan has only half of its members present, while the Senju clan remains intact. Merely from a numerical perspective, they overwhelmingly surpass the Uchiha. Furthermore, Hashirama's wood-release techniques provide a subtle enhancement to the Senju warriors. Even while standing in this place, one can perceive the delicate flow of natural energy permeating the air, entering the body. These sensations are beyond the comprehension of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the wooden barrier enveloping the entire clan territory leaves the Uchiha with no choice but to fight desperately. They will not permit any member of the Uchiha clan to escape from this place. Even in the face of such circumstances, Uchiha Taijima continued to laugh heartily, which left Buddha Jian somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this individual possesses some undisclosed trump card yet to be revealed? He gazed at Taijima with suspicion, internally pondering. However, as a rival for over a decade, he truly could not fathom what other tactics Taijima might possess that he had not already witnessed. In the realm of Buddha, do you truly believe you have grasped the Uchiha clan? Tianjia stood quietly, gazing at the temple of Buddha, reflecting on the passage of time. It seems that the enmity between our two clans has endured for a millennium. Since the era of the Sage of the Six Paths, we have been adversaries. You, who have inherited the sage body of the Six Paths, and we, who have acquired the ocular powers of the sage, have long sought to demonstrate our respective strengths, each desiring to seize control of this ninja world for ourselves. As she gazed at Taijima, who had suddenly broached such topics, Senju was utterly bewildered. These matters were well known throughout the shinobi world. Why was Taijima bringing them up at this moment? Caution was warranted. He quietly reminded Hashirama and Tobirama. He could not possibly believe that Taijima's sudden remarks were merely a ruse to buy time or something of that nature. He was undoubtedly scheming something. The sage body of the Senju clan is indeed formidable, and their chakra is certainly not something the Uchiha clan can compare to. But do you truly believe the Senju clan was the favored child of the Sage of Six Paths? Since the Uchiha clan has been able to contend with the Senju for so many years without falling, it clearly indicates that we too possess our own hidden trump cards. A mere wooden cage dares to confine me. Taijima chuckled disdainfully, casting a glance at Hashirama. You gravely underestimate the leader of the Uchiha clan. Today, allow me to unveil the essence of the Uchiha's dominance over the shinobi world. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flickered in Taijima's eyes, and 6 tomo manifested within them. What exactly do you wish to convey? Senju inquired coldly. For reasons unknown, despite having witnessed Taijima's Sharingan myriad times, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation at that fleeting moment. Although my Sharingan pales in comparison to the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths, its power is beyond your imagination. Taijima grinned wickedly as he gazed at Butsuma. Have you not longed to discover the abilities of the Sharingan beyond mere replication? Behold. With that, a single tear of blood trickled from Taijima's eye. What? Observing the bloodstain in Taijima's left eye, a foreboding sensation surged within Senju Butsuma. Retreat. He urgently called to Hashirama and Tobirama, hastily withdrawing. The Uchiha clan shall not perish here, even in death. Taijima bellowed. Blood tears cascading from his left eye like a gushing spring. Izanagi, activate. With a fierce roar, an eerie wave emanated from him. Buzz. The onlookers felt a peculiar tremor, and the surrounding scenery swiftly transformed. It was as if time had been reset. The fallen Uchiha clan members rose once more, hastily retreating. The previously slain members of the Yui clan also reappeared, returning to their former positions with astonishing speed. Yet, the fallen Senju clan members remained motionless, lying in pools of blood. A pained scream escaped Taijima's lips, as if he were enduring an immense agony. At last, the wave dissipated, and Taijima collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as though he had exhausted his strength. Meanwhile, Butsuma and the others finally regained their composure, shaking off the disorienting dizziness and surveying their surroundings. What? The trio was utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The once overwhelming wooden cage had vanished, and the deceased Uchiha and Yui clan members had been revived. Standing in bewilderment as they gazed around, uncertain of what had transpired. What is happening? Was I not dead? How am I here? What of that Senju trash? The Uchiha members, confused, touched their wounds, discovering that their previously fatal injuries had inexplicably vanished. How can this be? Hashirama gaped at the scene, utterly flabbergasted. He distinctly recalled having slain all those Yui clan members. How could they still be present? Moreover, where had his wooden cage gone? In the blink of an eye, everything had transformed, and why had all the deceased Uchiha and Yui members been resurrected? In a moment of disorientation, Hashirama felt as though he had returned to a mere 10 minutes prior. Was it because of him? Beside Hashirama, Tobirama furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Taijima before him. The instant blood tears streamed from Taijima's eyes, he succumbed to a state of bewilderment, and when he regained his senses, everything had inexplicably reverted to its original state. Could the Sharingan possess such a terrifying power? Tobirama pondered inwardly. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Beside him, Butsuma couldn't help but curse under his breath. They had painstakingly lured the Uchiha clan into their trap to eliminate them, but unexpectedly, Taijima's single jutsu rendered all their efforts futile. To make matters worse, many elite members of the Senju clan had perished, while the Uchiha clan remained unscathed. Aha, do you see? This is the might of my Uchiha clan Sharingan. But you shall never be my match, Taijima declared, collapsing to the ground in a fit of manic laughter. Jinjutsu? Tobarama's mind raced as he sought to comprehend the situation. Yet, he found that his chakra remained stable, flowing without any interference. Clan leader. The Uchiha clan members, seeing Taijima kneeling, rushed forward to protect him. Clan leader. Our people seem to have come back to life. Indeed, the Senju who perished alongside me is no more, yet I am alive and well. The crowd exchanged incredulous remarks, marveling at their own resurrection. Witnessing their comrades unharmed, the Uchiha clan felt a surge of renewed confidence. The Senju had been so arrogant before, now it was their turn. They were determined to eradicate the Senju once and for all. Quick, retreat. However, Taijima, covering his eyes, whispered urgently to those around him. The Uchiha members froze, puzzled by Taijima's command to retreat despite the favorable circumstances. Clan leader, your eyes. Suddenly, one of the Uchiha members exclaimed, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at Taijima's left eye. What? The group collectively turned their gaze to Taijima's left eye. To their astonishment, it appeared dull and devoid of the vibrant light of a normal eye. Blind, Tobarama murmured, taking in the sight before him. Taijima's right eye retained the form of a Sharingan, while his left had been rendered completely devoid of light, even lacking the characteristics of a normal eye. This was evidently a consequence of the jutsu from moments ago. Who could have imagined that the Sharingan harbored such a terrifying technique? Utsuma mumbled, his mind reeling in disbelief. After so long devising their strategy to annihilate the Uchiha, it was unfathomable that Taijima's single jutsu had nullified all their efforts. With that thought, Utsuma felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Quick, retreat. Over there, Utsuma had lost the will to fight, while Taijima too entertained thoughts of withdrawal. Although the current situation appears to favor the Uchiha clan, Taijima is acutely aware that they have already suffered defeat. The recent application of Izanagi has drained him of all his strength, leaving him utterly powerless. Should the battle continue? Even a mere subordinate from the Senju clan could easily take his life. Without his clan, the Uchiha would undoubtedly stand no chance against the formidable trio of the Senju family. Moreover, the eldest son of the Senju possesses a terrifying technique. While it seemed that his recent maneuver resurrected all the fallen Uchiha, unbeknownst to anyone, that was far from the truth. The function of Izanagi is to reverse an unfavorable situation. Although Taijima revived the deceased members of the Uchiha clan, he simultaneously restored the small boy's technique. This means that as long as that boy has sufficient chakra, he can once again unleash that technique to encircle the Senju clan. At that point, it wouldn't matter if the Uchiha were numerous, they would never be able to contend with the Senju, even if the entire clan were to join the fray. Thus, Taijima must order his clan to retreat before Hashirama can react. Once the clan leader gives the order, the Uchiha, the reluctant, have no choice but to comply and swiftly withdraw from the battlefield. Do not let them escape. As the Uchiha begin their retreat, Senju Hashirama shouts to intercept them. Halt. However, Senju Tobarama commands him to stop. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Let them go. Before fully understanding the implications of Taijima's technique, Tobarama is unwilling to engage further. Moreover, given the heavy casualties within their ranks, it is indeed inappropriate to escalate the conflict. If the Uchiha wish to retreat, they shall be allowed to do so. Father. Why? Hashirama looks at Tobarama. It was your wood prison technique that enabled us to severely wound the Uchiha. Now that they seek to withdraw, they will certainly not grant you another chance to unleash that jutsu. I am gravely injured myself and fear I cannot protect you. Tobarama replies slowly. Compared to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Tobarama is more concerned for his two sons. As long as Hashirama and Tobarama can grow stronger, the Uchiha clan will be no threat to them. For now, it is merely a matter of allowing them to survive a few more days. Indeed, brother. Tobarama considers the matter for a moment before adding. Until we ascertain the true nature of Taijima's technique, we should refrain from further conflict with the Uchiha. I understand. With both his father and Tobarama voicing their sentiments, Hashirama relinquishes the thought of pursuing the Uchiha and turns to assist in tending to the wounded on the battlefield. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, cough. The moment the Uchiha escort Taijima out of the Senju's range, he violently coughs up a mouthful of blood. Clan leader, the Uchiha, witnessing Taijima's sudden deterioration, exclaim in alarm. Father. Izuna swiftly appears at Taijima's side, concern etched on her face. Father, what has happened to you? I am fine. Taijima weakly waved his hand, stating, it's merely the backlash from Izanagi. A brief rest will suffice. However, Izuna gazed at Taijima's lifeless left eye, tears welling in her eyes. Her lips parted, yet unable to utter a word. Do not worry about me. Taijima managed a faint smile as he reassured Izuna. In comparison to the lives of our kin, what is the loss of one I signify? It is solely my inadequacy. Izuna, filled with regret, struck the ground with her fist. If only I were stronger, I could have aided you. She had witnessed the astounding performances of Hashirama and Tobirama on the battlefield. They were of similar age to her, yet could engage in a fierce exchange with their father. In contrast, she found herself only capable of sparring with some of the lower-ranked Senju, fleeing in the presence of Chunin. As these thoughts consumed her, Izuna felt a deep resentment towards her past self for not training diligently. Otherwise, her father would not be in such a dire state, enduring such grave injuries. Indeed, the words of the village of Yui hold truth. These two Senju brats are quite peculiar. Taijima remarked solemnly. Their abilities are remarkably bizarre. Despite my extensive experience in the ninja world, I have never encountered such powers. Especially that Senju Hashirama. His strength is simply extraordinary. Their prowess surely did not arise from mere self-training. So do not lose heart. Taijima comforted Izuna. Moreover, you are not without merit. Taijima smiled. I instructed you to keep a close watch on those two Senju brats. Have you recorded their actions? Yes, I have observed everything. Izuna hurriedly nodded in response to her father's words. However, I am particularly intrigued by that Senju Tobirama. I noticed that his use of ninjutsu seems to be consistently quicker than others, and later realized his hand seals differ significantly from ours. For the same water dragon bullet technique, he only requires for seals to execute it. Izuna elaborated slowly. What? Upon hearing Izuna's words, the Uchiha clan gasped in astonishment. Has he simplified the seals? Taijima murmured. What a genius. Recognizing the implications of Izuna's observation, Taijima understood immediately. He had not anticipated that the seemingly irrational child before him possessed such remarkable talent. Although he appeared less formidable than the eldest son of Butsuma, Taijima was acutely aware that once this child matured, he would pose a threat to the Uchiha clan, rivaling that of Senju Hashirama. Grow quickly, Izuna, Taijima thought, casting a glance at Izuna before him. While Butsuma's two sons had already showcased their abilities, his own two sons remained silent. If this continued, the Uchiha clan might truly face decline. Presently, he and Senju Butsuma were of equal strength, allowing the Uchiha to endure for a few more years. However, when they aged and the next generation assumed leadership, would the Uchiha clan remain as it is now? Though the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, a profound sense of anxiety welled up within Taijima. Alas, it was unexpected that they would face defeat this time. Beside him, a Uchiha Jonin sighed. They had initially believed that an alliance with the Yuhi clan would effortlessly lead to the annihilation of the Senju clan. Yet the outcome had proven otherwise. The members of the Senju clan, perplexingly, had anticipated their ambush and lay in wait, catching them completely off guard. Had they foreseen the Senju strategy, their loss would not have been so devastating. Furthermore, that young Senju had unleashed a terrifying jutsu that ensnared them all within the Senju territory. Had it not been for the clan leader's timely eruption of power, they might have met their demise at the hands of the Senju clan. Well, a defeat is a defeat. Taijima spoke slowly, acknowledging, we indeed underestimated the Senju clan. However, if Chiri succeeds in his mission, then perhaps our efforts will not be entirely in vain. Taijima's words sparked a realization among the Uchiha, directing their thoughts towards Chiri. He was on a quest to uncover the treasures left behind by the Sage of Six Paths for the Uchiha clan. If Chiri were to succeed, the Uchiha might still stand a chance against the Senju. With this thought, the gloom of the Uchiha's defeat began to dissipate slightly. Let us return home, Taijima declared. Having noted a revival of morale among the group, he gently patted Izuna's shoulder, weary yet resolute. In the realm of invincibility, after Bai Ze revealed the conditions for the evolution of the Sharingan to Chiri, she found herself enveloped in confusion. She could scarcely fathom that the criteria for advancing to the three-tomo Sharingan were so stringent, demanding an immense ordeal to awaken. She even questioned whether one could retain their sanity after enduring such torment, fearing they might succumb to overwhelming emotions and be lost forever. Master, are we truly a cursed clan, the Uchiha? Chiri implored, gazing at Bai Ze with anguish. The evolution of the Sharingan into the three-tomo was already an arduous task. Yet the leap to the Manjiki was exponentially more daunting. Was it truly impossible for the Uchiha clan to achieve the evolution of the Sharingan? For millennia, her clan had tirelessly sought the path to this evolution, and now, having glimpsed a sliver of hope, it appeared so tenuous, almost unattainable. Of course not. Beige chuckled lightly. Since the Sage of Six Paths left behind this method, it must be achievable. But ordinary individuals need not hold onto such aspirations. Your Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Yet genuine talent is scarce. Even if they were to obtain this steel, they would likely be incapable of completing the evolution. Beige remarked with an air of indifference. In the original tale, every Uchiha who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan was undeniably a prodigy. Even Obito, who seemed like the bottom of the barrel, was merely a case of profound wisdom cloaked in folly. At the onset of the Battle of the Bridge of God, he was but a mere wastrel, devoid of even a single Sharingan. Yet upon witnessing Kakashi's injury, he astonishingly evolved from a mundane Eye to a double Tomo Sharingan, leaving all in awe. Subsequently, after witnessing Rin's tragic demise, he remarkably transitioned from a two-Tomo Sharingan directly to a Manjiki Sharingan, an accomplishment that dwarfed the challenge of evolving to a two-Tomo Sharingan by an immeasurable margin. Such is the essence of latent potential, exemplified by Obito. Only prodigies like Obito and Sasuke possess the merit to contemplate the evolution of the Sharingan. As for the other members of the Uchiha clan, well, Haku's does not hold the current Uchiha clansmen in disdain, yet it is undeniable that they exhibit a certain mediocrity. Only figures like Madara and Izuna could capture Haku's attention. He even harbors a modicum of doubt regarding Chiri. Enough of the Manjiki for now. Haku stated nonchalantly, you are still quite distant from it. Your primary objective should be to fully comprehend the breath of fire. Understood. Upon hearing Haku's words, Chiri recognized her own presumptions and resolved to refocus, putting aside thoughts of the monument. However, Master, Chiri lamented, gazing at Haku's with a furrowed brow, the breath of fire is exceedingly challenging. I have yet to grasp the 13th form. The initial 12 forms were already formidable, and achieving seamless integration among them seems utterly unattainable. Chiri expressed her frustration. It has been nearly a month since her master began instructing her in the breath of fire, and while she had made considerable progress, she still could not fully comprehend the 13th form. Thus, she even began to doubt if the 13th form could truly be unleashed. Is that so? Hakus chuckled, rising to his feet, a wooden sword materializing in his grasp. Boom. Without any extraneous movement, a blaze suddenly erupted from the blade he wielded. Breath of fire. First form. Rondo. With a flick of his sword, a crescent-shaped flame slashed into existence. Second form. Blue sky. Before the arc of flame could dissipate, Hakus swiftly executed an upward slash. Third form. Red mirror of the fiery sun. Fourth form. Illusory sun rainbow. Fifth form. Fire train. Before Chiri's astonished gaze, Haku's movements were relentless, the flames from his sword continuously forging a wall of fire before her. 11th form. Dragon of the solar halo. Head dance. 12th form. Flame dance. First form. Rondo. Completing the sequence, Haku showed no signs of pausing, repeatedly demonstrating the forms with fluidity. How is this possible? Watching Haku's movements, which flowed with unparalleled grace, Chiri was left utterly astounded. She had believed that although she could not match her master, her extensive training would at least render her proficient. However, witnessing her master's execution, she found herself unable to bear the sight of her own attempts. How do you feel now? Do you still find it difficult? Bai Ze unleashed several techniques of the breath of fire without even breaking a sweat, gazing at Yuri with a smile. The movements were stiff, devoid of purpose, rife with flaws. Yuri murmured as she observed Bai Ze before her. The living slug, overhearing Yuri's words, furrowed its brow and glanced over. It was convinced that Bai Ze's execution of the breath of fire was flawless. How could she utter such claims? This child must be somewhat unhinged. The slug had already categorized Yuri as someone consumed by jealousy, unable to tolerate the success of others. This, indeed, is my greatest flaw. Yet, what Yuri subsequently expressed caused the slug to burst into laughter. Observing Yuri's composed demeanor, the slug nearly choked on its amusement. It had assumed her remarks were born of envy towards Bai Ze, only to discover they were self-reflections. It had never encountered such an intriguing little creature before. Indeed, recognizing one's shortcomings is a form of progress. Bai Ze smiled at Yuri and said, now that you have acknowledged your deficiencies, it is time to refine your skills. As she spoke, she tossed a crystal of the secret realm, the house beside the dojo. Yuri, holding the crystal, felt perplexed. What could possibly be in the house beside the dojo? Despite some lingering doubts, she obediently made her way toward the house Bai Ze had indicated. Upon pushing open the door, Yuri was immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness, only to find herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. A barrier. She murmured as she surveyed her surroundings. Just like Hashirama and Tobirama, she had entered a vast circular arena where a shadow loomed before her. However, unlike their trial, which had taken place during the day, Yuri found herself in the midst of night. An adversary? This must be the essence of my trial, Yuri thought as she gazed at the shadow before her. Suddenly thrust into such an alien setting, an unexplainable tension gripped her. Buzz. As she approached, the shadow finally reacted, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. How formidable! Before the shadow could turn around, Yuri was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, rendering her breathless. She couldn't tell if it was merely her imagination, but it felt as though her instincts were urging her to unleash the breath of fire. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps? The shadow spoke slowly, revealing a pair of rose-colored eyes. The Sharingan? Yuri gasped, staring at the shadow. She had not anticipated that her master would assign her an opponent from the Uchiha clan. But was there truly such a powerful presence within the Uchiha? No. There are no Tomo. Soon, Yuri discerned the figure before her, her heart racing with realization. Before him stood a figure with jet black hair, tall and slender. His skin pale as parchment and exceptionally handsome. Especially striking were his plum-colored eyes, which seemed to draw one in irresistibly. However, was acutely aware that this individual was his adversary, remaining unfooled by outward appearances. Has sent but a lone woman? Is this a sign of my underestimation? He remarked coolly. Disdain etched upon his features. However, was baffled by the names he uttered. What was this? He was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. If you are alone, I advise you to retreat, the figure continued. No matter how grievous my injuries, I am not one you can vanquish. To his astonishment, realized this man was none other than the ultimate antagonist from the world of the ultimate target of all members. S mastery of the fire-breathing technique stemmed from the modified sun-breathing of the protagonist, whose final foe was indeed. Yet, it seemed that S aura had weakened. Likely due to the severe injuries he had mentioned. I care not who you are, declared, drawing his weapon, with a scoff. Now that you stand before me, I shall bring you down. Bring me down? S eyes narrowed sharply at S declaration, before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, quite the declaration indeed. Yet, can a solitary individual truly contend with me? Your strength appears only marginally superior to that of the. A palpable air of confidence radiated from him. Enough with the idle chatter, prepare to die. Retorted, immersed in his own self-importance. However, lacking patience for his theatrics, bellowed and charged at impressive speed, remarked coolly, observing S' sudden burst of energy. But to think you could defeat me with such prowess is sheer folly. Is that so? Scoffed, channeling chakra throughout his body, swiftly enveloping. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from the blade. What? As flames surged forth, S' eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Impossible. Could you possibly be a descendant of that person? In a moment of confusion, he glimpsed the shadow of someone familiar. No. You lack the earrings, there is no way you could be their heir. Exclaimed in disbelief. Yet, the ensuing events lodged like a stone in his throat. Dashed forward, unleashing a powerful slash with a commanding shout. First form, waltz. Boom. Caught off guard, barely managed to evade, losing a corner of his garment to S-strike. How is this possible? As he beheld the technique unleashed by Chiri, Muzan Kabutsuji's expression shifted dramatically. He could not comprehend how this individual, devoid of any insignia from that clan, could wield such a swordsmanship. The second form, Blue Realm. Yet, Chiri paid no heed to Muzan's reaction, raising her hand to deliver another strike. Swish. This time, Muzan could not evade, as Chiri's blade slashed across his chest. An acrid scent of charred flesh instantly permeating the air. You have provoked me, wretched insect. Feeling the searing pain radiating from his chest, Muzan erupted with fury. A wave of even more terrifying energy radiated forth, filling the space around them. Remarkable, truly formidable. As he sensed this overwhelming aura, Chiri felt as though she had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Even the mere act of raising her hand became a burdensome endeavor. Who is this individual? How can he possess such terrifying power? Chiri furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Muzan, a grave expression settling upon her face. The presence before her felt eerily comparable to that of her elder brother, perhaps even surpassing him by a slight margin. Who exactly are you? Muzan's gaze bore into Chiri, his voice laced with menace. The one who will end your life. Chiri shouted defiantly, charging once more at Muzan. The mere breath of fire would never suffice to vanquish this foe. She murmured to herself, acutely aware of Muzan's immense strength. Only by fully mastering the 13th form would I possess even the slightest chance to slay him. Soon, Chiri grasped her current predicament and resolved within herself. Indeed, outside the secret realm, the living slug and Haku's observed Chiri's performance with admiration. Unlike Hashirama and Tobirama, Chiri, a true elite shinobi, drew upon her extensive combat experience, swiftly discerning her situation after just a brief exchange with her opponent, making the quickest and most astute judgment. Recognizing the potent counter against Muzan with her breath of fire, Chiri immediately understood her course of action. Thus, a relentless series of fire techniques flowed from her hands, forcing Muzan to retreat step by step. This young girl is quite astute, the living slug remarked with a smile, noting her ability to recognize her greatest advantage and maximize it. At this rate, she might even surpass the speed at which Hashirama and the others completed their trials. With his keen insight, the living slug could easily discern the efficacy of Chiri's fire techniques against Muzan, chuckling as he spoke. Not necessarily. However, Haku shook his head. Muzan was merely momentarily taken aback by Chiri's breath of fire. His initial disarray would soon dissipate. Once he regains his composure, Chiri will not find her path so unimpeded. After all, he is Muzan Kibutsuji. As the supreme ruler of all ghosts, he is a nearly flawless being. Even when grievously wounded, he would never be so easily defeated by mere treatment. Have you not noticed that he still possesses not a shred of ability? Regarding Muzan Kibutsuji's abilities, Chihiro remains utterly uninformed. Furthermore, although Chihiro currently appears to be mounting a vigorous offensive, the transitions between each strike are rather disjointed, failing to achieve a state of perfection. With such a style of swordsmanship, it seems rather challenging to overcome Muzan Kibutsuji. If only she could suddenly unleash her power and swiftly slay Muzan Kibutsuji. Otherwise, once Muzan makes his move, she may indeed face considerable suffering. Indeed, cornered by the relentless pursuit of Shinjiro, Muzan Kibutsuji realized that he could no longer continue in this manner. He paused momentarily, regaining his usual composure. Through their brief encounter, he began to grasp the true prowess of Gili. In his mind, Gili was merely a slight notch above the Hashira. Yet to assert dominance over him was still a stretch. The only technique that could pose a threat to him is the breath of fire. As long as he remains vigilant, there will be little opportunity for any challenge to arise. Well, after such an extensive period of enjoyment, it is indeed time to bring this to a close. Muzan Kibutsuji smiled faintly, and an aura of terrifying intensity suddenly erupted from him. A horrific scene unfolded as several long, whip-like appendages extended from his back, thrashing about incessantly. How utterly terrifying! Feeling the sudden, chilling aura emanating from Kibutsuji Muzan, along with the menacing whips behind him, Shuri was momentarily taken aback. In her perception, this individual's presence was exponentially more malevolent than that of her own Uchiha clan's Sharingan, especially those whips behind him, which amplify his malevolence. What manner of creature are you? As she gazed upon Muzan Kibutsuji, whose humanity had nearly vanished, Shuri finally felt a flicker of intrigue. What is this? Are you sensing my formidable power and seeking mercy? Muzan Kibutsuji let out a chilling smile, his figure flickering momentarily before he suddenly appeared behind Tanjiro. Alas, it was already too late. When Tanjiro unleashed the technique of the breath of fire, Muzan Kibutsuji had already placed her on the list of those who must be eradicated. He absolutely cannot allow that technique to persist in this world. Perish! Muzan Kibutsuji let out a thunderous roar as a colossal, grotesque arm suddenly emerged from his right shoulder, striking fiercely towards Tanjiro. Concurrently, the whips behind him lashed out, aiming to pierce Tanjiro and sever all avenues of escape. Such incredible speed! One can sense the palpable danger looming behind without even turning back. Sharingan, activate! Within her heart, she silently exclaimed, and her eyes swiftly transformed, revealing a pair of three-tomo Sharingan. Whoosh! Just as Muzan Kibutsuji's grotesque elongated arm and whip were about to pierce her, she finally sprang into action. Although Kibutsuji Muzan's movements were swift, Chiri's speed was not to be underestimated. Under the keen observation of the Sharingan, she swiftly discovered a glimmer of hope and narrowly escaped from Kibutsuji Muzan's onslaught. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, and the very spot where Chili had just stood was suddenly transformed into a massive crater by Muzan Kibutsuji. Is he not dead? Muzan Kibutsuji paused slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Chihiro. It appears that your eyes are indeed quite extraordinary. What was initially thought to be an assured victory was unexpectedly evaded by the opponent. Although Kibutsuji Muzan appeared to wear a smile, a fierce rage had already ignited within him. How could a mere weakling, only slightly stronger than the Hashira, have the audacity to evade his assault? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Musen Kabutsuji felt that his authority had been insulted. It seems I have underestimated you. Kabutsuji Musen spoke in a faint tone. And once again, 8 whip-like appendages emerged from his legs. What? As she beheld the increasingly inhuman figure of Kabutsuji Musen, Shiri was utterly astounded. What manner of adversary has my master bestowed upon me? Gazing upon the formidable Kabutsuji Musen before him, Shiri murmured to himself. Not only is this individual immensely powerful, but his methods of attack are also exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, it seems that only the breath of fire can inflict harm upon him. From the recent encounter, Shiri has come to understand that unless he can master the 13th form of the breath of fire, it would be utterly impossible for him to vanquish this monstrous foe. Master, you truly are exceedingly disappointing. Jili let out a bitter smile. She now understood clearly that if she did not swiftly comprehend the 13th form of the breath of fire, she might very well be slain by this monster. The master intends to employ such an extreme method to aid in his comprehension of the 13th form. Very well then, let it commence. After comprehending the situation, Shiri ceased further discourse. Raising the sacred blade Inmu Yakin on high, he charged once more toward Musen Kabutsuji with a battle cry of vengeance. With a single strike failing to land, Musen Kabutsuji would not easily relent. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of whips lashed out simultaneously. First form, round dance. As the whip lashed towards him, Jili instinctively drew his blade in a swift motion. Swoosh! A waft of charred aroma permeated the air, as Tamayo deftly severed several tendrils of Musen Kabutsuji's whip, which writhed incessantly upon the ground. Damn it, you shall perish. Feeling the intense, searing pain from the whip, Musen Kabutsuji was on the brink of madness. He distinctly recalled that every member of that family had perished. How could there still be someone wielding this technique? Die. You must die. Musen Kabutsuji roared incessantly, wielding his whip with fervor, lunging madly towards Tanjiro. Should he pierce the wretched little demon even once, every cell in its body would be obliterated in an instant. Under the relentless assault of Kabutsuji Musen, Shiri found himself in a state of utter disarray. The situation growing increasingly perilous. Damn it, this fiend's speed is simply too formidable. If this continues, I fear that before I can vanquish him, I shall be utterly exhausted. Although with the assistance of the Sharingan, Shiri is able to evade Musen Kabutsuji's attacks each time. The tremendous energy expenditure required to maintain the Sharingan's rapid operation is taking its toll, and she is gradually beginning to feel her strength waning. However, in just a brief moment, she began to feel a sense of fatigue. She must find an opportunity to draw near to him. Jili murmured to himself, evading with agility as he approached Kabutsuji Musen. Almost there. This is the perfect distance. At last, after a series of evasions, Jili maneuvered into a distance that was rather satisfactory. Humph. Do you think your trivial tricks can deceive me? Musen Kabutsuji scoffed coldly. Are you attempting to close the distance and deliver a fatal blow while evading my attacks? If you believe you can accomplish such a feat, then come forth. Musen Kabutsuji let out a thunderous roar, accelerating the speed of his whip strikes, enveloping the surrounding space entirely. Sizzle. It seemed as though it was impossible to withstand the overwhelming assault from Musen Kabutsuji. Unexpectedly, Tamayo was caught by one of his whips. Haha, perish before me. Upon witnessing his whips finally pierce the target, Musen Kabutsuji's face instantly illuminated with a thrill of excitement. These whips were far from ordinary. Each one was imbued with his own blood. The moment they struck an opponent, the blood would immediately flow into their body. Then, with merely a thought, he could obliterate every cell within them. This individual, now wounded by a strike, was evidently doomed. Submit to your fate and perish. Musen Kabutsuji let out a sinister laugh as he directly manipulated his blood to flow into Tanjiro's body. Bang. However, an astonishing event unfolded that left Kabutsuji Musen in shock. The individual whose cells he had entirely obliterated unexpectedly transformed into a whip-like appendage that fell to the ground. What could have caused such a phenomenon? Musen Kabutsuji was momentarily taken aback, gazing in disbelief at the whip lying on the ground. What are you staring at? The voice of the village chief suddenly resonated behind Musen Kabutsuji. It is you who should be cursed. With a thunderous roar, Jili plunged the sacred weapon, Shurjin Jinna, forcefully into the heart of Kabutsuji Musen. Regardless of your monstrous nature, submit to your demise at once. As Kiryu spoke, the long blade in his hand twisted viciously, directly shattering Musen Kabutsuji's heart. Yet, contrary to Kiryu's expectations, Musen Kabutsuji remained unfazed, still manipulating those grotesque whip-like appendages to lash out at him. What in the world was happening? After swiftly retreating, Jili furrowed his brow tightly, fixating his gaze upon Muzan Kibutsuji before him. How could this fiend still be alive? This is inconceivable. Gazing at the still vibrant and lively Kibutsuji Muzan before him, Chihiro was utterly astonished. I clearly shattered his heart just moments ago. How could he possibly still be alive? What manner of monster are you? In the quietude of the chamber, Jili furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the eerie figure of Kibutsuji Muzan before her. She had never encountered such a bizarre entity, one that continued to exist even after having its heart shattered to fragments. Is it truly the case that only the breath of fire proves effective against him? Chiri murmured to himself. The assault from Kibutsuji Muzan was utterly relentless. Barely managing to close the distance through shadow clones at the critical moment left no opportunity to ignite flame breathing. How infuriating that such a minuscule miscalculation cost her the chance to decapitate that wretched creature. Damnation! Within, Chiri silently cursed. Chiri was puzzled as Muzan Kibutsuji, standing before him, furrowed his brows in confusion. He could not fathom why, despite having clearly struck this individual moments ago, they had suddenly transformed into a whip-like appendage. Could it be a newly devised technique of the Demon Slayer Corps? Facing an adversary whose depths remained unknown, both figures stood frozen in silence. It seemed that cunning tactics would not prevail. Only through earnest mastery of the flame-breathing technique could victory be attained. Ji murmured softly, his mind incessantly replaying the vivid imagery of his master wielding the breath of fire. It was so fluid, yet the more she reminisced about Hakaze's movements, the deeper Chisato's despair grew. Compared to her master's seamless transitions, she felt her own execution of the breath of fire was merely brute speed. Though superficially appearing as a fluid sequence, in truth it could only deceive the untrained eye. Should an opponent of vastly superior skill observe her, every flaw in her technique would be laid bare instantly. At that moment, it would be my demise. No point dwelling on it now, one step at a time. Within his heart, Ji pondered softly. Since perfection akin to that of his master was unattainable, he resolved to proceed in his own manner for the time being. The clumsy bird takes flight early. She firmly believes that with greater understanding, she will undoubtedly succeed in executing the 13th form. Go to hell. Confronted by Kibutsuji Muzan, who should have been vanquished by him, Chihiro felt a surge of rage. Regardless of the nature of this monster, today he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Since a single strike cannot bring death, let there be two. If a stab to the heart fails to suffice, then I shall sever your head. As long as I draw breath, you shall surely meet your end. Come forth. Observing Kirin's relentless assault, Muzan swiftly dismissed all distractions and once again lashed out with his whip-like appendages towards the charging opponent. Excellent. In the realm of invincibility, Bai Ze gazed at the rejuvenated Chiri with a satisfied nod. Chiri was already on the verge of comprehending the 13th form of the breath of fire. He merely lacked an opportune moment. Now, with Muzan as an adversary, under the weight of such formidable pressure, it is believed that Chiri shall soon achieve success. Sir, what manner of creature is this fellow? The living slug beside him stared intently at Muzan on the water's surface, its expression one of astonishment. It had never encountered such a bizarre creature, one that, despite having its heart pierced by Chihiro, remained alive and transformed into such a terrifying form. It was nothing more than a mere stepping stone on Chihiro's path to advancement. Bai Ze remarked softly, although Muzan's strength is indeed formidable, Chiri is not significantly inferior. Moreover, Chiri has mastered the formidable flame-breathing technique. Slaying a mere Muzan would be effortless. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, the living slug nodded slowly. I never anticipated that the house you possess holds such extraordinary powers. The living slug gazed in awe at the dwelling that harbored the secret realm. Each time, it could conjure adversaries corresponding to the abilities of those who entered. Such an incredible talent had never been witnessed by a creature as ancient as the slug, who had lived for millennia. What manner of existence are you? Contemplating this, the slug turned its gaze to Bai Ze, who stood nearby. Though these abilities were remarkable, they ultimately stemmed from Bai Ze's own creation. Yet, the slug found itself unable to fathom Bai Ze completely. Each time it believed it had grasped the extent of Bai Ze's powers, he would invariably unveil something new and astonishing. Perhaps he truly is an envoy sent by the heavens to rescue this warped world, the slug mused internally. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In the Uchiha's rear mountain, Madara was diligently practicing a new ninjutsu. Young clan leader, we have a situation. Suddenly, a clan member stationed at the stronghold appeared beside him, urgency etched across his face. What is it? Are we under attack? At the sound of the clan member's words, Madara swiftly turned to face him. With the Senju clan's eradication in mind, his father had taken away more than half of the clan's elite. If enemies were to strike now, it would indeed spell disaster. No, contrary to Madara's expectations. The clan member shook his head. You must come and see for yourself, he said, sorrow evident in his expression. Observing the clan member's demeanor, Madara felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If there was no enemy attack, then what could be the matter? Despite his bewilderment, Madara followed the clan member back to the clan's headquarters. Upon returning, Madara sensed that something was amiss. The remaining members of the clan stood outside, their faces etched with grief as they gazed toward the council hall. Even those whom his father had taken were back, their expressions ashen, devoid of any vitality. Could it be that the assault on the Senju clan had failed? A foreboding feeling surged within Madara as he surveyed the disheveled faces of his kin. Izuna. Suddenly, Madara spotted Izuna nearby and hurried over. Elder brother. Upon seeing Madara approach, Izuna's tears streamed down her cheeks. Izuna, what on earth has happened? Madara's eyes narrowed as he fixed his intense gaze upon her. It's all my fault for being so weak. If only I had heeded your advice and trained harder. Izuna lamented, her voice choked with sorrow, failing to answer Madara's question. Witnessing Izuna's reaction intensified Madara's ominous premonition. Without a moment's hesitation to comfort her, he pivoted and dashed toward the council hall. It cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. Madara repeatedly shouted in his mind as he rushed into the hall. Father. Upon entering, he immediately spotted his father seated at the head of the table. A sigh of relief escaped him. It was not as he had feared. However, as he drew closer to discern his father's condition, his expression shifted dramatically. That father. Ben stared wide-eyed at Taijima's dim left eye, unable to contain his astonishment. What has happened to your eye? He exclaimed in shock. Had his father's eye truly gone blind? What transpired? Wasn't he supposed to have led a force to annihilate the Senju clan? Hadn't that fellow from the Uchiha clan claimed that the Senju were severely weakened and easily conquerable? How could it have come to this? The clan members appeared disheveled, clearly having faced defeat. His father had even lost an eye. It must be noted that the most formidable weapon of the Uchiha clan was that pair of Sharingan. Now, with one eye blinded. Did this not mean he had lost half of his combat prowess? No. If this blind eye meant his father could no longer activate the Sharingan, would he not become utterly useless? The thought sent Ban's world spiraling into despair. His father was the pillar of the Uchiha clan. If he were to become a mere shell of his former self, Ben could scarcely fathom what fate awaited their clan. Oh, Ban. Upon seeing Ban's immediate reaction to his lost eye, Taijima could not help but wear a bittersweet smile. We underestimated them. The Senju clan has somehow fully recovered. Our forces were no match for them, and this mission ended in failure, Taijima stated succinctly. But what happened to your left eye? Ben inquired with concern. Brother. At that moment, Izuna entered the room. Father lost his eye while saving us. The Uchiha clan was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Senju. Had it not been for Father unleashing the ultimate technique of the Sharingan at a critical moment, we would have perished. Was it a backlash from a forbidden technique? Ben quickly grasped the situation and turned to Taijima. Indeed, Taijima nodded. Exchanging one eye for the lives of our kin is a price worth paying. But didn't that fellow from the Uchiha clan say? Ban questioned, perplexed. Humph. Izuna interjected with a scoff. The Uchiha clan is utterly inept. Their intelligence is completely unreliable. The Senju clan is not as weakened as they claimed. In fact, they are fiercer than ever. They dispatched merely 2 youngsters and annihilated their entire force without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, our Uchiha clan is strong enough to engage the Senju. Otherwise, if we had relied on them, we would have never returned. Izuna declared vehemently. 2 youngsters. Ban was taken aback by Izuna's words. Could it be those individuals? He asked slowly, his gaze fixed on Izuna. It is likely. Izuna, fully aware of whom Ban referred to, nodded in affirmation. To this extent, the Uchiha clan did not lie. Those 2 youngsters from the Senju clan are indeed quite formidable. Were it not for those 2, my Uchiha clan would not find itself in such a dire predicament, and my father's eyes would not have been blinded. What? Upon hearing Izuna's words, Madara was taken aback. How could this be possible? Father is a being who surpasses even the elite shinobi. How could 2 mere children possess such strength? The reality is that the abilities of those 2 children are exceedingly bizarre, Izuna remarked. Especially that Senju Hashirama, who unleashed an extremely terrifying would-release technique that enveloped the entire Senju clan's territory, effectively severing our escape route. Father resorted to forbidden techniques solely to counter his move. Izuna lamented. Senju Hashirama? As he repeated the name, it seemed as though Madara wished to etch it into his very mind. If his conjecture was correct, he must be the figure from his dreams. Although he was aware of the vast chasm in strength between them, He never anticipated that the opponent would be formidable enough to compel even his father to resort to forbidden techniques. Damn it, why am I still so weak? Madara seethed internally. The Senju and Uchiha clans have always been bitter enemies, and now they have caused my father to lose an eye, with new grievances added to old. Madara yearned to rend that wretch apart. Yet he found himself too feeble. He was at best on the cusp of elite shinobi status, far removed from his father's level. How could he possibly defeat someone who could force his father to such extremes? Power, I need power. Madara had never craved strength as he did at that moment. Father. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Madara turned to Taijima. Where's my aunt? Did she not leave with you all? Why is she yet to return? I do not know. Taijima shook his head in response to Madara's inquiry. Ordinarily, the mission in the Land of Water should have been fairly straightforward. They only needed to retrieve the stone tablet. Yet, while they had all returned, Chiri was still missing. Could it be that Chiri has encountered danger? Taijima murmured. That shouldn't be the case. An elder from the Kagaya clan interjected. Did she not mention that she would visit her master after obtaining the tablet? Given her master's prowess, no one should be able to threaten her. I believe her master must have had something important to convey, which is why she is delayed. The elder of the Kagaya clan spoke slowly. Let us hope that is the case. Taijima sighed. The failure of the mission to annihilate the Senju clan means that the future hopes of the Uchiha clan rest entirely on the stone tablet that Chiri is to excavate. If even Chiri were to fail, the Uchiha clan might indeed find itself in grave peril. The Senju clan would show them no mercy, and they would undoubtedly be thoroughly obliterated. At that point, the Uchiha clan would not even have the standing to descend to the ranks of second- or third-rate clans. Madara. Lend me your strength. Suddenly, Taijima turned sharply to Madara. What? The others were taken aback by Taijima's unexpected declaration, unsure of its meaning. Father? Ban looked at his father with confusion, unable to comprehend the madness that had overtaken him. With all your might. However, Taijima offered Ban no opportunity for response, rising abruptly from his chair to launch an assault. Sharingan. Taijima silently invoked, activating his Sharingan. Father. Izuna, witnessing the scene, gasped and attempted to intervene. To his astonishment, Taijima disregarded him entirely, delivering a swift kick that sent Izuna flying. Cough. Izuna crashed against the wall, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Izuna. Upon seeing his brother injured, Ban's eyes turned crimson. Though he was baffled by his father's erratic behavior, the fact that Taijima had attacked Izuna pushed Ban past the edge of restraint. With a thunderous shout, he activated his Sharingan. Two rapidly spinning tomo manifested in Ban's eyes as he narrowly evaded Taijima's strike. Ban deftly sidestepped, yet Taijima's onslaught persisted unabated. As a punch struck the ground behind Ban with tremendous force. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated through the council chamber, creating a massive crater. What is happening? The Uchiha clansmen outside the hall, alerted by the noise, rushed toward the source. However, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, they hesitated. The clan leader and the young leader were clashing fiercely, with Izuna lying grievously injured nearby. What has come over the clan leader? The onlookers stared in bewilderment at the two combatants, momentarily at a loss for action. Quickly, assist the young leader. He cannot possibly match the clan leader. One voice cried out from the crowd. Do not. Ban's commanding shout silenced those around him. If even Izuna, who sought to aid him, had been harmed by their father, then the others would likely fare no better. Though perplexed by his father's intentions, Ban seized this opportunity to test his own strength against Taijima. As the spectators watched with mixed emotions, Ban and Taijima's battle intensified, eventually spilling out of the council chamber. All the Uchiha clansmen were drawn to the commotion, encircling the scene. They had expected Ban to be easily overwhelmed by his father's might, yet to their surprise, he withstood wave after wave of Taijima's fierce attacks, even managing to counter with strikes of his own. So it is. The senior members within the council chamber observed Taijima's seemingly unhinged actions, coming to a sudden realization. You have endured much, Taijima. Elder Kogain remarked with a sigh. Indeed, who would have thought he would go to such lengths for our Uchiha clan? Another elder echoed in admiration. He could have simply discussed this with us. Why escalate to such extremes? Elder Kogain pondered aloud. Elders, what are you speaking of? Izuna, lying on the ground, listened in confusion. Their praise for his father's erratic aggression bewildered him. Had the elders lost their sanity, or had he? Why is he unable to comprehend the words of the clan elders? Izuna, you are still young. There are matters that you do not yet understand. The elder of the Kagaya clan spoke earnestly. However, no matter what, It is unjust for father to lay hands on my elder brother. Izuna retorted defiantly. Is it merely because my brother pales in comparison to that Senju fellow that father feels justified in striking him? This is utterly unreasonable. It is clear that even father cannot best that Senju Hashirama, so why should my brother be expected to triumph over him? Moreover, I have witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of Hashirama. Such strength is not something that even an elite shinobi could contend with, let alone an entire clan. Do you think your father attacked Madara simply out of frustration? The elder of the Kagaya clan gazed at Izuna with a smile. Is that not the case? Izuna replied indignantly. You are mistaken. The elder chuckled. Huh? What do you mean? Upon hearing the elder's words, Izuna appeared perplexed. Could it be that father struck my brother out of love? Love that manifests in brutal blows. Each of Father's strikes clearly aimed for vital points. Were it not for my brother's quick reflexes, he would have been finished with just one hit. Furthermore, the blow father landed on me earlier was devoid of any restraint. Had I not been following him all along, I might have thought a member of the Senju clan had infiltrated with the transformation technique. Indeed, the clan elder disregarded Izuna's murmurs, focusing solely on the battle between the two outside. That brat Madara has already begun to show signs of mastery. Yes, the genius of the Uchiha clan has finally matured. This is the result of his diligent training. Although he still lacks in chakra, his combat awareness is exceptionally sharp, unmatched by ordinary individuals. The higher-ups exchanged comments on the duel. Elders, you must assist my brother. Watching the fierce struggle between my brother and father, Izuna felt a sense of urgency. If this continues, my brother will surely be killed. Look, he is anxious. To Izuna's surprise, the elders merely chuckled and turned their gaze toward him, even beginning to jest. Darn it, what is wrong with everyone? Observing the foolish smiles of the senior members, Izuna couldn't help but curse internally. If only my strength were not so feeble, unable to withstand even one of father's strikes. I would have rushed in to help my brother long ago. What should I do? Izuna exclaimed in desperation. Stop. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from outside the clan grounds. Aunt. Hearing that familiar voice, Izuna's eyes brimmed with tears. He had never realized how enchanting his aunt's voice was, as if it were a melody descending from the heavens. Aunt, please help my brother. Without even glancing to see where his aunt was, Izuna called out urgently. What is happening here? A figure darted from outside the clan grounds, landing directly in the area where Madara and Taijima were engaged in battle. Brother, what has transpired? Zhili glanced at the somewhat disheveled Ban, and then turned to Taijima. Brother, your eye? However, before Taijima could respond, Zhili gasped, focusing on Taijima's left eye. Let us discuss this later. I have something of great importance to announce. Upon Zhili's sudden appearance, Taijima ceased his offensive stance and slowly spoke from the center of the clan grounds. Ban, come here. Taijima beckoned to Ban. Yes, father. Having fought for some time, Ban understood his father's intentions and nodded, approaching him. I, Uchiha Taijima, in the name of the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hereby declare, Taijima proclaimed loudly, lifting Ban's arm before all the Uchiha clansmen. Uchiha Ban will be the next clan leader of our Uchiha clan. Nani. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Izuna felt as though a thunderclap had struck out of nowhere, leaving him utterly bewildered. Clan leader. Brother. What is happening? How did this unfold? Why did father beat brother, and now brother is to be the next clan leader? What has happened to this world? Is he mad or is father mad? Why is this so incomprehensible to me? If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them. Taijima's gaze swept over the assembled clansmen in the center of the clan grounds. Silence prevailed. No one expressed dissatisfaction. They all recognized Ban's extraordinary talent, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the most gifted individual the Uchiha clan had seen in nearly a century. Moreover, at such a tender age, he already possessed strength comparable to that of a Jonin. In a few years, should his chakra capacity increase, he would undoubtedly become the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. A match even Taijima himself could not contend with. With such a prodigious individual designated as their leader, no one dared to dissent. Very well, since there are no objections. It is settled, Taijima declared. From this day forth, Uchiha Ban shall be the future leader of our Uchiha clan. His words will carry the weight of my own. At the appropriate time, I will abdicate and pass the mantle of leadership to him. The clan leader is wise. The members of the Uchiha clan chorused in unison, acknowledging Taijima's decision. Now, you may disperse. With that, Taijima strode purposefully back into the council hall, leaving the others to scatter. So that is what happened. I thought something serious was going on within the clan. Zhili chuckled, ruffling Ban's hair with great enthusiasm. her words brimming with relief. Earlier, outside the clan grounds, she had heard the sounds of fighting and, having read the inscription on the stone tablet, rushed in, fearing the worst. She never anticipated such an event. I can't believe this little rascal has swiftly become the leader of our Uchiha clan. It seems I will have to address you as leader from now on. Zhili laughed, looking at Ban with amusement. Hee, I didn't expect it either. Ban replied bashfully, grinning in response to his aunt's teasing. As for the title of clan leader, there is no need for such formalities. After all, I am merely your obedient nephew. Enough with the flattery. Seeing the sycophantic demeanor of Ban, it was evident that Shiri could discern his underlying thoughts, and with a swift motion, he delivered a sharp blow to his head. We shall discuss your matters later. I have far more pressing issues to report to my elder brother. With that, Shiri turned and strode towards the council hall. Oh, by the way, there is a stone tablet at the entrance of the clan grounds. Karina, please assist me in retrieving it. As he passed by the still-dazed Karina, a sudden thought struck Shiri, prompting him to speak up. Again, it's me? Karina responded innocently, bewildered by the recurring assignments. Why must I always be the one to handle such tasks? My elder brother aspires to be the clan leader, and yet I have been unjustly reprimanded by our father. Now, my aunt has the dirty and laborious tasks, and once again, it falls upon me. What? Do you have an objection? Shiri shot a piercing glare at Karina. No, none at all. Karina quickly retreated, lowering his head. Assisting my aunt is my utmost pleasure. How could I possibly object? I am quite satisfied with your attitude. Shiri nodded in approval, urging him to proceed. Very well. Karina responded, eager to comply. Brother, lend me a hand. Karina called out to Ban. Ban, who was rather self-satisfied. Need not assist. I have other matters for him. Shiri waved his hand dismissively. Me. Karina felt exasperated. Fine, I shall go alone. With a heavy heart, Karina trudged towards the clan's entrance in solitude. Aunt, perhaps I should assist Karina a bit. Ban, unable to bear seeing Karina in such a state, spoke up. Ban, come here. The voice of Taijima resonated from within the council hall. Oh, realizing that his father summoned him for a matter, Ban reluctantly abandoned the idea of helping Karina and followed his aunt back to the council hall. Ban, do you know why I acted this way today? Taijima inquired. Gazing at Ban, I do not know. Ban shook his head. To be honest, he was initially taken aback by his father's aggressive approach. However, as the confrontation unfolded, he gradually discerned that his father did not seem to be genuinely attempting to harm him. Several times, his father could have easily dealt a fatal blow. Yet he deliberately hesitated at crucial moments, allowing Ban to evade disaster. Observing the astonished reactions of the clan members around him, Ben finally comprehended that his father had orchestrated this display for the benefit of others, intending to elevate him to the position of future clan leader. Perhaps some of the higher-ranking shinobi had perceived that his father was holding back, yet they understood his intentions and chose not to expose him. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking shinobi failed to recognize his father's leniency, believing themselves to be on par with him in strength, thus accepting Ban's forthcoming role as clan leader. However, Ban remained perplexed as to why his father was so eager to see him ascend to this position. Do you know what I encountered in the Senju clan? Taijima gazed at Ban, speaking slowly. Was it the child from the Senju clan? Ben ventured a cautious inquiry. Indeed, Taijima affirmed with a nod. The little imp is indeed terrifying. His strength is astonishing. I can hardly fathom what the Senju clan will become with such a formidable presence. If you do not mature rapidly, it will not be long before our Uchiha clan faces annihilation at their hands. Taijima spoke slowly. What? Madara exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his father. That fellow is that powerful? Indeed. Taijima nodded solemnly. Thus, you must grow swiftly. But, father, our Uchiha clan still has you, right? Madara replied. As long as you are alive, you should be able to withstand that individual. That is no longer possible. Taijima sighed heavily, gazing at his father's sorrowful expression. Madara comprehended the gravity of the situation, his gaze shifting to his father's left eye, filled with complexity. My current strength has diminished. I cannot possibly contend with him. Furthermore, I must keep an eye on that fellow in the temple. I lack the energy for both. Only by your growth can you hope to rival that little demon. Taijima stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Madara. You are a rare genius within our Uchiha clan, destined for achievements that will surely surpass mine. The sole hope for our clan rests upon your shoulders. I understand, father. Upon hearing Taijima's words, Madara grasped his mission. However, there is no need for such urgency in appointing me as the next clan leader. No, it is imperative. Taijima shook his head. Our Uchiha clan has little time remaining. That little demon is already this strong. Who knows how powerful he will become in the future? And I have grown old, unable to keep pace with the changes in the ninja world. Only by entrusting the future to you young ones can our clan progress further. However, your current strength still falls short. As Taijima spoke, he turned his attention to Yuri. Yuri, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? To rapidly enhance Madara's strength, we must rely on the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, Yuri replied with a slight smile. Where is the tablet now? At Taijima's side, the high-ranking members inquired eagerly. It has arrived. Just then, Izuna's voice echoed from outside the conference hall. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Izuna entered, struggling under the weight of a stone tablet nearly as large as himself. This thing is far too heavy. You had me carry it all alone, Izuna complained, casting a forlorn glance at Yuri. Haha, those who are capable bear the burden. Yuri laughed heartily, assisting Izuna in placing the tablet down. This is the treasure bestowed upon our Uchiha clan by the Sage of Six Paths. It is said to contain the means to evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan. As they gazed upon the stone tablet, the breaths of the high-ranking members quickened with anticipation. Indeed, it is, Yuri remarked, his expression reflecting a mixture of emotions as he regarded the tablet before him. The inscriptions upon the stone. Indeed, they are remnants from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The elder of the Light Egg clan gazed at the characters on the stele, his body trembling with excitement. Elder of the clan, are you familiar with these characters? Upon hearing the elder's words, the heart of the village chief raced to his throat. Haha, it is not so simple. However, another elder chuckled and remarked, if this stone tablet could be so easily recognized, it would not have remained lost in the outside world for a millennium. We can merely ascertain from the superficial words inscribed upon it that it indeed originates from the Sage of the Six Paths. However, to uncover the specific content it bears, one must employ alternative methods. The elder chuckled warmly. So that is how it is. Upon examining the text, the elder discerned that it was a treasure bequeathed by the Sage of the Six Paths, prompting Zhi Li to exhale in relief. It was only natural, for she had specifically sought her master's expertise for modifications. If such secrets were so easily unveiled, it would imply that this individual surpassed her master in prowess. Zhi Li firmly believes that there is absolutely no one in this world more formidable than his master. Indeed, after all, this is a treasure specifically bestowed upon the Uchiha clan by the Sage of Six Paths. If it could be easily recognized by others, it would not be worthy of being a prized possession of the Uchiha lineage. The members of the Uchiha clan spoke with fervor, their eyes suddenly transforming into a crimson hue, within which 6 obsidian tomo materialized. Only through the lens of my Uchiha Sharingan could one perceive the true essence inscribed upon the stone tablet. Under the gaze of the crowd, the elder of the Guandong clan, while speaking, suddenly changed his expression and fell silent. How could this be? The elder of the Light Egg clan furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the stone tablet before him. To his astonishment, when he attempted to view the inscription with his Sharingan, the content became even more obscure, rendering it utterly indecipherable. What is happening? Upon witnessing the reaction of the clan elder of the Light Egg clan, everyone could not help but voice their inquiries. How peculiar. I am unable to perceive the inscriptions on the stone tablet, the elder remarked in bewilderment. Unable to see? How is that even possible? Taijima furrowed his brows, exclaiming, this is clearly the legacy left to the Uchiha clan by the Sage of Strength. How could it be invisible? Tianjima, undeterred by skepticism, approached and activated his Sharingan to gaze upon the stone tablet. However, much like the elder of the Light Egg clan, he found himself unable to discern the inscriptions on the tablet. Allow me to give it a try. Upon witnessing the failure of both individuals, the other senior executives gathered around. If only you could see it, that would truly be a sight to behold. Observing the perplexed expressions of the crowd, Ji felt a quiet amusement within. How could this be? As the crowd struggled to discern the inscriptions on the stone tablet, Taijima couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that the tablet concealed further secrets? The elders of the various clans expressed their confusion. It makes no sense. Logically, once the Sharingan is activated, the secrets inscribed on the stone tablet should reveal themselves automatically. Tianjia murmured, could there be other conditions of which we are unaware? An elder of the clan speculated. It is possible, the elder of the Guangdong tribe whispered. After all, the Rinnegan is a power that only a sage can possess. If any member of the Uchiha clan could easily perceive the inscriptions, then the Rinnegan would not be regarded as so precious. Thus, are we all unworthy? The crowd exchanged glances, an awkward expression emerging on their faces. Ban, why don't you give it a try? Taijima suddenly directed his gaze towards Ban. Since they were unable to decipher the stone tablet's contents, it indicated their collective lack of qualification. Yet Ban was different. As a rare genius of the Uchiha clan, he might possess a unique insight. Yes, father. Ban nodded and approached the stone tablet, activating his double Tomo Sharingan. Can you see anything? The elder from the K-Game clan asked anxiously beside him. If even Ban could not discern the inscriptions, then the Uchiha clan would indeed be devoid of hope. I can. Ban fixated on the stone tablet's content, affirming with a nod. Excellent. The higher-ups felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Ban's words. Indeed. Ban is the future of our Uchiha clan. The crowd gazed at Taijima with fervor. With this alone, he is more than capable of being the clan leader. Hee. Observing the excited crowd, Chiri, who understood the situation, couldn't help but chuckle softly. What does it say? Taijima asked eagerly, looking at Ban. It seems to be a secret about the evolution of the Sharingan, Ban replied uncertainly. Seems? The crowd regarded Ban with skepticism, curious about the basis of his uncertainty. Brother, can't you see the content of the stone tablet? How can you say seems? Izuna, standing beside him, questioned with a puzzled look. To be honest, I can't see it too clearly. Perhaps my strength is insufficient. Just give me a little more time, and I will surely discern what is inscribed. Ban spoke slowly, though his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Chiri. Well, if that's the case, let us place the stone tablet in the shrine. Taijima, noticing Ban's uncertainty, had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The meeting is adjourned. Having announced all that needed to be said, Taijima waved his hand decisively. Ban, come with me. As the crowd dispersed, Taijima retained Ban. Yes, father. Ban replied, nodding. Taijima had just declared him the next clan leader, so it was likely he had matters to discuss. With this thought, Ban followed Taijima out of the assembly hall. Observing their retreating figures, Chiri pondered for a moment before following suit. Ban may not have noticed, but she clearly caught the glimmer of insight in Ban's eyes after he glanced at her. Surely, he must have sensed that something was amiss with the stone tablet. Chiri murmured to herself. Although her master had already modified the stone tablet, Ban, being aware of its existence, must also know some of its contents. Should she reveal the truth to him? After careful consideration, Chiri decided to reveal the truth to her elder brother. After all, this matter was pivotal to the future of the Uchiha clan, and she could not continue to conceal this secret indefinitely. Perhaps her brother would have a more prudent solution. At the Taijima residence. Father, do you have any further matters to discuss? The two sat down, and Ban regarded Taijima. Just a moment. Taijima slowly shook his head, refraining from answering Ban's inquiry. Wait for what? Ban, albeit puzzled, obediently remained seated, awaiting his father's words. Brother, I have arrived. At that moment, Chiri's figure appeared before them. Aunt, what brings you here? Ban queried. Brother, are you already aware? Chiri smiled as she glanced at Taijima. Of course. Do you think your little thoughts could elude my notice? Taijima sipped his tea and replied nonchalantly. He, truly worthy of being my brother. Chiri chuckled. Father, aunt, what on earth are you discussing? Ban looked at the two, bewildered. Fool, your brother has long been aware that there is an issue with the steel. Chiri playfully tapped Ban on the head. What? Ban gasped, turning to Taijima. How is that possible? I distinctly said nothing. All right, Chiri, please explain what is happening. Taijima urged gently. Indeed, given the circumstances, I shall no longer conceal the truth, Chiri replied. The reason you cannot perceive the contents of the steel is that I brought it before my master and requested him to modify its contents. Indeed, Taijima displayed no surprise. Calmly regarding Chiri, he had already suspected the steel was problematic, and given Chiri's abilities, it was evident that her master was the only one capable of influencing it. Why did you take such an action? Taijima inquired, his gaze fixed on Chiri. Chiri was well aware of the importance of the steel to the Uchiha clan. Yet Taijima believed she must have her reasons for doing so. Do you know the original contents of the steel? Chiri asked Taijima. I do not. But I believe it details the method by which the Sharingan evolves into the Rinnegan. Logically, any Uchiha who awakens the Sharingan should be able to see the steel's contents. Taijima asserted. Indeed, anyone who awakens the Sharingan can perceive the steel's contents. Chiri sighed deeply, explaining, this is precisely why I sought my master's assistance in modifying the steel. After which, Chiri disclosed the original contents recorded on the steel to Taijima. What? Upon hearing Chiri's revelations, even Taijima, with his composure, could not help but be taken aback. It was at this moment that he comprehended Chiri's motives. Chiri, you have done remarkably well, Taijima stated, admiration evident in his eyes as he looked at Chiri. He could vividly envision the catastrophic repercussions that would befall the Uchiha clan if Chiri were to transport the stone tablet back. Such a calamity would undoubtedly rival the devastation brought upon by the entire Senju clan's invasion. After all, internal strife is often far more manageable than external threats. Moreover, my master also stated that even so, the Sharingan, once evolved, still does not attain the status of the Rinnegan. Zhili continued, stating that above the three-tomo Sharingan lies a realm known as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Although it possesses greater power than the three-tomo, it still falls significantly short of reaching the level of the Rinnegan. To evolve the Sharingan into the Rinnegan, the price to be paid is beyond our imagination. Chiri spoke softly. I understand now. Upon hearing the words from the governing authority, Taijima felt as though he had aged a decade, his body suddenly stooping. The harsh reality of the Uchiha clan's millennia-long pursuit of dreams struck him with an overwhelming sense of despair. He had once believed that the Uchiha clan would rise anew under his leadership, only to be met with a staggering blow to his expectations. The annihilation of the 1,000 hands ended in failure, and to add insult to injury, one of my eyes has been lost. Now, my final glimmer of hope has also dissipated into nothingness. Is it truly the fate of the Uchiha clan to meet such a demise? Taijima suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. No, the Uchiha clan still possesses hope. Suddenly, Taijima caught sight of Ban beside him, and a glimmer of light returned to his eyes. If it were Ban, he would undoubtedly lead the Uchiha to new heights. Zhili, did you not mention that you would take the spots to your master? Surely, your master must have a solution. Taijima suddenly exclaimed. If the master in the village is so powerful that he can even alter the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths, then there must surely be other methods available. Indeed, dear aunt, did you not mention your intention to introduce me to your esteemed master? Ben also recovered from the truth revealed by the stone tablet, his face brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Zhili. This was the only method left. Zhili nodded slightly and said, there is no time to waste. You should depart at once. Taijima stated directly, Ban, the future of the Uchiha clan rests upon your shoulders. Understood, father. Ban nodded earnestly and followed Zhi out of the room. So this is the secret of the stone tablet. No one noticed as a figure outside the Taijima residence gradually melded into the encroaching darkness. It is ruined, utterly destroyed. It is almost here. After a long day of travel, we are finally nearing our destination. Aunt, do you think Master will refuse to accept me? Listening to his aunt's words, Ben felt a sudden surge of anxiety within him. The more he yearned for strength, the greater his fear grew that his aunt's master would not accept him. Although I have never encountered that esteemed individual, my aunt's demeanor clearly indicates that this person is undoubtedly an immensely powerful presence. Such a presence, could it truly take one as its disciple? The more the man pondered, the more anxious he became, and his steps grew increasingly sluggish. Sensing the tension within Ban, Zhili couldn't help but smile gently. Rest assured, my dear Ban, the master is not as fearsome as you might imagine. Although the true thoughts of the master remain a mystery, it is evident that if one can demonstrate their worth, the master is unlikely to refuse them. Chiri smiled as she spoke, for the master's ambition is to alter the course of the ninja world. How could someone so invested in the fate of the ninja realm be devoid of compassion? Moreover, Chiri harbored great confidence in Madara's innate talent. That arrogant Madara is indeed a rare genius from the Uchiha clan, and once he matures, he is destined to become a formidable force, one that the master will undoubtedly require. To showcase my value, you say? Listening to her aunt's words, Madara seemed to grasp something profound. Let's hasten our journey then, Chiri declared, continuing onward. In the realm of invincibility, HM? As soon as Chiri's figure emerged within the domain, Haku's had already sensed her presence. Chiri? Why has she returned again? Haku's pondered, perplexed. After undergoing trials in the secret realm and mastering the 13th form of the breath of fire, Chiri had departed with the stone tablet. How could it be that less than 3 days later, she had returned? Could there be an issue with the stone tablet that necessitated her return for support? That shouldn't be the case. I should have made no mistakes. Wait, there seems to be another presence. Suddenly, Haku's took note of a faint chakra behind Chiri. Oh, how intriguing. Upon closer inspection, a slight smile crept upon Haku's lips as he began to comprehend the situation. Master, even before Chiri appeared, her voice had already reached Haku's ears. Is that the little girl from the Uchiha clan? The living slug regarded the direction of the voice with curiosity. What brings her back? Master, I have returned. Without awaiting Haku's response, Chiri swiftly appeared before the two. Little one, what prompts your return? Has something happened with the stone tablet? The living slug inquired, puzzled. No, the tablet is perfectly fine. I have come back to discuss another matter with the master. Chiri replied hastily. Another matter? The living slug mused, wondering what could be so urgent that Chiri returned so soon after leaving. It is as follows. A few days ago, after I brought back the stone tablet, my elder brother and the others returned to the clan. Without unnecessary embellishments, Chiri recounted all that had transpired over the past 3 days to Haku's. From Taijima's left eye becoming blind to his designation of Madara as the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Oh. Upon hearing that Madara had been appointed as the next clan leader, Haku's was taken aback. Taijima truly possesses remarkable resolve. The living slug also expressed admiration. Indeed. I was quite astonished as well upon learning of this. Chiri concurred. However, I can understand the thoughts of my elder brother. With what I lost and his strength diminished, he must be considering the safety of the clan, hence his decision to appoint Madara as leader, allowing the clan members to feel a sense of security. Indeed, Taijima has considered everything thoroughly. Bai Ze nodded in agreement. Given the current state of the Uchiha clan, Taijima's actions are undoubtedly the most prudent. However, while Madara managed to endure under his elder brother's guidance for an extended period, his strength is ultimately insufficient to lead our Uchiha clan. Thus, as Jili spoke, a sudden grin spread across his face as he glanced at Bai Ze. Master, have you not always held Madara in high regard? Perhaps you might also consider accepting him as your disciple? After much deliberation, Jili finally revealed his true intentions. Huh, I knew it. The lively slug, observing Jili, suddenly displayed an expression of understanding. This little girl had been playing the sympathy card with Bai Ze all along, only to reveal her true desire. No wonder she returned so quickly after leaving. She still sought something from Bai Ze. Master, what do you think? Jili smiled sheepishly, drawing closer and playfully tugging at Bai Ze's arm. Since you have already taken me as a disciple, why not accept Madara as well? I assure you, that little rascal is undoubtedly more talented than I am, and you will surely take a liking to him. It's a buy one get one free offer. I am truly thinking of your best interests, master. Hiki. Bai Ze chuckled lightly, withdrawing his arm. Haven't you already brought him here? Do I have any grounds to refuse? Although Madara had not yet shown himself, Bai Ze had long sensed his presence hidden behind a tree. Splendid. I knew you were the most affectionate master. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Jili, overcome with excitement, immediately planted a kiss on his cheek. What the? Bai Ze had no time to react to Jili's sudden advance, causing his fishing rod to tumble into the water with a splash. My clone. Observing the fishing rod floating on the surface, the lively slug gasped and dove into the water to retrieve its own clone. Madara, come here. Yet, Jili paid no heed to their exclamations and waved toward the forest behind her. No sooner had Jili's voice faded than a figure flashed into view before them. Disciple Uchiha Madara, greeting my master. In a swift motion, Madara appeared before Bai Ze, and without waiting for a response, bowed several times in reverence. Witnessing Madara's fluid movements, Bai Ze felt utterly disoriented. What is happening? Why are your actions so practiced? Aren't you Uchiha Madara? How can you perform such shameless gestures? It's all ruined, completely ruined. Staring at Madara before him, Bai Ze's eyes grew vacant, murmuring to himself. He felt as though the figure that once asked, "Do you wish to dance as well?" was growing increasingly distant. It's all ruined, completely ruined. Meanwhile, in the nearby stream, the slug resurfaced, appearing as if it had lost all hope, floating aimlessly on the water's surface. Master? Observing the dazed Bai Ze, Jili couldn't help but wonder if something had transpired. Surely, you haven't had a change of heart. Jili hesitated as he gazed at Bai Ze. Just moments ago, their conversation had flowed smoothly. How could it shift so dramatically with the emergence of Ban? Was there something amiss with Ban's actions? Ahem. Upon this realization, Jili cast a knowing glance at Ban. Understanding the unspoken cue from his aunt, Ben comprehended the message. Halt. The phrase "seeing the spot" means to have another set caused Bai Ze to hurriedly call for a halt. Jili, was it you who prompted him to act this way? Bai Ze gazed at Jili in speechless disbelief. He firmly believed that such shameless actions could not possibly reflect Ban's own intentions. Ah, is this not an earnest attempt to win you over? Jili chuckled and said, if I am to apprentice, then so be it. Why all this unnecessary embellishment? Bai Ze said irritably. A person as domineering as Ban Ri is now fawning over him, leaving Bai Ze feeling utterly uncomfortable. So, does this mean you have agreed? No regrets? Ji's eyes sparkled as he turned to Bai Ze. Beside him, Ben also gazed at Bai Ze with eager anticipation, fearful that he might decline their request. Please agree. Bai Ze spoke softly. Thank you, master. Ji Li, overjoyed, immediately leaped to his feet. I am immensely grateful, my lord. Oh, no, I mean, master. Ban gazed at Bai Ze with fervent eyes. Ban, Bai Ze inquired calmly, why do you seek to become my disciple? To grow stronger. Ban declared resolutely. Without hesitation, Ban spoke out directly. Become stronger? Bai Ze chuckled softly. Aren't you already quite formidable at this moment? If I am not mistaken. You are now able to unlock the 3 Tomo, correct? With such formidable power, are you still not satisfied? Bai Ze remarked calmly. What? Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Ban was taken aback. The fact that he could unlock the power of the 3 Magatama was unknown to everyone, even to Izuna, whom he had not disclosed this to. Yet, his master was able to discern it at a single glance. Have you truly unlocked the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan? Ji Li was evidently taken aback, gazing incredulously at Ban Dao. Just moments ago, when you clashed with my elder brother, were you not only able to activate the dual Magatama? Have you truly concealed your prowess? Ji Li gazed at Ban Dao in astonishment. Although she had not witnessed the specific exchange between Ban and her elder brother, she could clearly discern the pair of double-hooked jade in Ban's eyes, unmistakably so. This is not how it should be. It seems there has been a misunderstanding regarding my aunt. Ban shook his head and remarked. It was only after witnessing my father's loss of an eye that I awakened the 3 Tomo. It is solely due to my lack of proficiency with the power of the 3 Tomo that I have not yet demonstrated it. Coupled with the fact that my chakra cannot sufficiently sustain the consumption required by the 3 Tomo. The spot spoke gently, so it is. Upon hearing Ban's words, Chiri finally calmed down. Previously, Ban had activated his double Tomo Sharingan, and upon witnessing his elder brother's loss of an eye, the emotional turmoil led him to awaken the triple Tomo, which could be deemed somewhat understandable. Nevertheless, even so, Ban's innate talent was sufficient to leave her in awe. At present, Madara is merely in his teens, yet he has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. If he continues to grow, who knows what might unfold. Indeed. Bringing you here was the right choice, murmured Izuna. The strength of the Uchiha clan is embodied in these eyes. And their most formidable elder brother possesses merely the 3 Tomo. For Madara, who also wields the 3 Tomo, there is little more guidance to offer. Only a master of such immense power can lead him further along his path. Though the might of the 3 Tomo is undeniably potent, it remains insufficient. Madara spoke solemnly. My father, too, has the 3 Tomo, yet he was rendered blind in one eye by those 2 brats from the Senju clan. Hence, I must acquire power that surpasses the 3 Tomo, to transcend my father. Master, please bestow upon me the strength that transcends the Sharingan. Madara clenched his fists, gazing earnestly at Haka's power. Haka's nodded thoughtfully and continued, what do you intend to do with this power? The strength of the 3 Tomo should suffice for your self-preservation. No, not enough. Upon hearing Haka's inquiry, Madara recognized it as a test of his resolve. If mere self-preservation were my goal, even with just the 2 Tomo, I would have confidence in surviving this chaotic world. But my aspirations extend far beyond that. I wish to safeguard my clan, ensuring they need not fear the specter of death amidst the flames of war. I desire the Uchiha clan to be free from the ravages of conflict, and for this shinobi world to endure an eternal peace. Madara proclaimed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Haka's. To achieve these ambitions, the power of the 3 Tomo is woefully inadequate. Madara you. Witnessing Madara's unwavering determination left Izuna utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Madara's aspirations would be so grand, transcending the narrow focus of his clan to encompass the entirety of the shinobi world. Such a vision is precisely what my master seeks to pursue, she mused. No wonder he holds you in such high regard. Yet, she was curious as to how Haku's, who had never met Madara before, could discern his innermost thoughts. Excellent. Truly befitting of you. Gazing at Madara, Haku's nodded in satisfaction. This is the Madara I remember. The one who, with sheer force, stands against the 5 Kage. Only such a Madara is worthy of being my disciple. Ding. The system detected that Uchiha Madara has become the disciple of the host, resulting in a domain upgrade and expansion. Current domain range, 80,000 meters by 80,000 meters. Ding. The system detected an additional disciple, rewarding a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Upon recognizing Madara's status as a disciple, the system's voice echoed in Haka's mind. Indeed, feeling the overwhelming expansion of the Invincible Domain, Haka's reflected inwardly. When I accepted Hashirama as my disciple, the domain expanded tenfold. Now, with Madara as my disciple, it has once again expanded tenfold. transforming into the current 80,000 meters by 80,000 meters. Apart from the two of them, the rewards for Chiri and Tobirama are merely doubled expansions, which cannot be compared to these two fated children. Master, please bestow upon me your formidable power. Ban gazed at Hakuzu with palpable excitement. After witnessing his aunt's growth, he had long desired to apprentice under Hakuzu. Now that his dream had finally materialized, his heart, yearning for strength, could no longer be restrained. Hiki. Observing the eager Ban before him, Hakuzu chuckled softly. How could he be oblivious to Ban's innermost thoughts? Ban's thirst for power surpassed that of Hashirama by no small margin. Standing right before him, it was evident that Ban could hardly contain himself. Very well, come with me. Without further ado, Hakuzu rose and strode toward the adjoining dojo. Since the system rewards had already been distributed, there was no need to keep Ban in suspense. He was also curious to see just how powerful Ban would become after acquiring the Mangeki Sharingan. Yes, seeing Hakuzu stand, Ban hurriedly followed him into the dojo. Sit. Hakuzu gestured towards a mat before him with a calm demeanor. Yes, master. Ban respectfully knelt before Hakuzu. Since you seek power, I shall grant your wish. However, the path to strength is not an easy one. Hakuzu said matter-of-factly. You must endure suffering beyond what ordinary people can bear to attain formidable power. Are you prepared for this? Of course, Ban replied earnestly. His very purpose in seeking an apprenticeship was to grow stronger. He was willing to endure any pain as long as it led to greater strength. You are aware of the stone tablet, correct? Hakuzu suddenly inquired. Yes. My aunt has conveyed everything. Ban nodded. Yet, he still found it hard to believe his aunt's words. Could such a cruel method truly be what the Sage of Six Paths left for the Uchiha clan? He questioned himself, even for the sake of evolving the three Tomo. He could never harm Izuna. He was certain that Izuna would not strike against him for the sake of a mere pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Excellent. Noticing that Ban had solidified his resolve, Hakuzu pointed his finger to Ban's forehead. What is this? Ban wondered, puzzled by Hakuzu's actions. Is the master not supposed to impart his abilities to me? What is he doing? However, before Ban could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of immense information flooded into his mind. Boom. Ban felt as if countless needles were piercing his brain, and with a pained scream, he fainted. Now, it all depends on you, Hakuzu remarked coolly, turning to exit the dojo. The path Ban chose is his alone. How he proceeds from here on out, he must navigate without assistance. After all, Izuna is Ban's brother, not his. He could not fathom that kind of suffering. In the ensuing period, Madara would remain ensnared in the anguish of Izuna's demise, akin to being trapped within an eternal jinjutsu, perpetually lingering at the moment of Izuna's passing, until he had completely absorbed the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Master, what has become of that arrogant Madara? Outside the door, Chiri swiftly approached, her concern palpable. She recalled her own experience of mastering the breath of fire. It had not been so agonizing for her. Why was Madara's experience so markedly different? Fear not. Hakuzu replied with a calm demeanor. I merely assisted him in awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He is momentarily overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience and has fainted. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Chiri gasped, abruptly turning her gaze towards the dojo. There, Madara was collapsed on the ground, his form curled into a tight ball. Though unconscious, his visage contorted in agony, clearly enduring immense suffering. Large beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, pooling on the floor beneath him. Witnessing Madara's torment shattered Chiri's heart. Yet she understood clearly that she must not intervene. Suppressing her compassion, she resolutely turned and closed the dojo door, taking her place at the edge, awaiting Madara's revival. Her master had imparted the method of the Sharingan's evolution, and she was acutely aware of the excruciating ordeal it entailed. For now, there was nothing she could do but wait. Madara, hold on. Chiri whispered to herself. Sir, is the child all right? By the riverside. The living leech gazed towards the dojo with concern. He is merely struggling to cope with the overwhelming emotional upheaval, Hakuzu replied matter-of-factly. How pitiful it is for one so young to bear such immense suffering. The living leech, fully aware of what Hakuzu referred to, exhibited a flicker of sympathy in its gaze. After all, even if it were in Madara's place, it doubted it would fare any better. For the agony of slaying a loved one is a burden few in the ninja world could endure. To think you would show concern for a member of the Uchiha clan, Hakuzu remarked with a slight smile directed at the leech. Did you not forge a pact with the Senju clan? Why then do you care for this sworn enemy? Whether from the Senju or Uchiha clans, they are ultimately all citizens of the ninja world, the leech sighed. Our three great sanctuaries exist to protect the ninja realm. In our eyes, all are equal. My agreement with the Senju is solely due to my belief in that young Hashirama, whom I deemed capable of transforming this cursed ninja world. As for the others of the Senju clan, I have no vested interest in them, nor will I meddle in the conflicts between the Senju and Uchiha. You must tread carefully. This individual will undoubtedly become Hashirama's most formidable adversary. Haku's chuckled softly. Indeed? Listening to Haku's, the living slug couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. Could they truly become adversaries? Were they not all your disciples? How could they turn against one another? The slug widened its eyes and gazed at Haku's. Wasn't Haku's intention in taking Hashirama and Madara as apprentices to reconcile the two clans? How could it be that Uchiha Madara would become Hashirama's greatest foe? The Senju and Uchiha clans are on the brink of war. What can I do? Haku shrugged. Yet, are they not all your disciples? The slug still struggled to comprehend. When your disciples quarrel, do you not intend to intervene as their master? Intervene? Haku chuckled lightly. How can I intervene? They are indeed my disciples, and they will undoubtedly heed my words. However, beyond being my disciples, they are also the future of the Senju and Uchiha clans. They will ultimately assume the mantle of leadership for their respective tribes and bear the weight of their clan's responsibilities. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha has endured for millennia. How could my words erase such a deep-seated hatred? When my orders conflict with the sentiments of their kin, which side do you believe they will favor? Haku smiled as he gazed at the slug. But the slug opened its mouth, attempting to voice its thoughts. Yet no words emerged. Haku's was indeed correct. Although Hashirama and Madara were currently his disciples, this fact could not alter the course of events. Even if he could suppress the two clans from waging war under the guise of a master, what would happen after Hashirama and Madara's demise? The remaining members of both clans had no ties to Haku's. Would they still heed his counsel? At that juncture, war would inevitably ensue, merely delayed by a few decades. Thus, nothing would truly change. All of Haku's efforts would be in vain. Were we truly powerless to effect any change? Upon contemplating these matters, a profound sense of helplessness surged from within the slug's heart. Certainly not. Haku chuckled, though the slug and Madara shared no particular bond. From the perspective of the three great sanctuaries, it was loath to witness further conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans. After all, they were all inhabitants of the same land, and as guardians of the ninja world for a millennium. Witnessing their mutual slaughter was akin to watching brothers turn against one another. Moreover, given the slug's inherently gentle nature, it was even more averse to the existence of war. Now that Hashirama and Madara had both become Haku's disciples, the thought of them clashing due to the long-standing animosity between their clans left it feeling quite disheartened. Thus, it yearned for Haku's to intervene. However, his words unveiled the stark reality, making it clear that such a resolution was utterly unattainable. Alas, what has become of the ninja world? The slug sighed deeply. Would the ninja world truly be unable to restore peace in the future? Of course not. Haku chuckled, a figure suddenly materializing in his mind. The reason people wage war is that they have yet to experience the true value of peace. Only when everyone grows weary of war and experiences the agony it brings will they truly comprehend the exquisite beauty of peace. At that moment, they will discover the absurdity of what they have been pursuing all along. The living slug murmured these words, gradually sinking into contemplation. Delve into the experience. Observing the pensive slug, Bai Ze chuckled softly. Before long, half a day elapsed. Just as Bai Ze was fishing by the riverbank, Zhili suddenly approached. Master, is Ban truly unharmed? Zhili inquired, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Bai Ze. Ban has been inside for half a day without a single reaction. I can no longer wait outside. Had she not feared that her rash actions might endanger Ban, she would have rushed in long ago. Has he shown no signs of movement? Bai Ze turned to Zhili. None. The dojo is eerily silent, devoid of sound. Zhili shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. Bai Ze expressed his puzzlement upon hearing Zhili's words. Logically, the evolution of the Sharingan into the Manjiki should occur swiftly. In the original tale, whether it was Uchiha Itachi, Obito, or others from the Uchiha clan, the transformation to Manjiki happened in an instant. Why then was Ban taking so long? Could it be that Ban has just activated the three Tomo and is unable to bear the power of the Manjiki, which is why it is taking so long? Zhili suddenly posed the question. That is not the case. Bai Ze shook his head. While the Manjiki's abilities far surpass those of the three Tomo, the process is not as complicated as you imagine. Awakening occurs in an instant. It is not nearly as arduous as you believe. Bai Ze spoke slowly. Consider that in the original tale, Obito had only the double Tomo, and his evolution to Manjiki was instantaneous. Ban is undoubtedly far more talented than Obito, There is no reason for this delay. Could there truly be a problem? Ban's prolonged absence began to instill a sense of doubt in Bai Ze. Master, let us quickly check on Ban. Zhili urged anxiously. Upon hearing Bai Ze's words, Zhili too felt that something must be amiss with Ban, her heart racing with concern. Let us go. Leaving his fishing rod behind, Bai Ze pushed open the door to the dojo. Ban. As soon as they entered, Zhili gasped in astonishment. There lay Ban, who had already awakened, quietly lying on the ground. Ban, what happened to you? Zhili rushed over and cradled Ban in her arms. Speak to me. What is wrong with you? Ban. Please do not frighten your aunt. Say something. Zhili, observing Ban's dazed state, felt close to despair. Though Ban had awakened, his condition was clearly abnormal. His once bright eyes now appeared dull and lifeless, as if she were unable to see him at all. Even more troubling. A glimmer of moisture lingered at the corner of his mouth, and he was in a disheveled state, resembling a complete fool. Master, please take a look at Ban. What has happened to him? Doesn't he even recognize me? As she gazed at Ban, Shiri was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Rest assured. He is fine. Observing Ban's current state, Bai Ze quickly understood the situation. Ban's appearance was strikingly similar to that of Sasuke when he was ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyami. Master, could it be that the stone tablet is flawed? Has the Sage of Six Paths left behind erroneous methods? Shiri wept as she turned to Bai Ze. Do not worry. He has simply chosen to shield himself from the overwhelming pain. Bai Ze replied calmly. Shield himself? Shiri looked at Bai Ze in confusion. Indeed, when one experiences immense emotional turmoil, they may find themselves in such a state, Bai Ze explained. If we allow him some quietude, he will eventually regain his clarity. I understand. Upon hearing Bai Ze's explanation, Shiri suddenly comprehended the situation. Ban must be unable to bear the agony of having killed his own kin, which is why he has succumbed to this state. But did he succeed in awakening his eyes? After confirming that Ban was indeed fine, Shiri continued to inquire. If Ban has failed, then has he endured this suffering in vain? He has succeeded. Bai Ze nodded slowly. Although the system had yet to indicate success, Bai Ze was certain that Ban had achieved it. Otherwise, he would not have awakened. Izuna. While they spoke, Hashirama, cradled in Chiri's arms, suddenly reacted. A faint call emerged, and Ban's eyes gradually regained a glimmer of light. Izuna. Suddenly, Ban sprang to his feet, frantically examining his hands as if searching for something. Izuna. Ban looked around but found no trace of Izuna, and he seemed on the verge of slipping back into slumber. Ban, do not fall asleep yet. At that moment, Bai Ze shouted sharply, startling Ban awake. Ban's body trembled, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally recalled that he was in his master's dojo. Master, I killed Izuna. I actually killed Izuna. Ban cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. I cannot believe I committed such an atrocity for the sake of a pair of eyes. Alas, this child is lost. Observing Ban kneeling before him, Bai Ze could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Though he knew Ban was infatuated with his brother, he never expected it to reach such a depth. Wake up. Ban. Bai Ze reached out to help him up. You did not kill Izuna. What you experienced was merely an illusion. Yes, indeed, you silly Ban. Shiri chimed in. Everything that just transpired was false. A mirage set by Master to aid you in awakening your eyes. You did not kill Izuna, and Izuna is not dead. An illusion? Hearing their words, Ban seemed to regain a semblance of composure, gasping for breath. Earlier, did not the Master say he would help you awaken your eyes? The condition for the kaleidoscope to open is to endure the agony of losing a loved one. The Master merely cast an illusion upon you, leading you to believe that you had slain Izuna. Shiri whispered softly in Madara's ear. In truth, nothing transpired. You have remained within this dojo all along. Izuna is still alive? Madara murmured. If you doubt it, try awakening your eyes. As Shiri spoke, she produced a small mirror she always carried. The kaleidoscope Sharingan? Madara, slightly regaining his senses, suddenly recalled what the Master had previously stated. Sharingan, awaken. With a hushed command, his eyes turned a vivid crimson. What is this? Staring at his reflection in the mirror held by his aunt, Madara found himself momentarily speechless. The three tomo that once adorned his eyes had vanished, replaced by three small black circles interlinked and rotating slowly. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Haku's remarked. It is the Sharingan that belongs solely to you. Before awakening the kaleidoscope, all members of the Uchiha clan share the same classic three-tomo Sharingan. The only distinction lies in the number of tomo. However, upon the awakening of the kaleidoscope, everything changes. Depending on the abilities of the awakened individual, the appearance of the kaleidoscope varies greatly, ensuring that no two patterns are alike. The diversity of the patterns signifies the uniqueness of the kaleidoscope's abilities. For instance, Madara's kaleidoscope is a quintessential straight tomo kaleidoscope, which emphasizes enhancing physical prowess. In contrast, the kaleidoscopes of Itachi and Senju and Uchiha focus more on mental fortitude. Haku's vaguely recalled that in the original narrative, Madara mentioned that both he and Sasuke possess straight tomo, which must refer to this aspect. As for why Madara's kaleidoscope, although curved, is termed straight tomo, Haku's found it perplexing. It would be unwise to inquire. A kaleidoscope that belongs solely to me? Madara, having just awakened his kaleidoscope, clearly remains unfamiliar with these concepts. Indeed, because each individual's abilities differ, the evolution of the Sharingan also diverges. It will evolve towards the direction in which you excel, achieving its utmost power. Therefore, even if another member of the Uchiha clan awakens a kaleidoscope, their abilities will not mirror yours. Haku succinctly explained. So that is how it is. Upon hearing Haku's words, Chiri and Madara experienced a moment of enlightenment. They were astonished to learn that the Sharingan harbored such secrets. Chiri exclaimed, although the three-tomo Sharingan is inherently powerful, augmenting taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, such comprehensive development may prove redundant for certain clan members. For instance, due to her limited chakra reserves, she prefers to rely on jinjutsu for assistance in battle, using taijutsu to secure victory. Thus, the Sharingan's ability to replicate ninjutsu seems somewhat superfluous. Conversely, some clan members have maximized the Sharingan's capacity to replicate ninjutsu, rendering taijutsu less applicable in combat. However, with the emergence of the kaleidoscope, everything has been resolved. Those of the clan who favor physical techniques will advance further, while those who prefer ninjutsu can maximize their strengths, their prowess surpassing that of an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. No wonder the elders place such great importance on the stone tablet. Chiri murmured, I understand now. Thank you, master. Upon realizing that everything was merely an illusion, Madara let out a sigh of relief and solemnly regarded Haku's. What are you thanking me for? You have already become my disciple. It is only natural for a master to assist their pupil. Seeing Madara return to his usual self, Chiri also reverted to her typically carefree demeanor. Yet soon after, Chiri's expression changed drastically. Thud! She delivered a fierce slap to Madara's head. You little brat, you nearly scared me to death just now. I thought you had truly become a fool. Witnessing Madara's lifeless state had made her feel as if the sky were about to fall. Aside from the fact that Madara was her beloved nephew, the main concern was his current status. Her elder brother had just announced Madara as the next clan leader. If he had truly become foolish, the Uchiha clan would be doomed. Fortunately, it all ended without calamity. Yet, what had transpired felt so incredibly real. Madara expressed, still shaken. Although I quickly sensed something was amiss, seeing Izuna collapse before me drove me to the brink of madness. If Izuna had truly died, I fear I would never forgive myself. Madara spoke slowly. He had only one brother, and if given the chance, he would willingly take Izuna's place in death. Do not utter such foolishness. Chiri interjected sharply. Neither Izuna nor you will perish. Yes, I understand. Madara replied earnestly. Not only has he awakened the kaleidoscope, but even without these eyes, he would ensure the protection of his clan from any harm. Well then, since you have awakened the kaleidoscope, let us quickly discover what abilities it possesses. Chiri exclaimed with delight. After millennia, the dream of the Uchiha clan has finally been realized, and she could scarcely contain her eagerness to witness the true strength of the kaleidoscope. Here? Madara paused, surveying his surroundings. If he was not mistaken, all the buildings here were made of wood. If he were to accidentally set this place ablaze, it would be disastrous. Of course not here. Chiri chuckled, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a diamond-shaped crystal and handing it to Madara. Hold this and go to that room. What is this? Madara inquired, puzzled by the exquisitely shaped crystal in his hand. You will find out once you go. Chiri replied with a grin. Master? Madara turned to Haku's, seeking clarification on what his aunt meant. You have just awakened the kaleidoscope and are still unfamiliar with its abilities. You need to hone your skills. That crystal will aid you in this process. Haku stated calmly. So that is how it is. Bien nodded in sudden realization. Then I'm off. With that, he turned and walked towards the secret realm beside the dojo. Since you have given your crystal to Bien, then his will be yours. Bai Ze extended a new crystal to Jili. Each disciple is permitted only one of these secret realm crystals. Having given hers to Bien, Jili would no longer be able to enter the secret realm trials. Just as Bin successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Bai Ze directly presented Zhili with a new crystal. Thank you, Master. Bin's successful awakening of the Manjiki clearly delighted Zhili, who eagerly pulled Bai Ze to the riverside to witness Bin's trial. Swish. As Bin pushed open the door to the secret realm, he was transported to another location. This time, without his aunt's reminder, he instinctively knew it was an illusion. Why am I here again? Bin lamented. Although he had just arrived, he already knew what would transpire next. The scene before him was one he could not be more familiar with. Wasn't this the very scenario he had just experienced during his awakening of the Manjiki? Listening to the cries of his clan and the sinister smiles of the Senju clan, Bin almost believed he had returned to mere minutes prior. If all went as expected, Izuna would likely perish at his hands again. No, it couldn't be like this. Bin shook his head in panic. He had attacked Izuna out of desperation before. Now that he knew how events would unfold, he would not repeat the same mistake. Think. Time ticked by. Yet Bin North remained frozen in place, uncertain of what to do. He truly did not wish to relive that anguish. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he froze momentarily. No, I have awakened the Manjiki now, haven't I? Previously, it was my weakness that compelled me to make the painful decision to harm Izuna. But now that I have awakened the Manjiki, I need not resort to such actions. Thus, the reason Master constructed this identical scene was to allow him to amend his past regrets? After careful consideration, Bin suddenly grasped the truth. Sharingan, activate. Without further thought, he uttered the command, and his eyes immediately transformed into a crimson hue. Indeed, gazing at his reflection in the water, Bin murmured to himself. He saw that his eyes were now the Manjiki Sharingan, no longer the previous 3 Tomo. Haha. Enlightened, Bin erupted into laughter. Izuna, father, I am coming. With a mighty shout, he charged into the heart of the clan territory. In the realm of invincibility, by the riverside. Hee. This lad Bin is quite quick to awaken. Observing Bin's swift recovery, Zhili smiled slightly. She remembered that when she had entered the illusion, it had taken her considerable effort to realize it was merely a mirage. Yet, Madara managed to comprehend everything so swiftly and discovered a solution to break the impasse. He truly lives up to the brilliance of the Uchiha clan. Master, this must be the scene that unfolded when Madara awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Chiri inquired as he gazed at Haku's. Indeed, Haku's nodded in affirmation. However, since Madara is already aware that it is an illusion, and he can foresee all that transpires next, can this trial still yield any efficacy? Chiri mused, perplexed. When he underwent his own trial, everything relied on his own exploration. It was precisely due to his ignorance of his adversary that he was compelled to fight with utmost determination, ultimately grasping the 13th form of the breath of fire at the critical moment to vanquish his foe. Yet, Madara possesses full knowledge of his opponent's every intricacy. What purpose does this trial serve? Not quite. Haku shook his head. You indeed possess considerable talent. Yet you've always lived under Taijima's protection, lacking a bit of ambition. Much of your potential remains untapped, thus you must be placed in a life-or-death situation to truly awaken. Conversely, Madara is an undeniable genius, holding himself to rigorous standards, capable of executing with precision. Hence, he has always maintained perfect control over his own power. What he currently lacks is a profound understanding of the Manjiki. Ah, I see. Upon hearing Haku's analysis, Chiri smiled sheepishly. Knowing all of an opponent's secrets and then selecting the corresponding abilities to counter them indeed maximizes the power of the Manjiki. Surely, Madara will soon adapt to these new eyes. Chiri gazed enviously at Madara's Manjiki. This is the eye that the Uchiha have pursued for millennia, now laid before him. To claim he was not moved would be a falsehood. Yet, witnessing Madara's earlier demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation within Chiri. If even someone as resolute as Madara could be so affected by such stimuli, she harbored deep doubts about her own capacity to withstand such an onslaught. Should she falter, becoming truly foolish, it would spell disaster. Thus, after much contemplation, Chiri ultimately abandoned the notion of awakening her own Manjiki. The 3 Tomo is quite splendid as well. Indeed, I do not envy it at all. You are only partially correct. Haku interjected, shaking his head. The primary reason I constructed this illusion for Madara was to enable him to recognize his own vulnerabilities. He is indeed formidable, yet his weaknesses are glaring. His affection for Izuna has transcended its limits, bordering on distortion. Should anyone notice this aspect, the repercussions for him would be catastrophic. If he cannot manage this, no matter how powerful he becomes, it will be of no consequence. Indeed, Madara has been rather indulgent towards Izuna. Chiri acquiesced slowly. Earlier, when my elder brother merely kicked Izuna, Madara fell into a frenzied state. Had my brother not exercised restraint to awaken Madara, he might have truly clashed with him. If he reacts thus to his brother, how would he respond to anyone else? Losing one's sanity in the heat of battle would be disastrous. Moreover, should Izuna truly perish, it is beyond comprehension what Madara might become. What would you do? Observing Madara's figure on the water's surface, Haku's couldn't help but smile faintly. Although Madara appeared spirited, effortlessly dispatching members of the Senju clan with the might of his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, this was merely an illusion of his own making. It could not be so simple. If Madara remained lucid, it would be fine, but should he succumb to this rhythm, what awaits him will not be so straightforward. Within the secret realm, Madara, wielding his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, wreaked havoc with an air of triumph. Countless members of the Senju clan, led by the formidable Hashirama, surged aggressively into the territory of the Uchiha clan, overwhelming their kin to the point of breathlessness. Particularly, the two brash youngsters of the Senju clan were even more audacious than he, their combined efforts pinning down Madara's father with lethal ferocity. As they seemed poised to strike him down, "Damn the Senju clan, I shall not allow you to succeed." Witnessing the frenzied assault of the Senju clan, Madara's heart seethed with indignation. Had it not been for my absence from the fray, my father would not have been reduced to such a plight. Previously, when the Uchiha clan sought to subjugate the Senju clan, Madara had been irked that he had not been included in the campaign. Even more astonishing was the fact that what had seemed a certain victory had turned into a defeat for his father and their clan. Thus, this battlefield became Madara's inner demon. When he awakened his Manjiki, his thoughts had been consumed by this very matter. Now that he had indeed awakened it, he yearned to ascertain who among him and that Senju fool was the stronger. Die. With a thunderous roar, Madara charged toward a distant figure. Meanwhile, Hashirama was engaged in felling the Uchiha warriors that surrounded him when he suddenly felt an icy chill creeping down his spine. Danger. Without needing to turn around, Hashirama sensed the palpable murderous intent approaching from behind. Wood pillar wall. Yet, Hashirama remained unfazed, slamming his palms onto the ground, causing two sturdy wooden pillars to rise like iron, shielding him completely. Boom. Just as the wooden barrier emerged, a massive fireball hurtled toward it, crashing violently against the wooden wall, exploding into a shower of sparks. TCH, did it hold? Observing Hashirama emerge unscathed, Madara spat with irritation. Though he was unaware of the exact appearance of the Senju youth, an instinct deep within him suggested this must be Hashirama Senju. It was this very individual who had led to the Uchiha clan's expedition's downfall, resulting in his father losing an eye. More importantly, this figure had now become his nightmare. The memory of being cast aside by Hashirama in his dreams ignited a fierce resentment within Madara. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, how could he be so easily outpaced? Thus, this individual must perish. With that thought, Madara's blood boiled with fervor. What my father failed to accomplish by a hair's breadth, I will undoubtedly achieve. After all, I am the first and only member of the Uchiha clan in a millennium to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. The future of the Uchiha clan shall be forged by my hands. Without further ado, Madara let out a fierce roar and charged at Senju Hashirama. The latter, not one to back down, rushed forward to engage Madara in battle. An invincible domain. This young lad must be the Senju clan's Hashirama. It was evident that Chiri was well aware of everything pertaining to Hashirama. I suppose so, replied Haku's with a faint smile. I suppose so? Chiri queried, looking at Haku's with confusion, unsure of his meaning. The illusion you experienced was entirely constructed by me, whereas Madara's was different. Since we do not know what Madara went through during his awakening of the Manjiki, the illusion before us is entirely based on his memories. Haku's explained slowly. As the illusion is built upon Madara's consciousness, the characters within it are merely figments of his imagination. The current Hashirama is, in fact, a creation conjured by Madara based on Izuna's descriptions, not the genuine Hashirama. His usage of various wood release techniques stems from Izuna's experiences, which allowed Madara to envision them. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt something was amiss. It turns out this is all a fabrication of Madara's imagination. Chiri nodded, indicating her newfound understanding. She recalled how it was previously the Uchiha clan attacking the Senju, yet now it seemed the Senju were assaulting the Uchiha encampment. It appears that Madara has begun to embrace the responsibilities of a clan leader, Chiri said with a sense of comfort. With her elder brother injured, it was clear that the Uchiha clan no longer had the initiative to attack the Senju. However, the members of the Senju clan would not simply let it go. Once they recuperated, they would surely seek revenge against the Uchiha, launching an offensive against their territory. Madara must have anticipated this, which is why this scenario has unfolded before us. Go for it, Madara, Chiri murmured. Master, since all of this is merely a figment of Madara's imagination, these adversaries surely cannot be his match. Chiri turned to Hakus. Not necessarily. Hakus chuckled softly. Although this Hashirama is an illusion, his strength is not to be underestimated. Should Madara become complacent, he very well may find himself defeated. Just then, as they spoke, Madara found himself at a slight disadvantage against Hashirama. Madara, filled with fervor, raised his hand and unleashed a phoenix fire technique. However, Hashirama remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by the incoming flames, and raised a wood-release defense. Seeing Hashirama cowering behind the wooden barrier, Madara felt a wave of frustration. He despised such opponents. In battle, one should either live or perish amidst the chaos. What is the meaning of hiding away? Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the thought of using ninjutsu and propelled himself toward Hashirama with a swift push of his feet against the ground. However, it appeared that Hashirama had anticipated Madara's charge as he concealed himself behind a wooden barrier and began to form hand seals. In truth, Hashirama had been aware of Madara's presence since he first appeared. This was not merely due to their similar ages, but rather because Hashirama discerned that Madara's eyes were strikingly different from those of other Uchiha, bearing a distinctly more sinister appearance. Hence, until he comprehended the nature of Madara's eyes, Hashirama had no intention of confronting him directly. Would release, would clone, with a flurry of hand movements. Hashirama swiftly conjured a wood clone. Go, he commanded silently, and the clone surged out from behind the barrier, charging at Madara. Senju Hashirama, have you finally lost your composure? Madara guffawed as he beheld the advancing figure of Hashirama. Since his opponent was willing to show himself, the situation became considerably simpler. He could hardly believe that. With his awakened Manjiki Sharingan, he could not easily dispatch this foe. Die. Amaterasu. Madara bellowed, his Manjiki Sharingan flaring ominously as a jet of pitch-black flames erupted forth. Black flames? Hashirama gasped in astonishment at the sight of Amaterasu before him, although he was uncertain of the specific ninjutsu Madara employed. The intense heat that washed over him made it clear that these flames were exceedingly fearsome. With a swift halt, Hashirama quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Instantly, a towering wall of water materialized before him, effectively blocking Madara's Amaterasu. Uchiha Madara, you are not as formidable as you claim, Hashirama declared coldly, his gaze fixed on Madara. Oh, is that so? Madara replied, a smirk adorning his lips, seemingly unfazed by Hashirama's taunt. Madara's calm demeanor exceeded Hashirama's expectations. Wasn't this man intent on eliminating him? Why was he now standing still? The wood clone narrowed its eyes, staring intently at Madara, lost in its own thoughts. I expected you to be stronger. It turns out you are nothing but trash. Madara suddenly scoffed coldly. What? Hashirama was taken aback by Madara's nonsensical remarks. However, before he could fully process this, a searing sensation erupted from his foot. He looked down and discovered that the black flames had already burned through part of the water barrier, scorching his leg directly. Damn it, what is happening? Panic surged through Hashirama as he attempted to extinguish the flames, only to find that the black fire would not be quelled. Some already licking at his hands. Amaterasu is a flame that can incinerate all things. To think that a mere water release could obstruct it. How naive. As the black flames enveloped Hashirama's entire body, Madara lost interest in continuing the battle and turned to charge deeper into the Uchiha compound. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Madara believed he had vanquished Hashirama and turned to charge towards his clan's territory, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the wooden wall. Wood style, thorn execution. With a resounding shout from Hashirama, dozens of thick, thorny vines erupted from the ground, pinning Madara firmly in place. What? Startled by Hashirama's sudden appearance, Madara quickly turned to the figure still engulfed in flames. Boom. To Madara's astonished gaze, the figure enveloped in Amaterasu abruptly collapsed into a wooden stump, turning to ash. A shadow clone, Madara exclaimed, realizing the dire situation. With his keen perception, he had failed to discern that this Hashirama was a mere illusion. Is this the power of wood style? Madara murmured, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, Hashirama replied nonchalantly. My wooden clones are not to be compared with ordinary shadow clones. Created from wood style, they are nearly indistinguishable from my true self, making it impossible for anyone, no matter how perceptive, to detect the difference. As Hashirama elaborated, his hands continued to weave through intricate seals without pause. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Roar. Upon completing the seals, a colossal wooden dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, emerged from his back, roaring as it circled in the air before launching towards Madara, ensnared by the thorns. Damn it, Madara thought, fully aware of the dragon's immense power. If struck, the catastrophic impact would surely shatter him to pieces. Though he yearned to evade, the thorns beneath him were remarkably tenacious, leaving him momentarily unable to break free. Submit, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama declared coldly. My thorn execution is not so easily escaped. With his control over the massive wooden dragon, Hashirama channeled an unending stream of chakra into the ground, reinforcing the thorns that bound Madara, evidently intent on delivering a lethal blow. Humph, you think you can kill me? It won't be so simple. Madara scoffed, his eyes Tomo spinning rapidly, while his chakra surged ominously, clearly preparing for a terrifying technique. If he could not escape Hashirama's grasp in the short term, he would simply have to withstand the onslaught of the wooden dragon. Though he had recently awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and lacked mastery over this technique, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Susanoo. With a forceful clap of his palms, an aura of malevolence erupted. Roar. To Hashirama's astonishment, Madara's chakra materialized, intertwining in midair to form a colossal spectral figure that enveloped him. In the next moment, the swirling chakra solidified, revealing a massive skeletal visage before him. Not enough, Madara bellowed, hastening the spin of his Manjiki. Crack. With a sound like cracking bone, two gigantic skeletal arms, engulfed in fierce blue flames, extended from either side of the skeleton. An inexorable aura of malevolence suddenly emanated from Madara. What is this? Gazing at the towering skeleton before him, Hashirama felt as if he were but a fragile leaf adrift in a tempestuous sea, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Impossible, it must be an illusion. Gritting his teeth, Hashirama shouted, tightening his control over the wooden dragon, which charged fiercely at the skeleton. Roar. The wooden dragon, sensing the threat posed by the skeleton, let out a furious roar and collided violently with it. Boom. The moment the wooden dragon made contact with the skeleton, a deafening sound reverberated in Hashirama's ears, accompanied by a violent tremor that surged from beneath his feet, forcing him to stagger back several paces. Is this truly your full power, Senju Hashirama? Madara scoffed coldly, two streams of blood tears cascading from his eyes, rendering him a rather disheveled sight. Despite the blood seeping from his eyes, Madara remained unscathed. Hashirama's wooden dragon had utterly failed to breach his skeletal defenses, shattering upon impact. In stark contrast, the skeleton bore not a single crack, its defensive prowess evidently terrifying to an extreme. How can this be? Observing Madara's intact form, Hashirama could not help but exclaim in astonishment. His full-force strike had not even grazed Madara's hair. How could this man be so fearsome? Senju Hashirama, you underestimate me far too much. Haha. Relishing the panic in Hashirama's eyes, Madara could not help but throw his head back in laughter. He reveled in witnessing his opponent's helplessness, especially when that expression graced the face of Senju Hashirama. His inner delight reached a pinnacle. He recalled not long ago when this very man had left him in the dust. Yet mere days later, their positions had astonishingly reversed. Now it was Hashirama's turn to look up to him. He had completely surpassed Senju Hashirama. Die. Seeing Hashirama's alarmed demeanor, Madara pressed his advantage. The colossal skeleton clenched its fists and brought them crashing down toward Hashirama. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Though surprised by Madara's ability to summon such a dreadfully evil skeleton, Hashirama was far from succumbing to despair. With a clap of his hands, he conjured another wooden pillar wall, closely encasing himself within. This may not suffice. Feeling the immense pressure from the skeleton, Hashirama's heart raced with urgency. Double wooden pillar wall. For added security, Hashirama shouted once more, summoning a larger wooden pillar wall to shield himself. Turtle hiding its head. Observing Hashirama's double-layered defenses, Madara's contempt deepened. Watch as I shatter your turtle shell. With a mighty shout, the skeleton's fist descended with ferocity upon the two wooden pillar walls. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the larger wooden wall crumbled as if made of mere paper, instantly obliterated by Madara's might. Break for me. With a thunderous roar, man's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he continued his assault. Boom. However, this time, man encountered an unexpected obstacle. His fist struck the wooden barrier crafted by Hashirama, yet failed to shatter it. Observing that his full-force strike had not breached Hashirama's defenses, Ban furrowed his brow in confusion. The might of Susanoo was formidable beyond words. How could it not break through such a mere wooden barrier? What had gone awry? Retracting his fist for a closer inspection, Ben soon grasped the situation. It turned out that after creating 2 wooden barriers, Hashirama had not ceased his efforts. He had summoned dozens of wooden stakes to reinforce the smaller barrier, filling it up so completely that only a small space remained for him to stand. Damn it! Gazing at the nearly solid wooden barrier, Ben spat in displeasure. If only he had acted a fraction faster, he could have dispatched Hashirama in that moment. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from beneath the wooden barrier. HM? Ban's focus sharpened as he beheld Hashirama's figure collapse weakly to the ground. Haha. Seeing Hashirama spitting blood, Ban erupted into laughter. It turned out that while Hashirama had managed to withstand Ban's powerful strike with the fortified barrier, he could not endure the horrific shockwave, which had left him grievously wounded. Damn it! How could this fellow be so strong? Hashirama stared intently at Ban, disbelief etched across his face. After battling for so long, he had faced many adept members of the Uchiha clan, even slaying several upper-ranking ninjas, yet he had never encountered someone as formidable as this. Especially those eyes, which seemed even more wicked than those of the typical Uchiha. It must be due to those eyes, Hashirama murmured. He had believed he had the advantage. Yet he still succumbed to this adversary. The oppressive feeling evoked by that colossal skeletal figure sent shivers of dread through Hashirama's heart. However, it was fortunate that the technique seemed to consume an extraordinary amount of energy. Ban had only activated it momentarily before deactivating it. What exactly are those eyes of yours? How do they differ from those of an ordinary Uchiha? Hashirama fixed his gaze upon Ban. Although he had been defeated, he was determined to understand the source of his loss. Manjiki Sharingan, Ban replied nonchalantly. Manjiki Sharingan? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Hashirama felt a sense of bewilderment. He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's abilities. Were there not only 1, 2, or 3 Tomo? Why then did this Manjiki Sharingan emerge now? Could this fellow be deceiving him? Wait. Suddenly, Hashirama seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Ban. Could it be that the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan can truly evolve? For generations, the Uchiha clan had claimed that the Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. Yet due to the fact that no one from the Uchiha clan had ever succeeded in this endeavor throughout the ages, the ninja world regarded it as mere folklore. However, gazing into the eyes of the figure before him, Hashirama was instantly reminded of this matter, coupled with the black flames that could pierce through even the water barrier. In that extraordinarily terrifying skeleton, Hashirama became increasingly convinced that Madara's Sharingan had indeed undergone a transformation. It seems you possess some insight, Madara chuckled, looking at Hashirama. Indeed. My eyes have evolved. Their power is far beyond that of an ordinary Sharingan. Senju Hashirama, to have compelled my father to resort to forbidden techniques, you are indeed formidable. Yet, no matter your strength, it pales in comparison to the might of my eyes. Haha. Observing the terror etched upon Hashirama's face, Madara's sense of satisfaction reached its zenith, prompting him to laugh uproariously. Once again, the Uchiha maniacal laughter echoed. Within the realm of invincibility, observing Madara's frenzied laughter, Hakus felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Since their first encounter with Madara, this individual had already laughed maniacally several times. Was this truly an inherited trait of the Uchiha clan? How embarrassing. Beside him, Chiri also covered her face in disbelief. Although she was well aware of Madara's arrogance, she never anticipated it would manifest to such an extent, finding satisfaction even in a mere illusion. Truly, little Chiri, your nephew is quite amusing. Hakus chuckled. I do not know him. Chiri hastily waved her hands. He is merely my distant nephew. We are not familiar at all. Yes, it must be so, Chiri asserted firmly. Haha. Noticing Chiri's awkward demeanor, Hakus refrained from further commentary. Master, the power of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki is astonishing. Hashirama has fallen so swiftly? Gazing at Hashirama's disheveled state, Hakus expressed his astonishment. Although he recognized that this Hashirama was merely a phantom, he perceived that its prowess was still around 70% of the true Hashirama. The fact that such a formidable entity succumbed to Madara's might so rapidly left Hakus incredulous. It is not that the Manjiki is overwhelmingly powerful, rather, Hashirama lacks understanding of its capabilities, which is why he fell so quickly. Hakus articulated slowly. So that is how it is. Listening to Haku's explanation, Chiri was enlightened. Indeed. Whether it was Amaterasu or Susanoo, it was her first encounter with such techniques, let alone for a child like Hashirama. Chiri had expected Hashirama to be paralyzed by fear. Yet he not only remained unfazed but also responded quickly. Though the outcome was somewhat disappointing, Hashirama's performance had already satisfied Hawkins greatly. Could Hashirama possibly defeat Madara? Chiri inquired with concern. How could that be possible? Hawkins chuckled. You underestimate the might of the Manjiki. If this Hashirama were genuine, perhaps he would have had a chance against Madara, but as he stands now, he is merely an illusion, possessing only 70% of his true power, and thus cannot hope to vanquish Madara. Indeed, Hawkins nodded in agreement. Moreover, Amaterasu and Susanoo happened to counter Hashirama's would release. There is absolutely no chance for Hashirama to prevail. How splendid! Upon hearing that Madara would emerge victorious, a joyous smile immediately grazed the face of Tobirama. Within the secret realm, well, having said so much, it is now time for you to set forth, Madara remarked, gazing at Hashirama, who was spitting blood. Humph. You are indeed formidable, and I concede that I am not your match, Hashirama coldly stated, fixing his gaze on Madara. However, if you believe this is the end, you underestimate me far too much. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that this fellow possesses some hidden trump card? Reflecting on the experience of awakening his eyes, Madara could not fathom what other tricks Hashirama might have up his sleeve. You of the Uchiha clan dared to conspire with the Yui clan to invade my Senju clan. We Senju shall never forgive you. Hashirama spoke slowly, his chakra suddenly vibrating violently. Amaterasu. No sooner had Hashirama's words fallen than Madara made the first move. This man is simply terrifying. Although he was unaware of Hashirama's hidden cards, he knew he must extinguish him in his cradle. Yet, Hashirama had already resolved to face death. Showing no concern for Madara's sudden assault, he regarded Madara's Amaterasu with indifference, enduring the flames as he rapidly formed hand seals and struck the ground with great force. Would release, would prison technique. Just as Hashirama was on the verge of being consumed by Amaterasu, he finally unleashed his ultimate move. Boom. Surrounding the Uchiha territory, vast tracts of land were upheaved, and countless tree roots, thick enough for two men to embrace, surged from the earth, swiftly forming a cage around the Uchiha domain. You scoundrel! Observing the scene before him, Madara's eyes blazed with fury, although he had not witnessed it firsthand. Izuna had long informed him that their father had been compelled to resort to forbidden techniques, resulting in the loss of one of his eyes. He had thought that by eliminating Hashirama early, such events would not repeat. Yet, he never anticipated that Hashirama would be willing to risk everything to unleash this technique. Hashirama, you shall perish. Madara bellowed as he turned his gaze toward Hashirama, only to discover that Hashirama had already been engulfed by his own Amaterasu, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it! Gazing at the impenetrable wood prison, Madara felt his blood boil. Hee ha ha ha. Suddenly, Madara erupted into maniacal laughter. Hashirama Senju, do you think this leaves me without recourse? You underestimate me far too much. With that, Madara's eyes narrowed sharply as he once again activated Susanoo. Unlike before. This time upon activating Susanoo, Madara felt a wave of weakness wash over him, gasping for breath, clearly struggling to bear the toll of Susanoo's consumption. Open for me. With a deep breath, Ban let out a thunderous roar, commanding the Susanoo to strike against the colossal wooden prison. Boom. Inside the wooden enclosure, Uchiha Taijima was leading his clan in fending off the assaults from the Senju clan. Suddenly, the sight of the towering wooden structure rising before him filled his heart with an inescapable despair. Father! The moment the wooden prison emerged, Izuna cried out, glancing anxiously at Taijima, fearing he might resort to forbidden techniques. Do not worry about me, Taijima bellowed. First, we must eliminate these intruders. Although Senju Hashirama had ensnared them with the wood prison technique, it also inadvertently divided the Senju forces into two, significantly alleviating their pressure. The immediate priority was to vanquish the Senju invaders within their territory. As for the wooden prison, they would devise a plan after dealing with the Senju. If all else failed, he would have to resort to that technique once more. Taijima muttered to himself, growing increasingly frenzied. Despite possessing only one eye, he was not a mere victim to be dispatched at will. The Senju were utterly audacious. It had been mere days since Uchiha Taijima's offensive against them, and they were already seeking vengeance, as if they believed Uchiha Taijima was dead. Today, even if it cost him his life, he was determined to repel these Senju foes. With his blade gleaming, Taijima transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, weaving through the ranks of the Senju. With each location he traversed, a Senju warrior would inevitably fall, momentarily stifling the momentum of their assault. Leader, should we send someone to contain that old man Taijima? A Senju member asked, observing the nearly frenzied Taijima. No need. Senju Butsuma chuckled. Taijima is already at his wit's end. Let him revel in his arrogance for now. Soon, I shall personally intervene. And I doubt he will create any further waves. Yes. With Butsuma's assurance, the Senju clan chose to disregard Taijima for the time being. Despite Taijima's current bravado, when his chakra was nearly depleted, it would signal his demise. Uchiha, charge with me. Taijima, aware that he could not persist in this manner, shifted his gaze toward Butsuma in the distance. Capturing the leader would render the Senju insignificant. Understood, leader. The Uchiha rallied, shouting as they surged toward Butsuma. Block them. Senju Butsuma sneered coldly, directing his kin to intercept the Uchiha onslaught. Taijima, I shall meet you. As the moment approached, Senju Butsuma shouted, charging toward Taijima. Chakra surged violently throughout his being, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow to Taijima. Thud. Just as Taijima had slain a Senju warrior and prepared to turn and deflect Butsuma's strike, an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Damn it, have I exhausted my chakra? Feeling the emptiness within, Taijima cursed inwardly. Why? Why must it be at such a critical moment? Is it truly destined for the Uchiha clan to perish at my hands? As Taijima gazed at the approaching figure of Buddha, despair enveloped his heart. Izuna, you must survive. Aware that his own demise was imminent, Taijima reluctantly murmured towards the distant Izuna. Taijima, meet your end. At this moment, Senju Buddha had already reached Taijima's side, his long blade raised high, poised to strike down. Suddenly, a violent tremor surged through the ground, causing everyone in the Uchiha clan to stagger unsteadily. What has transpired? Buddha abruptly lifted his gaze, witnessing the colossal wooden prison summoned by Hashirama cracking open as if struck by some immense force. Damn it, what is this? Buddha's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the fissure. This wooden prison was a product of painstaking effort, meticulously crafted to evade the Uchiha clan's surveillance. The Senju clan's vengeance relied heavily on this very structure. It had been peculiar that Hashirama had released it prematurely, and now, something terrifying had breached it. Buddha's heart sank with foreboding. If the wooden prison were to shatter, the Senju clan would surely face dire consequences. Fighting on foreign terrain already placed the Senju clan at a disadvantage. If their sole bastion crumbled, their efforts would be in vain. Haha. Buddha felt a surge of frustration, yet Taijima's emotions were in stark contrast. Heaven bless the Uchiha clan. Senju Buddha, your schemes have unraveled. Even if the Uchiha clan faces defeat today, our lineage shall not be extinguished. As long as a single Uchiha survives, we shall ensure that the Senju clan does not have it easy. Ha ha ha. Taijima, weakened, collapsed to the ground, laughing maniacally. To an unknowing observer, one might mistakenly believe that it was Buddha who was on the brink of death. Humph, and so what? Buddha scoffed as he turned his gaze towards Taijima. Regardless of the circumstances, today marks your end. As for the remnants of the Uchiha clan, I shall treat them accordingly. With that, Buddha raised his long blade once more. Boom. At that moment, another violent tremor resonated. The enormous wooden prison, having endured 2 devastating blows, finally succumbed, splintering into countless fragments that rained down from above. Father, Izuna. Hold on, I am coming. A resounding voice echoed as Madara's figure emerged next to the prison. Elder brother? Madara? Izuna and Taijima exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide in disbelief. Madara stood within a colossal skeleton, its massive arms clenched tightly, littered with splinters of wood. Clearly, it was he who had just shattered the wooden prison. What is this? As I gazed upon the colossal skeleton enveloping Madara, not only the members of the Senju clan were astonished, but even the Uchiha were left in utter disbelief. Senju Hashirama, surrender your life to me. In the throng, Madara's keen eyes swiftly located his father and Hashirama. With a thunderous shout, he commanded his Susanoo to rush forth. Damn it, where did this fellow emerge from? Hashirama's heart raced with foreboding as he observed the approaching Madara. Outside the cage, the clan members were all under Hashirama's command, including the very structure of the cage itself, which was formed by his ninjutsu. The realization that this individual had entered from the outside led Hashirama to a dreadful conclusion, yet, while Hashirama dared not entertain such thoughts, Taijima reveled in them. If Madara had come from the outside, he would naturally be hampered by the Senju clan members beyond. However, the external silence suggested that the Senju had been utterly annihilated, including the little brat wielding would release. Ha! With this thought, Taijima could not help but burst into maniacal laughter. Senju Hashirama, did you ever imagine that even your son, no matter how formidable, would be no match for mine? Surely that little brat has met his demise at my son's hands, which is why he has not appeared. Silence. Hashirama's eyes blazed crimson as Taijima directly exposed his inner fears. He could not accept the notion of Hashirama's death. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have instigated the offensive against the Uchiha clan. The dignity of the clan paled in comparison to Hashirama's significance, especially considering Hashirama's extraordinary strength at such a tender age. Once he ascended to the position of clan leader, how could the Senju ever fear the complete obliteration of the Uchiha? What's this? Are you saddened by your son's demise? Senju Hashirama, we have battled our entire lives. Yet you have never been my equal. You are inferior to me, and your son is no match for mine. The Senju clan shall ultimately be trampled beneath the feet of my Uchiha clan. Taijima's raucous laughter echoed, his expression one of uncontainable triumph. Not only was he elated by the prospect of Madara eliminating that little brat from the Senju clan, but he had also discerned the transformation in Madara's eyes. The eyes, so distinctly different from the ordinary Sharingan, were evidently those of an evolved state. Just by witnessing the terrifying skeletons surrounding Madara, he understood that Madara had undoubtedly achieved the evolution of the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's long-cherished dream had finally materialized in Madara, a realization that filled him with unparalleled joy. Even if he were to perish at that moment, he would feel utterly fulfilled. Senju Hashirama, prepare to meet your end. As the words fell from his lips, Madara had already arrived. With a flick of his hand, he effortlessly vanquished several approaching Senju elite ninjas, swiftly positioning himself between Taijima and Hashirama. Amaterasu. Without further ado, Madara unleashed a volley of black flames towards Hashirama. Black flames? As Hashirama beheld this ominous fire, an unprecedented terror surged within him. He must not come into contact with these flames. A crisis looms ahead, and Fujian can no longer concern himself with Taijima. With a swift movement, he hurriedly retreats, narrowly avoiding the burning glare of Madara's Amaterasu. Water release, water barrier. Yet, during his retreat, Fujian does not forget to form hand seals, conjuring a water wall to shield himself. However, to his horror, the water wall disintegrates in mere moments, consumed entirely by Madara's flames. How is this possible? Fujian exclaims. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazes at Madara. The boy's fire release has pierced through his water release? Is this truly fire release? No, it cannot be. There must be something wrong with his flames. Soon, Fujian grasps the grim reality, his expression darkening. Old fool. Do you truly think a mere water release could withstand my Amaterasu? You are sorely mistaken, Madara coldly retorts. By the way, that individual outside, the one called Hashirama, is your son, isn't he? Madara chuckles. He too attempted to block my Amaterasu with water release, only to be reduced to ashes. It seems you and your son are equally foolish. Madara derisively mocks Fujian. After vanquishing Hashirama, Madara feels an exhilarating sense of clarity, regarding Fujian with disdain. At this moment, he feels an unprecedented strength, as if nothing could impede his ascent to power. Anyone who stands in his way shall be obliterated. Did you truly kill that boy? Taijima, standing beside Madara, gazes at him in astonishment. Although he anticipated this outcome, hearing it directly from Madara fills him with incredulity. That boy had forced him to employ forbidden techniques just to escape, and Madara has genuinely slain him? Indeed, while he was formidable, he was merely trash before my eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Madara replies nonchalantly. My abilities completely countered him. He never stood a chance. Had I not been careless, he wouldn't have even been able to unleash that wooden cage. Excellent. Truly excellent. Upon confirmation of Hashirama's demise, Taijima is overwhelmed with joy, at a loss for words. He had seen it correctly. The future of the Uchiha clan undoubtedly rests with Madara. Our Uchiha clan shall rise to prominence once more. Taijima smiles at Madara, but suddenly collapses to the ground. The earlier reckless outburst had drained him of chakra, and now he can no longer sustain himself, falling into unconsciousness. Father. Seeing Taijima fall, Madara initially fears something has gone awry. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that his father merely fainted from overwhelming emotions. There is no cause for alarm. Now, it is our turn to play, Madara coldly states, placing his father in a secure location. Since he has dispatched Hashirama, let us ensure he accompanies him to the afterlife. Child, do not be too arrogant. When I traversed the ninja realm, you were yet to be born. As he gazed upon Madara, Hashirama felt a surge of anger within him. Prepare to meet your end, he bellowed, charging directly at Madara. Do you wish to fight me to the death? Madara observed the violent surge of chakra emanating from Hashirama and chuckled coldly. Had it been decades ago, you might have qualified as my adversary, but now, With swift precision, Madara formed hand seals, and in the blink of an eye, unleashed a colossal fireball. What? Can you not summon your dark flames? Hashirama laughed derisively as he raised his hand to unleash a wave of water. Who told you I couldn't? Madara smirked, looking down on Hashirama with disdain. Though his chakra was indeed depleted, it was not to the extent that he could not conjure a single Amaterasu. During his hand seal formation, he had already activated the power of the Manjiki, concealing a flicker of Amaterasu within the fireball, intending to deceive Hashirama, that old fool. As anticipated, upon seeing Hashirama employ the fireball technique, he mistakenly believed it to be a mere fire-release jutsu and attempted to counter it with a water technique. It's over for you, old man, Madara coldly remarked, his gaze fixed on Hashirama. What? Upon witnessing the mocking glint in Madara's eyes, Hashirama sensed the impending doom and instinctively attempted to retreat. However, upon looking down, he was horrified to discover a trace of that ominous black flame clinging to the hem of his garment. Huh, you are finished. As he beheld the flames dancing upon Hashirama, Madara shouted triumphantly and surged forward. I shall strike while you are weak, knowing that prolonged combat would spell his doom. And with his own chakra severely drained, he understood the necessity of swiftly eliminating Hashirama to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Die! Madara roared as a long blade materialized in his hand, slashing fiercely towards Hashirama, who was still engulfed in that peculiar black flame. The Uchiha's youthful vigor surged forth once more, placing Hashirama in a perilous predicament. I cannot perish here, Hashirama shouted inwardly, resolutely severing the part of his body that had been tainted by the black flames. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as a gaping wound appeared at his waist, spilling crimson fluid incessantly. What a ruthless individual! Madara's pupils dilated in shock at Hashirama's decisiveness. It was the first time he had encountered someone so merciless towards themselves. However, Hashirama's drastic measure was indeed the best course of action at that moment. Having neutralized the threat of Amaterasu, he swiftly turned his gaze back to Madara. Clang! The sounds of metal clashing reverberated as Hashirama barely managed to deflect Madara's powerful strike at the last moment. Little brat, I have taken more lives than you have ever witnessed. You think a mere fire-release jutsu can kill me? You underestimate me far too much. Is that so? Then how about this? Suddenly, Izuna's voice, like a specter, echoed behind Butsukane. What? Hearing the voice laden with murderous intent, Butsukane's heart sank, and he attempted to turn. Swoosh. However, Izuna did not grant him that opportunity, swiftly thrusting a kunai into the wound at his waist. Die, Izuna bellowed, exerting force as he tore open a wound half a meter long across Butsukane's abdomen. With a splatter, the contents of Butsukane's stomach spilled forth, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to even turn around. It was evident that he was beyond dead. Izuna? Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, Madara could not help but feel a surge of delight. When did you arrive? He had originally thought that the blade would not suffice to kill Butsukane, anticipating a fierce battle, but he was surprised that Izuna appeared at such a critical moment to swiftly slay the old man. This certainly saved him quite a bit of trouble. I sensed something amiss when father fell, so I stealthily approached. I thought I would be unable to save him. But unexpectedly, you appeared, brother. Izuna chuckled. That old man Butsukane was so preoccupied with you that he completely overlooked my arrival. That is simply wonderful. Madara's eyes instantly turned crimson, tears shimmering in his gaze as he beheld Izuna before him. With Butsukane dead and Izuna alive, he was overwhelmed with joy. Brother, what's wrong? Noticing Madara's emotional state, Izuna felt a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't you be happy that Butsukane is dead? Why are you crying? Yes, I'm truly overjoyed. Madara embraced Izuna tightly, his voice choked with emotion. He felt as if the sky had fallen when he failed to protect Izuna. Thus, even though he was gravely injured, he was determined to eliminate Butsukane. Yet, he had not anticipated that Izuna would take matters into his own hands and avenge himself by slaying the old man. In an instant, the guilt that had weighed heavily on his heart for having inadvertently killed Izuna dissipated entirely. Brother, please don't be like this. There are still so many people here. Izuna's face flushed crimson as he found himself held tightly by Madara. Let us first deal with the Senju clan. Do not worry. None of them will escape. Releasing Izuna, Madara spoke calmly. He consumed a few soldier pills to slightly restore his chakra and turned to charge onto the battlefield. With the loss of both Hashirama and Butsukane, the Senju clan was evidently no match for the Uchiha clan. Struggling to hold their ground under the leadership of several genin, retreating towards the edge of the battlefield. Once they exited the Uchiha territory, the Uchiha would be powerless against them. However, Madara would never allow them the chance to retreat. Seizing the opportune moment, Madara swiftly plunged into the heart of the fiercest battle, bellowing as he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan once more. Susanoo. In an instant, a colossal skeleton radiating an aura of chilling malevolence emerged, sweeping through and scattering the formation of the Senju clan. Kill them. He commanded his kin to pursue the isolated Senju, while he himself made a beeline for the few elite shinobi of the clan. He was resolute in his determination. Not a single Senju who dared to infringe upon the Uchiha clan would escape his wrath. Before long, under Madara's leadership, the Uchiha clan annihilated every last Senju, saturating the clan's territory with a gruesome scent of blood. At last, it is finished, he murmured, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses. Remarkably, both Izuna and his father emerged unscathed, and he had even succeeded in slaying that Senju Hashirama, which had taken him by surprise. Is this the true power of the Mangekyou? As he gently touched the corner of his eye, Madara felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity welling up within him. These eyes were indeed formidable, far exceeding his expectations. Truly, they embody the ambition of my Uchiha clan, pursued through the ages. He sighed in contemplation. Yet, his gratitude was chiefly directed towards his master. Without his guidance, even with knowledge of the evolution of the Sharingan, awakening the Mangekyou would have been impossible. Now, he had attained such immense power without having to eliminate Izuna, which was nothing short of miraculous. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Madara suddenly noticed that with the complete extermination of the Senju, everything around him had come to a standstill. All individuals remained frozen in place. Then, a radiant light illuminated the scene, gradually consuming everything until it coalesced into a small diamond-shaped crystal that gently descended into Madara's palm. Have I passed the trial? Observing the crystal, Madara swiftly grasped the nature of the occurrence. Although the purpose of this trial remained elusive, with both his father and Izuna unharmed, and the complete eradication of the Senju, he had surely fulfilled his master's expectations. Gently closing his eyes, a wave of dizziness swept over him. When Madara reopened his eyes, he found himself back beside his aunt and master. Madara, you were simply magnificent, Tsunade exclaimed, rushing forth to embrace him. Master, I succeeded. Struggling free from his aunt's grasp, Madara excitedly gazed at Hakamai. Truth be told, he had not anticipated his own strength, effortlessly dispatching that Senju Hashirama. While it was true that the latter's lack of understanding regarding his Mangekyou abilities rendered him somewhat unprepared, Madara had distinctly sensed the might of Susanoo and Amaterasu. If given another chance, he believed he could surely vanquish him again. Senju Hashirama, I shall remember you, Madara vowed within his heart. Having gleaned insight into Hashirama's strength within the illusion, he now felt a burgeoning confidence to confront him directly. The previous dream had burdened him immensely, and no matter how hard he tried, he always felt as though he was drifting further away from the other person, to the point of near madness. However, now he was entirely devoid of that initial sense of helplessness. All he desired was to engage in a true battle with the legendary Senju Hashirama, to ascertain who was indeed the stronger of the two. Just as Madara was about to utter more words, he suddenly sensed a slight blurriness before his eyes, even struggling to discern his aunt's face. Yet, in an instant, clarity returned, and his vision was restored. Was it merely an illusion? Madara murmured. No. It is a normal phenomenon, came a sudden, calm voice from Haku's. What? Madara questioned, puzzled by Haku's unexpected interjection. Did you not feel your eyes becoming somewhat unclear? Unable to focus? Haku's inquired with a subtle smile. How did you know? Madara exclaimed in surprise, astonished that his master could perceive his visual disturbance when he had said nothing. What is happening? Chiri gazed at the two, completely bewildered by their cryptic exchange. Overuse of the kaleidoscope Sharingan can severely impair the user's eyesight, potentially leading to complete blindness. You have only just awakened the kaleidoscope and already activated Amaterasu several times. Such a consequence is to be expected. Haku's explained slowly. What? At Haku's words, both Chiri and Madara gasped in unison. They had never before heard of such a possibility, overusing the kaleidoscope leading to blindness. How could this be? Chiri's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Haku's. If that is the case, what purpose does Madara's awakened eyes serve? If overuse leads to blindness, then it would be better never to have awakened them at all. This is the cost of power. Haku's regarded Madara with a nonchalant gaze. I understand, master. Yet Madara remained unfazed. As long as he could acquire immense strength, he was willing to pay any price. Moreover, Madara suddenly smiled at Haku's. Since the three Tomo can evolve into the kaleidoscope, Surely the kaleidoscope can also undergo further evolution. Madara had always believed that the pinnacle of the Sharingan was the Rinnegan. If the kaleidoscope possesses such a significant flaw, it must not be the ultimate form of power. True strength should be flawless. Therefore, as long as he continued to grow stronger, the kaleidoscope would be inconsequential. If overuse leads to blindness, then he merely needed to attain greater power before that eventuality. Indeed, listening to Madara, Chiri experienced an epiphany. The Sharingan could continuously evolve. If it could transform into the Rinnegan, then there would be no need to worry about the threat of blindness. Master, you must know the method of the kaleidoscope's evolution, right? Chiri gazed at Haku's with hopeful eyes. Truly impressive. Haku smiled slightly at Madara. You have only just awakened the kaleidoscope and are already contemplating the Rinnegan. Your ambition is indeed formidable. It is quintessentially your style. Who else but me could possess such overwhelming might? Yet, even he could never fathom the brutal path of the kaleidoscope's evolution, nor could he bear such a steep price. Following the kaleidoscope is the eternal kaleidoscope, culminating in the Rinnegan. The awakening of the kaleidoscope is already a harrowing ordeal, but the process for the eternal kaleidoscope is even more ruthless, requiring one to extract another's kaleidoscope through fusion to acquire it. Furthermore, the closer the blood relation, the higher the success rate. In other words, for Madara to fully awaken the kaleidoscope, he would have to extract the kaleidoscope from either Izuna or Taijima. Even Shinji would not suffice. Such a cost is undeniably beyond Madara's acceptance. Had it not been for Izuna's demise, who willingly extracted his own kaleidoscope in his final moments, Madara would have struggled to find another pair. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he could not force his clansmen to relinquish their eyes for him. After all, every Uchiha capable of awakening the kaleidoscope is a formidable warrior and the future of the clan. Madara could never gamble the lives of his kin on such an ephemeral possibility. Thus, it was sheer coincidence that allowed Madara to evolve the kaleidoscope into the eternal kaleidoscope in the original narrative. Madara's current thoughts on the Rinnegan reveal his impatience. However, Haku's merely smiled gently, shaking his head. Do not concern yourself with the evolution of the kaleidoscope just yet. First, acclimate yourself to these new eyes. When the time is right, I shall reveal the method of evolution. Yes, master. Madara now heeded Haku's words without question. Since his master advised patience, he would wait. As for the Rinnegan, he was determined to possess it. Master, how does my current strength measure? Shinji inquired suddenly. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is formidable. Madara must be incredibly powerful now. Curious, are we? You may put it to the test. Haku chuckled. Indeed, Aunt. Madara responded with a grin, directing his gaze at Shinji. I've heard tales of your prowess in the breath of fire. I am eager to witness it. The last battle between aunt and father had truly astonished him. The newly promoted Jonin had managed to hold her own against his father using the breath of fire. Truly remarkable, coupled with her peculiar long blade. Madara had long yearned to see it in action. Now that aunt was interested in her own kaleidoscope, why not engage in a friendly duel? Oh, Shinji raised an eyebrow. Little one, have you grown wings to dare challenge me? Hee hee, but it was you who broached the subject, aunt. Moreover, we are merely sparring. Do you not dare? Madara stated coolly. Very well. Since you have proclaimed so, I cannot refuse. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my breath of fire. Shinji replied with a chuckle. Come forth. Without further ado, Madara swiftly distanced himself, standing opposite Shinji, his kaleidoscope fixed intently upon her. Prepare to meet your end, young one. Shinji responded with a grin.